I was once a terminally ill patient waiting to die in my hospital bed, until I was reborn in a flash of lightning. I turned into a newborn mantis nymph in the bushes. Forget about car loans and mortgages, my only worry now is whether I can get enough to eat. But when my side sliced through the first prey's throat, an icy voice exploded in my mind. Ding, congratulations on successfully unlocking the ultimate evolution sequence. Strength, speed, ultra-alloy wings. I'm no longer a pitiful insect, but a king of slaughter who can buy life with evolution coins. But just as I exchanged the massive amount of evolution coins for a life-saving trump card, a chilling shadow had already marked me as its next meal. My name is Tian. In my previous life, I was a terminally ill patient waiting to die, but now I've been reborn as a newly hatched Chinese mantis nymph. Rumbling, lightning flashes as bean-sized raindrops pelt down. I hung upside down under the leaf, observing my surroundings with large, translucent compound eyes. After a few days of adaptation, I barely managed to survive in this cruel world with human thinking. Sigh, I'll just slack off for a while. As I cleared my mind, an ethereal voice rang in my ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully activating the ultimate evolution sequence. I turned my head, thinking it was an auditory illusion. The rain was easing, and in the night, all sorts of peculiar sounds ebbed and flowed. I walked slowly onto the rootstock, using my antennae to gather information, a vital tool for my survival. It's hailed as the ultimate ace in the mantis world. Soon, a dazed little grasshopper perched on a rotting log appeared. I approached silently, thanks to the mantis's unique nature. I made no sound while moving. The locust's antennae waved frantically, as if sensing danger. A dozen seconds later, the distance closed. The locust grows restless, its hind legs poised for action. Before it can flee, two golden streaks flash through the air. The locust's body stiffens instantly, losing all ability to resist. Ding! Eliminated one juvenile locust. Reward, 5 evolution coins. Asterisk evolution sequence store unlocking for you. Currently available exchange items. 1. Strength plus 1, 5 asterisk evolution coins. 2. Super alloy wings, 100,000 asterisk evolution coins. 3. Speed plus 1, 5 asterisk evolution coins. I stared at the suddenly appearing pale golden virtual panel. An unprecedented elation spread through his heart. Percent now, with his body still small, the top priority was survival, so he chose speed. Are you sure you want to use 5 asterisk evolution coins to purchase the speed plus 1 item? Confirm. A chill swept over the body, lasting for 2 or 3 seconds before dissipating. I felt my body become lighter, and the speed at which I launched attacks was significantly enhanced. Before I could even feel joy, an overwhelming sense of danger struck. A spider about the thickness of 3 fingers rapidly descended from a branch above, locking onto me. Instinctively, I flapped my half-unfolded wings to flee beyond the rotten wood. The sharp mandibles only managed to grasp a corner of my feathered wing. With enhanced speed, I shook off the spider, leaped to the ground, and narrowly escaped disaster. The futile spider had barely turned to retreat when suddenly a long tongue shot out, swish, and the spider vanished without a trace. A large, expressionless toad was chewing. Shivering, I fled from this ruthless hunting ground. Having experienced the brink of life and death, I've come to a deeper understanding of natural selection and survival of the fittest. I raised my trapping leg and mercilessly swung it down upon an unsuspecting butterfly larva. Ding! You have killed one juvenile locust and earned 5 evolution coins. Asterisk, are you sure you want to use 5 asterisk evolution coins to purchase plus 1 strength? Confirm. After 2 enhancements, I clearly feel stronger than before, but I'm still far from being able to ignore risks. I long for the super alloy wings worth 100,000 evolution coins in the mall, but for now, I can only keep killing to earn more evolution coins. Carefully twitching my antennae, I quickly detected a colony of aphids hidden in a clump of weeds. But another mantis suddenly emerged nearby, a dual-shield mantis. Its entire body is a solemn gray-black, with gigantic hunting limbs twice the size of mine. The Chinese broadsword mantis is no match for the double-shield mantis in terms of destructive power. But now with strength and speed buffs, I'm eager to try combat at the same level. The double-shielded mantis also stared at me, slowly inching toward the aphid swarm. When the distance closed to 2 or 3 centimeters, the seemingly sluggish double-shielded mantis suddenly accelerated, brandishing its weapons, and the target was unmistakably me. You sneaky old six. Luckily, I was prepared and dodged in a flash. 2 razor-sharp sickles struck later but arrived first, landing ruthlessly on the mantis's slender neck. Crack! The twin blades, enhanced with strength, proved unexpectedly powerful, decapitating the enemy with just a single strike. Ding! 1 double-shield mantis eliminated, earned 10 evolution coins. Asterisk, I pushed the double-shield mantis corpse aside and began harvesting the defenseless aphids. Ding! 1 aphid killed, earned 1 evolution coin. Asterisk. After swallowing the aphid, I vanished into the night once more. By the time the system shop refreshed again, I had already gone through over a dozen battles. The most perilous moment was encountering a scorpion. Had I not been able to dodge it just in time, I'd likely be dead by now. This hunting trip was quite fruitful, netting nearly 96 evolution coins in total. Combined with previous savings, my stash has now surpassed 100. I climbed up a tall tree to wait for the shop's refresh. As soon as the time came, brand new items appeared. The first item immediately caught my eye. 1. Chinese Broad Mantis Mature Form, 100 evolution coins. Entering maturity not only enhances size and strength. More importantly, it acquires the ability for brief gliding. Possessing gliding capability boosts hunting efficiency and serves as a life-saving measure in critical moments. The second item's price made me hesitate. 2. Scrap Iron Mechanical Modification, 50,000 evolution coins. The third item startled me. 3. Lifespan increase by 50 days, 5000 evolution coins. A mantis's lifespan rarely exceeds 10 months. I stared at it for a long while, ultimately prioritizing strength enhancement. Confirm using 100 evolution coins to purchase a mature Chinese broadsword mantis? Confirmed. After a moment, a slender figure with a translucent emerald green body. The newly emerged Chinese mantis, about 10 centimeters long, is fresh out of its cocoon. The original leaf couldn't support my weight, causing me to fall from the branch. Instinctively, I unfolded 2 pairs of wings streaked with transparent patterns on my back, tracing a crooked arc through the air. I can fly too. Although it fluttered less than 7 or 8 meters before landing on a rock. The feeling of defying gravity still thrilled me. Before I could fully savor the moment, the earth-shaking roar of a tiger snapped me back to reality. The ground trembled slightly as a frenzy of wild boars charged from nearby. I shuddered and quickly flapped my wings to flee to a large tree. Chapter 3: The Chameleon Lizard. A tiger, brownish-yellow with multiple rows of narrow black stripes across its back and sides, pursued relentlessly behind the herd of wild boars. The tiger roared furiously and leaped into the air. 2 massive tiger paws extended, knocking down a large boar lagging behind. It then opened its gaping maw and clamped down on its prey. The remaining boars, terrified out of their wits, fled in a frantic stampede. Not far from the fierce battle between the tiger and the large boar lay a small piglet, blood foam seeping from its throat. Its windpipe severed, it lacked the strength to flee, merely twitching helplessly on the ground. Perched in the tree, Tian suddenly had a bold thought. After wrestling with the idea repeatedly, he finally saw the large boar below, its neck clamped in the tiger's jaws, clearly unable to hold out much longer. He resolved to take the risk. Tian propelled himself with all 4 limbs, gliding from the tree toward the clearly dying young boar. The sound of his wings flapping did not escape the tiger's keen hearing. Upon seeing it was merely a small Karami mantis, the tiger shifted its focus back to the wild boar pinned beneath it. Heaven is on my side. Tian's heart leapt with joy as he sprinted toward the young boar in 3 strides. Though he was a fully mature mantis, standing before this dying young boar still appeared minuscule. Leaping near its throat, Tian decisively swung his scythe. But then something awkward happened. Though the young boar hadn't fully grown yet, it had developed thick, tough skin from surviving in harsh conditions. Tian's small scythe failed to pierce its defenses. A squirrel perched on a branch, squeaking incessantly, as if mocking the mantis' foolishness. Damn it! Tian cursed under his breath. Time is evolution currency. In his panic, he didn't hesitate. He plunged straight into the wound, which was still oozing blood. His vision blurred by the blood, he groped his way through the crimson haze until he found the trachea. He pressed forward, baring his sharp jaws and began to gnaw. The young boar, already weakened to the point of collapse, felt intense pain and struggled violently with its last ounce of strength. It nearly shook Tian loose from its clutches. All or nothing. At that moment, Tian grew ruthless. Its razor-sharp tusks gnawed frantically at the trembling windpipe. After an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, the pressure in his mouth eased. The wild boar's windpipe had finally snapped clean in 2. Simultaneously, the system's notification chime sounded. Ding! 1 juvenile wild boar slain. Evolution coins acquired. Before the notification faded, a violent sensation of weightlessness shattered his thoughts. A series of bone-chilling cracks echoed through the air. A pair of terrifying blood-red tusks appeared mere millimeters from his face, nearly tearing him apart. Hiss! Tian sucked in a sharp breath as a chill swept across his face. The young boar's head had been torn open by the returning tiger, which was now savagely chewing on the boar's flesh with its merciless jaws. Holy! Summoning every ounce of strength, he spread his blood-soaked wings and leapt upward. But before he could take flight, his body was crushed down by the thick, congealed blood. Tian's face instantly turned green, convinced he was about to meet his end. But the tiger, still savoring its meal, merely gave him a dismissive glance before returning its focus to the wild boar. Sometimes, being invisible really had its perks. At least you didn't attract the big shot's attention. As he found a shallow puddle to wash away the filth from his body, the thrill and danger of narrowly escaping death from the tiger's jaws came flooding back. Tian still couldn't shake the lingering fear. But the riches he'd risked his life for hadn't disappointed him. Ding! Slain 1 juvenile wild boar. Earned 5,000 evolution coins. Worth it. The evolution coins gained from this single adventure were worth dozens of times more than what he'd earned from hunting in 4 previous locations. Scanning the items in the shop, he raced through his options in his mind. Though he coveted those 50 extra days of life. Only by growing stronger himself could he increase his efficiency in acquiring evolution coins. With nearly 7 months of life remaining, it would be wiser to save them for the next shop refresh and acquire items he could actually use. After cleaning most of the blood from his body, Tian felt a bit weary and casually climbed a large tree to rest. He waited quietly for the shop to refresh. Until noon the next day, when dark clouds gathered overhead. Raindrops accompanied by thunder once again blanketed the earth. Only then did he slowly awaken from his trance. The shop has refreshed. Let's see if there's anything good. Tian eagerly clicked open the evolution shop. Sure enough, the second item was still far beyond his reach. Seeing the staggering 6-digit price tag, Tian skipped it immediately, sparing himself the frustration of wanting something he couldn't afford. 1. Speed plus 550 evolution coins. He selected this without hesitation, after all, he could afford it. Confirm purchase of speed plus 5 for 50 evolution coins? Confirm. After the intense icy chill faded, he tried swinging his capture claw with all his might. 2 green streaks sliced silently through the air, nearly leaving afterimages in their wake. This power is seriously impressive. Tian nodded with satisfaction. If he was going to be a mantis, he was going to be the fastest mantis. 3. Tenfold Size Experience Card Duration, 30 minutes, 3,000 evolution coins. It wasn't until the third item that he suddenly hesitated. 3,000 evolution coins for a one-time use item? That's ridiculously expensive. After a moment's internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. After all, you get what you pay for. A tenfold increase in size would be nearly the size of a house cat. Whether for combat or escape, it would prove remarkably effective. Confirm purchase of 10x body size trial pass for 3,000 evolution coins? Confirm. As the 3,000 evolution coins were deducted, it felt like his heart was bleeding. The only consolation was that he finally had a trump card to save his life. The rain continued to pour down relentlessly. Tian decided to rest a while longer to conserve his strength. Meanwhile, on the other side of the treetop, a pale gray tree lizard crept stealthily toward the mantis's position. It was the first time the tree lizard had encountered such a plump mantis. It dared not imagine the spectacular sight of its juices bursting forth with a single bite. In those narrow, icy eyes, Tian was already marked as its next meal. Under normal circumstances, Tian would have detected this sneaky little bastard long ago. But the rainwater, mingled with the earthy sense of the soil, constantly interfered with the analysis of its antennae signals. Thus, it remained unaware that danger was already creeping closer. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time slowly ticked away, the tree lizard drew ever closer to his position. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement. Just as the tree lizard was about to enter its optimal attack range, a long dead branch suddenly snapped off, crashing down precisely onto the leaves where Tian was concealed. In the blink of an eye, realizing its plan had been disrupted, the tree lizard abandoned its concealment. Scrambling on all fours, it sprinted several paces. A long, crimson tongue shot straight towards Tian. Chapter 4, First Encounter with the Snake Swarm. However, the fallen branch descended faster than it had anticipated. The tongue stuck to a thumb-sized branch, tumbling down with the mantis's fallen leaves onto the muddy ground. Tian, finally snapped back to his senses, felt a chill run down his spine. If that branch hadn't fallen precisely where it did, he would likely have been swallowed whole by the tree lizard by now. Mid-air, Tian disregarded the risk of his wings becoming heavier from the rain and spread them urgently to flee the tree lizard's vicinity. This tree lizard was easily twice his size. If they had clashed, no matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't have escaped being swallowed whole. Logically, this matter should have ended there. But the tree lizard had no intention of letting such a delectable feast escape. With a single leap, it sprang up and immediately launched itself forward on all 4 legs, charging toward Tian at breakneck speed. Like a master of water walking kung fu, the mud beneath its feet offered no hindrance to its speed. Tian felt his scalp tingle with fear. The thought of using his size card purchased for a hefty 3,000 evolution coins against a mere tree lizard filled him with utter reluctance. With no other choice, he spread his wings once more, striving to soar toward taller plants and leaves. The rainwater that had soaked into his wings earlier added significant weight. The height he could now glide to was heart-wrenching to witness. The tree lizard pursued relentlessly, as if it had sworn to devour the mantis at all costs, its 4 legs churning like spinning wheels. He fled, it pursued, he couldn't escape even with wings. This is utterly infuriating. Tian was so furious he nearly lost control several times, tempted to unleash his ultimate move and slice the shameless tree lizard into pieces. The insect and the lizard continued their relentless chase, covering an unknown distance. Until they crossed a rocky beach. Tian suddenly caught the faint sound of waves crashing against rocks. Soaring into the air, he saw the boundless ocean stretching beyond the chaotic sea of rocks and reefs. His heart was violently shaken. Am I on an island? Since his rebirth, out of concern for safety, he had never ventured beyond the small plot of land where he was born. Had it not been for this tree lizard relentlessly chasing him today, he might never have discovered this expanse of water. Lost in thought, the tree lizard quickly closed the distance behind him. No more running, kill it. Seeing no more vegetation or trees to hide behind, Tian's killing intent surged. To waste the trump card he'd bought with 3,000 evolution coins on a mere tree lizard he couldn't deny it stung. The plump, tender giant mantis paused in its tracks. The tree lizard assumed it had accepted its fate, its legs flailing even faster. But before it could leap off the stone wall in a leap of faith, fantasizing about the juicy explosion in its mouth moments later, the rock wall beneath its feet suddenly shifted. A gaping maw with a pair of venomous fangs emerged, swallowing the tree lizard whole. On the other side, Tian was stunned speechless. The so-called rock wall turned out to be a brown spearhead viper, about 3 meters long. At first glance, it did resemble the color of coastal reefs. Even he himself had just stepped on the snake's forehead. Hiss, hiss. Clearly, the disturbed spearhead viper was not pleased. It coiled its body, flicking its tongue at Tian repeatedly. It seemed to be contemplating how to deal with this bothersome little mantis. Ah well, consider it dessert. You've pushed it too far. Seeing the spear-headed viper lunge at him, Tian's pent-up rage from being chased erupted in an instant. He activated the Tenfold Size Experience card without hesitation. The mantis's body suddenly swelled to enormous proportions, startling the striking spearhead viper into abruptly retracting its head. Its pair of tiny black pea-shaped eyes were filled with confusion. Tian gently rubbed his 2 capture legs, each as thick as an infant's arm, feeling an unprecedented power coursing through his body. He coldly stared at the spear-headed viper coiled into a defensive posture. Hunting time. Though the mantis itself possessed no venom, its agile movements and 2 scythe-like blades true reapers of death. It had virtually no equal among creatures of comparable size. The spear-headed viper, which had been ferocious moments ago, now appeared to him as nothing more than a wriggling little spicy snack. Wait, why are there 2, 3? A dense swarm of snakes had emerged from the rocky shore, all rearing their bodies to fix their gaze upon Tian. Others began gliding slowly toward him, encircling his position. One spearhead viper lunged at him with blinding speed. But though it was fast, Tian was faster. Whoosh! With a feint of his gleaming capture claw, the charging spearhead viper's head flew through the air, leaving a segment of its body writhing on the ground. Ding! Killed 1 spearhead viper. Earned 50 evolution coins. The scent of blood spread like a trumpet call, signaling the serpent horde's charge. Without any preamble or unnecessary chatter, the battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Tian's twin emerald sides whirled frenziedly, his mantis-like reflexes transforming him into a whirlwind of death. Every spearhead viper that entered his killing zone met its end. Within mere seconds, the ground was strewn with the corpses of snakes, large and small. Yet these spear-headed vipers knew no fear, wave after wave charging forward relentlessly. I can't hold them off. He swung his scythes while constantly shifting and maneuvering into the gaps around him. Watching the snakes gradually erode the space around him, Tian could only sweep his blade in a wide arc, severing 4 snake heads that had lunged at him, then spread his feathered wings to break free from the encirclement. But he had underestimated the ferocity of these spear-headed vipers. He had barely leaped half a meter when a dozen spear-headed vipers sprang from the ground. One bared its fangs and sank them into the edge of his feathered wings. Despite Tian's desperate evasion, the snake yanked him from midair. Twisting its head violently, it flung him into another cluster of snakes. Little did it know, this actually did him a huge favor. As Tian tumbled through the air, he swiftly regained his balance and used the momentum to glide onto a towering rock formation. The surrounding area was covered in jagged, protruding rocks, preventing the snakes from climbing up. They could only stretch their heads to barely reach the rock where Tian stood, but this left them exposed as sitting ducks. Standing at the edge, he used himself as bait, constantly luring the spearhead vipers below. Then, like slicing radishes, he severed every snakehead that dared to reach up. This continued until the trial period was nearly over. To prevent any mishaps, Tian reluctantly decided to retreat for now. Who knew this reef hid so many spearhead vipers? Once I'm stronger, I'll come back for another round of easy pickings. But before that, there's a minor issue to handle first. With time still on his side, he planned to clean up his living quarters. His increased size had significantly reduced the time needed for flight travel on the return journey. No matter how formidable an ant may be, it cannot overcome a weakened lion. Size reigns supreme in the law of survival. As Tian extended his capture leg, clang! He pinned the scorpion that had chased him earlier to the rock with the tip of his scythe. This realization became even more profound. Ding! 1 scorpion slain. Earned 1 evolution coin. Tian frowned. The double-shielded mantis he'd slain earlier was worth 10 evolution coins. Why did this scorpion, clearly superior in attributes, yield only 1? Could it be because I'm currently using the trial pass? He pondered this for a while, eventually concluding that the hunting rewards must fluctuate based on his own strength, physique, and other data. Sure enough, after randomly hunting down another aphid, this time, not even a notification sound appeared. No one else could sleep soundly in his bed. Only after confirming no threatening creatures remained nearby. Tian, his body restored to its original size, climbed back up the tree and began tallying today's haul. Chapter 5, Bloodbath at the Reef. Ding. Killed 1 spearhead viper. Earned 50 evolution coins. Ding. Killed 1 spearhead viper, obtained 50 evolution coins. Ding. Killed 1 spearhead viper, obtained 50 evolution coins. A flurry of reward notifications flooded in, totaling over 12,000 evolution coins. This meant that during the recent reef battle, Tian had hunted down over 200 spearhead vipers. Upon summoning the shop, a new attribute had been added to the refresh. Currently available items for exchange. 1. Strength plus 1050 evolution coins. 2. Super alloy mechanical enhancement 1 million evolution coins. 3. Resilience plus 10,000 evolution coins. Strength is a valuable stat, so Tian naturally wouldn't pass it up. After purchasing strength plus 10. Following the usual routine, he skipped the second option in the middle. The third option, however, was a brand new attribute and its price left him stunned. 1 point costs 100 evolution coins? That's ridiculously expensive. Complaints aside, he had to buy it. After all, something priced that high must have its reasons. Confirm purchase of resilience plus 10 for 1000 evolution coins? Confirm. A vague, indescribable ache surged through his body before vanishing. Nothing else happened afterward. Tian swung his scythe, kicked his legs, and flapped his wings, yet detected no improvement whatsoever. No way, is the store selling counterfeit goods? That was 1000 evolution coins he'd worked so hard to save them up. After venting his frustration for a while, Tian gave up when the shop clearly ignored him. Over the next month or so, Tian acquired various attributes through the mall while relentlessly honing his combat skills. In the area he now occupied, aside from a few large beasts he couldn't yet handle, all the smaller karamis had been wiped out. He also discovered the practical use of the resilience he had purchased at great expense from the mall. Whenever he sustained injuries, the wounds would heal at an extremely slow pace on their own. Had he not been particularly observant, he might never have noticed. As my resilience attribute continues to rise, perhaps this healing speed will accelerate. But these were not the immediate priorities. Standing atop the carcass of a wild rabbit slain by a slit throat, Tian wiped the 2 emerald green sides clean, his gaze fixed on the reef where the snakes swam. Confirm purchase of scrap metal mechanical modification for 50,000 evolution coins? Confirm. Day after day, night after night of relentless combat had not only granted him terrifying battle experience, but more importantly, finally amassed the 50,000 evolution coins needed for the scrap iron machine modification. He waited several days. When the scrap metal machine modification option reappeared, he immediately selected it. I still have 2 tenfold morph experience cards saved up. After the mechanical upgrade, not only will my strength surge dramatically, but I'll also be immune to venom. Hunting down those snake swarms should be a breeze then. Ever since returning last time, he hadn't been able to stop thinking about the spearhead viper swarm. With everything finally in place, Tian could hardly contain his impatience. Lost in thought, the mechanical upgrade completion notification sounded. Thud. As he swung his capture claw, a dull clang of metal colliding echoed in his ears. The appearance hasn't changed much, but it's a genuine scrap metal body now. Even scrap metal is undoubtedly stronger than mere flesh and blood. The downside is that speed and agility have dropped significantly after the modification. Tian frowned, but quickly accepted the reality. Clearly, the mastermind behind all this wouldn't leave such an obvious flaw. It was like a child wielding a plastic knife. When physically strong, it could swing the knife swiftly. But if the knife were made of iron, its body couldn't keep up with the speed, naturally slowing it down. There's always a trade-off, but it's more than enough to handle the snake swarm. The most surprising development was the feathered wings modified from scrap metal machinery. They could now sustain him for long-distance flight with minimal energy expenditure, directly addressing the mantis's inability to fly. Freed from the constraints of brief glides, he soared toward the reef with renewed confidence. Weaving through the dense foliage of the forest. Before long, the reef began to slowly emerge before his eyes. Just like before. From afar, it appeared serene and devoid of any abnormalities. But with the previous experience as a lesson, Tian quickly spotted the traces of snakes that had nearly blended into the rocks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of flapping wings startled the snakes. Dense rows of spearhead vipers raised their heads, glaring at the reckless little mantis that dared trespass into the forbidden zone of life. Activate the Tenfold Size Experience Card. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian activated the size card the instant he stood before the snakes. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, a mantis shimmering with emerald light charged straight into the snake swarm. The next instant, a snake head, its eye still rolling, rolled onto the ground. As if it never even realized what was happening until the very end. Soon, a surging tide of mottled black snakes rolled toward him. Tian swept his emerald compound eyes across the swarm, then swung his black scythe decisively. This time, he chose not to evade but to confront them head-on. A spear-headed viper snapped its jaws wide open, biting viciously into Tian's abdomen. Yet it didn't feel as effortless as it had imagined. Instead, the two relatively soft fangs snapped clean in half in an instant, the lethal venom hidden within the fangs instantly spraying into the air. You're brave, trying to bite through iron with your teeth. Tian chuckled darkly, swinging his scythe mercilessly to sever the unfortunate snake's head. He paid no heed to the crimson blood and filth splattered across his body. He pressed forward, attacking the swarming mass of snakes. Having abandoned defense, his killing speed increased dramatically. The spear-headed vipers seethed with frustration. This mantis's twin blades were razor-sharp, touch them and die. Their prideful fangs proved utterly useless. Even if they managed to bite, their fangs met only rock-hard resistance, rendering their deadliest weapon utterly useless. From the initial fervor of battle, it devolved into a mechanical, relentless slaughter. Tian had almost fallen into a numb state. The corpses of spear-headed vipers, brutally slain by the blades, covered the entire reef. Continue using the Tenfold Size Card. Even though the spearhead viper had dropped from 50 evolution coins to 30 coins over the past month as his strength grew, the substantial quantity still yielded considerable profit. As the card's duration neared its end, Tian hesitated not a moment before activating the second size experience card. 1 hour later. Finally, he drove the sharp blade of his sickle into the last spearhead viper's skull, dragged it out from its hiding place in the rocks, and cleaved it in two. This battle, separated by over a month, finally drew to a close. Total earnings, 21,600 evolution coins. Minus 6,000 for the experience cards, that's a net profit of 15,600. Not bad. Tian grinned. The joy of a bountiful harvest was one thing, but the most important feeling was the sense of accomplishment within. To slay nearly 1,000 venomous snakes with the strength of a mantis, what an astonishing feat. At that very moment, about 10 nautical miles from the island, a 10,000-ton ocean-going freighter suddenly appeared. Its route had been altered at the last minute, bringing it to this location. Lin Tang, did you see something just dart into the hold? No. Strange, probably just your imagination playing tricks after being at sea too long. Hey, look, there's an island over there. Holy crap, it really is. Quick, snap a photo to remember this. I'll post it on WeChat moments once we dock. As the two sailors shouted in surprise from the deck, everyone on board soon rushed out to admire the unfamiliar island's beauty. Meanwhile, on the rocky shore, tens of thousands of ants suddenly emerged from nowhere, each as big as a fist. They swamped the corpses of the snakes that had long since perished. Chapter 6, The Mutant Catastrophe begins. This is weird. I distinctly remember there were 2 cans of beef in the warehouse. Where did they go? After searching the provisions warehouse in vain for a long time, a crew member turned and walked out, his face full of frustration. On the warehouse ceiling, a giant emerald-green mantis stared thoughtfully at his retreating figure. Wonder where this freighter is headed. Better hope it doesn't take me overseas. After clearing the snake infestation from the reef flats, seeing the cargo ship pass by, Tian had been stranded on this isolated island for over 2 months. Tian, who had spent his days in the company of trees, insects, and beasts, felt his heart surge with excitement. Humans are social creatures. Though outwardly a mantis, he retained human consciousness. Staying on this deserted island any longer might drive the entire mantis mad sooner or later. Therefore, he chose without hesitation to board the ship as a stowaway. Once aboard the cargo ship, hearing the familiar sounds of Xia language, Tian nearly couldn't resist the urge to jump out and confess his bizarre origin to the crew. After much deliberation, however, he ultimately abandoned this ill-advised impulse. After all, a mantis that retained human consciousness after rebirth sounded too absurd to be true. If he confessed, he might end up in some research institute once they reached land. It was now the 3rd day of the cargo ship's voyage. Throughout this period, Tian remained hidden in the cargo hold. When thirsty, he'd sneak to the bathroom sink for a few drops of water when no one was looking. When hungry, he'd eat the stored food inside. The missing canned goods that Sailor had been ranting about earlier? That was his doing. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, the captain's voice crackled over the ship's intercom, directing the crew to prepare for docking. Hearing the broadcast, Tian carefully crawled out of the warehouse along the ceiling. Outside was a large commercial port. The docks were lined with containers of every shape and size, bustling with workers moving back and forth. Spotting the safety warning banners hanging along the wharf and the familiar sight of dark-haired, brown-skinned figures, he felt a surge of excitement. Thank goodness we didn't go overseas, that would have been a real mess. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, he spread his wings and flew toward a secluded corner of the dock. But the moment he touched down, his antennae immediately alerted Tian to the presence of danger. The 50,000 evolution coins spent on mechanical enhancements did far more than simply fortify his body like iron. Even the antennae's capabilities had been significantly enhanced. At the very least, Tian could now receive real-time alerts whenever danger lurked within a 500-meter radius. This scent, it's somewhat similar to ants? He analyzed it carefully, a wave of doubt washing over his mind. The next second, A worker moving a shipping container suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ah, help! My foot, my foot! Old Lee, are you okay? Why is there so much blood? Quick, call an ambulance! Upon hearing his colleague's anguished cries, several nearby workers rushed over. They discovered the injured man, called Old Lee, with blood gushing from his foot. A chunk of his rubber work boot had been bitten off by something. Gone too was Old Lee's big toe. Holy crap, what the hell is up with this ant? Kill it now! Just then, someone spotted the culprit that had ambushed Old Lee. It was a red fire ant as big as a disposable cup, with a piece of Old Lee's foot still dangling from its jaws. Crunch, crunch. Surrounded, the red fire ant continued to chew on the blood-stained morsel, utterly oblivious to the danger closing in. Within mere moments, cries of alarm began echoing across the port docks. There's one here too. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Did these ants grow up drinking nuclear wastewater? They're huge. At that moment, the workers hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Instead, they gathered around each newly emerged red fire ant, snapping photos to share on social media. Someone nervously dialed the emergency number. Ding! Eliminated one mutated red fire ant. Earned 1 evolution coin. After casually smashing the head of a mutant red fire ant that suddenly emerged from the soil beside him, Tian instinctively sensed something was terribly wrong. He flapped his wings and soared skyward. The scene that greeted him was nothing short of apocalyptic. The area surrounding this major port, its buildings, lawns, and even the ground beneath planted trees was swarming with dense masses of red fire ants. And they were advancing forward at an alarming speed. The first to notice the anomaly was a crane operator working atop a tower crane. Terrified, he grabbed his walkie-talkie and bellowed, "Bad news! Run! So many red fire ants!" But it was already too late. By the time the dock workers spotted the swarm, they were already trapped in a desperate situation. These suddenly appearing mutant red fire ants ignored all obstacles, madly chasing and biting into living flesh. Some, eyes bloodshot, slammed the accelerator and tried to drive away. But they were quickly swallowed by the swarm, the engine's roar fading into silence. Tian dared not land, instead swiftly flying out of the mutated red fire ants' encirclement. He finally landed on a 6-story building, silently observing the bloody scene unfolding below. Shocked, his mind was filled with questions. What on earth is happening? As Tian sank into confusion, the mutant red fire ant's sudden attack on the port seemed to act as a fuse. A heavy-set woman walking her dog without a leash on the street was about to carry her Pomeranian into a restaurant. But just as she crouched down, the palm-sized teddy suddenly swelled in size, growing to nearly a meter tall in the blink of an eye. Its blood-red eyes glared as it bared a mouthful of fangs, clamping down on the woman's head. Blood flowed from between its teeth. An inconspicuous sparrow in a tree transformed into a flying predator in the blink of an eye. Having swollen dozens of times in size, it swooped down from the sky, snatched a little girl, and flew away, leaving the girl's parents behind, screaming in despair and rage. Every cat and dog in the pet shop mutated. Driven by savage, bloodthirsty instincts, they tore through their cages and began lunging at pedestrians along the roadside. Screams and cries of anguish and rage echoed in a relentless chorus. Following the massive wave of mutated beasts assaulting the city, the Xia nation government swiftly responded. An emergency order was issued for all military forces to mobilize and eliminate the mutated beasts. Similar incidents of biological mutations invading cities erupted across the globe. Over 300 nations on Blue Star declared a state of emergency. Subsequent statistics revealed that the death toll from the initial beast wave surge reached a staggering 1.1 billion people. This mutated catastrophe plunged humanity's millennia-old technological civilization into an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 7, Explosive Art. Tian, stationed at the port, initially felt an urge to rescue survivors. But when he witnessed red fire ants baring their sharp mandibles and biting through steel structures one after another, the terrifying destructive power instantly dispelled any such thoughts from his mind. Facing the relentless tide of mutated ants, charging in would have been nothing more than a meal for them. Watching living humans being chased and devoured by dense swarms of red fire ants, Tian's rage only intensified his desire to grow stronger. 1. Strength plus 1050 evolution coins. 2. Nanoalloy enhancement 99,999,999 evolution coins. 3. Toughness plus 500 evolution coins. Apart from the second option, which he routinely scorned as a poor man's choice, both strength and toughness were solid attributes. The former speaks for itself, while toughness indirectly represents defense. The higher your toughness, the less damage you take from external sources, and it also boosts your self-healing ability. Just as he finished purchasing the 2 attribute items and was about to close the page, a new notification suddenly appeared at the top of the store. It was highlighted in golden letters. Limited time discount item, super tier devouring bloodline upon use, allows form growth by consuming food. Exclusive refresh in the store. Once gone, never to return. Original price, 999,999,999 evolution coins. Now available for just 90,000 evolution coins. Refresh countdown 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Tian froze for a moment. Instantly, his aching waist and sore legs vanished. Among creatures of similar size, he now faced few rivals. Yet when confronting mutated beasts far larger than himself, he always felt inadequate. The super-tier devouring bloodline could perfectly compensate for this weakness. This item, practically a super cheat code, was something he'd regret missing out on for the rest of his life. Earning over 70,000 evolution coins in just 3 days? That's absolutely brutal. Yet no matter how he looked at it, this seemed like an impossible task. Amidst fleeting thoughts, the dock was filled with mutated red fire ants busily excavating the ground to build their nests. Only a handful of fortunate survivors had boarded the docked cargo ship, fleeing out to sea. The rest had all fallen victim to the ants. After surveying the scene, Tian's gaze settled on the fuel supply station at the dock. Suddenly, an idea struck him. As a major commercial port, it naturally stored substantial fuel reserves. Thick fuel pipelines stretched directly to each dock berth. The mutated red fire ants clearly showed no interest in these foul-smelling, inedible substances, leaving only a handful of idle ants wandering aimlessly inside. Snap! He crept closer, dispatching each unfortunate ant with a single swift cut. He swiftly used his 2 capture pincers to twist the fuel valve switch, only to find it unusually tight. His small frame couldn't budge it at all. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out the 10x size card he'd just obtained 2 days prior. Only after transforming did he manage to turn the valve switch with great effort. Thank goodness for those extra 10 attribute points. Otherwise, the plan would have failed midway. Simultaneously, a steady stream of pale yellow diesel fuel, carrying a faintly pungent odor, began flowing from the fuel export pipeline outside the port terminal. Within less than half an hour, the fuel had permeated every corner of the dock. The swarm of mutated red fire ants, momentarily disoriented by the sudden change, initially panicked. But upon realizing this unfamiliar water posed no threat beyond its sticky texture and foul odor, they resumed their activities. After opening the fuel valve, Tian didn't stop. He proceeded to puncture several large gasoline storage tanks nearby. Since diesel has a higher flashpoint than gasoline, it wouldn't ignite without an accelerant. So he dragged over some flammable materials and piled them atop the spilled gasoline. After completing these preparations, Tian flew to a convenience store on a nearby street. When the port mutated, this place wasn't spared either. Blood dripped everywhere on the street, and skeletal remains, gnawed beyond recognition, littered the ground. Those who could escape had already fled, and those who couldn't escape had no reason to try. He grabbed a large bottle of cola, casually sliced off the cap, and poured out all the liquid inside. Then he snatched a windproof lighter. He ran to an abandoned car on the street, pierced the fuel tank with his blade, and caught the spilling gasoline. Once full, Tian carefully clutched the gasoline bottle and flew toward the fuel supply station. Click! As the lighter ignited the gasoline inside the bottle, a wave of heat instantly engulfed him. Aiming precisely at the pile of flammable materials below, he released the bottle without hesitation, then frantically flapped his wings to escape skyward. The bottle crashed to the ground, its flames bursting out and igniting the gasoline-soaked flammable materials. Thick, billowing smoke poured relentlessly from the fuel depot. As the flames and heat intensified, the diesel fuel inside ignited. The dense buildings surrounding the fuel station prevented the high temperature, expanding gases from the fire from dispersing into the air at a normal rate. After a while, the flames grew larger and larger, followed by a deafening roar. A mushroom cloud rose from the port area. The immense commotion drew the attention of every living creature within dozens of miles toward the harbor. Ding! Eliminated 1 mutant red fire ant, earned 1 evolution coin. Ding! Killed 1 mutated red fire ant, earned 1 evolution coin. Ding! Killed 1 mutated red fire ant, earned 1 evolution coin. Ding! After defeating 1 more mutated red fire ant, obtained 10,000 evolution coins. A barrage of notification sounds filled Tian's ears. No one knew how many of these mutant red fire ants were in the nest, but after the system confirmed this killing method wasn't against the rules, he was already raking it in big time. 150,000 evolution coins were born from the art of explosion. This was his greatest haul to date. It looked easy, but without the natural conditions of the port, achieving this goal would have been no simple feat. I'm rich! Without a moment's hesitation, Tian purchased the top-tier devourer bloodline listed in the marketplace. Ding! Injecting the devourer bloodline into the host. As terrifying energy surged from within him, a searing pain that burned deep into his soul instantly engulfed his entire being. The intense agony nearly overwhelmed Tian. This is bad. I need to find a safe place. He hadn't expected the infusion of the devourer's bloodline to involve such agony. Gritting his teeth against the pain that threatened to knock him unconscious, he flapped his feathered wings toward a nearby house outside the blast zone, crashing through a window. Yet the moment he landed inside, as the experience card's time expired, his consciousness was overwhelmed by waves of excruciating pain. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he faintly heard a woman's startled voice, "Oh my god, there's a mantis in here. Quick, stomp it." There were mutated monsters eating people all over the street earlier. This mantis could be dangerous. Immediately after, another voice, this time male, chimed in. It's so hard, I can't crush it. A young couple stared at the mantis in the room, exchanging bewildered glances. No way. Throw it out immediately. We can't stay here any longer. Chapter 8, Transcendent Bloodline Devouring. After an unknown amount of time, Tian finally stirred awake. He slowly rotated his compound eyes and looked up to see ripples on the water below. It turned out that after being thrown out, he'd landed in a small puddle. Feeling the relentless hunger gnawing at his insides, he rolled his body and scrambled out of the puddle. This thing is such a pain. Thank goodness I'm unharmed. Even with his scrap metal mechanical enhancements, Tian remained fundamentally a mantis that needed to breathe. He had no idea how long he'd been submerged. But the vast moonlight spilling across the earth offered a rough answer. He must have maintained a state akin to turtle breathing during his evolution, otherwise, he would have croaked long ago after being submerged for so long. After regaining consciousness, Tian didn't rush into action. Instead, he opened the updated shop once more. After purchasing the super tier devouring bloodline, he still had 28,400 evolution coins left from his previous earnings exterminating the snake horde on the island. The first item listed was speed plus 10. He selected it without hesitation. After all, he never turned down attribute boosts. Skipping the second item, a super alloy mechanical upgrade priced at 1 million coins, the third item gave him a pleasant surprise. It was a 20x body size experience card. Priced at a staggering 25,000 evolution coins, it nearly cost half as much as the scrap metal mechanical upgrade. Expensive, but it could be a game changer in a pinch. Tian gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to buy it. With mutant beasts running rampant everywhere, he was only a measly 10 centimeters tall, feeling unsafe wherever he went. Having just integrated the devouring bloodline, he could use the experience card to hunt other large mutants when the opportunity arose. It would fully satisfy his feeding needs, and even if he kept it for now, it could serve as a trump card. Gazing at his evolution coin balance, which had plummeted overnight to pre-liberation levels, Tian couldn't help but sigh. But there was no time to dwell on it now. The burning hunger in his stomach was relentlessly urging him to find food. He flew into a nearby house, but scanning the room revealed nothing of use. The room was in disarray, with some daily necessities scattered on the floor. The owner must have left in such a hurry they hadn't even had time to pack their belongings. Tian didn't care. Even if someone had been there, he doubted he'd bother confronting them. He was reborn, but his human consciousness remained intact. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to turn his blade against his former kind. Outside, the streets were clogged with badly damaged vehicles, bloodstains, and white bones visible everywhere. Smoke still billowed from the port area, likely now reduced to ruins. Though the mutated beasts had caused considerable destruction in the early stages. Once the military had mobilized swiftly, the beasts were now being suppressed by concentrated fire. The crackle of gunfire echoed continuously over the city. Tian spread his wings and flew out the window, carefully surveying the surroundings. On the streets, several stray mutated cats, each as large as oxen, were being pursued by a 10-man armed squad wielding rifles. Rat-a-tat-tat. One mutated cat, caught in the crossfire, couldn't dodge in time. Blood spattered from its body as it collapsed to the ground in an instant, letting out a series of pitiful cries. The prey it had clenched in its jaws fell to the ground, revealing itself to be a man who had long since ceased breathing. Kill them all. Not a single one must be spared. The squad leader's eyes blazed crimson at the sight of his fallen comrade. Gunfire intensified, and soon another mutated cat was shot down from the rooftop. Meanwhile, a large truck followed behind the armed squad. Several soldiers disembarked and worked together to load the slain stray cat onto the vehicle. They likely intended to recover it for examination, seeking to uncover the cause of these ordinary animals' mutations. Tian hesitated briefly, that damn adventurous spirit surfacing again. Taking advantage of the distraction, he flapped his wings toward the truck carrying the mutated beast's corpse. Seizing a moment when the soldiers paused while moving the body, he slipped inside the cargo hold. Hiss. The interior was filled with numerous mutated beast carcasses. The heavy stench of blood wafted toward him, mingled with what seemed like an enticing aroma. Reborn as a mantis, he felt that intense hunger gnawing at his stomach for the first time. The soldiers, having finished moving the bodies, sat inside the truck, constantly expressing their horror at the mutant beast hide, completely unaware that a thief had already slipped into the cargo hold. Soon, once the truck was loaded to capacity with mutated beast carcasses, it began its return journey. Tian hid in the innermost corner, repeatedly opening his sharp mouthparts to gnaw at the flesh and blood on the mutated beasts. The roar of the engine effectively masked the sounds of his feeding. The consumed flesh and blood transformed into a warm current, flowing into his internal organs. He could distinctly feel his body slowly expanding. With digestion no longer a concern, within a mere half hour, Tian had completely emptied the carcass of a mutated cat. His body now stretched to about 20 centimeters, considerably larger than a newborn puppy. Just as Tian began agonizing over whether to risk exposure by continuing to eat or find an opportunity to escape, the truck suddenly accelerated wildly. The powerful inertia sent the soldiers in the back flying around in all directions. What's going on? Someone realized something was wrong and quickly contacted the driver up front via walkie-talkie. We're in trouble, we've run into a swarm of mutated mosquitoes. The driver's voice trembled over the radio, as if witnessing some horrific sight. Hundreds of mutated mosquitoes, each as thick as an adult's thigh, swarmed densely. After detecting the heavy scent of blood on the truck, they swarmed toward the truck in a relentless wave. Not only did they completely block the front windshield, but they also relentlessly stabbed at the cab with their evolved, razor-sharp mouthparts. Ah! One soldier leaning against the cabin was unlucky enough to be pierced in the thigh. Instantly, a powerful suction pulled at his leg, draining the flesh and blood dry in the blink of an eye. Pain and terror forced a piercing scream from his lips. Bang bang bang! His comrade beside him reacted swiftly, raising his gun and firing. By the time they fought off the mutated mosquito and pulled him back, his entire right leg had shriveled to skin and bone, leaving behind a finger-sized hole at the wound site. Request backup immediately. The team leader's words had barely left his mouth when the truck slammed into an unidentified building with a loud thud, bringing it to a complete halt. Countless sharp, tubular proboscises followed, relentlessly piercing the rear cargo door. The metal door began to shake violently. Everyone's faces turned ashen, as if they could already foresee the horror to come. Damn it, why do I always have to burn my last card? I barely even got to warm up this new experience card. Tian scrambled atop the pile of mutated beast corpses, his mind a whirl of frustration. Chapter 9, Fierce Battle Against the Mutant Mosquito Swarm. With a deafening crash, the riddled rear door of the carriage finally gave way under the pressure, crashing down with a thunderous crash. Open fire! The soldiers inside were ready for battle, each one pulling the trigger frantically with a death-defying resolve. One new recruit, overcome by terror, lost his mind and charged outside. He was quickly swarmed by the mutated mosquitoes, sucked dry in an instant. Only then did they truly grasp the terrifying nature of these mutated mosquitoes. Not only were they overwhelming in number, but they fought with utter disregard for their own lives. Their sharp mouthparts, once embedded in flesh, unleashed a powerful suction force, draining every ounce of blood and flesh from their victims. Had it not been for the confined space of the train car severely hindering the mutated mosquitoes' assault, these soldiers would never have survived. However, as their ammunition began to run low, despair began to show on some faces. Refusing to surrender, they drew their grenades, preparing a final stand against the swarm. Damn it, I'll fight you mosquitoes to the death. As a mutant mosquito broke through the defenses and charged forward, a soldier decisively pulled the pin from his grenade. But just then, the swarm that had been attacking furiously seemed to sense something terrifying and began retreating in panic. Boom! In the critical moment, Tian didn't hesitate to use his body size card. His scrap metal body, unstoppable, instantly shattered three sides of the train compartment's bulkheads. A massive, emerald green mantis, nearly 5 meters tall, revealed its true form. Tian shielded the soldiers firmly beneath his body. Under their stunned and terrified gazes, he swung his twin blades at blinding speed, relentlessly slashing the surrounding mutated mosquitoes. The saying goes that larger bodies move slower, but he defied that convention. Blades flashed relentlessly, killing intent radiating from him. Countless bursts of blood blossomed in midair, as if a blood-soaked demon mantis from hell had descended. Clang! A mutant mosquito pierced through a gap, sinking its proboscis into Tian's flesh. Sparks flew instantly. Even the front half of its proboscis bent from the impact. Looking for death, Tian swung his blade, cleaving the reckless mutant mosquito in two. The soldiers he was protecting, upon realizing this mysterious giant mantis was only killing the mutant mosquitoes and not attacking them. One of them, still in shock, murmured, "Could it be that the mantis is a beneficial insect, so it specifically targets these mosquitoes?" But this theory was quickly dismissed. It was common knowledge that while mantises were beneficial insects, this was only true when they were small. As carnivorous creatures, they prey on pests only when conditions prevent them from hunting larger prey. This colossal mantis before the global anomaly could easily devour not just humans, but even tigers. All soldiers instinctively gripped their grenades tightly. Should any unexpected danger arise, they were prepared to pull the pins with a death-defying resolve. Even if it meant death, they would inflict severe damage on this terrifying mutant mantis before perishing or even take it down with them. This wasn't ingratitude, it stemmed from an instinctive desire to prevent such monstrous threats from ever endangering humanity. Time ticked away, second by second. The ground was littered with countless mutated mosquito corpses. Whether it was due to their prolonged failure to break through or the swarm's unwillingness to waste hunting time on a clearly invincible foe, they eventually ceased their relentless assault. After a while, the number of mosquitoes in the air began to visibly decrease. Phew! I almost couldn't hold out. Such prolonged, intense combat and relentless attacks took a heavy toll on Tian. After the swarm of mutated mosquitoes retreated, He turned and walked toward the pile of fallen mutant beast carcasses in the carriage, ignoring the soldiers who were on high alert as he began to eat. This mantis doesn't seem interested in us. Withdraw. Move quietly. Don't alert it. After wiping the cold sweat from their temples and confirming the mantis was solely focused on devouring the mutated beast, showing no intention of engaging them, only then did they slowly retreat toward the other exit. Throughout the entire process, Tian devoured the mutated beast before him in large mouthfuls. He remained on high alert, fearing the soldiers might strike him down before leaving. Only when the surrounding area gradually fell silent did he feel secure enough to swallow the last piece of mutated beast flesh. After devouring every last bit of the mutated beast's carcass in the carriage, his body had grown to nearly twice its original size. Visually, he was beginning to take on the characteristics of a mutant beast. After all, whose mantis could grow to weigh over 10 pounds? Seeing the corpses of mutated mosquitoes scattered everywhere on the ground, he hesitated but ultimately chose not to consume them. If he hadn't witnessed these mutated mosquitoes feeding on human flesh and blood with his own eyes, it might have been different. The mere thought of that scene instantly killed his appetite. 30,000 evolution coins for 5 physique cards, and I barely got half the value out of them. What a bloody loss, Tian sighed inwardly, flapping his wings toward an office building. After the battle with the mutant mosquitoes, he had come to deeply realize his own insignificance. Faced with overwhelming size and strength, even the most formidable combat skills proved utterly useless. The urgent priority now was to hunt more mutated beasts for sustenance. Rapidly increasing his size was the only way forward. Inside the office building, which had always glowed brightly late into the night, now they lay utterly deserted. Every few steps revealed traces of human blood and white bones, a scene straight out of hell on earth. Tian crawled slowly, hanging upside down from the ceiling. 2 antennae continuously gathered the various chemical signals permeating the air. Snap, snap. From a room off the corridor came sounds reminiscent of gnawing on bones. Through the half-open door, a group of fist-sized termites could be faintly seen, using their sharp mandibles to gnaw relentlessly at a human corpse, its features utterly destroyed. This unlucky soul had likely tried to hide in the room at the very start of the mutant beast surge, only to be completely devoured by the termite swarm. From the moment they mutated, their former dietary habits are likely obsolete. While marveling at how what eaters had now turned to flesh, Tian cautiously edged closer to the termites still immersed in their feast. The outcome was predictable. As the notification chime for earned evolution coins sounded, he dispatched all 30-odd termites in the room with effortless precision, then consumed several that hadn't yet begun devouring human flesh. His physique grew slightly larger once more. However, compared to the previous mutant cat, the growth rate from devouring termites was noticeably lower. After all, termites possessed minimal energy reserves to begin with, barely a pound of flesh between them. To achieve rapid growth, he would need to seek out higher-value mutated beasts. Realizing this, he decisively abandoned the idea of continuing to eat these small termites and instead planned to use them as a means to collect evolution coins. Initially, Tian planned to repeat his previous tactic, using fire to wipe out the entire ant colony. But unexpectedly, these termites proved far more intelligent than he had imagined. Upon detecting the pungent gasoline scent, nearly 1,000 ants surged out from every corner of the building, instantly extinguishing the flames. They nearly trapped him, forcing him into a fierce battle. After several failed attempts proved utterly ineffective, Tian reluctantly abandoned the plan. He resolved to adopt a gradual approach, slowly harvesting the lives of these termites. Just as he was grinding away against the termite swarm to accumulate evolution coins, little did he know that outside, the discovery of the super mutant beast was about to cause an absolute uproar. Chapter 10, Bronze Mechanical Modification. The first super mutant beast to enter public view was a white serpent that appeared near Leifong Pagoda in H City. 1,000 feet long, when coiled, it made the Leifong Pagoda look like a mere toy. Its tail swept through the area, causing steel-reinforced concrete skyscrapers to collapse with a thunderous roar. The military initially planned a direct assault, but they discovered the white serpent's defenses were so formidable that even missiles could only barely chip away a few scales from its body. Only when the white snake was enraged did it plunge into West Lake, unleashing terrifying waves that submerged the surrounding areas in a vast expanse of water. They had no choice but to evacuate personnel and temporarily halt their assault on the serpent. Meanwhile, within the mysterious stone temple on the Lus Plateau, a super-mutated turtle emerged, its head stretching skyward to touch the clouds. With each breath it exhaled, the sound of wind and thunder echoed, clouds swirling around it. Its very form resembled a primordial divine beast from ancient times. The Temple of Heaven in the capital suddenly cracked open without warning, revealing a bottomless abyss of molten lava. From the boiling magma, a startling bird cry echoed out. A daring explorer captured footage of a massive bird soaring through the flames in a terrifying spectacle. Within Shenanjia, revered as the ancestral homeland of all creatures, serpentine beasts rolled through the forests, while a mutated ape king, its form obscuring the sky, pounded its chest with fists as if proclaiming its might. As more videos and images of super mutant beasts exploded across major online platforms, People's worldviews began to be constantly reshaped by these bizarre creatures. Some enthusiasts dubbed the most formidable among these mutated beasts as mutant kings. According to military surveillance findings, these king beasts did not immediately attack the human world upon their emergence. Instead, they adopted a posture of territorial dominance. They designated their 100-mile territories as forbidden zones, strictly prohibiting human entry. Violators faced their frenzied attacks. The emergence of these king monsters severely hindered the military's efforts to exterminate other mutant beasts. When confronted by forces beyond their capacity to defeat, many ordinary mutated beasts even sought refuge within the territories of the king beasts. To avoid complications before fully understanding these beasts, human forces could only temporarily monitor the periphery, establishing checkpoints to prevent accidents. Thus, the first wave of mutant beast attacks, which had raged for nearly 5 days, gradually subsided amid this eerie stalemate. Throughout this period, Tian operated day and night, utilizing his formidable hunting skills to seek prey in every corner of the city. Within the city's vast sewer system, a mutated mantis the size of a full-grown hunting dog stood locked in a standoff with a serpent nearly 8 meters long and as thick as a human thigh. The giant serpent bore a dark yellow-green back, its scales yellow-based with black edges, and a distinct king character pattern on its forehead. Those familiar with snakes would recognize it immediately. This was a mutated king cobra, commonly known as the Chinese cobra. Its belly was noticeably swollen, clearly having fed recently. It was in the sewer that Tian, following the signal, encountered it. Clang, clang, clang. He lightly tapped the 2 gleaming sides of death, staring motionless at the king cobra across from him, seemingly contemplating where to strike first. After days of hunting and devouring prey, Tian's physique now rivaled that of a full-grown hunting dog, while his speed, strength, and resilience had nearly doubled. He had also accumulated a significant amount of evolution coins. At the very least, when he had wiped out the termite colony in that office building, his evolution coin earnings had approached over 20,000. After about a minute of mutual standoff, Tian launched the first attack. Leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake, he covered the distance of nearly 20 meters. He covered the distance in less than a second, a speed that completely surpassed even the world's top athletes. But the mutated king cobra's reaction was equally swift. Its gaping maw snapped open, targeting the charging mantis. If this were on solid ground, it might be troublesome. But the sewer is confined. The opponent can't leverage its strength in crushing with its body. This fight was never in doubt from the start. Tian's gaze was icy as he propelled himself upward, leaping instantly to the sewer's ceiling. Then, his feathered wings fluttered slightly. Using the force of his glide, he executed an eerie drifting maneuver, perfectly soaring over the top of the king cobra. The emerald scythe in his hand swung down without hesitation. The blade, its strength attribute reinforced countless times, pierced the king cobra's massive skull with unstoppable force. Stung by agony, the king cobra thrashed wildly, its body slamming against the sewer's hard walls with a series of thuds. It attempted to crush the cunning mantis beneath its massive frame. But Tian retreated immediately after landing the strike. With its head severely injured, the king cobra quickly realized it was no match for this mantis after its defeat and attempted to flee. Tian, however, clung to it like a flesh-eating ulcer, relentlessly closing in. Each strike left a deep gash that exposed bone. Soon, a trickle of blood formed on the ground. After nearly 10 minutes of desperate struggle, the massive king cobra finally met its end when Tian severed its head with a single stroke. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant king cobra. Earned 2,000 evolution coins. He leapt before the massive serpent's carcass, slicing through its hard scales with his twin blades to feast heartily. The snake meat tasted similar to chicken, with a satisfying chewiness. After devouring the entire snake, leaving only a long skeleton and the limp, empty scales behind, Tian wiped the blood from his mouth with satisfaction. Not bad. This physique is now sufficient to match a lion before evolution. He gazed at the 2 emerald sides that could dispatch beasts without a trace, his heart brimming with triumph. Had he possessed such strength back on that isolated island, every creature there would have suffered. The shop has refreshed again. Wonder if there's anything exciting this time. As his physique evolved over time, the range of prey he could hunt grew ever wider. More formidable prey naturally meant higher rewards. After 5 days, his accumulated evolution coins had already reached 100,000. The second item, once seemingly out of reach, now appeared within his grasp. He summoned the shop. The first item was still the high probability attribute. 5 points of strength isn't bad. Sold. He eagerly anticipated the powerful breakthrough that would come when his base stats and attributes reached their maximum combined potential. Just imagine, not only could a mantis arm truly stop a car, but it would possess the strength to overturn tigers and wolves. How awe-inspiring that would be. The second item, the third item. Tian? When the third item popped up, it nearly blinded his 24K compound eyes. Bronze mechanical enhancement 100,000 evolution coins. Just as he was fretting over how to scrape together the money for those so-called alloy upgrades that cost tens or even hundreds of thousands, the shop delivered a massive surprise at precisely that moment. No need to say more, he had to get it, even if it meant spending everything he had. Confirm purchase of bronze mechanical upgrade for 100,000 evolution coins? As the confirmation sound echoed, Tian's long accumulated evolution coins were instantly depleted. Simultaneously, a faint yellow glow emanated from his body. Moments later, the completion notification appeared. This modification not only significantly boosted his strength, speed, and other attributes but, more importantly, granted him an additional pair of bronze feathered wings. He had now transcended the realm of ordinary mantises, evolving into a bronze mantis with 3 pairs of feathered wings. More wings meant faster flight speeds. For a mechanically enhanced mantis like him, this would grant a significant advantage in aerial combat. Now that I've grown 3 pairs of wings, I hope I don't end up sprouting extra heads next time. The thought of what bizarre modifications might surface during his next upgrade sent a shiver down his spine. Tian shuddered and quickly refocused his thoughts on continuing the hunt for mutant beasts. Chapter 11, Cannibalism. After crawling out from beneath a raised manhole cover, Tian extended his search range to 1,000 meters, his antennae twitching slightly. Soon, his gaze settled on a nearby park. The scent of prey. 3 pairs of crystalline wings spread in the sunlight, carrying him away in a flash. The military forces stationed in Nanyun City these past days had been conducting relentless sweeps throughout the city. But the sheer number of mutated beasts was overwhelming. Only the larger, clustered herds were being hunted down and driven away. Yet, hidden in every corner of the city, some undetected mutated beasts remained. Like assassins lurking in the shadows, they waited for unsuspecting prey to pass by before baring their fangs. The park's pond lay utterly still. The surroundings were utterly empty, devoid of any sign of life. The moment Tian flew over the pond, he instinctively sensed something watching him. Does it see me as prey? His antennae detected no danger signal, meaning whatever lurked in the shadows likely posed no threat. There! Tian whipped his head 90 degrees and spotted the creature's location in the small grove beside the pond. Amidst the fallen leaves, a mantis over 3 meters tall stood motionless, its compound eyes fixed on his position. It seemed to be silently assessing how best to devour this emerald-green fellow creature. Unlike the double-shielded mantis he'd encountered on the isolated island before, this mantis bore a striking resemblance to a withered leaf. Its entire body was brown, with a withered leaf-like pattern on its backplate. With its wings folded, it resembled a complete dried leaf, even featuring clearly visible veins and nerves. The leaf mantis was renowned as the master of camouflage within the mantis family. Yet this particular specimen seemed to have forgotten that after mutation, its current size made it conspicuous even amidst fallen leaves. Just finished my bronze mechanical upgrade and was eager to test how much stronger I'd become. Never expected a gift to fall right into my lap while I was dozing off. He folded his wings, landed on the ground, and slowly approached the leaf mantis. Realizing its cover was blown, the leaf mantis didn't back down. It immediately extended its 2 massive capture legs, adopting a defensive posture. Tian, bolstered by various attribute enhancements, showed no fear facing the leaf mantis nearly twice his size. This mutated mantis was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his rebirth. Both were apex predators in the insect world. No flashy skills or unnecessary movements. As the distance closed to striking range, Tian flickered forward. A jade-green blade of light streaked toward the fragile neck joint of the leaf mantis. Though its speed was too fast for the naked eye to discern, the leaf mantis's reaction was equally swift. A forward leap nearly disrupted Tian's rhythm. 2 massive raptorial legs lunged forward with terrifying force. He neither dodged nor retreated. Slightly shifting the blade's angle, he met the oncoming giant raptorial legs head-on. Clang! The tip of his blade first sensed a slight resistance, then sliced through like a knife through butter. Amidst the dried leaf mantis's bewildered gaze, the right hunting leg was cleanly severed by Tian. Another flash of emerald light, and the other capture leg met the same fate. With 2 heavy thuds, the leaf mantis before him lay utterly defeated. Having dispatched the terrifying mutant mantis, a creature that would terrify ordinary people in just 3 moves, Tian showed no trace of self-satisfaction. Instead, he remained utterly composed. Clearly, if he couldn't even manage this, his golden finger would have been wasted. Crunch, crunch. The killing intent in the small forest gradually dissipated, replaced by the rhythmic sounds of gnawing. In his quest to grow stronger quickly, Tian had become far more open-minded. As long as it wasn't eating people or some particularly disgusting prey like flies and mosquitoes, he had no qualms about anything else. Looking at his body, which had swollen slightly again, he suddenly felt a bit troubled. Growing larger was certainly beneficial, but it also had its drawbacks. For instance, it made it far easier for others to detect his presence. No sooner had he finished devouring the leaf mantis than the sound of bullets being chambered echoed from outside the grove before he could even step out. Reporting, Team 3 has spotted a giant mutated mantis. Requesting backup. A 4-man squad, rifles at the ready, stared nervously at the terrifying silhouette in the woods. After biological mutation, aside from large creatures like the Super King beast, The most dangerous were those mutated beasts that had originally stood at the apex of the food chain and possessed an extreme killing instinct. The mantis, a terrifying creature, stood among the most formidable. At least in the insect world, few could match its prowess. Combined with their massive size after mutation, 3 or 5 ordinary people were no match for a mutated mantis. The 4 men were so tense their breathing grew slightly ragged, and they immediately called for backup. Tian naturally sensed their presence, but he genuinely wished to avoid conflict with human soldiers. He swiftly spread his wings and soared skyward. He intended to leave the area for now to avoid any accidental skirmishes. But to the squad, this maneuver looked like an aggressive move. One member instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the park's tranquility. The other 3 opened fire in unison, attempting to prevent the giant mantis from escaping. Bullets struck its bronze-enhanced body, sending sparks flying. The most vulnerable part, its feathered wings, were pierced through multiple times, causing Tian's speed to drop instantly. Other parts of its body, thicker due to its structure, remained intact though the pain was very real. He shot a cold, piercing glare at the 4 below, ultimately deciding to swallow his anger. After all, as a mutated beast, misunderstandings were only natural. When the 4 realized bullets couldn't harm this bizarre mutated mantis, they were initially terrified, fearing they might provoke it and invite certain death. But when it merely glanced back before resuming its distant flight, they breathed a sigh of relief, though their trigger fingers never dared pull the trigger again. Several minutes later, Tian landed on the rooftop of a high-rise building, glaring angrily at the winged membrane now dotted with several small holes. Fortunately, the benefits of his toughness attributes soon became apparent. The pierced areas were slowly healing. Though the process was painfully slow, there was hope for complete recovery. This god-tier ability was nothing short of an indispensable super cheat in combat. Once his resilience significantly increased in the late stages, the speed of self-healing would only accelerate further. This won't do. Firearms still pose a significant threat to me. I must find a solution. As a dual-faced mantis possessing human intellect, yet forced to hunt relentlessly for evolutionary resources, its current predicament was exceedingly awkward. Seeking refuge among humans risked capture for experimentation, while mutant beasts were even less appealing. Survival of the fittest was their bloodthirsty instinct. To develop steadily in the early stages, a safe environment was absolutely essential. How to continue hunting mutated beasts while ensuring humans didn't target him? This was the dilemma facing Tian. How to gain human attention without constantly worrying about being secretly captured and dissected. He racked his brain for a long time but couldn't find a good solution. He could only shelve the matter for now, deciding how to proceed based on future circumstances. Just as Tian prepared to leave and find another hunting spot, a shell streaked across the night sky, trailing a long, fiery tail. Its target was unmistakably his location. Chapter 12, Stealth Attribute. A massive explosion reverberated across a radius of over 10 kilometers. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and sparks flew in all directions. Despite his desperate attempt to dodge, the blast wave from the shell knocked him flat. The immense force of the impact hurled Tian over the high-rise's railing, slamming him onto the roof of a 3-story Western-style house below. Intense pain shot through his torso. Looking down, he realized his left gripping foot was gone, leaving him with only 3.5 of the 4 legs that supported his movement. Several shards of rock were embedded deep in his abdomen. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time Tian couldn't hold back a curse. He thought sparing those 4 armed squad members would be enough, but who knew they'd find reinforcements? They had tracked him down along his escape route, intending to execute him. A fierce killing intent surged within him. Soon, voices echoed through the darkness. Quick, it fell this way. Come check it out. Everyone be careful. Li Jun and the others said this mantis has incredibly strong defenses, it can even block bullets. Relax. Didn't we see it clearly just now? It was right in the center of the shell explosion. There's no way it escaped. It might even be dead already. A dozen uniformed search team members sprinted over, guns drawn, and quickly discovered Tian lying motionless on the ground. Not bad. This mantis probably hasn't fully matured yet. They say the one discovered in the neighboring city, a golden malin shield mantis, was over 10 meters long, a veritable living monster. Rat-a-tat-tat. One officer fired several more shots at him for good measure. Seeing Tian still unresponsive, they confirmed the mutated mantis was thoroughly dead. Only then did they pick up the walkie-talkie to call for the vehicle transporting mutated beast carcasses. Is it really dead? A soldier leaned in to examine Tian's gruesomely mangled form. Don't worry. These mutated beasts are vicious, but they're not smart enough to play dead. Look, even the rise and fall of its abdomen has stopped. Perhaps convinced by the reasoning, the others slowly gathered around. They examined the giant mantis, its entire body a translucent emerald green, unexpectedly beautiful. But just as everyone had let their guard down, a jade green flash sliced through the neck of the soldier closest to Tian. Blood spurted out in the next instant. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian leapt to his feet with blinding speed, swinging the Reaper's scythe in his hand. Faced with life and death, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not choose to surrender. Even as death descended, the decapitated soldier's face remained frozen in confusion. He couldn't fathom why this mantis before him was so cunning, even resorting to feigning death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scythe's blades sliced through the air, leaving streaks of light in their wake. In the blink of an eye, 5 soldiers had already met their end at his blade. Only then did the others react. Screaming in terror, they retreated while raising their rifles and firing wildly. Sparks flew everywhere. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he continued to pursue the remaining soldiers. 2 minutes later, as the last man was cleaved in two by the sharp scythe, the harrowing battle came to an end. Surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, Tian didn't feel the nausea and revulsion he'd imagined. Instead, he experienced a liberating sense of ease and exhilaration, as if shackles had been cast off. "Sorry about that. I just wanted to survive," he murmured inwardly before spreading his tattered wings and soaring away. Inside an abandoned apartment room, Tian carefully examined his condition. The situation wasn't looking good. Not only had he lost a capture foot, but half a leg as well. Even a pair of his feathered wings had been blown off. If not for the new wings gained through modification, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape just now. Ding! Kill 1 human, earn 200 evolution coins. Ding! 1 human killed. Earn 200 evolution coins. A total of 10 notifications appeared. Just like hunting mutated beasts, killing humans also yielded rewards, and the evolution coins granted were even more substantial. For a fleeting moment, even he considered abandoning his principles. But thankfully, at the last moment, the rationality of his former human self prevailed. Yet this incident finally brought him to a clear understanding of his own identity. He had thought that by extending goodwill toward humans, he would gain support from the human faction. But judging by the current situation, it seemed he wouldn't even get close before being marked as a target. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. His very identity as a mutated mantis doomed him to never earn the trust of the human faction. Must I truly rely on these means to rise? A flicker of confusion crossed Tian's eyes. No! This was a fallacy in his thinking. Whether after his rebirth or from the very beginning when he first gained his special abilities and embarked on the path of evolution, he always saw himself as merely a human with an unusual appearance, never once considering himself a true mantis. They needed no one at all. Not only were they the apex predators of the insect world, but they were also solitary hunters. The twin blades in his hands were the true source of his mantis's confidence. All along, he had been putting the cart before the horse, failing to truly grasp what it meant to embody the essence of a mantis. Those who block my evolution die. Those who pose a threat die. With twin blades in hand, across boundless lands, I charge forth, carving an invincible path. With this conviction solidified, the fog shrouding Tian's path vanished. But his current condition was dire. Venturing out to hunt now would be extremely dangerous. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to temporarily return to the building where the termite colony had been. The building was littered with the remains of termites. After confirming with his antennae that no threats lingered nearby, he began using his last remaining sickle to scoop up termites one by one, stuffing them into his mouth. The crunching sounds of consumption gradually faded into the night. Soon, after consuming dozens of termites, the severed capture leg began to slowly regrow, though its color was a tender green. It worked! Tian's heart surged with wild joy. He had only intended to give it a try, but unexpectedly, after feeding, his body didn't continue expanding. Instead, all the energy was channeled into self-healing. The true power of the super-tier devourer bloodline he had likely only scratched the surface. No wonder the mall sold it as a limited edition item. By the time dawn broke the next day, he had already wiped out the entire termite colony within the building. His captured legs and severed forelimbs had regenerated, indistinguishable from their original forms. The only regret was the gap in his feathered wings was too large, with some areas still not fully healed, but it was essentially no big deal. At that moment, the evolution mall refreshed again. The first item listed was toughness plus 10, priced at 1,000 evolution coins. Not bad luck, Tian nodded. As for the second item, a diamond modification priced at a staggering 9 million, he skipped it entirely. When he saw the third and final item, he couldn't help but furrow his non-existent brow. 3. Stealth plus 5,000 evolution coins, a mere point of stealth cost 1,000 evolution coins. Such an exorbitant price was truly staggering. Buy. He hesitated for less than a second before deciding to bite the bullet and buy it. The benefits of the stealth attribute were self-evident. It was practically essential for a veteran player. His near failure this time stemmed precisely from exposing his location. Had he possessed stealth then, he wouldn't have clashed with that human squad that arrived on the scene. Confirm. After 5,000 evolution coins were instantly deducted, Tian's savings plummeted to a pitiful single-digit figure for the first time. After a night of hustle, He climbed onto the ceiling to rest for a moment, planning to go out later to hunt for prey and replenish his energy. But just as he began to clear his mind, faint footsteps echoed from the doorway. A tall, burly man wielding a replica AK-47 obtained from who knows where. He was pointing the gun at a terrified woman as they made their way into the building. Chapter 13, Hydra. Now, the world was endangered not only by mutated creatures. There were also those with dark hearts, seeking to exploit the chaos for their own ends. The burly man followed behind, gun in hand. His lecherous gaze kept darting back and forth over her body. No words were needed to guess what was on his mind. The entire city was now in utter chaos, with scenes of burning, killing, and looting visible everywhere. The military was preoccupied with hunting down mutated beasts, leaving them no time to address this chaos. Even the most ruthless criminals had stormed police stations, wreaking havoc and openly stealing firearms to commit crimes. Before the mutant beast outbreak, the man had been a fugitive hunted by law enforcement. The moment the beast tide struck, he instantly saw his chance. He immediately took to the streets again, armed with counterfeit firearms purchased on the black market. After coercing the woman into the room where Tian was located. Thanks to his stealth ability, the man didn't notice the uninvited guest lurking nearby. Perhaps feeling sufficiently secure, he could no longer contain his desire. He tossed the gun aside and lunged at her. "No, please, let me go." The woman cried and struggled, but a hungry wolf would never abandon prey within its grasp. As she was pushed onto the bed, she suddenly froze, as if struck dumb. A giant mantis clung to the ceiling, its eyes locked with hers in a scene both eerie and terrifying. Seeing her struggle cease, the man thought she had finally come to her senses. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, that's right. Money means nothing now. Only those with guns and power are the real bosses. As long as you behave yourself from now on." Ah! Spotting the mantis diving toward her from the ceiling, the woman let out a piercing scream before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. "Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Good riddance. Saves me the trouble of knocking her out later." The man cursed under his breath, paying no mind to the woman's condition. But just as he reached for his belt buckle, he suddenly noticed a shadow on the bed. A flash of emerald light, and the head rolled to the floor. Being too timid isn't a good thing, especially in an era of global biological mutation. He gently wiped the blood droplets from the blade. Seeing the woman still unconscious, Tian shook his head and walked out. At dusk, just after finishing a heart-to-heart with a 2-meter-long gecko in the greenbelt, his antennae suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly intense warning signal. Tian climbed a large tree by the roadside to scan the horizon. Amidst a deafening roar, 7 fighter jets streaked overhead, their tailpipes spewing flames. What's happening? He followed the direction the fighters were heading. His gaze swept past the undulating buildings, landing on the opposite side Nanyun City's most famous landmark, Joeying Mountain. This majestic peak, standing tall at 1,000 meters in the city's outskirts, pierced the clouds. It had once been regarded as Nanyun City's iconic landmark. Amidst a violent tremor that shook the earth, the center of Joeying Mountain suddenly bulged upward, as if sprouting from thin air. Massive chunks of rock tumbled down, soil cracked open, and trees collapsed. The entire Nine Infants Mountain, like a body without support, was torn apart from the middle by an invisible giant hand. Towering skyscrapers, densely packed like fish scales, collapsed abruptly under the seismic shock. In that moment, both humans and mutated beasts seemed to hold their breath. A massive serpent, its scales a vivid blend of crimson and azure, slowly emerged from the earth's depths. Its terrifying body, resembling the Great Wall stretching for miles, coiled around Joeying Mountain several times before settling high above. 9 colossal serpent heads reared up proudly. Nanyun City ultimately could not escape its fate, giving birth to a new beast king. This meant that within a 100-mile radius, the area would become completely off limits to humans. 7 fighter jets circled the skies for a long while before finally turning away, as if receiving an order to retreat. At the same time, the military mobilized in full force, organizing the evacuation of survivors within the city. Many radical youths roared in defiance. But they were all restrained. The wrath of the beast of the king could lay waste for 1,000 miles, only the power of nuclear weapons could stand against it. Yet no nation dared to lightly deploy such an ultimate weapon, one that would kill 1,000 enemies but wound 800 of its own. More crucially, there was no certainty that nuclear weapons would be effective against these mutated beasts. Nor could one predict whether it might trigger unforeseen mutations in surrounding beasts. Too many variables made nations hesitant to make such a decision lightly. Fortunately, these king beasts seemed to possess some degree of sentience at birth. The 9-headed serpent king beast unfurled its colossal form, its 9 serpent heads each occupying a corner as it surveyed the city below, now resembling a sand table. Rather than harassing the evacuating humans, it radiated its own aura to suppress the mutated beasts throughout Nanyun City, preventing any misguided creatures from attacking the human convoy. Such behavior had been observed in previous royal beasts, suggesting they too sought to avoid a mutually destructive confrontation with humanity. Forced by the aura emanating from this high-tier creature, the mutated beasts hiding within the city lay trembling on the ground, one after another. Tian was the sole exception. Most likely due to his genetic modifications, he completely ignored the king beast's presence in his actions save for his frantically alerting antennae. When he saw a giant sparrow, nearly 5 meters in size, descend from the sky and bow its head to accept the king beast's supervision, a bold thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Based on the daily kill reward system, the harder the creature to kill, the greater the reward. These mutant sparrows should be classified as aerial combat types. Though he could fly, his speed and agility paled in comparison to these natural aerial creatures. If he could take down this mutant sparrow before him, the evolution coins it dropped would surely be substantial. With his pockets empty, Tian was already itching to claim his prey. Moreover, this hydra seemed utterly confident in its own presence, showing no belief that any mutant beast would dare make a move at this moment. Thus, its gaze paid little attention to the mutated beast hordes within the city. After much hesitation, Tian couldn't resist the urge to earn some easy money by hunting birds and began to slowly shift his body. The mutant sparrow quickly sensed danger approaching. But the aura of the king beast weighed upon it like a 1,000-pound boulder, crushing its head. It dared not lift its gaze, instead clutching its head tightly between its thick feathers, praying that what it had seen was merely an illusion. When Tian quietly approached the mutated sparrow, he could clearly see it struggling to suppress its fear of fleeing, its entire body trembling slightly. Without hesitation, Tian swung his twin blades in a swift, flashing green arc. The first blade sliced cleanly through its neck, the second plunged straight into its heart. The massive mutant sparrow died instantly without even a struggle. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant sparrow. Earned 3,000 evolution coins. Such a generous reward far exceeded Tian's expectations. Thrilled, he set his sights on a mutant rabbit the size of a minivan. Chapter 14, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Ding! Killed 1 mutant rabbit. Earned 200 evolution coins. The reward plummeted after securing his second prey. But Tian wasn't surprised. This mutant rabbit appeared smaller than he was. He stood still for a moment. Seeing that the Hydra King Beast hadn't noticed the situation here at all, he began creeping toward the next prey. Ding! Kill 1 mutated cricket, obtain 100 evolution coins. Ding! 1 mutant be slain. Earned 100 evolution coins. All the mutant beasts obediently lay in place, waiting to be favored. Drawing his blade meant instant evolution coins. The thrill was indescribable. After taking down a jet-black mutated magpie and earning 6,000 evolution coins, the massive payout made Tian's eyes turn red with greed. He scanned his surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on a brown-eared eagle over 20 meters in size. If the sparrow and magpie were merely appetizers, then this brown-eared eagle was undoubtedly the main course. Successfully hunting it would net him at least tens of thousands of evolution coins. People risk their lives for wealth, birds die for food. This immense temptation drove Tian to consider walking the tightrope and taking the gamble. But in the next instant, the massive raptor tilted its head slightly and gave him a glance. 1, 2, 3, freeze! Tian froze instantly, twisting his head away. Once the brown-eared eagle lowered its head again, he cautiously took a few steps forward. Killing intent. Sensing the little mantis's treacherous intent, the mutated brown-eared hawk fixed it with a pair of piercing eyes. Were it not for the overwhelming presence of the king beast, it would have swooped down to punish this audacious mantis without hesitation. Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He'd almost forgotten that hawks and snakes were natural enemies. Though the 9-headed serpent was indeed the king beast, as a member of the hawk clan, the pressure it exerted was undoubtedly less intense compared to other mutated beasts. Rather than risk a confrontation, it would be wiser to turn back and seek other prey. Unfortunately, as the blood from the mutated beasts he'd just hunted flowed more freely, the scent of blood began to alert other creatures in the vicinity. Seeing his plan to take advantage of the chaos fall apart, he didn't dwell on it, merely muttering a quiet regret under his breath. Then he slowly retreated to his original position. By midnight, the evacuation of Nanyun City was nearly complete. The 9-headed serpent king retracted its 9 heads and resumed its slumber, eyes half closed, coiled atop 9 infant mountain. The mutated beasts, which had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly rose one after another. Their eyes darted warily or greedily around at the strange creatures nearby. The instant the 9-headed serpent completely lifted its aura of suppression. Tian, having long sensed trouble brewing, exploited his immunity to the beast's pressure to dive into a large shopping mall first. Countless enormous mutated birds soared from the ground, obscuring the night sky. Beasts on the ground scrambled to flee or sought out late-night snacks. The roars of beasts and the cacophony of strange cries blended into an apocalyptic symphony. The mutated brown-eared eagle crouching near him was just about to return to its aerial domain. A mutated giant wolf, which had been stalking it for some time, accelerated its charge. Leaping 7 or 8 meters through the air, it bit down on the brown-eared eagle's claw. It violently dragged the eagle back down to the ground. The 2 mutated beasts wrestled fiercely, feathers flying everywhere. You have tusks and sharp teeth, I have claws and a pointed beak. With their similar sizes, these 2 colossal beasts were evenly matched. But overall, the mutated brown-eared eagle was at a slight disadvantage, unable to leverage its natural strengths. Tian hid in a clothing store on the second floor of the mall, peeking out to observe the battle below, waiting for an opportunity to swoop in and take advantage. As the battle reached its most intense phase, the surrounding area lay in utter ruin. The mutated brown-eared eagle had one wing torn off by the giant wolf and a claw bitten off at the joint, looking utterly pitiful. The giant wolf fared no better, its body riddled with bloody holes pecked open by the mutant brown-eared hawk. Deep gashes that exposed bone marred its skull, and though its situation seemed grim, the scales of victory were slowly tipping in its favor. The mutated brown-eared hawk lay pinned beneath the giant wolf, utterly unable to fight back. Death was all that awaited it. Tian, crouched on the second floor of the mall, felt his eyes light up. Any one of these two mutated beasts at full strength would have sent him running without a second thought, but now presented an excellent opportunity. Arg! The giant wolf let out a triumphant howl, about to savor the fruits of its victory. Suddenly, several deep growls echoed from the distance. Four massive mutated dogs appeared out of nowhere, slowly encircling the pair from all directions. Sensing the threat, the giant wolf hastily released the mutated brown-eared eagle beneath it, its breath now faint and labored. Its eyes burned with fury and resentment. It had paid such a heavy price to take down this prey, only to have it snatched away by dogs in the blink of an eye. If it could speak, it would have at least uttered a string of choice curses. Alas, the competition of nature was this cruel. Tian, who had already stepped toward the window, halted in his tracks. Just as he was about to reap his reward, who could have imagined a bunch of thieves would show up out of nowhere? Just as he thought it was all over, the mutated giant wolf slowly bared its teeth and retreated, then suddenly limped away at an accelerated pace. Instead of finishing off the dying mutated brown-eared eagle, the four mutated dogs pursued the giant wolf, clearly determined not to let it escape. Just when it seemed there was no way out, a new path opened up. Tian hesitated no longer. He leapt from the second floor of the mall, landing before the mutated brown-eared eagle, its feathers disheveled and its plumage stained crimson. The sharp scythe of death sliced through its chest. As the piercing agony radiated through its skull, the mutated brown-eared eagle seemed unable to believe it. A mighty bird of prey, it had fallen to a mantis, albeit a mutated one of fate too bitter to swallow. Had it been in its natural habitat, the skies above, it would have faced 10 mantises without flinching. Alas, that was now but a hollow dream. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant brown-eared hawk. Earned 80,000 evolution coins. The notification chimed immediately. This sudden windfall made Tian feel as if he were floating on air. Had he not spotted 4 mutant hounds charging toward him, each clutching a mutilated wolf carcass in its jaws, he would have savored a few bites of eagle meat to celebrate. Upon discovering the spoils on the ground bore only an extra wound, with no missing limbs. The 4 mutated dogs merely let out a few furious barks in the direction Tian had flown off before happily diving into the bloody feast. Meanwhile, Tian hung from the ceiling, preparing to carefully plan his next evolutionary path. The aura of the Beast King was a formidable force, yet he alone could ignore it. If he could leverage this aspect, perhaps he could rise rapidly in a short time. As more and more king beasts appeared, the situation grew increasingly dire. The nation wouldn't tolerate these mutated beasts lurking like ticking time bombs in every corner forever. All-out war between humans and mutated beasts could erupt at any moment. To survive, he must become stronger. Chapter 15, Lake Villa. At the foot of Jiuying Mountain, many mutated beasts, intimidated by the sovereign beast's authority, fled cautiously, fearing they might disturb the terrifying presence coiled atop the mountain. Yet one emerald green figure defied convention. Who else but the audacious Tian? His target now was a mutated dragonfly. Unable to take flight, this dragonfly as large as a washing machine was crawling slowly across the ground. His reason for targeting it was simple. Without flight, the mutant dragonfly had lost nearly 80% of its advantages. Its only remaining threat lay in its razor-sharp mouthparts. Tian could completely outpace it in speed. Even if its mouthparts were razor-sharp, they were useless if they couldn't reach him. Such an easy target was too tempting to pass up. Using his stealth ability, Tian climbed a large tree that the giant dragonfly would inevitably pass beneath. He waited for the mutant dragonfly to crawl beneath the tree. He leapt down from the tree with lightning speed, aiming precisely for the weakest connection between the mutant dragonfly's body and head. By the time the dragonfly realized its enemy existed, its massive head was already tumbling down the mountainside. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant dragonfly. Earned 500 evolution coins. That's the feeling. Keep going. He suppressed his emotions and lunged toward another giant locust crawling on the ground. Little did he know that just as he had slain the mutant dragonfly, a massive serpent head had materialized in the clouds, its cold, golden vertical pupils witnessing Tian's ambush and kill of the dragonfly. Heh, where do you think you're running? As a giant mantis with glowing eyes closed in, the mutated locust shuddered in terror. Only when the scythe of death hovered over its forehead could the mutated locust no longer suppress its terror. With a sudden kick of its legs, whoosh! It shot skyward like a cannonball. But how could its speed compare to Su Tian's? Mid-air, the side's afterimage streaked past, plunging viciously into the giant locust's massive head. The immense momentum carried Su Tian's body forward dozens of meters before crashing down with a thud onto a pile of rubble. With a swift swing of his blade, he severed the giant locust's massive head, declaring the ultimate victor of this battle. At that moment, two vertical pupils suspended within the mist flashed with a hint of amusement. All other creatures were frantically fleeing Joeying Mountain. Yet this little mantis was intriguing. Not only did it refuse to flee, but it cleverly exploited the reverence all beasts held for it to launch its own hunt. Yet Su Tian's clever maneuver only barely piqued his interest. After dragging the locust and dragonfly carcasses to a hidden cave to feed, the nine-headed serpent king swiftly withdrew its gaze. After devouring the two mutated beasts, Su Tian's body swelled again to the size of a small calf. A brilliant emerald glow radiated from his entire body. Two sharp sickles, covered in razor-sharp barbs, reflected the cave's surroundings. Beneath its slender frame lay terrifying explosive power. 3 pairs of feathered wings spread wide, making it appear like a dreamlike masterpiece of supreme artistry. Yet beneath this dazzling splendor lay the very embodiment of death and slaughter. 3 in the morning. The sovereign beast atop Joeying Mountain suddenly emitted a blood-curdling shriek. Then came a thunderous roar. The terrifying 9-headed serpent abruptly rose and charged into the distance, plowing a gaping chasm through the mountains and forests along its path. The mutated beasts on the path scattered in panic. Su Tian, suspended within the cave, snapped out of his trance. He instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. He flapped his wings urgently and escaped from inside. The next second, the entire cave collapsed completely, sending a cloud of dust flying. What the hell is going on in the middle of the night? Watching the 9-headed serpent king vanish into the night at astonishing speed, Su Tian was utterly perplexed. But his instincts told him something major was about to happen. Mutant beasts' communication methods are far too primitive. We must find a way to obtain information from the humans. The global situation was undergoing tremendous changes every single moment. Failing to grasp the latest real-time intelligence could lead to costly setbacks later. Most crucially, without the Serpent King's suppression, the mutated beasts on the mountain were reverting to their primal instincts, making hunting far less straightforward. With this in mind, Su Tian made his way back to the city center, found a phone, and inserted a SIM card left behind by some unlucky soul. But he soon discovered the screen's all required touch controls his sharp claws were utterly useless. With no other choice, he wandered around. Finally, he found a relatively intact detached villa in a lakeside bay area. The villa sat in the middle of a small lake, connected to the shore by a long, wide bridge for vehicle access. However, after the anomaly erupted, the bridge snapped clean in two. In my past life, I worked myself to death just to gaze longingly at such a grand villa. Now it's within easy reach, yet somehow it feels devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Gazing at the lavishly decorated mansion standing alone in the lake center, he couldn't help but sigh. What use is money when you're dead? He casually tossed the wreckage of the car on the bridge, along with several skeletal remains, into the lake before slowly making his way into the mansion. A mansion belonging to such a nouveau riche would undoubtedly be equipped with all manner of communication devices and tools. Computers were practically standard fixtures. The wealthy placed great importance on network connectivity, with some even spending fortunes to purchase satellite communication rights from satellite companies. With most urban signal zones compromised, only such isolated locations retained internet access. As soon as he stepped into the villa's flower-filled courtyard, his antennae immediately sent an alert signal something was lurking within. Someone else is still alive? Su Tian swiveled his head left and right, scanning the surroundings. With a horizontal field of vision reaching 240% and a vertical field of vision spanning 360 degrees, not a single rustle in the nearby grass could escape his detection. Soon, near a lotus pond in the villa's courtyard, he discovered a miniature probe disguised as a lotus flower, constantly shifting its position to probe the surroundings. Moreover, the entire villa was permeated by a pungent odor, seemingly deliberately designed to disrupt the mutated beast's sense of smell. Had his antennae not been enhanced through modification, coupled with his human intellect enabling him to detect this disguised camera, he might have concluded there were no survivors left here. At that moment, in a hidden underground room beneath the lotus pond, a young couple sat glued to the surveillance screens, intently watching the giant mantis's every move. When the mantis suddenly froze and turned its gaze toward the camera, both of them broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the mutated mantis seemed to merely survey the lotus pond before striding directly into the villa's rooms. After searching for a while, Su Tian found a computer with internet access in a room resembling a master bedroom. He gently pressed the power button with the tip of his blade, and the familiar, long-forgotten startup chime slowly filled the air. Chapter 16, The 4 Divine Beasts. He gently moved the mouse to open various current news apps. However, most were inaccessible. Only the browser displayed a forum software named Origin that still functioned normally, its icon bearing the official 5-star emblem of the Xian Nation. Entering the forum, news articles and events about mutant beasts, including videos filmed by netizens, filled the screen densely. Among them, the section marked as a featured recommendation area. Undoubtedly, the first beasts to capture people's attention were the few king beasts. Notably, within the Shenanjia, the ancestral land of all creatures. Following the appearance of several king beasts, a snow-white mutant white tiger suddenly emerged, radiating an even more formidable aura. According to previous official reports, this white tiger subdued all other sovereign beasts appearing in Shenanjia with its formidable strength, becoming the undisputed ruler of the mountains. Some even compiled a Xia Kingdom Beast King ranking list. The Shenanjia white tiger was directly placed at the top, overwhelming all rivals. Following it were the ancient tortoise of Giant Stone Temple on the Lus Plateau, the firebird of the Temple of Heaven in the capital, and the white snake that first appeared at Leifong Pagoda in H City. These four sovereign beasts correspond to the ancient mythical creatures of the Xia dynasty: the vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise. This association indirectly shrouded them in an aura of mystery. When the official footage of H City's response to the white snake's attack was released, tanks and fighter jets advanced in unison, missiles streaking across the sky. Yet they only managed to knock off a few of the white snake's scales. Instead, it plunged into Westlake, stirring up storms and flooding the city. When a single serpent forced back an overwhelmingly powerful military force, Tian was utterly stunned. He opened the official monitoring data on the current number of king beasts. The count had already approached nearly 1,000. This was a terrifying force no one could ignore, capable of plunging the entire Xia kingdom into catastrophe at any moment. No wonder the Xia military hesitates to launch a full-scale campaign against the mutated beasts. These king beasts are the primary reason. He browsed the Origin forum for hours, until dawn broke the next day. As he shook his head and climbed onto the ceiling to rest, the Evolution Mall notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Host's total combat power detected at 1,000 points. Mall will undergo upgrade. Upgrade duration, 24 hours. Please wait patiently. After the notification faded, no matter how much Su Tian called out to the mall, there was no response. Who knew the mall had an auto-update feature? Wonder what new changes will appear after the upgrade. Guess I'll just wait it out. He muttered to himself before deciding to doze off for a bit. As an insect, mantises theoretically lacked sensory organs and couldn't possess emotions of their own. But Su Tian was a reincarnated soul. Most of the time, he still instinctively viewed things from a human perspective. For instance, after a full day of work, even if his body felt no fatigue, deep down he still preferred to rest after being busy. In the basement, Wang Lang's face was etched with anguish. His wife, after a day of fear and anxiety, had fallen into a deep sleep. Who could have imagined that just days ago, he had been a successful man, a rising star who had made it onto Xia Nation's top 10 young entrepreneurs list. But in the blink of an eye, all of that vanished into thin air with the arrival of the beast tide. Not only had all his money become worthless paper, but worst of all, he could no longer guarantee his own survival. This basement had been specially constructed to prepare for unforeseen emergencies. Only, initially, it wasn't meant to guard against monsters, but against those with ulterior motives toward him. When the beast tide struck, he immediately took his wife and hid in the basement. During that time, a military unit had come to the vicinity to gather survivors. But Wang Lang, having witnessed his bodyguards and servants being torn apart by mutated beasts while fleeing, was deeply traumatized. Therefore, he did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he planned to wait until the military cleared the surrounding mutated beasts and confirmed the area was safe before venturing out. Yet this single hesitation directly destroyed their only hope of rescue. Soon after, two mutated eels in the lake clashed violently over food, smashing the bridge clean in half. Immediately after, the nine-headed mountain king beast appeared. The entire population of Nanyun City began evacuating, but the designated routes were far from his location. Upon learning of this through the radio he had deliberately brought to the basement, Wang Lang regretted it bitterly, but it was too late to do anything about it now. The worst luck struck when he went to the villa's cold storage to retrieve emergency supplies. A giant mutated mantis suddenly appeared. It completely disrupted his entire plan. No, if I want to survive, I can't just sit here waiting for death. Watching the food supplies dwindle, Wang Lang pondered for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, grabbed a handgun for self-defense. He walked over to his sleeping wife, gently kissed her forehead, then stepped out with a determined look on his face. Silence settled over the basement once more. After a moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Staring in the direction her husband had departed, her expression was complex. She rose and walked to the basement door, locking it securely. Honey, don't blame me. The remaining food simply isn't enough for both of us to survive. I just want to live. Birds of a feather flock together, but when disaster strikes, they fly apart. What she did was not wrong. Blame this catastrophe for happening at all. But before she could finish swallowing this bitter pill of self-justification, the earth suddenly trembled. Immediately, a mutated eel with a head as thick as a man's neck and a mouth full of fangs burst from the basement, snapping the treacherous woman clean in two with a single bite. Wang Lang, who had been leaving through the secret passage, froze upon hearing the commotion. Then, like a madman, he sprinted back. Honey! Honey, are you okay? Wang Lang bellowed, frantically pounding and twisting the basement's iron door switch, but it was utterly useless. After devouring the woman, the mutated eel, hearing the commotion outside, slithered to the iron door and attempted to ram it open with its head. A thunderous crash echoed. The door remained intact, but Wang Lang was startled. He probably never imagined. It was precisely his wife's betrayal that had inadvertently saved his life. Had the woman not feigned sleep and allowed her husband to venture out alone, perhaps both might have escaped unscathed. It was simply the strange workings of fate. The mutated eel kept slamming against the iron door. As its force grew stronger, cracks began appearing in the surrounding cement. Seeing the situation was dire, Wang Lang's heart sank with sorrow. His mind raced. No, I can't die yet. All he had was a single handgun, and he had no idea what kind of mutant beast he was facing. Staying meant not only failing to avenge his wife, but also likely losing his own life. He remembered the gas cylinders he'd bought recently for the chef's cooking, stored in the villa's warehouse. He clenched his fists tightly and turned to sprint out with all his might. Chapter 17, Mutant Eel. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the following evening. Tian estimated the time was right and slowly snapped out of his daze. Before long, the notification sound arrived as promised. Ding! The shop update is complete. This update will overhaul the sale and purchase methods for attributes, add 2 new item slots, and introduce equipment modification, talent auras, and a personal attribute panel. Having waited impatiently, he immediately summoned the evolution store. Sure enough, the number of items available for purchase had increased from 3 to 5. Hovering in the first slot was the personal attribute panel, priced at 10,000 evolution coins. What a ripoff! After crossing over, aren't personal attributes essential? Why do I have to pay for them? He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. But its importance was self-evident. Not only did it allow him to understand his own condition, but it would also serve as an excellent reference point in the future. Even if it cost money, he absolutely couldn't pass it up. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Most importantly, he was genuinely curious about what this so-called attribute panel actually looked like. Confirm purchase of personal attribute panel for 10,000 evolution coins? Confirm. After selecting the purchase, he focused his mind. A pale golden attribute frame suddenly appeared before him. Tian of Bronze Mantis Modified Body Stage 2 Evolution. Bloodline, Transcendent Devourer Cataclysmic Tier. Lifespan, 211 days temporarily immune to death. Current account balance, 80,100 evolution coins broke as a joke. Strength attribute, 106 points can drill through ordinary boulders. Speed attribute, 75 points slightly faster than a dog. Toughness, 34 points not even as tough as a cockroach. Stealth attribute, 5 points presence akin to an extra in a crowd. Overall combat rating, barely scraping by as a weakling in this mutated world. After reviewing his stats, he nearly choked on his own blood. Apart from the Devourer bloodline being somewhat passable, everything else was a complete disaster. He seriously wondered if the mall's evaluation system was glitching. He might not be invincible, but he was undeniably the undisputed ruler of the insect realm. Yet the assessment data was this pathetic. Forget it. There's still room for growth later. Instead of dwelling on this, I should focus on how to enhance my strength. Just as he was about to examine the remaining 4 items, a warning signal flashed through his antennae. After analyzing the feedback and determining it posed no significant threat, Tian didn't panic. His gaze shifted. A man clutching a pistol emerged from a partially concealed garage and was running straight toward his position. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. He had barely escaped from the basement to the villa courtyard, only to find the giant mantis he'd seen yesterday standing right before him. Wang Lang's heart sank. His eyes burned red with fury as he instinctively raised the pistol, aiming it at Tian. Regardless of whether the mantis could understand him, he trembled as he shouted, "Get out of the way, or I'll shoot." But all he got in return was a look of utter contempt. Clang! Seeing the mantis merely flick its capture claws lightly, slicing off a chunk of the stone-piled rockery, Wang Lang froze. Such terrifying power was beyond his wildest imagination. If it could effortlessly slice through such massive stones, could a mere handgun truly pose a threat to this mutated mantis? He dared not think about it, nor did he need to, for the answer was clearly no. Just as the two stood locked in confrontation, the ground trembled violently once more. Then, a mutated yellow eel over 10 meters long emerged from the ground. Its body was yellowish-brown, covered in irregular black spots and patterns. Its sharp, gaping maw was densely packed with razor-sharp teeth. Traces of cloth strips and blood-stained flesh clung to its jaws, clearly indicating a recent meal. Perhaps sensing another mutated beast nearby, the giant eel did not attack immediately. Instead, it twisted its thick head, baring its fangs to intimidate Tian. Its ferocious and terrifying posture. Wang Lang stumbled backward in terror. But the death of his wife forced him to suppress his fear. His eyes locked onto the murderous eel. Ah! You monster! You ate my wife! I'll kill you! Consumed by fury, he swung his rifle and fired several shots at the colossal creature. Bang! 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 Though untrained, the mutated eel's enormous size meant at least 4 bullets struck their mark. Unfortunately, they only left a few bloody holes in the mutated eel's body, failing even to penetrate its thick hide. Had he used a more powerful rifle, the outcome might have been entirely different. After all, setting aside those monstrously powerful king beasts, firearms still proved effective against ordinary mutated beasts. Stung by the pain, the mutated eel abandoned its fear of Su Tian and launched a fierce attack at Wang Lang. Its massive, erect body cast a vast shadow over the ground. Against such a mutated beast, human strength offered no chance of defense. As the terrifying beast closed in, Wang Lang stood frozen in place, seemingly overcome by despair, a bitter smile curling his lips. A mutated eel before him, a giant mantis behind. Both paths seemed like certain death. He could only wish he could drag this mutated eel down with him in the end. But in the blink of an eye, Su Tian, who had been standing still, vanished without a trace. In their place, 2 sides gleamed with brilliant emerald light under the sun, slashing viciously at the mutated eel that had lunged to devour Wang Lang. In that instant, the threat of death made the mutated eel instinctively try to dodge the sides. But Su Tian's speed, enhanced beyond measure, defied all logic. Before it could fully react, the twin blades, splattering a shower of blood. The V-shaped wounds rendered it utterly incapable of resistance in a single exchange. Su Tian struck decisively, then spread his wings and soared into the air to avoid the dying convulsions of the massive eel. The mutated eel, its head nearly severed, now held together only by bone and a thin layer of flesh, convulsed wildly and uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it rolled between the villa's buildings. With a thunderous roar, a large section of the reinforced concrete villa collapsed. Several minutes later, the mutated eel's body finally stiffened. Ding! Kill 1 mutant eel. Reward 2,000 evolution coins. The reward was mediocre, not even as much as he'd gotten from ambushing sparrows earlier. Just as Su Tian pondered how to deal with this unexpected human intruder, the ground began to shake violently once more. Again? Is this ever going to end? Chapter 18, Firearm Modification. Over a dozen mutated eels surfaced from the lake. Pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood. They surged toward the villa in the lake's center in unison. Did we just stir up a hornet's nest? No matter how arrogant Su Tian was, he knew he couldn't take on so many mutated eels alone. Without a word, he extended a worm-like appendage, scooped up the stunned Wang Lang, and shot skyward. Boom! Behind them, the swarm of mutated eels frantically fought over the corpses of their fallen kin, reducing the entire villa to rubble. Finally, the mutated eels intertwined and tangled, nearly coiling into a massive ball of flesh. Dust billowed over the small island in the lake's center. While Su Tian watched in silent amazement, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for that computer he'd just managed to connect to the internet. His luck was truly terrible. Wang Lang, clutched beneath his feet and flung skyward, turned deathly pale. He could almost guess what awaited him. Certainly being carried to some desolate place by this giant mantis, only to be devoured as a delicious meal. At least I've avenged Shinger. If it comes down to it, death is no worse than that. The thought that the vicious eel that had devoured his wife was now dead brought Wang Lang some small measure of comfort. After leaving the central lake area, Su Tian began lowering his flight altitude to avoid attracting the attention of certain flying mutated beasts. But what to do with Wang Lang's situation left him stumped. Had the human military forces still been present, he could have simply handed the man over to their patrol squads. But with the emergence of the 9-headed serpent king beast, everyone had evacuated Nanyun City. This place had now become a complete playground for mutant beasts. After a moment's hesitation, Su Tian ultimately decided to leave it to fate. After all, he couldn't keep dragging a burden along on his hunts. Passing by a small supermarket, he descended slowly and tossed Wang Lang onto the storefront. What the hell is going on? Wang Lang, who had thought his death was certain, saw that not only had this giant mantis not eaten him, but had actually saved him. His mind was filled with questions and shock, but the joy of surviving the ordeal prevented him from dwelling on it. He immediately turned and darted into the supermarket, locking the door behind him. Watching Wang Lang stare back at him with a face full of wariness and terror, Su Tian knew the man hadn't given a thought to the debt of gratitude for saving his life. But that was fine. At least he wouldn't have to worry about this man getting attacked by strange mutated beasts after leaving. After all, emotions were the most complicated thing of all. Whether he lived or died was now up to his own luck. Upon reaching the rooftop of a skyscraper and confirming the surroundings were clear, Su Tian summoned the evolution mall once more. Besides the already purchased grayed-out personal attribute items, the second item to refresh was the steel mechanical modification, priced at 200,000 evolution coins. That was nearly 120,000 more than his current savings. Given the current scattered distribution of mutant beasts, making up this price difference within half a day seemed nearly impossible. The weak weren't worth much, and the strong were too powerful to defeat. Those neither strong nor weak weren't foolish enough to gather together and wait for him to harvest them. Can't afford it. Next. The third item that appeared, however, caught Su Tian's attention. 3. Basic healing aura 50,000 evolution coins, requires 100 points in resilience to purchase. After surviving the shelling, he'd come to deeply appreciate the benefits of powerful self-healing abilities. While the resilience attribute also provided healing, without a steady supply of food to fuel it, recovery became painfully slow. In real combat situations, danger lurked at every turn. No one could guarantee an opponent would grant you ample time to tend to your wounds. With the healing aura, not only could he fight while healing, it would be a true lifesaver. The only thing that really annoyed him was that this thing required a full 100 points in the resilience attribute just to purchase it. Now that the healing aura has appeared, other types of auras are bound to follow and they'll likely all have attribute point requirements too. My resilience stat is only at 34 right now. Who knows how long it'll take to meet the requirements for even the basic healing aura. Su Tian sighed, bought the next item, a 10 strength stat boost, and then he merely glanced at the fifth item before dashing off the rooftop. Impulse buying was his thing. 5. Firearm equipment modification 100,000 evolution coins. Note, equipping firearms reduces speed by 20 and requires additional evolution coins to purchase ammunition. Compared to terrifying ranged attack capabilities, sacrificing a bit of strength and evolution coins was nothing. Make money, make gear, grow bigger and stronger. After half an hour of effort, he caught only a snail the size of a small house. Yet the severe mismatch between his strength and the hunting difficulty meant, after reaping less than 200 evolution coins, he reflected deeply and concluded that as a mantis, he couldn't afford to be overconfident. So he refocused his attention on the ants he'd encountered several times before. As one of the most numerous species on this planet, their presence was ubiquitous. Especially after mutation, these ants now possessed absurdly large bodies. Finding them proved no difficulty. Soon, Su Tian discovered a nest of yellow gibbon ants at Nanyang City's most famous True Love KTV. He couldn't fathom why these yellow hornets had abandoned their usual tree nests to establish a base here. It was most likely because they preferred the scent of seafood. Once a thriving entertainment and leisure center, now its exterior was covered in brownish debris, resembling an oval-shaped castle. Numerous yellow gibbon ants scurried about on the ground. Su Tian randomly chopped off the head of a mutated yellow gibbon ant, earning only 1 evolution coin. It was a bit meager, but the sheer size of the colony made up for it. The only consideration was how to exterminate the entire ant nest as quickly as possible. There's too much sand here, a simple fire attack might not be very effective. Perhaps deviating from their usual habit of building nests with leaves and silk spun by young ants, this large ant nest was constructed mostly from sandy soil and similar materials. Using fire would likely only drive them back into the nest. Su Tian's mind raced, but one by one, the solutions he considered were ruled out. If these were ordinary ants before mutation, methods like soapy water, insecticide, or flooding would work quickly. But against these mutated ants, such old tactics were bound to fail. Until he spotted the rows of abandoned cars in the KTV parking lot. Su Tian had a flash of inspiration. Weren't these cars essentially small bombs? He sprang into action. With his current physique, pushing a car weighing over a ton was no problem. To ensure the plan went smoothly, he deliberately cut the giant snail he'd hunted earlier into several large chunks and tossed them near the ant nest to draw the ants' attention. Sure enough, hundreds upon hundreds of mutated yellow macaque ants were drawn by the scent of food, completely ignoring Su Tian, who was cloaked in stealth. But pushing the cars back to their original forms near the nest wasn't the end of it. Fearing the force might not be enough to breach the nest, he specifically sought out a nearby fireworks store, grabbed a load of firecrackers, and dumped them all into the ant nest. Holes of varying sizes appeared. He then found 2 large barrels, chiseling open the fuel tanks of each car on the road. He collected 7 or 8 full buckets and poured them all over the ant nest. The destroyed nest and the pungent fumes sent the enraged yellow-spotted ants charging out like mad, attacking nearby cars as if they were enemies, relentlessly gnawing at them with their mandibles. Little did they know this marked the beginning of their tragic end. Seeing the growing swarm of yellow ants covering the blast site below, Su Tian judged the moment right and ignited the barrel of gasoline he held by its handle. Flames erupted suddenly, illuminating the dim night sky after sunset. Chapter 19, Return to the Lake Island. As Su Tian silently mourned the poor ants mid-air, a steady stream of ding-ding-dong notification sounds filled his ears. The number of evolution coins in his account skyrocketed. Only after surpassing 100,001 did the rate begin to plummet. A faint acrid smell filled the air. The once bustling KTV gradually revealed its original form as debris fell away from the ant nest. Yellow-haired ants, scorched to death by the raging flames, littered the scene everywhere. It was no exaggeration to say corpses littered the ground. From the red fire ants at the port to the termites in the skyscraper, and now the yellow gibbon ants. Su Tian felt like he'd been locked in a lifelong battle with ants. In this ruthlessly competitive, mutated world, it was kill or be killed. Roar! Flames shot skyward. Combined with the earlier car explosion, it drew the attention of other mutated beasts. Realizing this was no place to linger, he quickly composed himself, flapped his wings, and vanished into the dark night. A moment later, dozens of mutated beasts swarmed in. When he returned to the original building, intending to crouch down and recharge, his antennae suddenly alerted him to danger nearby. Tian scanned his surroundings and quickly located the source. Standing atop a neighboring building, a magnetic Chinese giant mantis roughly his size but with a prominently bulging abdomen stared intently at him. However, anyone familiar with mantises knew this. After a male mantis successfully courts a female, the pair will mate that same day, or at the latest, the following day. The female mantis would first bite into the male's neck with her mouthparts, then use one of her capture legs to seize him around the waist, the other pinning the male's head, snapping the neck clean off. Then, bit by bit, she devours him until only the wing remnants remain. This bloody romance is truly explosive in the entire natural world. Yet, upon seeing that female mantis at that very moment, he found himself oddly struck by her delicate beauty. No, I can't bear it. Fearing he might transform into a beastly creature, Tian decisively chose to leave. Unexpectedly, the female mantis opposite him spread her wings and flew toward the building where he stood. A massive body, powerful scythe-like claws, crystal clear emerald skin, and a voluptuous waist too full to grasp. This was the most beautiful mantis she had ever seen in her life. Though puzzled by Tian's sudden flight, the female mantis refused to let this divine match slip away. Just the thought of the romance that would follow. She could slowly tear apart this beautiful mantis's body, devouring every last bit of him. The female mantis was overcome with excitement. Clang! Clang! Her sharp scythe claws dug fiercely into the glass window of the building's room. She squeezed through the crack. Using the antennae on her head to sense Tian's location, she charged wildly through the building's corridors. Tian? He had deliberately avoided her, yet this female mantis still pursued him relentlessly. It seemed determined to make him its meal. Forget it. The city's teeming with danger right now. I need to focus on upgrading my gear. After struggling for half a day to scrape together enough evolution coins for his firearm upgrades, he couldn't wait to see the enhanced firepower and effects. He had absolutely no interest in engaging in any kind of romantic encounter with a female mantis. Seeing it follow him into the building, he leapt out the window and flew for several minutes to the small wooded area in the park where he'd first encountered the leaf mantis. This distance was more than enough to shake off the flight-challenged female mantis. Confirm purchase of 100,000 evolution coins for firearm equipment modification? Confirm. Modification in progress. He gripped a large tree firmly with all four legs. He stilled his aura, resembling a colossal mantis sculpture. As the mechanical prompt sounded, a tingling sensation spread across his chest. The absence of the expected intense pain was a welcome relief. 10 minutes later, four gun barrels, gleaming with a dark sheen, suddenly sprang forth from his chest. Excitement and joy could scarcely describe Tian's current state of mind. With the acquisition of long-range attack capabilities, he could finally be considered a genuine mechanical mantis. With a thought, the barrels retracted and vanished without a trace. Summoned once more. The barrel materialized instantly, appearing almost magical. As for ammunition purchases, a prompt automatically appeared before him whenever he activated the firearm equipment. Based on your equipment modification type, the store has equipped you with large-caliber machine gun ammunition. 10 rounds equals 1 evolution coin. The price seems fair enough. Recalling that he had also gained over 1,000 extra evolution coins, Tian decided to exchange some to test their power. After deducting all evolution coins from his account balance, the firearm ammunition display changed from 0 to 12,000 rounds. Let's see how it performs. Aiming at the trees in the forest, he mentally commanded the weapon to fire. Without warning, four barrels instantly spat out tongues of fire as bullets poured forth. The machine gun's furious roar echoed far and wide, sending the mutated dogs resting on the other side of the park into a panic. They howled and scattered in disarray. Surrounding mutated beasts grew wary, mistakenly believing human forces had returned to the city. Stop! 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 In just 2 or 3 seconds, nearly 500 rounds were fired. Tian was heartbroken. After all, every bullet fired was money down the drain. Only when he saw the results did a look of satisfaction finally appear on his face. The small grove before him had been ravaged beyond recognition by the furious barrage of bullets. Even a distant arched wall was riddled with bullet holes, with numerous bricks and stones scattered on the ground. The destructive power of the machine gun was undeniable. Most crucially, the modified firearms on his person required no maintenance whatsoever, with no risk of malfunction or barrel overheating. As long as he had enough evolution coins, he could fire endlessly. Heh, revenge is a dish best served cold. It's time to deal with those blind eels. He thought bitterly about how he'd finally found a way to access outside information, only for it to be destroyed in an instant by a pack of mutated eels. He was furious enough to grind his teeth. He might as well check if the computers in the villa still worked. When Su Tian returned to the lake, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He spotted over a dozen well-fed mutant eels lounging on the villa's island, basking contentedly in the moonlight. Unlike before, a massive, over 100-meter-long mutated eel had suddenly appeared. Coiled around the central island, its terrifying body formed a perfect circle, trapping the smaller eels within. Thank goodness I didn't act rashly today. Otherwise, I'd have been finished. He eyed the colossal creature with considerable apprehension. But it was only a hint of apprehension. After all, no matter how large an eel grew, it remained an eel. As long as he remained in the air, he held the upper hand. With that thought, Su Tian hesitated no longer. Fanning his wings, he soared above the lakeside villa. The 4 barrels on his chest had already extended. Su Tian aimed at the head of a mutated eel. The next second, the roar of the machine gun erupted. Chapter 20, Encounter with Mutant Bats. The sudden attack. It instantly stunned the group of mutated eels. Knowing bullets might not do much to the eel king, Su Tian aimed instead at the positions of the smaller mutant eels. A standard rifle bullet would pierce through a human body cleanly, leaving a large, gaping wound behind. This was especially true for the large-caliber 12.7mm machine gun rounds. For ordinary people, a glancing blow could leave them crippled at best or dead on the spot at worst. Even these mutated eels, grown into monstrous creatures over 10 meters long, were utterly defenseless against the furious hail of bullets. The first mutated eel targeted by Su Tian had its head instantly blown apart. Flesh and blood rained down from the sky. Its thick, long body twitched a few times before going still. Another nearby mutant eel, caught in the crossfire, fared no better, torn clean in two by the bullets. Stung by excruciating pain, it desperately tried to flee back into the lake, only to be turned into mincemeat by Su Tian, who had swiftly redirected his gunfire. Ding! Kill 1 mutant eel. Reward 1,500 evolution coins. Ding! Killed 1 mutated eel. Earned 1,500 evolution coins. 2 notification chimes sounded. The reward had dropped from 2,000 to 1,500, but this was entirely within his expectations. After modifying his firearm, his combat rating would inevitably rise. With the reduced difficulty of the kill, the evolution coins awarded naturally decreased. Rat-a-tat-tat. Thoughts swirled, but the barrel on his body never ceased spitting fire. In mere seconds, another mutated eel was reduced to bloody pulp by Su Tian's concentrated fire. The eel king, which had been coiled motionless, detected the attack on its offspring. It instantly reared up like a serpent, half its body erect, opening its abyssal maw toward the aerial foe. Su Tian, however, was prepared. Before it could strike, he flapped his wings and fled to higher ground. He then turned his attention to the other mutated eels on the island, those wounded and unable to retreat to the lake in time, and unleashed a furious barrage of fire. The higher altitude reduced his accuracy. But this time, he was truly determined, emptying his entire ammunition supply as if bullets were worthless. Over 10,000 rounds were depleted within minutes. Another 10,000 rounds. Su Tian decisively chose to continue exchanging for ammunition. As the saying goes, if wildfire can't burn them all, then uproot them completely. Having chosen to act, he had no intention of sparing these mutated eels. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Some bullets struck the giant eel king during the exchange. Yet they merely drew a few streaks of blood from its skin, utterly unable to penetrate its flesh. It seemed not only ginger grows spicier with age, but eels also become tougher as they grow larger. Another mutated eel lay dead before him. The eel king shot Su Tian a look filled with rage and venom. Though he couldn't fathom how this bizarre mantis wielded human weapons. If this continued, the remaining mutated eels would surely not survive. To preserve its bloodline, it gritted its teeth against the pain, arching its body to block Su Tian's line of attack and shield the other mutated eels as they retreated back into the water. Upon noticing the change in the situation, Su Tian instinctively slowed his barrage of bullets. After finally finding an opportunity, I only managed to kill less than 6 mutated loaches. Each mutant eel was worth 1,500 evolution coins. After accounting for the over 10,000 bullets expended, his net profit still exceeded 6,000. It seemed profitable, but Su Tian had come prepared this time. He never expected things to go far less smoothly than imagined. What stunned him even more? After sending all the other mutant eels into the water, this king eel suddenly set its sights on the corpses of the other eels. Eels were carnivorous creatures to begin with. Before mutation, cannibalism among their own kind was commonplace for survival. And after mutation, most of these creatures developed a bloodthirsty, murderous instinct. Dead eels were equally viewed as prime sustenance. Forget it. I can't kill it anyway. Continuing like this is just a waste of energy. Bullets cost money, gotta use them sparingly. Su Tian sighed in resignation. Diving down to wrestle food from this eel king wasn't a wise choice. If I can hurt this group of mutated eels, maybe I can sneak back to the villa and check on that computer. This was also a key reason he'd deliberately returned to the lake. At this stage, mutated beasts couldn't develop intelligence. Any crucial news or decisions from the human faction would likely spread online. Accessing such intelligence might prove invaluable in critical moments. Just as Tian debated whether to wait for the Eel King to leave before descending, a faint air vibration sounded in his ear. Damn it! He'd been lost in thought and nearly forgotten that flying creatures in this world weren't limited to mantises. A massive mutant bat, predominantly dark brown in color, was now streaking down from the sky at breakneck speed. By the time Tian turned his compound eyes to spot it, the distance between them had closed to mere inches. He only had time to raise his twin blades before the blazingly fast mutant bat sank its fangs into his skull. Clang! A metallic clatter suddenly echoed. Staring at the two sharp fangs that fell from its mouth, the mutant bat seemed utterly bewildered. Everyone else mutates into bigger bodies, but you bastard turned into iron? SSHHH. Ow. Tian wasn't faring much better. The moment the mutant bat struck, he felt like his skull was about to split open. Damn it. They say insects don't feel pain, so why did it change just for me? He muttered under his breath, but he didn't let it distract him from the task at hand. For barrels spat tons of flame, instantly reducing the massive bat to mincemeat. Ding. Killed one mutant bat. Earned 3,000 evolution coins. Before Tian could even celebrate the new evolution coins, he realized that due to the mutant bat's sneak attack earlier, he was being dragged down from the sky by the force of inertia. The yellow Eel King, who had intended to retreat and spare the mantis, suddenly saw his chance for revenge. Twisting its massive body, it launched a powerful leap. After crushing half the structures on the lake island, it leapt over 10 meters into the air. It opened its gaping maw to swallow the falling Tian whole. Then it slammed into the water with a thunderous crash, sending a terrifying wave dozens of meters high crashing upward. Swimming back to the island, the Eel King's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. But for some reason, after swallowing that damned mantis, it felt like a fishbone was stuck in its throat. It bit down on a chunk of eel flesh and swallowed it whole, as if trying to wash away the strange sensation lodged in its throat. Or perhaps it was trying to choke Tian to death inside its belly. Seeing the danger had passed, the mutated eels that had been hiding scrambled back onto the island, eagerly feasting on the carcass of their fallen comrade. Chapter 21, Body-Changing Potion. When Tian was swallowed whole, he showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he inwardly exclaimed, "Damn." He silently gave the Eel King a thumbs up for its courage. Because he wasn't a normal mantis at all. He was a modified bronze mantis, utterly immune to digestion. Attacking the Eel King from the outside offered less than a 10% chance of success. After all, the Eel King's external defenses were too formidable. Its enormous body could easily withstand the side's blows, even when striking the same spot repeatedly. It would take at least 7 or 8 strikes to truly cripple it. But inside was a different story. Another 20,000 rounds. After swallowing a large chunk of flesh, the Eel King realized the sensation of something stuck in its throat not only persisted but grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, its movements halted. A dull thudding sound echoed repeatedly within its body. In the next instant, countless blood holes appeared on its body. Blood spurted out like fountains. Agonizing pain and the terror of death drove it instinctively to plunge into the water, thrashing wildly. But Tian had already driven both blades deep into its bones, anchoring his body firmly. No matter how the Eel King thrashed about, he simply spun the barrel and fired relentlessly. Splash! Under the bright moonlight, this terrifying 100-meter-long monster opened its gaping maw and leapt out of the water, as if seeking to vent some primal fury. But soon, moonlight pierced through its riddled body. With a thunderous crash, the Eel King crashed violently onto the island, its fury igniting one last time before death. It bit off the head of a mutated eel that was feeding. It was filled with hatred. If it weren't for this bunch of good-for-nothings, how could it have ever provoked this bizarre mantis? The other mutated eels were stunned by the sudden turn of events. While some wondered why the old eel would attack them when food was plentiful, they scrambled back into the water, terrified of meeting the same fate as their fallen comrade. After a few minutes, the Eel King lay motionless on the ground, resembling a riddled sack. It seemed to have completely ceased breathing. Yet Tian, who hadn't received a death notification, paid no heed. After emptying his entire 20,000-round magazine, he wielded the Grim Reaper scythe, hacking away at the Eel King's body blow after blow. Sure enough, after only a few brutal swings, the seemingly dying Eel King suddenly sprang back to his feet. The violent jolt nearly sent him staggering. At the same time, he gained a newfound understanding of the terrifying vitality of these monstrous creatures. Over 20,000 bullets exploded inside its body, shattering its internal organs to pieces, yet it still didn't die. Tian murmured in astonishment. Yet the scythe in his hand never paused. The longer and stronger its resistance, the more exhilarated he became. Half an hour passed. The reward notification finally arrived, long overdue. As expected, this Eel King was bound to drop egg. Ding! Defeated one mutant Eel King. Rewarded with 150,000 evolution coins. Not bad, just about average. At least I've crossed the subsistence line. Considering the difficulty of this kill, the 150,000 evolution coins reward didn't surprise him at all. Tian tried hard to maintain a calm facade. But the corners of his mouth kept curling upward, betraying him completely. Now comes the moment of harvest. After finding a weak spot in its body, he tore open a bloody hole and crawled out. Several mutated eels that had poked their heads out to survey the situation saw the mantis they had swallowed reappear. They vanished in a flash, scrambling back beneath the surface. Bullet power was significantly weakened upon entering water, so Tian had no interest in pursuing those little eels. Instead, he opened his sharp mouthparts and began savoring his meal. The memory of his last prey being snatched away was still vivid. Any issues could be addressed after finishing his meal. Evolutionary modifications are crucial, but physical growth mustn't be neglected either. Had his size matched that of the eel king this time, the fight wouldn't have been so grueling. The ammunition alone had cost nearly 5,000 evolution coins. And that was only because he'd been swallowed whole by the eel king, exploiting its weak internal defenses to break through. Had it been a direct confrontation, the cost would have been far greater. But if he encountered an even more powerful creature, wouldn't the machine gun's effectiveness be drastically reduced? This thought left him troubled. Can firearm modifications be upgraded? Ding! Current firearm modifications cannot be enhanced, but the in-game store will periodically refresh with random firearm enhancement items. Perhaps due to the recent update, the mall's AI had become significantly smarter. Just as Tian Gang considered the possibility, the shop delivered its default response. I see. Well, that's for the best. Otherwise, facing king beasts that can't even be damaged by missiles, my modified firearms would be nothing but useless trinkets. After devouring every last scrap of eel meat on the island, his body had ballooned to 15 meters, and the mere swing of his 2-meter-long blade unleashed terrifying momentum. Yet troubles soon followed. With a body this massive, even if the computer hadn't broken down, even if it were working, he wouldn't know how to operate it. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Being too small had its limitations, but now that he was big, he faced new troubles. Just as Tian was caught in this dilemma, the mall finally refreshed again. 1. Resilience plus 10,000 evolution coins. 2. Super Alloy Feathered Wings 100,000 evolution coins. 3. Super Alloy Capture Claws 500,000 evolution coins. 4. Speed plus 20,100 evolution coins. 5. Body Transformation Potion 159,131 evolution coins. Potion effect limited to shifting between all forms the user has previously possessed. This batch of refreshed items boasts exceptional quality. Both the toughness and speed attributes are precisely what Tian urgently needs. Especially the 5th body shift potion, it was like a godsend. But upon seeing the price tag on the potion, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After glancing at his evolution coin balance, Tian suddenly realized. This was literally his entire fortune down to the last 2 digits. He couldn't shake the feeling that since the mall update, it had taken on the aura of a shady merchant. But when you're in someone else's house, you gotta play by their rules. Besides, the ability to freely alter one's size was an essential skill for any survivalist. No matter how steep the price, he'd have to bite the bullet and buy it. Confirm purchase of Body Transformation Potion for 159,131 evolution coins? Confirm, Tian gritted out. Injecting Body Transformation Potion. Before he could speak again, the scenery before his eyes suddenly expanded rapidly. Looking again, he had reverted to his original mature form size. Having grown accustomed to the larger form, switching back to the smaller one left him with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. With a flick of his thoughts, Tian transformed once more into a terrifying predator over 10 meters tall. After switching forms several times, only after fully mastering the time required for transformation did he shrink into a small mantis just over a meter tall, flapping his wings toward the villa district. Whether it was sheer luck or not, the computer room he had found earlier was still largely intact despite being heavily damaged. The computers and power supply remained fully functional, leaving Tian amazed. However, when he logged back into the Origin forum, he found the forum atmosphere tense and charged, with red highlighted posts flying everywhere. Chapter 22, The Glow in the Depths of the Ancestral Land. Hundreds of king beasts appear in Shenanjia, the ancestral land of all spirits. 9-headed serpent king beasts resembling the 9 infants entered the Shenanjia mountains yesterday. The white snake king beast suddenly departed H province, with its route suspected to be heading toward the ancestral land of all spirits. The black tortoise king beast from Giant Stone Temple on the Lust Plateau is also heading toward the ancestral land of all spirits. The vermilion bird king beast from the Temple of Heaven in the capital arrived at the ancestral land of all spirits early this morning. News about the ancestral land of all spirits poured out relentlessly. Nearly hundreds of king beasts appearing across the nation seem to have received some summoning, converging from all directions toward the ancestral land of all spirits. Among them was the 9-headed serpent king beast that had once resided atop Jiuying Mountain in Nanyun City. Tian scrolled through the various videos and posts on the forum. His heart surged with waves of emotion. I knew something big would happen when the nine-headed serpent left that day. But what exactly is hidden within Shenanjia that could draw so many king beasts there? Don't they fear being wiped out by the military? The sudden, bizarre behavior of the Royal Beast Collective would certainly not go unnoticed by the high-ranking officials of Xian Nation. Not long after, he spotted the nation's official response pinned atop a government post. In the video, two high-ranking generals were being interviewed live by the media. Their words carried an air of grim resolve. Simultaneously, hundreds of fighter jets stood at the ready at an airfield over 100 miles from the ancestral land of All Souls. Tank and armored vehicle formations, along with nearly 200,000 fully armed soldiers, were assembled and ready. Should the mutated beasts make any sudden moves, they could rush to the battlefield at any moment. And this was merely the force visible to the public eye. Behind the scenes, nuclear weapons systems might already be calibrated and ready. Should these beasts ever spiral out of control, the military's overwhelming suppression would follow in the blink of an eye. In the official live broadcast footage, a majestic, snow-white tiger stood on the open ground, gazing at the beasts converging from all directions. Its colossal form, towering thousands of feet high, resembled a legendary divine beast descended from the heavens. Its enormous head seemed to vanish into the clouds as it surveyed all living creatures below. All the other beasts instinctively bowed their heads in reverence before this white tiger, known as the overlord of the beasts. Yet every rule has its exception. Take, for instance, the white snake of H City, the first to appear before the world. Its form resembled a primordial dragon reborn, coiled across several mountain ranges, gazing distantly at the white tiger. The ancient black tortoise of the giant stone temple, bearing a massive turtle shell upon its back, sat solemnly with eyes half closed, lost in thought. He paid no heed whatsoever to the white tiger or the imposing presence of the other royal beasts. Screech! A piercing cry echoed through the heavens. A fiery red figure, vast enough to obscure the sun, soared above the ancestral domain of all creatures. The flying beasts and royal beasts in the clouds paled at the sound, folding their wings and descending slowly to the ground. The vermilion bird of the imperial altar in the capital city also revealed itself. The terrifying spectacle of all the royal beasts gathered together sent chills down the spines of netizens watching the live stream. If all these royal beasts went berserk, who could stop them? Could the army protect us? The forum fell into complete silence. Nuclear weapons were powerful, but who could say for certain they could annihilate all these beasts? At that moment, Tian was just searching along the lakeshore. He happened upon an unfortunate mutated eel venturing out for food. Its body swollen to several times its normal size, it relied on the cover of night and its stealth abilities. Patiently waiting for the mutated eel to poke its head out to catch a mutated frog that was crouched on the shore contemplating its frog existence. The moment it clamped down on the mutant frog, Tian's blade flashed like clockwork. After severing the mutated eel's head, he casually pierced the giant frog's brain with his blade, spilling its contents. Ding! Kill 1 mutant eel. Reward 1,200 evolution coins. Ding! Killed 1 mutated frog. Earned 200 evolution coins. Compared to the massive earnings of tens of thousands he'd been raking in before. Now, seeing the paltry sums of 200 and 1,000, Tian suddenly felt a bit bored. After slaying the eel king yesterday, he deliberately sought out an ant nest, hoping to snag another windfall. But due to his enhanced physique and weapon modifications, his strength had surged dramatically. This time, the kill didn't even meet the standard for a single evolution coin. With no other choice, he abandoned his plan to bother the ant nest further. After gnawing the mutated eel down to nothing but bones, he dragged the skinned giant frog back to the lake island. Using its 2 massive front legs, it cleared a large open area. He chopped down several large trees, doused them with prepared gasoline, and set them ablaze. He then decapitated the mutant frog, sliced it in half, gave it a quick clean, and skewered it with his forelimbs to roast. When the frog was golden brown on both sides and the aroma filled the air, he sprinkled salt over the meat and roasted it for a few more minutes before declaring the task complete. He fetched a clean, large bucket and tossed the frog meat cut into smaller pieces during the second processing into it. He carried the bucket back to his room and turned on his computer. Tian browsed forums while using a knife to spear chunks of meat and pop them into his mouth. He looked utterly content. Though since becoming a mantis, everything he ate tasted like crispy chicken. Occasionally indulging in grilled meat to relive the flavors of his past life was quite enjoyable. The scene cut back to the official livestream. The tense standoff between humans and the king beast. After a day and night of stalemate. At 9 p.m. the following evening, the situation finally shifted. Deep within the thick haze of Shenanjia, a breathtaking rainbow-hued glow suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the glow, all the royal beasts became agitated. Their faces lit up with longing, and their feet moved forward involuntarily. Roar! At that moment, a roar more terrifying than thunder erupted from the white tiger's mouth. It bared its fangs slightly, its eyes blazing with intensity. Its terrifying aura pressed down on the other royal beasts, freezing them in place. The black tortoise, who had been resting with eyes closed, said nothing. He merely opened his eyes silently and surveyed the surroundings. The white snake and vermilion bird stood flanking the white tiger, their presence carrying an unspoken threat and warning. It seemed these royal beasts recognized the formidable power of these four elders, forcing themselves to suppress their inner restlessness and craving, standing obediently in place. As the glow deep within Shenanjia grew ever more brilliant, a king beast-level wilderness wolf suddenly accelerated, attempting to bypass the white tiger and charge into the heart of Shenanjia. The next instant, the vermilion bird in the sky slowly dissolved into a blur and vanished. When it reappeared, the steppe wolf's skull had been torn open by the vermilion bird's razor-sharp claws. The massive carcass remained twitching where it fell, its thick stench of blood wafting on the wind before Shenanjia. Screech! Witnessing this, the other king beasts tensed their bodies, daring not to make a move. Time ticked by second. A multicolored glow gradually illuminated half the sky above the ancestral land of all spirits. On the military side, 5 armed helicopters took off on orders to investigate what had transpired within. Strangely, the royal beasts like the vermilion bird and white tiger seemed oblivious. They allowed the helicopters to circle around and enter the Shenanjia forest from the opposite side. But as soon as they approached the area where the glow was emanating, 5 violent explosions echoed through the sky. All the dispatched helicopters mysteriously exploded. They disintegrated into brilliant fireworks, crashing into the mountains. The radio crackled with static, yielding nothing. This bizarre scene caused the high-ranking officials of Xia Nation to furrow their brows. A tense and eerie atmosphere hung over everyone. Just as Tian focused intently on observing what would unfold in the Wanling ancestral grounds, the computer suddenly crashed. Immediately afterward, a giant female mantis crashed down from the ceiling. It lunged toward him with lightning speed. This time, the creature clearly displayed an aggressive intent, as if determined to force itself upon him. Chapter 23, Divine Sword Number 1. At this point, he didn't know what to say. After finally reclaiming the territory on Lake Island and securing a computer to access outside information. But I never imagined I'd end up screwing up right here. Especially when that female mantis spread her wings and turned her rear toward him. Tian could no longer contain his raging fury. A few minutes later, all that remained of the female mantis's fiery affection were 2 pairs of enormous wings drifting into the lake with the breeze. He wiped his mouth with his capture claw. Tian suddenly felt that his tendency to constantly shout about fighting and killing seemed slightly detached from the mindset of a normal human being. After all, they had merely coveted his beauty. To strike them down so ruthlessly seemed somewhat unjustifiable. This is a chaotic age, a cruel age. And I just want to live well. He shook his head slightly, downed a bowl of chicken soup. The fleeting pang of guilt that had surfaced deep within him vanished instantly. Something major must be happening in the ancestral land of all beings. Looks like I need to speed up the hunt. Thinking of the live feed on the Origin forum, Tian's heart suddenly grew uneasy. He flapped his wings and flew away from the lake island, heading toward the direction of the prey indicated by the feedback from his antennae. Midnight. As the afterglow deep within the mountains reached its zenith, through the livestream feed, viewers could faintly make out the silhouette of a towering tree emerging from the dazzling light. At the tips of its ubiquitous branches, countless exotic flowers bloomed, each with unique hues and petal counts. Simultaneously, a sound like shattering bubbles echoed across the heavens and earth. Led by the white tiger and the other 3 great royal beasts. All the royal beasts charged toward this dreamlike divine tree. The 4 great king beasts' target was precisely the 10 multicolored flowers crystallizing at the tree's summit. Relying on its flight advantage, the vermilion bird was the first to swallow one of the multicolored flowers. Then it seized another in its beak. It had intended to pluck a third. But the white tiger, propelled by terrifying leaping power, soared hundreds of meters into the air. Its massive paw slammed down with brutal force. Seeing this, the vermilion bird dared not linger. Shame and anger drove it to pluck a 6-petaled rainbow flower from the outer ring before spreading its wings and flying away. At the same time, the white snake from H City had also arrived. After each claimed 2 7-colored flowers, the seemingly clumsy black tortoise, hundreds of meters away, suddenly thrust its head forward. With a fierce inhale, 2 more 7-colored flowers detached from the branches and vanished into its belly. A golden bird of extraordinary speed suddenly accelerated, evading the white tiger's attack and seizing 1 flower in the process. With only 1 multicolored flower remaining, the eyes of the remaining royal beasts turned bloodshot. Before these rare flowers, even the greatest fear could not deter them. Perhaps realizing they couldn't stop the completely enraged royal beast horde, the white tiger and other elite beasts who had secured the rare flowers wisely turned and fled. In an instant, the entire Shenanjia mountain range echoed with deafening roars and piercing wails. Occasionally, a royal beast would be ambushed by others after seizing a rare flower. Rivers of blood flowed, saturating the mountain soil. Though no one knew what this rare flower the beasts fought over truly was. After dispatching 10 helicopters and 2 fighter jets in succession, none could approach the sacred tree. Instead, they were destroyed by the frenzied king beasts. The commander of Xia Nation could no longer sit idly by. He decisively ordered the frontline combat units to withdraw immediately. Then, with solemn expression, he addressed the assembled Xia Kingdom High Command in the conference room. Regardless of what use the flowers on this divine tree may have, they absolutely must not fall into the hands of these mutated beasts. Destroy them at any cost. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. They understood the commander's meaning all too well. But now was no time for indecision. Two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Humans and the savage, bloodthirsty mutated beasts were destined to be irreconcilable. The ultimate weapon had been withheld earlier for fear that the beasts would launch an all-out assault on the city. Yet now, witnessing how this wondrous flower on the divine tree could drive all the king beasts into such a frenzy. Its effects could not be underestimated. It might even trigger another mutation and evolution in these beasts. The beasts devour humans. This single fact alone leaves no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Given this, we absolutely cannot allow the strange flower to fall into enemy hands. I agree. Xia Nation's second in command, his expression grave, declared his stance after careful consideration. I agree too. Agreed. By the authority of the Supreme Military Commander of Xia Nation, I order the activation of Divine Sword 1, targeting Shenangjia. Half an hour later. The royal beasts dwelling amidst the mountains of Shenangjia suddenly sensed an intense threat. Yet, faced with the temptation of the mystical flower, not a single royal beast was willing to turn away. Even the 4 super king beasts that had seized the multicolored flower first remained lurking nearby, their eyes fixed on the scene, their intentions unknown. The crux lay in their disbelief that the humans, who had chosen to yield from the start, would dare to turn the tables when the king beasts were gathered. But soon, a searing flame plummeted into the mountains. After a brief silence, a blinding white light, 100 times brighter than the divine tree, illuminated the heavens. A thunderous roar. Entire swaths of trees vanished in utter silence under the terrifying shockwave. In an instant, darkness engulfed the land as mountains crumbled and earth split apart. Buildings within hundreds of miles were blown skyward, creating an indescribable apocalyptic scene. Dozens of royal beasts closest to the blast were vaporized in an instant, their flesh and blood instantly evaporating in terror. A colossal mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Amidst the crimson glow, the sacred tree slowly vanished, while the remaining rare flowers, untouched, dissolved into a dense swarm of streaks of light that vanished into the sky. Order the outer forces to expand the search perimeter. Launch an attack the moment any escaping mutated royal beasts are spotted. As Divine Sword 1 struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the commander remained vigilant. No one believed these king beasts, capable of withstanding missiles head-on, would all perish here. Especially the super-powerful ones among the king beasts, led by the white tiger and vermilion bird, were likely not completely dead. Sure enough, moments later, dozens of units temporarily deployed outside the safety zone for surveillance reported encounters with the king beasts. Hundreds of fighter jets simultaneously took off, rushing to various locations to provide support. Whistling missiles erupted in rapid succession. The explosions were punctuated by the furious roars of the royal beasts. They could never have imagined that the humans, who had remained passive observers until now, would actually dare to be the first to shatter the balance. In this battle, the beasts suffered heavy losses. Humans, we will fight to the death. The white tiger, drenched in blood with half its body charred beyond recognition, swatted aside dozens of tanks blocking its path with a single swipe. It uttered a furious warning in human speech. Then, bearing the brunt of 2 Hellfire missile strikes, it led over a dozen king beasts out of the encirclement, charging eastward. Your doom approaches until the last of us falls. The vermilion bird, first to seize the multicolored flower, appeared in the northern sky. 2 fighter jets failed to evade in time and were collided into oblivion. It then successfully broke through, escaping the army's pursuit range. Several flying beast kings swiftly followed behind. Meanwhile, the white serpent of H City had already lost a third of its body. Coiled upon the black tortoise, both turned to cast a cold glance at the human army before slowly submerging into a nearby, vast river. Watching the video footage on the screen, the high-ranking officials of Xia Nation showed no signs of regret on their faces. Instead, their expressions were resolute. For just moments ago, they had also received reports from other nations about mysterious light trees blooming in ancient lands, with royal beasts gathering to vie for the blossoms. Xia Nation exercised relative restraint, but the Russians were the most ruthless. They had actually deployed 2 ultimate weapons in succession, though unfortunately, neither managed to eliminate all the royal beasts. The following day, nations convened an emergency summit to establish the Blue Star Alliance. They declared the official commencement of the humanity's home defense war. Chapter 24, The Awakening Flower. But none of this concerned Tian. Without his computer, he continued scrolling through forums and watching livestreams. His focus swiftly shifted back to hunting, regardless of how the world changed. Only the strong survive and thrive. Provided they had enough evolution coins and sufficient food. Yeah, that's right. At least that was true for him. He transformed into the smallest mature form of the Chinese giant Mantis. Motionless, he clung to the hospital corridor ceiling, gazing at the blood bank door that had been violently torn open. Due to the loss of power, a foul odor wafted from the frozen blood bank interior. 2 mutated bats had just flown inside. Now they were tearing into the blackened, mutated blood inside, feasting with relish. With all humans evacuated from Nanyun City, everything seemed to revert to a primitive state where the big bug eats the little bug. Except, of course, for the mantis with its cheat code. When the 2 mutated bats finally crawled out, their bellies bulging from their feast, Tian, who had been poised and ready, swiftly shifted his form. The Grim Reaper's scythe, radiating a fierce killing intent, arrived in an instant. Double kill. Ding. Kill 1 mutated bat, earn 200 evolution coins. Ding. Killed 1 mutated bat, obtain 200 evolution coins. From tracking to lying in wait, the entire operation took over an hour and netted him 400 manning. Recalling the days of relentlessly farming ant nests and scavenging scraps from the king beast, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems the same principle applies whether you're a human or a mantis these days. Money's hard to earn, and hard to swallow. Since his last purchase of the body transformation potion, he had only managed to save up 2,100 evolution coins. The 200,000 required for the next tier steel mechanism modification seemed a distant dream. 1. Strength plus 20,100 evolution coins. 2. Speed plus 525 evolution coins. 3. Diamond mechanical modification 9,999,999 evolution coins. 4. Laser weapon equipment modification 1 million evolution coins. 5. Lifespan plus 110,000 evolution coins. Perhaps the mall knew he was broke right now, so the prices for this batch of refreshed items were actually pretty reasonable. Considering he had over 200 days left to live, he decisively skipped the last 3 items. The reason was simple: they were too expensive. After purchasing the speed and strength attributes, Tian closed the shop page. Just as he flew out of the hospital to seek his next target, a dazzling meteor shower erupted across the sky. Woo woo! Creak, creak! Eerie cries of mutated beasts echoed from all directions. Mutant beasts of all sizes suddenly burst forth from every corner of the city, sprinting madly toward the direction where the meteors were falling. As luck would have it, one meteor landed right before him. What the hell is this? A flower? A mysterious flower with only 2 petals, shimmering crimson and orange, hovered silently above the road in front of the hospital. Not far away, a mutant rat the size of a stray dog glanced at Tian with a hint of fear. In the end, it couldn't resist the strange flower's allure. It charged forward fearlessly, offering itself as an impromptu midnight snack. After kicking the obtrusive rodent's head aside, he slowly approached the strange flower, extending his scythe to gently touch it. Unexpectedly, a cold mechanical voice sounded instantly. Ding! Detected recyclable energy in the marketplace. Proceed with recycling? Recycle. This was the first time the shop had spoken to him, and Tian found it somewhat surprising. Recycling successful. The dual-color awakening flower is valued at 2,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please check your balance. The notification startled him. Just this unassuming little flower is worth that much? Regardless of what the awakening flower truly was, he had just witnessed hundreds of shooting stars falling across every corner of Nanyun City. If he could collect them all, exchanging them for 1 million evolution coins would be a breeze. The thought sent a surge of excitement through him. But judging from the earlier abnormal movements of the beast herd and the behavior of this mutated giant rat charging recklessly towards certain death despite knowing it was hopeless, the spirit awakened flower must hold an extraordinary allure for mutated beasts. He had already wasted several minutes here. Most of the fallen spirit awakened flowers had likely been devoured by other mutated beasts. Regaining his composure, he couldn't help but ask them all. What exactly is a spirit awakened flower? Ding! The awakening flower is a blossom born from the awakening divine tree, categorized into 7 tiers. Consuming them awakens spiritual intelligence in living beings and enhances their physical bodies. The more petals a flower possesses, the greater the awakening and enhancement it provides. 6 colored awakening flowers and above can also grant any creature the ability to speak human language. However, note that spirit awakening flowers cannot be fully assimilated. Upon the consumer's death, the flower will fall from their body. Human speech. Tian murmured to himself. He completely ignored the first 2 effects, instead repeating the final one of the spirit awakened flower. Though his life as a mantis seemed relatively comfortable after rebirth. But deep within, the emptiness of being unable to communicate with his own kind often caused him immense pain. If he could find the 6-colored spirit awakening flower and gain the chance to speak human speech, it would undoubtedly be a matter of immense significance to him. This time, there was no hesitation. Tian didn't even bother to devour his spoils. He spread his wings and flew swiftly toward another spirit awakened flower he had spotted nearby. But upon arriving, he found no trace of the flower. It must have been devoured by a nearby mutant beast. Had he not possessed the memories and mindset from his previous life, he likely wouldn't have reached this point relying solely on the evolution mall. In a sense, Unlocking human-level spiritual intelligence and cognition meant he'd essentially stumbled upon a weakened version of a cheat code. No wonder the appearance of the Spirit Awakened flower could drive these mutated beasts into such a frenzy. If mutated beasts gain sentience, hunting them will become far more difficult. That's not good news at all. After scanning the surroundings and finding no signs of life, Tian soared into the air, using his keen vision to search for other Spirit Awakening flowers. Just then, a mutated turtle, as large as a millstone and looking shifty-eyed, cautiously peered out from behind a large tree. Its eyes darted around, surveying the surroundings. Originally just a pet turtle kept indoors, it had escaped during the global mutation chaos. Thanks to its hard shell and innate ability to survive for months without food or water, it had managed to evade danger until now. However, after accidentally eating a strange little flower just now, it suddenly realized its true identity as a mutant species. Strangely, its mind was now filled with all sorts of bizarre knowledge. Knowing the outside world was now fraught with danger, it resolved to find a safer place to hide. But just as it confirmed no other mutated beasts were nearby and crawled out from behind a large tree to leave, a giant, emerald-green mantis descended from the sky, blocking its path completely. Chapter 25, shaking its head until it disappeared. At first, the mutated turtle, newly endowed with sentience, paid Tian no mind. After all, in its view, as long as it stayed safely tucked inside its shell, this brainless mutant mantis would surely give up after a bit of fussing. However, 10 minutes later, the half-charred mutant turtle, seared by flames, forced its head out of its shell, suppressing its inner grief and fury. The next instant, blood dripped onto Tian's blade. Ding! Defeated one mutated Brazilian turtle. Earned 200 evolution coins. It took some effort, but the outcome was worth it. After slaying the mutant turtle, a single crimson petal of the Spirit Awakened flower appeared, floating above the mutated turtle's corpse. Without hesitation, Tian chose to absorb it. Recovery successful. This single-colored Spirit Awakened flower is valued at 1,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please verify receipt. 1,000 evolution coins, not a bad deal at all. Counting the additional 200 evolution coins contributed by the mutant turtle, that made 1,200 in total. That was more than he'd earned from the ambush hunt earlier. Having tasted success, Tian grew even more enthusiastic. Yet over the next 2 or 3 hours, despite circling the city at low altitude for a long time, he still couldn't find any more traces of the Spirit Awakened flower. This outcome was largely as he had anticipated. Mutant beasts that had consumed Spirit Awakened flowers and gained sentience would inevitably choose to lie low temporarily unless they were exceptionally powerful creatures. Along the way, he did encounter a mutated ape that had clearly awakened its spirit intelligence. It was playing with a decommissioned train car as if it were a toy, and judging by its intelligence, it seemed to possess the mental capacity of a 10-year-old child. It had likely consumed a single Spirit Awakened flower. But its colossal frame, comparable to a skyscraper, and the terrifying strength it displayed when displeased a single kick sending a truck flying hundreds of meters away. This sight made Tian turn tail and run without hesitation. He was eager to make money, but he wasn't about to risk his neck for something this obviously dangerous. All the enlightenment flowers have been snatched up. Now that the mutated beasts have awakened their intelligence, they're tough to handle. What should I do now? He'd finally found a way to make quick money, only to see it threatened with failure. Saying he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. The thought of having to return to his old, cautious life of grinding for resources made him cringe. Worst of all, the 6-colored awakening flowers he desperately needed were nowhere in sight. Just as he was drowning in despair, a rumbling sound echoed from the direction of Jiuying Mountain. Tian flapped his wings to a high building and scanned the distance. To his astonishment, the 9-headed serpent king beast which had departed Nanyun City for the ancestral land of Shenangjia had returned. What astonished the beast, however? The 9-headed serpent that had once burst onto the scene with unmatched dominance, forcing all humans in Nanyun City to flee their homes, now had only 5 heads remaining. Its magnificent body was covered in horrific wounds. Even a section of its tail had been severed. Coiled atop Jiuying Mountain, its crimson pupils blazed with murderous intent. Some blindly ambitious mutant python dared to approach this serpent ancestor, hoping to curry favor. Unexpectedly, the 9-headed serpent seized it in one bite, then swallowed the entire mutated giant python over 300 meters long whole. The surrounding mutated beasts were thrown into utter chaos once more. Recalling the events at the ancestral ground of 10,000 spirits, the 9-headed serpent still felt its scales crawl with dread. Had it not charged forward swiftly enough earlier, and seized a 6-colored flower to awaken its spiritual intelligence, and realized its own strength was insufficient to gain further benefits from the divine tree, it fled early. Otherwise, it might not even be alive today. Yet even so, it had suffered collateral damage. 4 of its 9 heads were severed. Countless royal beasts had been buried in the ancestral grounds of all souls by the ultimate killing weapon. That it had managed to escape back was nothing short of sheer luck. After this incident, any possibility of reconciliation between the mutant beasts and humanity vanished completely. The white tiger and 3 other super king beasts successfully broke through the encirclement. Once their wounds healed, they would likely launch a counterattack against humanity soon. Therefore, these weaker royal beasts prepared to rally their forces at the first opportunity. They must prevent humans from exploiting their vulnerability when their forces are thin. By joining the major players in their uprising, they might even reap some benefits. 5 colossal serpent heads surveyed the entire city from above. The aura of the king beasts sent shivers down the spines of the mutated beasts below. But the mutated beasts that had awakened sentience remained largely unaffected. Take, for instance, the restaurant directly across from Tian. A massive star beetle, as bulky as an elephant, did not join the other mutated beasts in paying homage to the king beast. Instead, it peered through the cracks in the restaurant's glass windows to observe the outside. Tian pondered briefly. Then he quietly crept downstairs and slowly approached the star beetle. Something feels off. The star sky beetle swayed its head from side to side, using its keen hearing and antennae to continuously simulate the surrounding scenery in its mind. A mantis, thinner than its own leg hair, staggered in through the crack of the restaurant door as if disoriented. Of all the global mutations, why did only this unlucky bastard survive? The star beetle muttered to itself, paying the mantis little mind. Mainly, Tian's current shrunken form was so tiny it wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. But unexpectedly, the mantis grew increasingly bold. It actually flew onto the beetle's shiny, glossy head when it wasn't paying attention. Looking for trouble, the star beetle seethed inwardly. The star beetle violently shook its head, intending to use the momentum to shake off this blind little mantis. But as it shook, suddenly, it felt a sudden lightness. In its dying moments, it seemed to hear the clatter of heavy metal rolling away. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant star beetle. Earned 100 evolution coins. But this wasn't what Tian had hoped for. Sure enough, after the star beetle's demise, a single-colored spirit awakened flower emerged. Upon the flower's appearance, mutant beasts within several kilometers felt a sudden resonance. On the street, 2 mutated cats that had been lying prone suddenly rose, their eyes gleaming with desire. Ignoring even the aura of the king beast, they charged toward the restaurant. Witnessing this scene, Tian immediately realized the situation was dangerous. He hastily retrieved the spirit awakened flower from the star beetle's corpse. Then, transforming into an inconspicuous little mantis, he flew up to cling to the ceiling. Deprived of the Qi-Ling flower's aura, the 2 mutant cats abruptly halted in their tracks, then exchanged bewildered glances. The consequences of defying a royal beast's authority were obvious. Especially since the wounded hydra was already in a foul mood. Its serpent heads, gleaming with savagery, descended from above. It swallowed the 2 trembling mutant cats whole, too terrified to even flee. After returning to the heights, the central serpent head finally opened its massive jaws and spoke slowly, "I am the royal beast Joeying. All beasts who have consumed the spirit awakened flower and gained sentience must now assemble at Joeying Mountain. When the white tiger divine lord summons us, we shall follow closely behind, waging war against humanity until the bitter end." Chapter 26, The Sovereign Beast Joeying. As the words fell, most of the mutated beasts remained utterly bewildered. But upon sensing the king beast's oppressive aura vanish from their bodies, they swiftly scattered, some retreating, others pursuing their prey. Only several hundred mutated beasts of various kinds paused briefly to consider, then simultaneously headed toward Joeying Mountain. Seeing these mutated beasts act with such decisive resolve, even Tian found himself puzzled. This was clearly a suicide mission. Why would these mutated beasts, who had awakened their spiritual intelligence, act as if they'd lost their minds and willingly rush into danger? But when he calmed his mind and pondered carefully, a chill suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. Since his rebirth, he had always believed that revealing his identity would earn him some degree of trust from humans. Yet the emergence of the spirit awakened flower had endowed these bloodthirsty, murderous mutant beasts with intelligence rivaling that of humans, even granting them the ability to speak human language. This meant that if Tian abandoned the evolution mall, he would no longer be the sole unique existence among countless beasts. With conflict between mutated beasts and humans now inevitable, he would find himself in a thoroughly awkward predicament. After wrestling with the dilemma for a long while, he decided to head to Joeying Mountain to assess the situation. Never mind anything else. The mere prospect of hundreds of mutant beasts possessing the spirit awakened flower was a tremendous temptation to him. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. You can't catch a tiger's cub without entering its den. Besides, he possessed the ability to alter his form. He could quietly blend in as an inconspicuous observer to gather intelligence. If an opportunity arose to reap rewards, he could strike then. Who cares how the battle unfolds? True power reigns supreme. Snap, crackle. After physically dispatching the crispy star beetle, leaving only a few tattered wing fragments behind, he slipped out of the restaurant and flew toward Joeying Mountain. In a world now overrun by mutated behemoths, A tiny mantis no bigger than a fingertip wouldn't draw the attention of other mutated beasts. As he neared the mountain's base, the gathering of mutated beasts had swelled to nearly 500, with more arriving in a steady stream. The numbers exceeded Tian's earlier estimates. He lay atop a mutated yellow ox. His two emerald compound eyes darted back and forth, silently surveying the surroundings. Scanning for prey he could ambush when the moment was right. Slurp. These are all evolution coins. The thought that each mutated beast carried a spirit awakened flower filled Tian with a surge of excitement. Half an hour later, all mutated beasts with awakened consciousness in the vicinity of Manhwa City had gathered. The nine-headed beast raised its 5 massive serpent heads and began assigning tasks to the beasts. Before the impending direct confrontation with humanity, it must first swiftly heal the wounds on its body. The Spirit Awakened flower not only granted sentience to beasts but, more crucially, continuously stimulated their latent potential, accelerating their physical evolution. This was precisely why they had risked annihilation by humans to journey to Shenanjia. Now that the 6-colored flower was in its possession, once its wounds healed, its power would immediately ascend to a new level. The prerequisite was surviving this most perilous phase. First came reconnaissance and defense, a task best handled by the flying mutant beasts. Leading the group was an owl whose size rivaled that golden eagle from Shenanjia. The mutated owl not only possessed innate aerial surveillance abilities, but more crucially, it had consumed a 5-colored enlightenment flower. Its future potential is considerable, making it worth cultivating early. Next was ground defense near Jiuying Mountain. This was handled by a mutated tiger that had also consumed a 5-colored enlightenment flower. Regarding the arrangements for the royal beasts, the other mutant beasts have no objections whatsoever. Though they outwardly serve as subordinates to Jiuying, with the king beast as their backing, and with other mutated beasts who had awakened their spiritual intelligence as allies. Once united, the other mutated beasts that had not awakened their consciousness would inevitably become their prey. Moreover, they all understood that coexistence between humans and mutated beasts was utterly impossible. If they didn't seize the opportunity now to cling to the king beast's coattails, they might not even know how they died in the future. This is precisely why these intelligent mutated beasts willingly gathered at Jiuying Mountain. Once the 5 colossal serpents had coiled themselves atop the towering peak, the other mutated beasts began to take up their respective duties, dispersing in all directions according to their assigned tasks. Beyond essential sentry duties, many mutated beasts began returning to the city in packs for cooperative hunts. The mutated yellow ox that Tian was hiding in departed Jiuying Mountain, its mouth bared in a snarl of sharp teeth. Accompanying the mutated ox were 2 mutated wolves and 3 mutated golden ring hornets. The ox first led them to a suburban pasture. Then it returned alone to the herd. Using some unknown method, it lured another yellow ox to the entrance of an abandoned factory. The 2 mutated wolves and the hornets had already been lurking inside. The non-sentient yellow ox instinctively sensed potential danger inside, so it hesitated to advance, even nudging its companion as if urging the mutated yellow ox to leave together. But no one could have anticipated. The mutated ox, which should have been its companion, suddenly opened its gaping maw and bit viciously into its neck. Seeing its success, the lurking mutated wolves and golden ring hornets charged in with a howl. In mere moments, they killed the massive ox, dozens of meters in size, then gathered around its carcass to feast on the fruits of their victory. Tian, who witnessed it all, felt no surprise. After all, humans had also relied on learning to cooperate to grow stronger over time. Little did these creatures know, however, that a terrifying hunter, laying in wait in the shadows, silently plotting how to send them all to meet their maker. Tian paid little heed to the 2 mutated wolves and the golden ring hornets. The greatest threat was this mutated yellow ox, vastly superior in both strength and size. Once the yellow ox was taken down, the rest would pose no problem. But he didn't act rashly. Instead, he followed the rhythm of the mutated ox's swaying body as it chewed on its fallen comrade. Step by step, he climbed upside down to the space between its belly and front legs, locating the heart's position. The most skilled hunters never waste effort on unnecessary actions. He had to ensure a one-shot kill on this cunning mutant ox. A mutated ox is still an ox once its heart is struck, death is inevitable. At that moment, the mutated ox, which had been feeding, suddenly froze. For it suddenly sensed the approaching aura of death. The mutant yellow ox raised its head and scanned its surroundings. The 2 mutated wolves, having gained sentience, positioned themselves at a distance to avoid misunderstandings. The 3 golden ring hornets, barely a few inches in size, posed no threat either. But where exactly did this uneasy feeling come from? After a moment's thought, the mutated ox suddenly felt it might be overthinking things. It now had the 9 infant king beast standing behind it, along with the entire 9 infant mountain faction to rely on. What mutant beast would be foolish enough to target it? As for whether it stemmed from the repercussions of slaughtering its own kind, the thought vanished the moment it surfaced. Since developing consciousness, it considered itself liberated from the shackles of so-called racial concepts. Just as humans often claim they too are a form of animal. but who truly regarded themselves as those lower creatures incapable of thought, merely eating raw meat and drinking blood? Even apes, whose structure most closely resembles humans, are deemed fit only to be caged in zoos as toys for amusement and entertainment. Occasionally, some deranged individuals even consume primates as food. What it was doing now was no different, so what guilt could it possibly feel? After casting aside its reservations, the mutated yellow cow sneered inwardly, then opened its mouth wide again to tear off another bloody chunk of flesh, chewing it voraciously. As it contemplated whether, once sated, it should lure the herd's leader over to eliminate it. Then seize the leadership position, taking several young heifers it dared not touch before for a night of unrestrained pleasure. A sudden chill swept across its belly, as if a cold wind had blown into its body. The mutant ox instinctively looked down, only to see 4 bursts of sparks suddenly flash beneath it. Chapter 27, Hunted by All Beasts. Taking advantage of the mutant yellow ox's momentary relaxation, Tian instantly shifted his form. The 2-meter-long death scythe, wielding unmatched sharpness, sliced open the mutant yellow ox's abdomen. Then, 4 barrels primed for action erupted in simultaneous fire. Massive bullets tore through the gaping wound, violently piercing the still-pounding heart. In an instant, flesh and blood spattered everywhere. Moo! The mutated yellow ox let out a deafening, heart-wrenching cry. But it wasn't over. After confirming the critical hit to the heart, Tian swung his right front leg sides into the mutated yellow ox's right side, using the momentum to flip himself upward. Crystal-clear wings suddenly spread wide, lifting his body into the air. The barrel aimed at 3 mutated golden ring hornets huddled together feeding, unleashing a hail of bullets. Bang! 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 The deafening roar of the massive firearms echoed across the sky. The 3 unfortunate hornets were reduced to splattered fragments before they could react. Ding! Eliminated 1 mutant yellow cow. Earned 8,000 evolution coins. Ding! Killed 1 mutated golden ring hornet. Earned 200 evolution coins. The remaining 2 mutated wolves wore expressions of sheer terror. They couldn't fathom where this bizarre mantis wielding human firearms had suddenly appeared from. It had appeared and instantly slain the strongest member of the hunting party, the mutant yellow ox. Even the golden ring hornet trio couldn't escape its wrath. Run! Without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the 4 black gun barrels protruding from the bizarre mantis's chest, the 2 mutant wolves couldn't muster any desire to fight back. Things have come to this, you still think you can run? Tian wasn't stupid. Though he'd handled the mutant yellow ox with ease, that was only because the king beast hadn't intervened. If these 2 mutated wolves escaped, they would inevitably report the incident to the king beast, Joeying. The entire city of Nanyun was currently in the early stages of forming an alliance among its mutant beasts. Whether to assert its authority or pacify its subordinate mutated beasts, the opponent would certainly not let this matter rest. Facing a royal beast whose true nature remained unknown, he dared not be careless in the slightest. Therefore, not only must this be resolved swiftly, but these 2 mutated wolves must die. They must not be allowed to spread the news. Tian unleashed his full firepower. The mutated wolf on the left, panicking and fleeing, couldn't dodge the hail of bullets. It was quickly struck in one hind leg and crashed heavily to the ground. That fall signaled the end of its life. Awah! It opened its mouth to emit a piercing howl. The next second, a flash of emerald blade light sliced through the air, abruptly silencing the howl. Ding! Killed 1 mutant gray wolf. Earned 5,000 evolution coins. The other mutated wolf fleeing toward the city district froze in terror upon turning to see its companion's gruesome fate. Its speed surged even further. In the blink of an eye, it had fled several miles away, knocking down countless trees along the way. It didn't pause to check the grade of the 5 spirit awakened flowers that dropped instead. It lightly tapped its blade to recycle them all. Then it raced after the fleeing mutant wolf. Not far away, in a nearby urban area, several mutant beast squads heard the commotion and were rushing over. Guli Yang! A ghostly howl echoed through the air. A terrifying bird with a wingspan of over 20 meters swept across the sky. It was none other than the mutated owl that had devoured the 5 colored awakening flowers, tasked with guarding the skies for the king beast Joeying. Its speed was astonishing, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. At this rate, it would reach Tian's location in less than 20 seconds. The mutated wolf, which had been scared half to death by that bizarre mantis. Upon hearing the mutated owl's cry, its eyes instantly lit up with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Go ahead, chase me if you dare. Just wait until my reinforcements arrive, I'll make you wish you were dead. The mutant wolf raged inwardly. Through the previous battle, it had clearly realized that this bizarre mantis possessed the same cognitive abilities as they did. Though it couldn't fathom why the creature dared defy the king beast's command and openly hunted mutated beasts that had awakened sentience. But once this incident came to light, that mantis would surely be buried alive. The flapping of the mutant owl's wings was now audibly close. Realizing safety was imminent, the mutant wolf instinctively slowed its pace, even finding the leisure to glance back over its shoulder. Visibly, the bizarre mantis was still over 100 meters away. Yet to its utter horror, the distant mantis's form was slowly dissipating. That's an afterimage? Before its thoughts could fully form, it suddenly saw a headless wolf corpse ahead, propelled by momentum, sprinting dozens of meters before. Crashing with a thud into a thick tree trunk before collapsing to the ground, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. After enhancing your speed attributes so many times, what's the point if you can't even catch up to you? Tian retrieved the spirit awakened flowers suspended above the withered leaves. His form shifted rapidly, and he plunged headfirst into the nearby thicket, vanishing without a trace. By the time the mutant owl commander personally appointed by Zhou Ying arrived, all it found was a trail of destruction from the pursuit and several corpses lying in the distance. Several other mutant beast squads hurriedly arrived at that moment. Gazing upon the ravaged battlefield and the mutilated corpses of the mutated yellow ox and other beasts, they all sucked in sharp breaths. Who could it be? Dare to defy the king beast's orders and mercilessly slaughter mutated beasts who had awakened their sentience at this critical juncture? After a moment of silence, the owl leader extended a wing and wrote a single word on the ground. Investigate. The very moment they announced the alliance, a beast had come to humiliate them, something utterly intolerable. The assembled horde of mutated beasts dispersed with a thunderous roar. Everyone knew this was a golden opportunity to curry favor with the Beast King. Finding the culprit would be a monumental achievement. But Tian remained unconcerned. While mutated beasts that had developed sentience were indeed terrifying, this very trait also made them vulnerable. After all, no one would ever connect the killer of mutated yellow cattle and other beasts to a mere mantis barely 10 centimeters in size. He hung beneath the leaves of a loquat tree. He carefully examined the spoils of his expedition. The total from pure kills plus his accumulated stash amounted to 23,785 evolution coins. After all, the mutated ox and 2 mutated wolves alone contributed 18,000 coins, plus 3 golden ring hornets as a bonus. But what delighted him most was the 6 spirit awakened flowers he'd gathered along the way. The most valuable among them was the 4-colored awakening flower consumed by one of the golden ringed hornets. Altogether, it amounted to a total of 11,000 evolution coins. The old saying holds true: fortune favors the bold, and no horse grows fat without night feed. At last, I've shed the label of poverty. Tian wiped his mouth with satisfaction. It was a pity he couldn't bring back the corpses of those he'd slain. Otherwise, he could have devoured them to strengthen his physique once more. But scoring over 20,000 evolution coins for free was more than enough to keep him quietly delighted. This is only the beginning. Back at Zhouying Mountain, there were still plenty of small insectoid mutant beasts gathering prime hunting targets. He wouldn't pass up an opportunity to fleece them. Just as he pondered how to locate those adorable little creatures, a violent tremor suddenly shook the very top of the loquat tree. Chapter 28, Escape to Freedom. He cautiously peered out. Peering upward through the gaps in the branches and leaves. There, perched on the loquat tree, was a swallowtail butterfly. Its body wings were black, adorned with red and white patterns. The moth was perched on the loquat tree, wiggling the antennae on its head. As if searching for something strange, the moth murmured to itself. I clearly followed the scent here. The mutant swallowtail moth wondered silently. The moth family possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell, with scent receptors embedded in their antennae. At their peak, they could detect a single pheromone particle from a target 6 miles away. After mutation, this ability had grown even more powerful. That's how they managed to track it all the way here from over 10 kilometers away. Based on the on-site examination of a mutant macaque from the Zhouying Mountain Alliance that had consumed the 5-colored enlightenment flower, the killer not only wielded human firearms but also used a sharp blade to gut the mutated yellow ox. This strongly suggests the perpetrator is an intelligent mutated primate. Since it's a primate mutant beast, it certainly can't fly. I just need to find the killer and report the news. This was precisely why it dared to come alone. Little did that mutant macaque realize that such an absurd thing as a gun barrel growing from a mutated beast's body could actually exist. At this moment, aside from a few loquat trees serving as ornamental plants, there was no sign of any other living creatures in the vicinity. Just as the mutant phoenix moth was puzzled, a strange presence emerged behind it. It whipped its head around. Upon realizing it was merely a small karami mantis, the alertness in its mind quickly faded. It was merely slightly puzzled why, in this era of global mutation, had this mantis remained unchanged? Just as it prepared to swallow this former foe it could never have defeated, satisfying its own petty desire for revenge. The next instant, the heavy, severed body of the phoenix moth crashed to the ground with a thud. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant phoenix moth. Earned 100 evolution coins. A single-colored chi-ling flower appeared. Given that the opponent was covered in a layer of grayish-white toxic powder, Tian had no intention of using it for meat after retrieving the spirit awakened flower. Woo woo woo! Just as he abruptly shifted his form to slay the mutant phoenix moth, 100 meters away, a mutated dog with bloodshot eyes bared its fangs and let out a threatening growl at Tian. Is it after me? He froze for a moment, his mind racing. Both of these mutated beasts possessed keen senses of smell. Moreover, judging by the mutated dog's demeanor, it had clearly developed sentience. Otherwise, given its vicious nature, it would never have shown fear toward a mantis smaller than itself. It was highly likely that the scent left at the scene had exposed his whereabouts. I underestimated these mutated beasts' abilities. I nearly bit off more than I could chew. Thanks to that foolish macaque's guesswork, the mutant moth had recklessly followed the scent trail to track him down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known why he'd been exposed. His thoughts raced. He lunged suddenly at the mutant hound. A fierce blade flash erupted in an instant, as if it could tear through the void itself. This mutant dog wasn't stupid either. It knew it stood no chance against the creature that had wiped out the yellow cattle. It instinctively turned and fled. Little did it know that this turn exposed its back directly to Tian. Rat-a-tat-tat. For barrels spat tongues of fire as hundreds of bullets screeched toward it, tearing its flesh to shreds. Even its bones were laid bare to the air. A jade-green light streaked silently through the air. The massive dog head tumbled from midair. Ding! Defeated one mutant hound. Earned 3,000 evolution coins. After collecting the fallen dual-colored awakening flowers, he flapped his feathered wings and sped toward the lake island. It wasn't that Tian didn't want to keep hiding by shifting his form, it was because there were bound to be more mutated beasts with keen senses lurking within the nine-headed serpent mountain faction. If he delayed any longer, exposure was inevitable. The only solution was to erase his aura entirely. Shortly after he departed, a massive owl descended from the sky. Upon discovering the slain phoenix moth and mutated hound, the owl commander's eyes turned cold. It pursued in the direction Tian had departed. When he was still several hundred meters from the lake island, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Tian. The sound of tearing air approached from behind. Without hesitation, he dove downward. A powerful gust of wind swept over him from above. The owl commander, having missed its target, swiftly changed direction, then spread its hook-like claws to launch another attack. Seeing the cold gleam at the tips of those claws, Tian knew that if caught, his fate would be grim. His cover blown. He didn't back down. 4 barrels instantly sprang from his chest. With a deafening crack, a hail of bullets instantly pelted the owl commander's body. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp clanging, like steel colliding, echoed far into the air. To his astonishment, the bullets failed to pierce the creature's feathers. Every projectile clattered to the ground. This terrifying defense completely outclassed that yellow eel king back then. Damn Mantis! A look of astonishment flashed in the owl commander's eyes. Though he had no idea what had happened to this mantis to allow it to develop something akin to a human machine gun. But daring to challenge the nine-headed beast's authority was already a death sentence. Damn it, if I can't break its defenses, how am I supposed to fight this? Tian grimaced. Thoughts aside, the owl commander's movements didn't pause in reality. As the opponent lunged forward once more, Tian drew his scythe, adopting a stance ready for a final, desperate battle. Across from him, the owl commander sneered inwardly. Daring to clash head-on with him? This mantis must have lost its mind. Just as their paths were about to cross, Tian's form abruptly froze midair. He swiftly ascended, dodging the bewildered owl commander, and seized this rare opportunity to dart toward the lake's surface. Damn it, how the hell did you do that? Such an utterly baffling maneuver, completely defying the laws of physics. It was like standing on Newton's coffin lid, blasting music as a DJ. Seeing himself humiliated by a mantis, the owl commander flew into a rage. But he showed no sign of panic. Because the opponent's speed couldn't hold a candle to its own. Even if it managed to escape for now, soon enough it would meet its end. Seeing Tian not only fail to flee but charge headlong into the lake as if possessed, the owl commander froze for a moment. Boom! The massive form, over 10 meters in length, slammed into the water's surface, triggering a thunderous roar. Spray erupted skyward, obscuring Tian's form within the deluge. Ha! He's courting death. The speed of his descent would inevitably slow dramatically upon hitting the water. Moreover, due to its body structure, the mantis couldn't dive deep underwater. Once it surfaced, it would be a lamb led to slaughter. With this thought, the owl commander did not rush to descend but instead circled endlessly overhead. He waited for Tian to reveal his weakness. After a while, splashes fell across the lake's surface, but beyond the rippling circles spreading out, no trace of the mantis remained. Chapter 29, My turn to step in. Strange. Where the hell did that mantis go? The owl commander scanned the sky meticulously. Yet he could find no trace of Tian. Meanwhile, the mutated eels sleeping in the cave were also startled awake by the earlier commotion. Ever since Tian had mercilessly crushed them last time, even their ancient ancestor meeting a tragic end at his hands, the surviving mutated eels had come to deeply understand the treacherous nature of their world. Lately, they had been keeping an extremely low profile, even keeping their eyes and ears open while hunting outside, terrified of accidentally encountering that terrifying mantis again. However, after several days of peaceful existence, they gradually reclaimed their position as the lake's rulers. Hearing a disturbance on the water's surface, a mutated eel burst out of its burrow with fierce aggression, determined to see which blind fool dared disturb its territory. The moment it broke the surface, it saw only a dark mass in the sky before being yanked out of the water by a massive claw. An eel? The owl commander gazed at the struggling mutant eel in its claws, a hint of disappointment flickering in its eyes. When it had spotted sudden movement on the lake surface earlier, it had assumed it was the escaped mantis. Instead, it was merely a mutated eel. It hadn't gotten the prey it wanted to kill. The owl leader felt a twinge of irritation. With a sharp ripping sound. With a sharp tear, the owl commander ripped the 10-meter-long mutated eel clean in half from its mouth down with its massive claws. A shower of blood fell onto the lake surface, forming a vast crimson patch. Several other mutated eels, drawn by the scent of blood, poked their heads out of the water one after another. Upon discovering their comrade torn apart by a fearsome owl, they retracted their heads and dived back underwater. They darted into the cave, frantically burrowing toward the distance. Even without developed intelligence, the remaining mutated eels clearly sensed this place had become dangerous territory. To survive, they must find another place. The next day, at a kindergarten over 10 miles from the lake island, a sudden flood surged forth. Many passing mutant beasts spotted the mutated eels writhing in the kindergarten grounds, their foreheads instantly clouded with baffled question marks. After waiting for a long time, still no sign of Tian surfacing for air. The owl commander reluctantly grabbed the mutated eel's corpse and turned to leave. On the lakeshore, among a cluster of water plants torn loose by the giant waves, a small emerald-green mantis lay perched. After the owl commander flew away, Tian did not rush to reveal himself. Instead, he scanned his surroundings with his compound eyes while using his antennae to gather nearby signals. The antennae warn of lingering danger nearby. Seems they haven't given up yet, he muttered to himself. Nearly an hour passed. The owl commander, who had departed earlier, returned once more. 2 mutated hounds darted out from the dense forest nearby, shaking their heads slightly to indicate they hadn't found the target. Hoot, hoot. An eagle's cry pierced the mist. Moments later, another dark brown mutant eagle swooped down from the sky, landing before the owl leader and likewise reporting it had failed to locate the target. After these mutated beasts, hidden in the shadows for surveillance, emerged one after another. Tian was utterly dumbfounded. They actually sent spies? Their intelligence is downright insane. If not for the tentacle's warning signal, he might have stumbled into trouble this time. The owl commander scanned the lake's surface with piercing eyes. Then he pricked up his keen ears to listen for a moment, but alas, aside from the sound of the breeze sweeping through fallen leaves, he detected nothing unusual. Could he have truly escaped? He had just been entrusted with a crucial mission by the 9-headed king. Not only had a squad of mutant beasts ambushed him immediately afterward, now the enemy had slipped away right under his nose, a slap in the face. Transmit my orders, assemble all mutant beast squads. Hunt down every single mutant mantis within Nanyan City and slaughter them all. To single-handedly bring utter destruction upon all mantises. Such an outcome was likely beyond even Tian's own expectations. Only when the antennae signaled the danger had passed did he emerge from the lake. If you wish to kill me, you must first prove you have the strength to do so. The Spirit Awakened flower not only provided him with extra income but also held the hope of restoring his ability to speak. So even knowing that walking by the river every day carried the risk of getting his shoes wet, Tian would not give up easily. The best solution boiled down to one word: kill. Fight to sustain the fight, kill until these mutated beasts dared not oppose him anymore. Most crucially, a bold notion lurked within his heart. The king beast Jiuying must possess a Spirit Awakened flower of 6 colors or more. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to speak human language that day and summon all the beasts that had awakened sentience to gather. If things truly came to that, he wouldn't mind testing whether he could personally slaughter a king beast. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The worst-case scenario is facing Jiuying head-on. I refuse to believe that with my golden finger, I can't defeat a mutated, crippled giant serpent. Tian gritted his teeth and resolved to take the offensive. They sought to hunt him down and kill him, but he, too, harbored the intent to hunt the beasts to strengthen himself. Before that, he needed to strengthen himself further. His account now held over 38,000 evolution coins. The first item was Strength plus 30. Rarely did the shop offer such a generous boost, especially one that added so much strength. No question about it. With his current strength stat at 166 points, breaking through most mutated beasts' defenses was no problem. 2. Basic Strength Aura 30,000 evolution coins, requires 100 strength points to purchase. Ha! I've finally waited for this. Seeing the second item was a Strength Aura, Tian couldn't help but get excited. Last time the mall refreshed with a healing aura, he'd missed out because his resilience stat fell short. Now that the Strength Aura had appeared, he absolutely couldn't let this one slip away. Confirm purchase of Basic Strength Aura for 30,000 evolution coins? Basic Strength Aura permanently increases the user's strength attribute by 10% after purchase. After reviewing the shop's description of the Strength Aura, Su Tian's lips instantly curled into a helpless smile. It actually provides a permanent boost? Where else could you find such a good deal? Confirm. The remaining items held plenty of gems too. The third was an enhanced gun modification, a missile equipment upgrade worth 800,000 evolution coins. The item was top tier, but the price was daunting. Su Tian shifted his gaze to the final two items. Whether it was due to today's luck or not, the last two items were a 5-point stealth attribute boost and a 5x body type experience card. Stealth attributes were a no-brainer, definitely a great find. Though a bit pricey, it was worth every coin. The previous tenfold physique card was only 3,000 evolution coins. Why did the fivefold physique card jump to 5,000? Seeing the price tag on the 5x body size card, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Both items together would cost a total of 10,000 evolution coins. His account balance was now down to 8,735, leaving him over 1,000 short. Buy the size card first, it could save my life in a pinch. Given his current size of over 10 meters? If he used the fivefold size card, he could even go toe-to-toe with an owl overlord for a few rounds. Currently caught in the 9 Infants faction's monster hunt, every extra trump card meant a sliver more hope to turn the tide. After spending 5,000 evolution coins to purchase the 5x size card, Su Tian felt his confidence surge. His twin death sides glinted with a bloodthirsty coldness. Now it's my turn to step up. Chapter 30, Linchuan Rinjian Yuan. At night, when mutant beasts roamed the entire city. Inside a small supermarket storage room used for stockpiling goods. A man with a haggard face, his entire body coated in sulfur powder, crouched in a corner. A sharpened machete gripped in his hand. His eyes fixed intently on the warehouse door. As if fearing some unpredictable monster might burst through at any moment. This man was Wang Lang. Though utterly exhausted both mentally and physically, a glimmer of joy still spread across his eyes. He murmured to himself. Just hold on a little longer. Soon I'll be able to leave this hellhole. Ever since Su Tian rescued him that day, he had been doing everything possible to conceal his tracks and avoid detection by the mutated beasts. At the same time, he never forgot to search for a way to contact the outside world. Persistence paid off. During one daring venture out to search for communication equipment, he successfully brought back a shortwave radio. Such radios typically had a communication range of several hundred miles at minimum. With better configurations, it could easily reach thousands of kilometers. Wang Lang was a clever man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built such a large business by the age of nearly 30. After merely glancing at the manual and tinkering with it for a while, he had essentially mastered its operation. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck. Less than half an hour after utilizing the frequency scanning function, he unexpectedly received an emergency communication channel broadcast repeatedly by the Linchuan military, intended for survivors and military personnel. Among them was the dedicated frequency for radio equipment. Ha! We're saved! He was so excited at that moment that his hands and feet began to tremble slightly. Trapped in Nanyuan City, he had barely slept a wink during his time there. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind was flooded with the horrifying scene of his wife being devoured alive by a mutated eel. And that terrifying mantis, its body radiating a bloodthirsty aura that had slashed the mutated eel to pieces with its twin blades. But all of this would soon be over. Wang Lang tuned his radio to the same frequency as the Linchuan military and began calling out. Beep. This is the Linchuan military headquarters. This is the Linchuan military headquarters. Who is calling? Hearing the long-missed human voice, his eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill over. Quickly regaining his composure, he rushed to deliver the words he'd rehearsed countless times in his mind over the past days. Beep. Mutant beasts on Jiuying Mountain have developed sentience and are preparing plans to wage war against humanity. Is this correct? Beep. Yes, yes, yes. I witnessed this with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. I also possess crucial intelligence regarding them. Beep. Please proceed. Beep. This is of critical importance. I must report directly to your leadership. As the provincial capital of Tiannan Province, Lincheng City boasts formidable defense forces. When the anomaly first erupted, the garrison troops swiftly crushed the mutated beast horde sweeping through the city like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves. After dozens of rounds of thorough mop-up operations, mutant beasts within Lincheng City are now largely either dead or fled. Only a few stragglers, hiding in the shadows, cling to life. This outcome was undoubtedly due to the wise decisions of the high-ranking commanders of the Linchuan forces. However, the events unfolding in the ancestral land of all living things, Shenanjia, had ignited the fuse of war between mutated beasts and humanity. As the commander-in-chief of the Linchuan military, Ren Jianyuan was acutely aware that the true crisis was steadily approaching. That was why he had been mobilizing his subordinates for war preparations these past days. You mean there are human survivors in Nanyuan City, and they claim some mutated beasts have developed sentience? Led by a king beast, they're gathering strength, awaiting the call to war? Yes. We've verified his identity. His name is Wang Lang, formerly one of Xia Nation's 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. Additionally, he claims to possess critical intelligence regarding the mutated beasts, but wishes to report it to you in person. The subordinate added. If the information is accurate, the intelligence he possesses is highly valuable. After suffering such a heavy loss in the Shenanjia Mountains, those mutant king beasts won't let it rest. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself ensures victory in every battle. Gaining critical intelligence on the mutated beast faction in advance would greatly benefit the military's upcoming operations. Ren Jiangyuan frowned slightly. Wang Lang's objective was straightforward, he hoped they would send someone to rescue him. But now, the entire city of Nanyun had fallen. Moreover, it was now a restricted zone occupied by the king beasts. Rescuing someone would be no easy feat. Though the military possessed formidable weapons and feared no foe, actual combat would inevitably exact a price. Have you tried communicating with him? Equivalent exchange made perfect sense in peacetime. But now, in this era of mutation, humans and mutated beasts are like water and fire. Not only did the other side fail to consider this, they intended to leverage their intelligence to coerce us into rescuing their people. Both professionally and personally, this deeply displeased Ren Jianyuan. We've already talked, but they haven't budged. Mutant king beasts possessed intelligence, a fact he'd learned not long ago. When those super king beasts escaped, they had all vowed to exact revenge on humanity. But the fact that ordinary mutant beasts could also develop sentience? This was the issue that concerned him most. On one hand lay potentially vital intelligence beneficial to the military, on the other, the perilous mission into Beast City, where survival was a 1 in 10 chance. After weighing the options for a long time, Ren Jianyuan ultimately decided to send a team to Nanyun City to rescue Wang Lang. This is a matter of utmost importance. Even if there's only the slightest chance, we must take the gamble. Assign Ren Fei to personally lead this mission. Hearing Ren Jianyuan's words, his deputy paled in shock. Sir, how can this be? Everyone knew the mission's inherent danger. Without any backup or heavy military support, encountering a powerful mutated beast would essentially spell certain death. And Ren Fei was the leader's only son. But before he could finish speaking, Ren Jianyuan glared at him and snapped, why wouldn't it be acceptable? Since he chose to join the military, he should understand that a soldier's duty is to obey orders. If others can go, so can my son. To sacrifice for the nation and the people that is a worthy death. It's settled. There's no time to waste. Have them prepare and depart immediately. Seeing his resolve, the deputy could only offer a wry smile. Why, back when there were merely initial signs of biological mutations? Ren Jianyuan dared to mobilize the entire Linchuan garrison with heavy weaponry that couldn't be deployed lightly, and no one questioned this outrageous order. All because this admirable man carried nothing but the nation and its people in his heart. 1 p.m. The heat was at its peak. Even the mutated beasts were too sluggish to hunt, instead seeking out shady spots to lie down. At the heavily guarded entrance to Lichuan City's urban district, suddenly, 3 modified camouflage military vehicles sped out, heading toward Nanyun City. Gazing at the lake churned into layers of splashing water once more, the owl commander's face turned green. It never could have imagined. The mantis that had narrowly escaped last time showed no sign of restraint whatsoever. Instead, it seemed to have completely let loose, daring to hunt the intelligent beasts of Jiuying Mountain. In just a single day, 2 more mutated beasts that had awakened sentience met tragic ends at its hands. But when it finally caught up to the lake, that damned mantis resorted to its old tricks again, plunging recklessly into the lake. After that, there was no after. When the ripples finally subsided, it had vanished without a trace. I'll kill you. The owl commander cursed furiously in his heart, grabbing huge rocks and hurling them at the water's surface. But it was utterly useless. Meanwhile, Tian had already slipped away from the opposite shore of the lake. He quietly retraced his steps back to the crime scene. Heh, I recall a cricket chasing after me earlier, screaming about killing me. It probably hasn't gone far yet. Chapter 31, Saving a White-Eyed Wolf. When Tian dragged the decapitated mutant cricket into a house, he could already picture the owl leader's furious reaction upon learning his subordinate had been taken out, and explode with rage on the spot. Considering the king beast watching from above, he decided it would be wise to lie low for a while. Over the past 2 days, he had already dispatched 7 or 8 mutated beasts that had developed sentience. Though the numbers weren't large. But these beasts nominally followed the king beast Jiuying. If he pushed them too far and provoked the king beast to intervene personally, his life would become unbearable. At least for now, Tian had no plans to leave Nanyun City. Keeping a low profile was definitely the best course of action. After devouring the small karami cricket he'd dragged back, he casually summoned his personal attribute panel. Tian, a bronze mantis modified body stage 2 evolution. Bloodline, transcendent devourer destruction tier. Talent, basic strength aura. Lifespan, 202 days. Current account balance, 7585 evolution coins broke as a joke. Strength attribute, 166 points. A 5 cm iron plate can't stop you. Speed attribute, 115 points faster than a dog. Toughness, 38 points, not even as resilient as a cockroach. Stealth attribute, 10 points, stay silent and you won't die. Overall combat rating, a barely surviving weakling scraping by in the mutant world. First, a talent column has appeared. Second, the assessments for strength and stealth attributes clearly show new changes. My power is still climbing too slowly. Looks like I'll need to pull off something big. Otherwise, once these mutated beasts gain further enhancements from the Spirit Awakened flowers, hunting them will become even more difficult. The evolution coins should have surpassed 10,000. But he didn't want to lose the 5 stealth points he'd farmed earlier, so he ventured out again to hunt a wisdom mutant beast. After spending all his money to buy the stealth attribute, he found himself back to square one overnight. These 7,000 plus coins were just what he'd managed to save up. Additionally, he had inquired about the Spirit Awakened flower at the marketplace. The response he received, however, was that it had little effect on him. Tian had long since departed from the natural path of a mantis, describing him as a machine life form would be more accurate. While the Spirit Awakened flower couldn't help him achieve enhancement or advancement. Overall, the benefits still outweighed the drawbacks. Just as he lay on the rooftop pondering how to farm efficiently, 4 uninvited guests suddenly burst into the room. One of them was none other than Wang Lang, whom he had rescued from the lake island. The other 3 were soldiers clad in military combat fatigues. Shoo, quiet. Cold sweat trickled down Renfei's temples. He raised his index finger, signaling everyone to remain silent. After a moment, when several violent explosions echoed from outside, the expressions of Renfei and the other 2 excluding Wang Lang darkened instantly, their grief palpable. When he was assigned the mission to rescue Wang Lang, he was fully aware of just how perilous this operation truly was. It was no exaggeration to call it a suicide mission. Upon entering the urban area of Nanyun City, they had already exchanged fire with mutated beasts several times. Casualties were incurred on both sides. After finally repelling the mutated beast's assault and reaching the supermarket, they retrieved Wang Lang from the warehouse. They encountered another attack by a pack of mutated rats along the way. To cover their retreat, the remaining 5 members stayed behind as rear guard, prepared to sacrifice themselves. The explosion they heard moments ago was the result of those members detonating the grenades they carried to draw the mutated beast's attention. Captain, what should we do now? The youngest member of the team looked at Renfei, his voice choked with emotion. Mutant beasts now roamed the entire city of Nanyun. Forget about getting Wang Lang out, even they themselves were beginning to feel hopeless. You still refuse to speak up now? Renfei turned to Wang Lang, whose face was frozen in terror, his eyes blazing with fury. The situation between humans and mutated beasts is growing increasingly tense. Every bit of knowledge about the mutated beasts gives humanity a better chance of winning. If you have any conscience left, tell us what you know now. Then we'll split up, leave this place, and bring the intelligence back to Linchuan. To rescue him, they had already sacrificed several outstanding team members. Yet Wang Lang stubbornly refused to reveal the intel on the mutated beasts. I won't say a word until we've left Nanyun City and returned to Linchuan. As a shrewd businessman, he understood that men like Renfei were driven by a deep-seated faith. For that belief, they could disregard their own lives. If he revealed what he knew now, the other side might pass the intelligence back to boost their chances of breaking through the encirclement. They might then adopt a strategy of splitting their forces. For the military, that would be a good thing. But not for him. I simply want to survive. I hope you understand, Wang Lang said calmly. A team member, already seething with rage, raised his gun and pressed it against Wang Lang's head, snarling, "Damn it! We've already lost several brothers trying to save you. If you don't talk now, I'll put a bullet through your head." "Zhaoan, put that gun down." Renfei hadn't expected such an outburst from his own team. He stepped forward urgently, pressing down on the barrel. Captain, with the nation in crisis, he's still playing his own little games. What use is someone like that? Maybe he's been deceiving us all along. There might not be any so-called important intelligence at all. Wang Lang's expression remained unchanged as he smiled faintly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. To me, it's no big deal, just death. You risked so much to come here. Killing me would mean your teammates died for nothing. Besides, after surviving this hellhole for so long, do you really think I'm unprepared to face death? If you want to kill me, go ahead. If you don't dare, you'd be better off saving your strength to figure out how to break out of here. Renfei reached out, disengaged the safety on Zhaoan's gun, and shook his head at him. The man was right. If he died now, all the sacrifices made by the other team members before him would be utterly meaningless. Wang Lang sneered inwardly. If the man before him were a ruthless bandit willing to stop at nothing to achieve his goals, perhaps he wouldn't dare be so defiant. But these men all had their own convictions. Little did they know that Tian, lying flat on the ceiling, had witnessed their entire conversation. Wang Lang's coercion of Renfei and the others silently reminded him that he had once saved a thankless wretch. Society, hang him up and beat him senseless, see if he talks then. though he found their ways a bit old-fashioned. But truthfully, Tian held a deep respect for them. It was precisely because of countless old-fashioned rule-abiding individuals like Renfei that the people cherished and trusted the Xia nation's military. Sadly, not everyone deserves to be called human. Just as the room's atmosphere grew awkward, Tian swiveled his compound eyes left and right, only to spot a lizard plushie of the same brown hue sprawled across the room's brown sofa. He examined it curiously. This designer is truly talented, fusing lizard and sofa elements together. I wonder if they ever worry about scaring people sitting on the couch. Its belly even puffs and deflates, the form looks quite lifelike. Tian froze, a sudden alarm bell ringing in his mind. Holy crap, a chameleon! Chapter 32, Caught in a Bind. Meanwhile, the chameleon was also observing the room. When it spotted the small mantis on the ceiling, it merely glanced over it, keeping its gaze fixed on the group. Seeing this, Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This chameleon is most likely just an ordinary mutant beast. Otherwise, it would have started calling for backup by now. Renfei and the others, however, were consumed by grief over their departed comrade, their spirits utterly crushed. They were completely unaware of the chameleon blending seamlessly into the sofa. The dragon hunts, the mantis lurks behind. Tian muttered to himself as he slowly moved toward the sofa. The only question now was that to hunt this chameleon, he would definitely need to change his form. Then he'd have to decide whether to kill or spare Renfei and the others. After all, anyone suddenly seeing a giant mutated mantis in the room would instinctively attack. If he held back, he'd inevitably have to endure their attacks. Tian weighed his options, his gaze flickering between ruthless determination and hesitation, until he noticed the military uniform Renfei was wearing, and suddenly fell silent. By then, the sun was nearing the horizon. The fading light spread across the entire city. Renfei gazed out the room's window, his face etched with worry and unease. Frowning, he spoke up, "We can't wait any longer. Every minute we stay here increases the danger. The mutated beasts that roam at night will be even more terrifying. We must leave Nanyun City before nightfall." Hearing Renfei's words, the other two team members raised no objections. As for Wang Lang, he couldn't wait to get the hell out of this place provided his own safety was assured first. As the four prepared to exit the room, the chameleon on the sofa remained utterly motionless. Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this chameleon wasn't here to hunt at all? But the thought barely formed. The chameleon suddenly thrust its legs forward, smashing through the room's glass window and fleeing outside. Before vanishing, it cast one last glance back at Tian. Something's wrong. This doesn't add up. Before he could give chase, two antennae frantically sent danger signals his way. At that moment, Renfei and the others, who had already stepped outside, turned deathly pale in an instant. Hundreds of meters away, centered around the house, a horde of hideously mutated beasts had gathered. Particularly towering over the horde was a terrifying mutant giant ape, nearly 100 meters tall. Its sheer size alone was enough to inspire dread. Yet the sight of this mutated giant ape stuffing box after box of candy into its mouth created a comically absurd contrast. A mutated tiger, dozens of meters long, stood at the very front. It gazed down with a mocking expression from its lofty height at the four inconspicuous humans below. The chameleon that had escaped from the house earlier scurried to the tiger's feet and scrawled a line on the ground with its claws. "Brother Tiger, that mantis in the house that showed no signs of mutation, it's likely connected to the killer the owl leader is hunting." The mutated tiger nodded. In a world where even ants had mutated without exception, for a single little mantis to remain unchanged was inherently implausible. This explained why that fool owl commander always lost the mantis's trail whenever it fled to the lake island. The moment it plunged into the water, it vanished without a trace. The creature undoubtedly possessed the ability to alter its form at will. Poof. No matter how cunning the prey, it will eventually meet its end at the hunter's barrel. Today, it cannot escape its fate. The thought of finally capturing this mantis, which had committed countless murders yet remained at large, filled it with a slight thrill. As for these humans, they'd make a fine dessert. At that very moment, a shrill, eerie cry pierced the air. Earlier on Joeying Mountain, it had received a message from its subordinates below. Upon learning that the mantis had been located, the owl commander charged over in a rage. Having been toyed with twice, its inner fury was beyond measure. This time, it seems we've really messed up. Tian's heart sank as he watched the menacing horde of mutated beasts outside. Though he had no idea how that chameleon had managed to spread the news, dwelling on it now was pointless. With a flick of his thoughts, his form shifted back to its original shape. The low roof shattered instantly. A giant mantis over 10 meters tall, its body a brilliant emerald green, brandished its twin blades, its gaze fixed warily on the surrounding beasts. Enemies meeting in battle only intensified their hatred. The owl commander circling overhead fixed them with a piercing gaze. No words were needed. The moment Tian revealed his true form, the surrounding mutated beasts instantly swarmed toward him. A mutated centipede extended its venomous fangs, aiming to bite into Tian's waist. But in the next instant, its body snapped clean in two, spilling bright green blood across the ground. The afterimage Tian left behind slowly dissipated. The spirit-awakened flower it dropped was caught mid-air before it could fully hit the ground. From his evolution until now, he had never truly exerted his full strength. Today's battle would be the ultimate test of his strength. Air combat was not Tian's strongest suit, so he chose not to take to the skies. Instead, he decisively used his enhanced speed to charge toward the weakest point in the beast horde. You think you can kill me? The massive scythe swept through the air. Two mutant cats poised for a sneak attack had their pupils widen as they were cleaved in two mid-air. Ding! Killed one mutant orange cat. Earned 200 evolution coins. Recovery successful. The Oroki Kiria flower is valued at 1,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please verify receipt. Roar! Taking advantage of Tian being entangled, a mutated black bear raised its massive paw and slammed it down toward him. Seeing no time to dodge, Tian decisively used his sickle to repel the nearby mutated dogs, then swiftly shifted his form. The mutated dog nearly wet itself in fright. It never imagined the mutated black bear would choose to take it down too, just to kill that damn mantis. But escape was already too late. It could only watch helplessly as the bear's paw descended. Boom! In an instant, flesh and bone were scattered. The surrounding mutated beasts recoiled in terror, scrambling backward. Barring any unexpected turn of events, this mantis was surely doomed. But the next second, a small mantis burst through the gap between the bear's paws. Tian's form returned to normal, for barrels gleaming with a dark sheen protruding from his chest. Rat-a-tat-tat. Facing such a formidable foe, he held nothing back. Before the battle began, he had already exchanged for a full 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Flames erupted as bullets capable of shattering boulders spewed forth. The mutated black bear bore the brunt of the assault, its body instantly erupting in a spray of blood. Taking advantage of its retreating screams, Tian advanced instead of retreating. His wings fluttered slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the mutated black bear. This beast is too massive for a single fatal strike. Just keep it off balance. As the thought flashed through his mind, the cutting edges of both scythes swept past the mutant black bear's eyes. Accompanied by excruciating pain in its eyes, the bear's vision instantly darkened. Chapter 33: The Death of the Owl. The once imposing mutated black bear. Now it was truly blind as a bat. Agonizing pain and the fury of blindness relentlessly assaulted its nerves. Roar! The enraged and frenzied mutant black bear wildly swung its massive paws, launching indiscriminate attacks against friend and foe alike. Not only was this creature massive in size, but it possessed immense strength. Any mutated beast caught in its blows howled in agony. Tian seized the chaos to launch another attack with his scythe, slaughtering a large number. The ding-dong chime of evolution coins being deposited echoed through the air. The chaotic scene made the mutated tiger frown deeply. It hadn't expected this mantis to be such a tough opponent. Not only was it armed with heavy thermal weapons, but its combat prowess was formidable. Its unstoppable twin blades, superhuman strength, and lightning-fast reflexes sent the mutated beast horde reeling. Only a few larger mutated beasts could withstand its attacks head-on. The other insects and smaller mutated beasts were no match for Tian. In just a short while, over a dozen mutated beasts had fallen to Tian's blades. If this continued, even if they managed to capture the target later, a Hydra King would surely reprimand them upon their return. With that thought, the mutated tiger hesitated no longer. A deafening tiger's roar echoed throughout the area. The mutated beasts still attacking Tian were all slowly pushed back by the sheer force of its presence. Only the blinded mutant black bear continued to wildly swing its paws. The mutated tiger leapt into the air. Its claws gathered power for a single strike, aiming for the mutated black bear's head. A powerful gust swept through the air. The mutated black bear's skull shattered like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. This terrifying display left Tian feeling dry-mouthed. With his slight frame, a single swipe from that claw would end him instantly. As the headless mutated black bear crashed to the ground with a thud, all the other mutated beasts, except for the giant ape, felt a deep sense of awe toward the tiger leader. What a bunch of useless trash. Retracting its claws, it shot Tian a contemptuous glance, seemingly satisfied with its grand entrance. But the next second, the tiger leader was stunned. It had expected this mantis, upon witnessing its mighty display, to surrender immediately. If not surrender immediately, it would at least cower in fear as if facing a formidable enemy. Who would have thought that Tian merely glanced at it before decisively extending his blade, directly absorbing the multicolored awakening flower that had fallen from the mutated black bear's body? This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was utter disregard. Enraged, two massive tiger claws lunged toward Tian's position. Unfortunately, when it came to speed, Tian could easily outpace this mighty tiger leader. After several exchanges, the tiger leader not only failed to easily subdue this mantis as he had imagined. Instead, it had taken numerous bullets. It was a pity the machine gun bullets couldn't pierce the tiger leader's defenses, otherwise, he might have tasted the tiger whip today. Not only was the prolonged assault fruitless, but Tian had also slashed several wounds into its body with his scythe. Feeling humiliated, the tiger commander grew increasingly frenzied. He roared furiously at the owl leader circling overhead. Even though their beast languages were different, the implied meaning was crystal clear. Damn it, why the hell aren't you coming to help? Just sitting up there watching the sky. The owl leader's eyes narrowed. Taking advantage of Tian's midair leap to evade the tiger's pounce, it plunged downward like a cannonball. If those sharp talons connected, the outcome would likely be no different than being slapped by the tiger commander. Yet Tian showed no fear, only delight. For this was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. Fivefold Size Card. The greatest threat among the mutated beasts wasn't the tiger leader, who could completely overwhelm him in strength and size. It was the owl leader, capable of aerial pursuit and impervious to machine gun fire. The owl overlord had been monitoring him from above the entire time, completely crushing any hope he had of breaking out of the encirclement. But now, this owl leader dared to come closer on its own. This was a godsend. As the distance closed, Tian showed no sign of unusual movement. Deeply aware of the owl commander's cunning, a sense of unease suddenly arose within him. Yet beneath its steel-shredding talons, it refused to believe the opponent could stir up any trouble. If Tian truly had a trump card, he wouldn't have been chased into the lake in such a disheveled state both previous times. Die. As its claws neared the target, it could almost see the mantis torn apart by its fury. Crack, it cracked? The mutated beasts below erupted into chaos. Even the tiger-eyed leader nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. Blood mingled with feathers drifted down from midair. Boom! Boom! The owl leader was cleaved in two by a 20-meter-long scythe of death. Even in death, disbelief lingered in its pupils. A radiant five-colored awakening flower glowed brilliantly as Tian caught it gently. Recovery successful. This five-colored awakening flower is valued at 50,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please verify receipt. The notification echoed in his ears. The exhilaration of sudden wealth made Tian tremble with excitement. All his running around lately had yielded nothing special. Today's battle, however, had instantly propelled his wealth past the 110,000 mark, catapulting him from poverty to a comfortable living standard. Observing the tiger commander, whose stature now rivaled his own. If he wasn't mistaken, the leader must also possess a five-colored awakening flower, along with the hundreds of intelligent mutated beasts surrounding them. If he could eliminate them all, it would be an immense fortune. But the thought that the commotion might have alerted the beings on Jiuying Mountain instantly cooled his heated thoughts. Better safe than sorry. If need be, I'll just come back another time. The tiger commander never expected this mantis to be so treacherous and cunning. First, it deliberately feigned weakness in size. Then, the moment that foolish owl dove down, it struck decisively. In the blink of an eye. A powerful mutant beast that had devoured the five-colored spirit awakened flower lay decapitated. When it met Tian's eyes, filled with greed and murderous intent, the entire tiger suddenly felt uneasy. When it was smaller, this bizarre mantis could wrestle with it. Now that their sizes were comparable, its imposing presence instantly diminished. If even the mighty tiger leader felt this way, the other mutated beasts were even more intimidated. Were it not for fear of the nine-headed serpent king's retribution later, they would have bolted long ago. Though none did flee. The mutated beast's formation had disintegrated into a chaotic mess. No creature was foolish enough to continue blocking the path. Tian raised his twin blades. The beasts were all startled, preparing to flee. Unexpectedly, he suddenly turned and charged toward the four humans standing in front of the house, who were already frozen in shock. Renfei and the other two wore expressions of utter dread. With this terrifying mantis fixated on them, no one could save them now. Only Wang Lang felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Indeed, he had recognized Tian as the mutated mantis that had rescued him from the lake island that day. Though he had no idea why it had saved him out of nowhere. But with this mantis's help now, he could escape his current predicament immediately. Big Mantis. It's me. It's me. Wang Lang shouted excitedly, waving frantically to catch Tian's attention. Tian spread his three hind legs, gripping Renfei and the other two who had given up resistance. Without so much as a glance at Wang Lang, he soared into the air. Saving Renfei and the others was purely because he still remembered the kindness of the human race. As for this ingrate, he could die wherever he pleased. Watching Tian's figure gradually recede into the distance, Wang Lang froze in shock. Save me! He roared, his face twisted with grief and fury. How could this damn mantis do such a thing? Surrounded by eyes brimming with bloodlust and murderous intent, Wang Lang's legs trembled and his vision went black as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 34, The Wrath of the Nine-Headed Serpent King. Tian's choice proved to be correct. Shortly after he departed, a thunderous rumbling erupted from the direction of Jiuying Mountain. A colossal serpent's body, reaching straight into the heavens, slowly rose upright. The constant warning signals from his antennae made him feel like thorns in his back. 3 pairs of feathered wings flapped frantically, reaching speeds of up to 300 meters per second. Renfei and the others, clutched tightly in its grasp, felt dizzy and disoriented from the near supersonic shock. Their ears could barely register any sound. Had most of their bodies not been shielded by Su Tian's form, they would likely have passed out by now. The surrounding scenery whizzed past. Yet upon hearing the commotion coming from Joeying Mountain, he now wished he could increase his speed several-fold. Listening to the trembling Tiger Commander's report as he lay prostrate on the ground, the 9 infant Serpent King's gaze grew increasingly icy. After this period of recuperation, the effects of the 6-colored Spirit Awakened flower finally began to manifest. The 4 severed serpent heads had regrown, and the wounds across its body were nearly healed. The 9 infant Serpent King was now stronger than before, its body having grown nearly a third larger. Yet his heart held no trace of joy. Instead, it was filled with rage and resentment. According to its original plan, devouring the Spirit Awakened flower should have granted it at least one physical enhancement and advancement. But now, nearly all its energy had been consumed in repairing its wounds. Unable to defeat even a lowly mantis? It deserved to die. The 9-headed Serpent King spoke slowly in a cold, menacing voice. Send a beast to trail them. See where those 3 humans are coming from. If this mantis could slaughter those 3 humans for food, even if its own beasts were slain, it wouldn't feel anger. It might even overlook past grievances as long as they submitted to serve it, everything could be settled. Yet this peculiar mantis chose to save them instead. Since ancient times, no mutant beast had ever been so close to humans, at least not in the realm of the 9-headed Serpent King. The emergence of such an anomaly within its domain. If word got out, it would surely invite criticism from other royal beasts in the future. Dare to challenge this king's authority, and I shall show him what true despair truly means. Meanwhile, Su Tian, sensing the intense threat, had already fled Nanyun City at breakneck speed. Along the way, he casually dispatched 2 ill-fated mutant sparrows. Fearing pursuit by the 9-headed king snake, he raced like the wind without even bothering to mask his aura. Only after traveling over 200 kilometers from the city center, the sense of danger behind him vanished completely, and he finally slowed down. He came to rest in a small town not far from Linchuan City. The town appeared desolate, all humans having evacuated due to the outbreak of mutant beast swarms. He set the 3 men down, letting them run off to vomit their guts out. Su Tian leisurely opened the Evolution Mall. This risky venture had netted him a solid 110,000 evolution coins. It was no exaggeration to call it a huge profit. Yet he found it hard to feel truly happy. Especially at a time when relations between humans and mutated beasts were so tense. He felt like he was pleasing neither side. The mutant beast faction was a given. As long as he continued to pursue greater power, clashing with the 9-headed king beast was inevitable. Faced with the dual temptations of the hunt and the Spirit Awakened flower, as long as his strength was sufficient, he had no reason to give up. Now, defecting from Nanyun City might even be a blessing in disguise. At the very least, he's free from the constraints of the king beast. He could hunt freely in the wild. The only drawback was leaving his familiar surroundings. He would undoubtedly need to act with greater caution. As for humans, at least for now, he saw no need whatsoever to interact with them. Indeed, true masters always walk alone. As he browsed the Evolution Mall. On the other side, Renfei, piecing together Su Tian's peculiar behavior and Wang Lang's final actions, had already begun to suspect something. Though it felt utterly unbelievable. There was no denying that this mantis had seemingly saved them. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rising wave of nausea within him. Stepped up to the monstrous, hideous giant mantis and spoke with sincere expression. Thank you. Thank you. Su Tian tilted his head, scrutinizing Renfei. The sharp, icy glare made the other person feel uneasy. Renfei tensed at first, but his expression quickly relaxed. If this mantis truly intended to harm them, the 3 of them wouldn't stand a chance. Su Tian shook his head slightly. Then, using his blade, he scrawled crookedly on the ground, "Need me to escort you back?" Though not far from Linchuan City, the wilderness was teeming with mutant beasts. The trio was in poor condition, and the journey back to Linchuan would undoubtedly present numerous dangers. Considering the other party seemed to have a shred of conscience left, he didn't mind playing the good guy for once. A flash of astonishment crossed Renfei's eyes. He hadn't expected this mantis to actually understand human speech, and it seemed to possess a surprisingly high level of intelligence. No need. We have communication devices that can reach headquarters. Thank you. Complex emotions churned within Renfei. It turned out Wang Lang's assessment was accurate. Besides the Wang beast, ordinary mutated beasts had already developed sentience, a dire omen for humanity. What troubled him most was the failure of this mission. Not only had they failed to obtain the crucial intelligence Wang Lang mentioned, but they'd also lost several team members. Su Tian, however, didn't dwell on it as deeply. After seeing Renfei politely decline his suggestion, he didn't press the matter further. But just before parting ways, he suddenly recalled the internal intelligence he'd obtained from the mall regarding the Spirit Awakened flower. Though he didn't know if humans had already deciphered its secrets, mentioning it wouldn't hurt. The Spirit Awakened flowers in Shenanjia can grant mutated beasts advanced enhancements. The king beasts are lying dormant, biding their time. They may pose a massive threat to humanity in the future. If you intend to eradicate them, you must act swiftly. Having delivered what he considered an inconsequential piece of information, Tian fluttered his wings and vanished into the mountain forest. Though he yearned to explore a human city, to savor the long-lost bustle and vibrancy, the persistent sense of impending danger weighing on his heart compelled him to seize the moment and focus on rapidly strengthening himself. After reading the message Tian had left, Renfei's expression abruptly darkened. A powerful premonition gripped him. Perhaps this was the crucial intelligence Wang Lang had sought to convey. After activating the ultimate weapon that day, bizarre flowers began appearing across the devastated landscape of Shenanjia. It turns out that thing is called the Spirit Awakened flower. Upon discovering these peculiar flowers, the thought that the already terrifying mutated beasts could grow even stronger with the aid of the Spirit Awakened flower, Renfei couldn't help but shudder. He quickly retrieved his specialized communication device and reported the situation to the Linchuan City military headquarters. If this news proved true, the anticipated final battle might arrive sooner than expected. Sigh. After ending the call, Renfei gazed at the devastated town and sighed silently. Chapter 35, The Beast Tide Approaches. Lincheng City. Upon learning his son was safe and sound, Ran Jianyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet his face remained deeply troubled. Simultaneously, he kept replaying Renfei's earlier report in his mind. The mutated beasts had undoubtedly developed sentience, but he couldn't bring himself to believe they'd be so kind as to reveal such crucial information. Could this be a deliberate trap set by the mutant beast, he murmured, but quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. It seems unnecessary. After all, humans and them cannot coexist. War is inevitable. What exactly does it want? After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to report the situation truthfully to his superiors. This matter was simply too bizarre. If handled poorly, it could lead to extremely serious consequences. Shortly after, Renfei and his two companions met up with the relief team that had come to assist them. Yet no one noticed a palm-sized mutant hummingbird silently trailing behind them. It only turned away after confirming Renfei's group had entered Linchuan City. In a lush, verdant valley, Tian flicked a ghost-faced spider onto his scythe, bringing it to his mouth to crunch away. His eyes scanned the 5 newly refreshed items in the Evolution Mall, his mind torn with indecision. It wasn't that the items were poor, they were so good he couldn't decide which to choose. 1. Resilience plus 80,000 evolution coins. 2. Missile equipment modification 150,000 evolution coins. 3. Stealth plus 50,000 evolution coins. 4. Speed plus 50 evolution coins. 5. 50-fold size experience card 100,000 evolution coins. Money's always tight when you need it most, he couldn't help muttering under his breath. Resilience goes without saying. It's an essential attribute requirement for purchasing the healing aura, though the price is a bit steep. But it would undoubtedly boost sustained combat capability. Yet the second item, the missile gun modification and stealth attribute, held equal appeal for him. What left Tian most torn was the final item, the 50x body size card. To be honest, this was his first time encountering such a high multiplier size card. While the price was undeniably steep, it was now comparable to the previous weapon modification. With the 50x body card, he'd even dare turn back and go toe-to-toe with the 9-headed Serpent King. But it would only be a head-on confrontation. After all, with the 9-infant Serpent King strengthened by devouring the Spirit Awakened flower, he still didn't have absolute confidence in defeating it. If all the intelligent beasts in Nanyang City could be gathered together, spending 100,000 to harvest them would be a huge profit. But relying solely on size cards? Those intelligent beasts wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still and wait for him to take their heads. It's a good item, but the cost effectiveness is too low. Honestly, stacking attributes is more satisfying. Tian shook his head. As for missile modifications, forget it. Killing ants now yields no profit. Even if he could kill more, he wouldn't be able to cover the remaining price difference. Just as he was about to secure the 3 attributes first, a piercing siren suddenly pierced the sky from the north. Immediately afterward, the fiery glow of exploding shells lit up the sky. Inside the Linchuan City Military Command Center, Ran Jianyuan stared intently at the live footage transmitted back by the reconnaissance team. Amidst the apocalyptic scene woven from darkness and crimson light, a colossal serpent with 9 massive heads stretched its body, deflecting every missile fired by the fighter jets. At the forefront, tens of thousands of mutated beasts surged relentlessly toward Linchuan. The terrifying spectacle of a stampede of beasts sent a chill down the spine of every person present. Commander Ren, we've already deployed personnel to begin evacuating the civilians. A 2-3-star officer set down his communicator and reported. Acknowledged. Order the frontline units to prepare for combat engagement. At that moment, the streets of Linchuan City were filled with people wearing expressions of utter despair. They scrambled about, clutching large and small bundles, terrified that a moment's delay would mean certain death at the jaws of the mutated beasts. Amidst the thronging crowds, angry curses and terrified cries erupted intermittently. Were it not for the soldiers maintaining order, the chaos would have been far worse. It's the mutant king beast. Without nuclear weapons, there's no way to stop it. Run for your lives. Why did the king beast suddenly appear here? We're done for, we're all going to die. It must be because the military used nuclear weapons against the mutated beasts in Shenangjia earlier. This is their revenge. Damn it, why did they choose our city of Linchuan? Some, their faces etched with terror, silently followed the soldiers' guidance toward the city gates. Others cursed under their breath, convinced the authorities had needlessly provoked these mutated king beasts who had been left alone before. They were the ones who'd angered these mutated beasts, and now the unlucky ones were the lowly commoners. Regardless, after the beasts appeared, staying in Linchuan meant certain death. About 10 minutes later, the tide of mutated beasts had already reached the first defensive line Ren Jianyuan had ordered to be set up. Over 200 missile vehicles stood at the ready. Additionally, over 1,000 mortars and an entire regiment of tanks were stationed to defend the position. Without the presence of the king beast, even an overwhelming number of ordinary mutated beasts couldn't breach such a terrifying barrage of firepower. I hope this buys us more time for the civilians' evacuation, Ren Jianyuan said, unable to suppress the weight in his heart. As the commander-in-chief of Linchuan City, his rank granted him access to more intelligence about the king beast. Precisely because of this, no one understood the true horror of the king beast better than he did. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the tiger commander flanking the nine-headed serpent king. The mutated beasts, driven along by the sheer terror of the king beast, caught the thick scent of flesh nearby. A bloodthirsty fury ignited in their eyes. Gazing at the surging tide of mutant beasts charging toward them, the commander in charge of the first line of defense couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Ren Jianyuan finally issued the attack order. His pale fingers gripped the walkie-talkie tightly as he bellowed into it. Open fire! In an instant, flames lit up the entire sky. The overwhelming firepower instantly tore gaps in the charging tide of beasts, sending flesh and blood flying through the air. The barrage of fire abruptly crushed the momentum of the entire beast tide. Some mutated beasts even showed fear in their pupils, hesitating to advance. At that moment, the nine-headed serpent king radiated a terrifying aura once more. The provoked horde of mutated beasts charged forward in a frenzy once more. But every step forward came at a devastating cost. Ren Jianyuan watched the battlefield unfold through the video feed, his expression as grave as ever. Had he not had the foresight to order the activation of all nearby armories beforehand, they likely wouldn't have held out against the first wave of beasts. Yet the situation remained far from optimistic. On the surface, the overwhelming firepower of the advanced weaponry seemed to be holding back the mutated beast tide. But he knew full well that this advantage depended entirely on the nine-headed serpent king not yet entering the fray. Soon, news of Linchuan City under attack by a beast tide led by a nine-headed serpent king began circulating wildly across the Origin Forum. Xia Nation's high command immediately called Linchuan to inquire about the situation. But Ren Jianyuan himself hadn't figured out why Linchuan had become the first city targeted by a king beast. Thus, he was unable to provide any clear clues. Do your best. If you cannot withstand the beast tide's assault, headquarters authorizes a strategic retreat. The higher-ups weren't rigid bureaucrats. They simply authorized him to act as circumstances demanded, but he must absolutely ensure the safety of the citizens. Understood. After ending the call, his gaze grew even more complex. Chapter 36, The Fall of Linchuan. As the mutated beast horde launched its third assault, the attack was intercepted midway by a fighter squadron that had been prepared in advance. After suffering the heavy loss of over 1,000 mutated beasts, the nine-headed serpent king slithered forward, twisting its massive body. The central serpent head sneered darkly, so many dead should be enough to eat for a while. Truth be told, if not for your humans helping out, this king would have had to put in some effort to kill these brainless fools. What? So it deliberately sent these mutated beasts for us to kill? The expressions of everyone in the command center turned ashen. Ren Jianyuan felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could dwell on it further, the nine-headed serpent king had already slipped through a gap deliberately left open in the beast horde, gliding slowly toward the human front lines. Boom! 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 Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Countless shells flew toward the nine-headed serpent king's body. Soldiers manning machine guns, eyes bloodshot, clenched their triggers, desperate to slow the colossal serpent's advance. Even fighter jets, having exhausted their missiles, they recklessly rammed head-on into the nine-headed serpent king. Explosions echoed relentlessly, one after another. Yet the desperate efforts of the soldiers proved utterly futile. They couldn't even pierce the scales of the nine-headed serpent king. You're asking for death. Though unharmed, the insect's provocation still stirred its fury. 9 massive serpent heads whipped back and forth through the air, smashing down fighters flying too low like swatting flies. Minutes later, the front rows of tanks in formation were crushed beneath the massive serpent tails. Ren Jianyuan clenched his teeth. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively issued the order to retreat. Before the Beast King, human weapons save for ultimate killing machines were utterly ineffective. Xiao Fei's intelligence was correct. These king beasts gained tremendous power after consuming the spirit awakened flowers. At this moment, he harbored no doubt about Su Tian's words. For just a short while ago, even the formidable white serpent of H City had sustained significant injuries during the military siege. The 9-headed serpent before them looked terrifying. It was no match for that white serpent. This was evident during the battle for the spirit awakened flowers in Shenangjia. The white snake could stand at the forefront alongside the other 3 divine beasts. Even the 9-headed serpent now effortlessly withstood missile strikes and assorted powerful military weapons without a scratch. He dared not imagine how formidable those 4 divine beasts had grown by now. Retreat! Everyone withdraw immediately. Ren Jianyuan issued the retreat order decisively. Persisting in a head-on confrontation would only lead to more senseless casualties. Watching the human army begin its retreat, the 9-headed serpent king sneered coldly. Too late to leave now. Today, I'll destroy a city and slaughter 100,000 of your human race. Consider it early interest on the debt from the Shenangjia incident. Without hesitation, it plowed through the army's defenses, sweeping away every obstacle and minefield with its indestructible, colossal body. The swarm of mutated beasts surged forward behind it. Even though Ren Jianyuan's retreat order came swiftly, he had underestimated the sheer terror of these mutated beasts. A deafening buzz filled the air. Countless swarms of mutated bees and mosquitoes darkened the sky like a cloud, charging toward the retreating troops. Though the soldiers' gun barrels never ceased spitting fire, they could not halt the aerial beasts' onslaught. But it wasn't over yet. Beneath the ground, mouths full of mutated earthworms, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, burst from the ground, swallowing passing soldiers whole. The moment the retreating formation was shattered, the soldiers' fate was sealed. Some stood numbly in place, waiting for death to come, while others fought desperately to fire their last bullet. Father, mother, forgive your son for not being able to care for you any longer. Seeing the path ahead blocked by the horde of beasts, a soldier cried out, his face etched with tragic resolve. He then pulled the pin on his grenade and lunged toward a mutated earthworm. Seeing its prey come willingly, the mutated earthworm opened its gaping maw, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, and swallowed him whole. The next instant, a thunderous crack echoed from its belly, and a gaping wound erupted from its body. No escape now, brothers. Let's fight these beasts to the death. A veteran soldier in his 30s tossed aside his empty rifle and grabbed a bayonet lying nearby. With lightning reflexes, he pinned down a mutant mosquito lunging at his face and drove the bayonet deep through its skull. 2 more mutant mosquitoes swarmed in from behind, their sharp mouthparts descending. The veteran raised his arm to block, but the mutated mosquito's mouthparts pierced his flesh. An agonizing suction rippled through his arm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he cursed, "Damn it!" With that, the hand gripping the bayonet hacked off the mosquito's head, still greedily sucking flesh and blood. Yet his other hand had already shriveled completely. Just as he turned to eliminate the other mutant mosquito, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Before collapsing, he muttered through gritted teeth, damn it. This mosquito is poisonous." The slaughter continued. Before the Linchuan Garrison Command Headquarters. "Dad, you must leave with the main force immediately. We can't hold the line any longer." Ren Fei looked at his father's resolute expression, his tone bordering on pleading. He never imagined that at the most perilous moment, his father would order everyone else to evacuate while refusing to leave himself. "Damn it! Over 30 years ago, when we fought the Monkey Nation with the troops, I took 5 bullets and still held my ground with my rifle, refusing to retreat. Now you want me to be a deserter. Besides, I devised this entire battle plan. Now that my misjudgment has cost so many soldiers their lives on the front lines, how could I just walk away? Dad, I beg you, evacuate now. The fall of Linchuan isn't your fault. The defenses have completely collapsed. The beast tide is upon us." Ren Jianyuan sighed, gently patting his son's shoulder. "I've been strict with you since childhood, robbing you of many joys your peers enjoyed. Deep down, I've always felt guilty about that. When I sent you to Nanyun City last time, did you secretly resent me? Dad, I don't blame you. I'm a soldier, this is my duty. Hurry, there's no time left." Hearing his son's choked voice, Ren Jianyuan smiled with relief. But the hand resting on Ren Fei's shoulder suddenly slammed hard against his neck. A flicker of confusion crossed Ren Fei's eyes before his entire body collapsed backward. The aide standing nearby caught him swiftly. "Take him away. Commander Ren, what about you?" Ren Jianyuan gazed toward the entrance of Linchuan and murmured softly, "So many brothers are behind us. I need to wait for them." The aide's body trembled at the words, but in the end, he only saluted silently. He hoisted the unconscious Ren Fei onto his back and made his way toward the helicopter waiting nearby. After watching the helicopter gradually vanish into the mist, Ren Jiangyuan, rifle in hand, walked steadily toward the beast tide. Chapter 37, An Unfair Ambush. By the time Su Tian quietly approached Linchuan City, the city had been reduced to near ruins. A colossal crater now gouged through the city center, stretching dozens of miles into the distance until it vanished from sight. Many mutated beasts did not follow the nine-headed serpent king in pursuit of the retreating human forces. Instead, they lingered among the ruins, gnawing on flesh and bones. Whether of beasts or humans, no one could tell. The sound of crunching echoed everywhere. Clang! A mutated dog gnawed relentlessly at a human skull. After stripping away all flesh, it seized the skull in its jaws and flung it. It traced a long arc through the air. It rolled several times with a hollow clatter before coming to rest at Su Tian's feet. Judging by its appearance and size, the skull belonged to a human child. Its surface was pockmarked with bite-worn craters. The dead possessed no emotions, much less one reduced to nothing but a skull. Yet Su Tian seemed to see the innocent, radiant smile of a young child reflected in the skull. He carefully cradled the skull from the ground with both blades and set it aside. A murderous intent boiled within his emerald compound eyes. I thought rebirth would help me let go of many things, but it seems I still can't manage it. Confirm purchase of 50x body size experience card for 100,000 evolution coins? Confirm. When a flawlessly emerald green, towering over 700 meters tall, stepped into the ruins, all the mutated beasts froze in their tracks, trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground. Roar! The mutated giant ape Su Tian had encountered earlier dropped the half-eaten mutated elephant it was holding, and roared at him warily. After all, they had never detected the presence of another apex predator in this vicinity. Moreover, this mantis before them gave it a strangely familiar feeling, as if it were the creature that had been surrounded in Nanyun City that day. Hiss! Several mutated beasts that possessed nascent intelligence and had participated in the ambush on Su Tian immediately fled without hesitation. But the majority of the mutated beasts, paralyzed by fear, remained frozen in place. Starting with you. His immense stature allowed him to cover the distance to the 100-meter-tall mutated giant ape with a single stride. The same mutated giant ape that would have turned tail and fled at the mere sight of him in the past now stood trembling before him. Without a word, Su Tian swung his 100-meter-long scythe of death, aiming it squarely at the ape's forehead. The mutated ape roared, attempting to brace its arms against the blade. The next second, it was cleaved clean in two. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant giant ape. Earned 1,000 evolution coins. Recycling successful. The Oroki Curia flower is valued at 1,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please verify receipt. Exactly as expected. Even a powerful yet dim-witted mutant ape only yielded 1,000 evolution coins. The rewards from other mutant beasts would likely be even meager. But he had no time to dwell on it now. Huge scythes frantically reaped the mutated beasts fleeing through the ruins. Not long ago, they had been jubilant at breaching human fortifications and feasting on flesh. Little did they know they'd become the ruthlessly harvested prey in the blink of an eye. 2 terrifying scythes, each over 100 meters long, cut through everything in their path, unstoppable and indestructible. The air thickened with the stench of blood. In mere minutes, nearly 1,000 mutated beasts were swept away. The rest, sensing danger, had long since fled. Su Tian sliced down a circling mutated vulture with a single stroke and pursued the direction the 9-headed serpent king had fled. Its 100-meter wingspan spread wide, obscuring the sky. A sonic boom cloud condensed behind him. The sound hadn't reached yet, but the mantis had already passed. Its terrifying supersonic speed allowed him to quickly spot the 9-headed serpent king engaged in combat with human fighter jets not far ahead. Though termed combat, it resembled little more than swatting flies. Ahead lay a dense mass of fleeing humans. Mutant beasts had already breached the military's defenses, now rampaging through the crowd with frenzied slaughter. Piercing cries of terror and wails of grief. Mixed with the excited roars of the beasts, the shadow of death loomed over every corner. One after another, fighter jets were shot down from the sky by the 9-headed serpent king. The warriors' eyes burned red with fury, desperate to charge forward and take the terrifying serpent king down with them. Yet faced with its overwhelming power and defenses, they were utterly helpless. At some unknown moment, someone noticed a dark shadow growing larger in the sky. As the form of a giant mantis hundreds of meters long gradually materialized, despair finally consumed them, halting even their retreat. Someone held up a phone streaming live, muttering incessantly, hoping to leave behind the last trace of themselves in this world. The 9-headed serpent king also sensed Su Tian's presence. But judging by its size, this mantis was only 1/3 its own size, posing little threat. Moreover, intelligent beasts rarely killed each other. So even when Su Tian swooped down from midair, closing in dangerously close, the 9-headed serpent king paid him no mind. Only the tiger commander, who had just flattened an armored vehicle like a pancake, wore a look of utter shock. Holy crap, this mantis is actually... Its mind went blank for a moment, as if it couldn't quite believe what it was seeing. Meanwhile, the Origin Forum was erupting. Being pursued by two sovereign beasts simultaneously, they couldn't fathom any countermeasure beyond nuclear weapons. But the distance between them was so close. If nuclear weapons were truly deployed, the citizens of Linchuan would be unable to escape unscathed. It's over. Our brothers and sisters in Lincheng are likely facing certain doom this time. Even the military can't hold back these mutated beasts. What will happen when it's our turn? Is this world truly headed for destruction? Enough. I need to get home fast. If we die, at least my family will go together. You upstairs are out of your mind. Is this the time for witty remarks? The only thing I can do is pray for them. Amidst the gloom and despair spreading across both reality and the internet, a voice suddenly murmured softly. Could it be that this Mantis King beast is here to help us? You're crazy. That's a mutated beast. I know, but when I went on a mission to Nanyang City with Captain Run, it was a mantis that saved us. And the more I look at this one, the more it resembles the mantis that saved us back then. A glimmer of hope lit up in one soldier's eyes. If it really was that mantis, perhaps they could be saved today. But aside from him and another soldier who had been on that mission, everyone else dismissed these words as the delusions of desperation. But just then, the ground suddenly trembled, and the sound of a heavy object crashing down echoed nearby. The nine-headed Serpent King, its serpent head violently severed, let out a piercing shriek. Its remaining 8 serpent heads lunged toward the newly appeared giant mantis. It never imagined this colossal flying mantis would dare ambush it from behind. I knew it. It must be that shameless, despicable mantis. The tiger commander glared, slowly retreating. Tian had already left a deep psychological scar on him last time. Now, seeing this mantis dare to provoke even a king beast, it was utterly terrified. You're asking for death. Even with one serpent head severed, it made little difference to the 9-headed Serpent King. 8 serpent heads launched a frenzied assault. Tian dodged relentlessly with his superhuman reflexes, but before activating the 50x size card, he had been overly optimistic. To put it bluntly, the 9-headed Serpent King's gaping maw alone could swallow his head whole with ease. Its size was no mere hundreds of meters, likely stretching into the thousands. Yet the arrow was already on the string. He had no choice but to fire. Below him, the people of Linchuan were already surrounded by the horde of beasts. This battle was unavoidable. Chapter 38 Crushed Flat. Strangely enough, while Tian battled the 9-headed Serpent King, both the Linchuan troops and the mutated beasts below maintained an eerie stalemate, silently awaiting the final outcome. If Tian prevailed, humanity's crisis would naturally dissipate. But if the 9-headed Serpent King prevailed, over 100,000 Linchuan civilians would face certain doom. Please, you must win. Some clenched their fists tightly, eyes fixed on the horizon. Mutant beasts that hadn't developed sentience watched with predatory eyes, yet dared not make a move, cowed by the threat of firearms. Without the 9-headed Serpent King to withstand humanity's terrifying military might, victory would prove far from easy for the mutated beasts. As a mighty beast, you choose to side with humans. When the time comes, no king beast will tolerate you. The 9-headed Serpent King roared furiously. Yet it dared not relax its vigilance for a moment. Though its size and strength utterly dwarfed the super mantis opposite it, Tian's lightning-fast reflexes and dual blades posed a significant threat. Combined with his feathered wings that allowed him to fly freely through the skies, what appeared to be a battle with no suspense. Tian paid no heed to the 9-infant Serpent King's words. Tian paid no heed to the 9-headed Serpent King's words. Ever since he obtained the evolution mall on that isolated island, his path had been sealed, a journey where the entire world would be his enemy. As for the other royal beasts, once he grew powerful enough, they would merely be walking evolution coins. Since he hadn't obtained the 6-colored Spirit Awakened flower, he couldn't speak human language. He could only silently curse under his breath. He deftly dodged the dual serpent head's pincer attack, his form flickering as he landed on the giant serpent's neck. He raised his massive scythe and brought it down with brutal force. Sparks flew instantly as several massive scales flew off, the blade leaving a huge gash in the flesh. Seeing that his opponent not only attacked with brutal ferocity but also held him in such contempt that he wouldn't even bother to speak to him, the 9-headed Serpent King grew even more enraged. To outside observers, it was clear this super mantis held the upper hand. Many beasts already showed signs of retreat in their eyes. Meanwhile, the human camp was jubilant. At this rate, the terrifying 9-headed serpent might well suffer a crushing defeat here. But Tian knew the bitter truth. With only 10 minutes left before the size restriction ended, if he couldn't severely wound the enemy and force its retreat before then, the consequences would be unpredictable. On the forum, witnessing the sudden emergence of a super mantis, one aligned with humanity, and completely suppressing the 9-headed king snake, netizens who had fallen silent moments ago suddenly sprang back to life. Holy crap, what's up with this mantis? First time I've seen a mutant beast siding with humans. Damn, that emerald green, crystalline mantis is so badass. Those 2 scythe blades are insane too. Scales that can't be pierced by missiles? One swing from it slices right through. Terrifying power. Thank goodness. Our fellow citizens in Linchuan finally have hope. I propose the military dispatch reinforcements immediately to assist this righteous super mantis. Maybe we can take down that damn Hydra while we're at it. Such bizarre events naturally drew the attention of countless high-ranking officials in Xia Nation. Yet the bigwigs remained cautious. For while this mantis appeared to stand with humanity since the global mutation began, they had never heard of, let alone witnessed, a mutated beast aiding humanity. Even many pet mutated beasts who shared deep bonds with their original owners before mutation. Once transformed, the first human they killed was invariably someone who had foolishly believed. Those who believed their own pets would never turn on them. Such cases were countless. Time ticked away, second by second. People began to notice that the super mantis, which had initially planned to slowly wear down the 9-infant Serpent King, had somehow shifted to a strategy of trading blows for blows. Tian showed no fear toward the massive serpent head lunging at him, instead charging straight into its attack. You're asking for death. The 9-infant Serpent King sneered inwardly. If this mantis had continued to evade and strike from the shadows, it might have held some reservations. But to engage in a head-on clash? Even another super mantis wouldn't faze it in the slightest. The serpent head opened its blood-stained maw, intent on swallowing Tian whole. But unexpectedly, the super mantis charging toward him vanished in an instant. No, not vanished. Tian had decisively shrunk his form and darted into the snake's mouth. The next second, the snake's head, mid-swallow, froze abruptly. Die! Tian's body swelled violently as he slashed with his twin blades in a crosscut. He carved a massive gash clean through the snake's throat. The once proud serpent head dangled precariously, held only by a sliver of skin at the back. In the blink of an eye, another head was severed. As the 9-headed Serpent King endured excruciating agony, its remaining 7 heads surged forward in unison. Tian's eyes darted, and he swiftly shifted his form once more. But the 9-headed Serpent King was no slouch either. One head opened its jaws and swallowed Tian whole as he burst out. Then it plunged violently toward the ground. The remaining heads followed suit. The others were still reeling from the shock of Tian suddenly shrinking and then unexpectedly decapitating one of the serpent heads. Even the high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom were startled into a cold sweat. Such an eerie and terrifying ability. If other mutated beasts possessed it too, humanity might as well surrender on the spot. Boom! The snake head that had swallowed Tian showed no hesitation whatsoever, smashing directly into the ground and creating a massive crater over 5 meters deep. The sheer force of that impact would have shattered every bone in a human's body had they been caught in it. But moments later, a jade-green scythe emerged from the top of the serpent's head. Yet the 9-headed Serpent King showed no surprise, having long anticipated that slaying this mantis would prove far from simple. With the aid of the Spirit Awakened flower, I shall soon regrow new heads. But you have only one. Let's see how many rounds you can endure. Without hesitation, it swung its remaining 7 heads like giant hammers, smashing down in rapid succession. Boom! 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 No one expected the 9-headed Serpent King to be so ruthless. It even wielded its own heads as weapons. Its first serpent head smashed into the emerging scythe, clearly embracing the mindset of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of its own. Without a doubt. The scales of the serpent head were sliced open by the blade, yet the point of impact suddenly turned into a patch of mud. Tian, concealed within, revealed his form. One scythe was bent at a 90-degree angle, its lower section flattened. Half its head was missing. Such horrific injuries would be fatal not only to a king beast, but even the 4 divine beasts might not survive. The outcome now seemed clear. Overconfident clown, the 9-headed Serpent King sneered coldly. Though he had lost 3 serpent heads, it was still worth it to eliminate this troublesome mantis. The people of Linchuan fell into an instant deathly silence. No one could have imagined that the super mantis, which had held the upper hand just moments ago, would be slain by the 9-headed Serpent King in the blink of an eye. Yet just as they prepared to silently accept their fate, the higher-ups of Xia Kingdom finally made their move. Chapter 39, Rebirth. Upon realizing the transformations occurring within these royal beasts, the Xia Kingdom's high command resolved they could not compromise at this critical juncture. Otherwise, setting a precedent for this Serpent King. If other royal beasts were to similarly use the lives of the people as leverage in the future, the entire Xia Kingdom would be placed at a disadvantage. The people of Xia possessed the resolve to go down in flames alongside their enemies. 2 fighter jets armed with nuclear warheads emerged from a secret base near Linchuan City. When the fighter jets arrived at the scene, openly carrying their nuclear warheads, the 9-headed Serpent King instantly hesitated. His massive assault on Linchuan City was less about crushing the mantis that dared challenge his authority. Its primary purpose was to demonstrate its power and exact revenge. It never anticipated such a fierce response from Xia Nation, one so fierce it would resort to nuclear weapons with a suicidal determination. Damn it! Its eyes flashed with shame and fury as it glared at the 2 fighter jets in the sky. With a furious roar, it began to slowly twist its massive body and retreat toward the direction it had come. Before departing, it savagely tore Tian, who lay flattened on the ground, into two pieces. The result was naturally a mouthful of bronze shards. Seeing that terrifying mantis finally dead, the tiger commander breathed a sigh of relief. He then summoned his subordinates to follow the nine-headed serpent king. A citywide massacre that had been on the verge of erupting was quelled without a trace by the firm intervention of Xia Kingdom's high command. Yet the remaining mindless mutant beasts did not retreat. Without the king beast's aura to restrain them, they began a frenzied assault on the humans. Listening to the relentless symphony of death echoing behind him, the nine-headed serpent king sneered inwardly. It had agreed to retreat, true. But these ravenous mutated beasts had no such intention. Amidst the chaos, a massive mutated boar, its eyes gleaming, charged swiftly toward Tian, who had been torn in two. It opened its gaping maw to bite into the remaining remains. The impact nearly knocked its teeth loose. After spitting out the remains, it stomped on them repeatedly with its hooves. Only when the mantis's body and head were completely severed did it relent. It then swallowed the mantis's head whole, poised to plunge back into the fleeing crowd for another feast. But in the next instant, a mutated giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 50 meters descended from the sky. Its two sharp talons pierced through the creature's skull. The mutated beast was lifted high into the air. Without the command and restraint of the king beast, these mutated beasts began to attack indiscriminately. Cannibalism among their own kind became increasingly common. But the majority of mutated beasts fixed their gaze on the humans. Until nearby reinforcements arrived. Forming a counterattack force to quell the rampaging beast tide, the death toll in Linchuan City during this war had already approached 50,000. Unarmed civilians stood utterly defenseless against the mutated beasts. It was precisely after the conclusion of the Linchuan battle. After careful deliberation, the Xia nation's leadership decided to grant the entire population access to thermal weapons. This war, neither large nor small, made people realize that the times had changed. The peace and tranquility of the past were gone forever. What awaited them was a far more brutal future. At that moment, Tian's mind was still reeling. In his battle against the nine-headed serpent king, he had gravely underestimated the enemy's ruthlessness. It had actually sacrificed two of its serpent heads as bait. Coincidentally, Tian had little time left before his body transformation card expired. Therefore, in order to inflict heavy damage on the nine-headed serpent king within the limited time available, he had no choice but to adopt a more aggressive combat style. This move, however, led him straight into the nine-headed serpent king's trap. Not only was he brutally beaten, but his body was severed in two. Finally, his head was swallowed whole by a mutated boar. Just when even he believed death was inevitable. Beyond the searing pain radiating from his severed wounds, his mind remained lucid. Even more bizarrely, his mouthparts still functioned. "Damn you for swallowing me!" Tian bit down hard on the nearby flesh wall. Without chewing, he swallowed it whole. The wound around his eye began to slowly heal. "Whoa, this is ing." Tian was overjoyed. He knew the mall's mechanical enhancements were impressive. This was beyond belief, surviving with just a head intact. If Bygone had possessed such a skill back in the day, he probably wouldn't have met his end in the marketplace. Due to the time limit for the body swap experience ending, Tian ate at a much slower pace than before. Just then, a sharp eagle's beak pierced through the mutated boar's body, landing right beside Tian. Then it tore out an organ resembling a small intestine and dragged it away. "Stealing my business?" Tian's thoughts raced. Judging by the size of the eagle's beak that had just pierced through, it was likely still in its juvenile stage. So it was highly likely that this mutant boar had already been killed and was being carried back to the nest by a giant mutant eagle to feed its young. In my current state, if I dare show my face, I might get torn in half by an angry eagle mother. Whether my head could regenerate after being split open is another question entirely. Tian frowned, though his brow was smooth. He finally made a difficult decision. To restore my original strength and form in such a short time carries far too great a risk. The only option is to proactively reduce the healing cost and focus on rebuilding myself into a complete mantis first. After a moment's hesitation, choosing speed over size, Tian decisively opted for the faster path. Fortunately, the body transformation function remained largely unaffected. Sure enough, after transforming into a mantis head roughly 20 centimeters long, the speed of healing through consuming flesh and blood began to increase dramatically. He avoided the direction where the young eagle had been feeding earlier. Tian shifted positions and began gnawing relentlessly at the wild boar meat. Antennae, neck, chest cavity. As time passed, his body steadily regenerated. Finally, when light could be seen through the 2 to 3 meter wide skeleton, Tian completed the repair of his mangled body. The various modifications and attributes from the mall remained intact. Everything remained unchanged except his physique. This gave him the confidence to return to peak condition in the shortest possible time. At that moment, at the cliff's edge, within a nest constructed from massive tree trunks, Two eaglets, each over a meter in size and clearly not long after hatching, were still tearing at the flesh of the mutated boar. Yet they soon discovered that despite its seemingly enormous size, this meal proved woefully insufficient. Many parts were hollow inside. The two downy chicks glared at each other with suspicion, each convinced their sibling had secretly eaten the portion meant for them. But what they failed to notice was, on the side of the boar's back, a triangular head was quietly peeking out. The big eagles are gone. Perfect timing. For a moment, he considered using the barrel to kill the two eaglets. But then he remembered how their mother had accidentally led him to the nest, saving his life in the process. Tian retracted the mini barrel that had popped out from his chest. While the two eaglets continued their game of hide and seek, he crawled out from inside the boar's body. Then he leapt from the nest hundreds of meters above. His wings spread instinctively, fluttering slightly to shake off the blood and flesh clinging to them. He soared toward the dense jungle below. Chapter 40, The Power of Emotion. This time I really got screwed. Tian muttered to himself as he weaved through the jungle. After finally growing to over 10 meters in size, it had been reduced to nothing in an instant. Fortunately, the Xia Nation's high command intervened at the last moment. Otherwise, the situation would have been utterly disastrous. Nine-headed Serpent King. I will kill you. Thinking of the instigator behind all this, Tian's eyes turned icy cold. Yet, not all consequences of his severe injuries were negative. Ding! Defeated one double-segmented marching ant and 2 evolution coins. Despite his drastically reduced strength, he could actually gain rewards again by killing ants. This was undoubtedly the best possible news for Tian. Previously, lacking self-defense capabilities, he had no choice but to continuously follow the upgrade path dictated by the in-game store. Now, with the modified gun barrel for self-defense, ordinary mutated beasts were no match for him. Not milking this opportunity would be a crime against nature. Cup-sized army ants formed a long, winding column stretching deep into the jungle. Tian followed them silently. This pursuit took him nearly 10 kilometers. He made a rough estimate. The number of army ants out foraging alone approached 10,000. By dusk, he discovered the nest of this army ant colony at the base of a wild waterfall. What was astonishing was that the nest itself was formed entirely from the ants' bodies. Beside a waterfall plunging nearly 300 meters vertically, countless army ants clung together, forming a massive, pitch-black sphere. In terms of volume, it was several times larger than the waterfall beside it. The ground in front of the nest was teeming with ants moving about everywhere. Whoa! Even Tian, who had witnessed countless terrifying mutated beasts, was utterly stunned by this bizarre spectacle. Judging by the situation, there must be at least 1 million army ants here. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they'd probably drop dead on the spot. Beneath the nest, countless white bones were piled high. Their sheer quantity had nearly formed a mountain of bones. Tian glanced at them. Bones from all kinds of mutated beasts were mixed in, and human remains were no exception. Essentially, any moving object became their prey. Even creatures 1,000 times larger than the marching ants faced mortal peril if they fell into the creature's encircling attack. There was a real danger of meeting one's end. This clearly demonstrated the ferocity of these mutated army ants. Yet Tian managed to effectively counter these terrifying creatures. Not only could he fly, but he also possessed a modified barrel capable of unlimited fire support. Too bad I don't have any gasoline or similar fuel. Upon leaving the eagle's nest, he had already surveyed the surrounding environment. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were covered in lush green forests, with not a single trace of human civilization in sight. He had no idea where that eagle had brought him. Guess I'll have to force my way through. The commotion would surely scare off many marching ants, but it was the best option available. After adjusting his stance and distance to the optimal attack angle, 4 finger-thick barrels, glowing with an eerie light, suddenly sprang forth. The marching ant colony below remained unaware of the impending nightmare. Tian pulled out the remaining 20,000 plus evolution coins he had saved and purchased over 200,000 rounds of ammunition. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. With such overwhelming numbers, a single bullet could instantly kill over a dozen marching ants. As the muzzle's flames tore through the massive ant nest, the once colossal marching ant nest began to melt away layer by layer. Countless army ants began swarming out in a frenzied search for the ambushers. Yet this time, their efforts were destined to be in vain. For the despicable ambusher hovered mid-air, relentlessly reaping the lives of the ant swarm. Ding! Eliminated 1 mutant army ant, earned 2 evolution coins. Ding! Killed 1 mutant army ant, obtained 2 evolution coins. Ding! Killed 1 mutant marching ant, obtained 2 evolution coins. Ding! Soon the notification sounds merged into a cacophony, indistinguishable from one another. Watching the evolution coins skyrocket at an astonishing rate, Tian's excitement made even the barrel of his gun tremble. No wonder. In less than 2 minutes, his shop account had surpassed 50,000 evolution coins. If quality isn't enough, quantity will make up for it. Let's hunt to our heart's content today. As the number of dead ants grew ever larger, the remaining army ants began to sense something was amiss. Suddenly, a mutated soldier ant 2 to 3 times larger than its peers lifted its head and gazed skyward. It detected Su Tian's presence. It quickly communicated with its companions through its antennae. Moments later, the army ants began to scatter in all directions. The dense, dark mass made it impossible to discern the specifics within the swarm. Several massive army ants accelerated toward Su Tian. Their sharp mandibles snapped open and closed, attempting to draw his attention. This blatant act of suicide left Su Tian feeling slightly puzzled. Could it be to cover the queen's retreat? A thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly grasped the crucial point. Su Tian sighed silently. Despite having developed intelligence, they would sacrifice themselves to ensure the survival of their colony. Such devotion was truly admirable. Then I'll grant your wish. The barrel swiveled, and the bullets that erupted instantly reduced the marching ants to fragments of skin. He then swept the gun across the densest clusters of ants. He made no special effort to locate the queen ant. After all, a mutated queen ant held little real value at most. It might fetch 10 to 20,000 evolution coins. He'd rather spend that time eliminating more ordinary marching ants. Otherwise, once the swarm dispersed, his rewards would dwindle. Realizing they could not withstand this vile ambush, the swarm began scattering in all directions. Below the nearby waterfall and river, vast masses of marching ants clung together in a giant ant ball, drifting with the current. Even after mutation, mutated army ants would still perish if they remained in the water too long. They did this to ensure the survival of their fellow ants within the ball. Su Tian was deeply moved by the sight. They say when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When disaster strikes, spouses fly apart. Who would have thought that such noble virtues, capable of stirring the soul, could emerge from these tiny ants? With that, he concentrated his fire and blasted the largest ant ball to smithereens. Moving as it is, these mutated ants are no good. At the very least, you shouldn't view humans as food. As the old saying goes, science knows no borders, but scientists do. This saying held true for Su Tian as well. For deep within his heart, he remained firmly on humanity's side. The sight of the piled-up human remains on White Bone Mountain instantly extinguished the last shred of pity he had felt. This brutal, one-sided slaughter raged on for nearly 3 hours. Until the last of the ant swarm had completely dispersed. Su Tian slowly lowered his rifle barrel, resting it on the corpse-covered surface piled nearly half a meter high with marching ant carcasses. Chapter 41, New Upgrade. 530,000. Staring at the number in his mall account, Su Tian suddenly felt it was all worth it. The bounty from exterminating a single nest of marching ants alone had given him a newfound sense of confidence. Open the evolution store. 1. Resilience plus 100,000 evolution coins. 2. Steel mechanical modification 200,000 evolution coins. 3. Super alloy capture clause 500,000 evolution coins. 4. Missile weapon modification 150,000 evolution coins. 5. Basic healing aura 50,000 evolution coins. Perhaps aware that Su Tian had become a nouveau riche, the small refresh was exceptionally generous. Even the most basic healing aura costs 50,000 evolution coins. Are they trying to bleed me dry? Su Tian wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth. Every single item among the 5 offerings was top tier. The super alloy capture claw goes without saying, piercing through ordinary king beast defenses should be no problem. But the price? A staggering 500,000 evolution coins. Buying it would instantly drain Su Tian's account. After a moment of hesitation, ultimately, he decided to focus on the 4 items listed under 1245. But no rush to buy them now. First, I'll find another ant nest to test them out. Having tasted success with the marching ants, Su Tian was hooked. With plenty of time before the respawn timer, he figured he might as well raid a few more ant nests. Once his strength increased after enhancement, killing ants later would yield no benefits. This tactic was similar to grinding levels in certain MMOs from his past life, essentially exploiting a loophole. After circling around for a while, Su Tian soon discovered an ant nest built deep underground. He estimated the colony numbered at least 1 million ants. Another big haul. Su Tian chuckled darkly. But before he could make his move, a rhinoceros beetle about 3 meters long, reddish-brown in color, with a massive horn protruding from its head plunged toward him from the air. Seeing the creature covered head to toe in hard, rigid carapace, Su Tian felt a headache coming on. The barrel on his chest extended, unleashing a barrage of fire at the rhinoceros beetle. Yet, aside from causing the creature to stagger slightly, not a single scratch appeared on its body. This tough? The rhinoceros beetle's defense clearly exceeded his expectations. Su Tian's attack quickly enraged the rhinoceros beetle. Even before mutation, rhinoceros beetles could utterly dominate mantises. They simply weren't in the same league. And now, as a mutated beast, its shell had been reinforced countless times over. The rhinoceros beetle charged heedlessly, slamming its thick, iron pole like horn straight at Su Tian. If hit by that charge, the consequences would be no less devastating than when the 9-headed serpent king had slammed its head into him earlier. If I can't beat it, I can at least avoid it. Tian had no desire to clash head-on with the beetle, whose defenses were maxed out. Leveraging his speed advantage, he darted to the side, intending to wait until the rhinoceros beetle departed before attacking the ant nest. But while the fallen petals were indifferent, the flowing water held intent. And it wasn't just the one before him that had set its sights on him. Out of nowhere, 2 more rhinoceros beetles of similar size appeared on either side. 3 rhinoceros beetles closed in on Tian, forming an encircling position. With such a massive size difference, it seemed less about eating him and more about deliberately taunting this little mantis. Damn it! This was downright bullying. Tian dodged the attacks of the 3 rhinoceros beetles while inwardly cursing his misfortune. Thud! Furious, he swung his sickle and slashed viciously at one rhinoceros beetle's head. It didn't break through its defense. His 166 strength stat proved formidable. It instantly knocked the beetle, unable to dodge in time, out of the air. But after crashing into the ground, it shook its head and took flight again as if nothing had happened. And it kept gaining speed, as if determined to redeem itself. After he brutally beat those 3 rhinoceros beetles, and nearly concussed them before reluctantly departing, Tian suddenly realized the area around the ant nest was already completely empty. The commotion had alerted the ants below, and this particular nest housed intelligent mutant ants. Sensing trouble, they quickly summoned the others back inside. Unwilling to give up, he charged toward the ant nest, intending to force his way in by brute strength. But the moment he reached the entrance, an inexplicable sense of danger instantly washed over him. Tian instinctively halted his advance and soared upward. At that moment, a bright red tongue flashed swiftly past him. The mutated rhinoceros beetle perched on the dead tree was left empty-handed. Due to its similar coloration and the fact that he had been completely focused on the ant nest and the rhinoceros beetle, he hadn't noticed the mutated beast lurking nearby. Every last one of them is a traitor. Tian drew his gun barrel and unleashed a barrage of fire at the thunder horse that had just ambushed him. It was swiftly dispatched. Ding! Killed 1 mutant thunder horse. Earned 50 evolution coins. Just like mosquito legs. Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. By the time he burrowed into the ant nest, only a few stragglers remained. The rest had vanished without a trace. Compounded by the labyrinthine tunnels within the nest, after wandering through twists and turns for nearly 10 minutes without even a glimpse of the ant army, Tian could only leave in frustration. The moment he emerged from the entrance, a massive anteater swept its long tongue over him, trapping him firmly. This intelligent anteater held a large sugar cube in its hand, clearly intending to use it as bait to lure the ant colony. When it sensed something protruding on its tongue, it instinctively tried to spit out the mantis. Tian, flung out covered in saliva, was momentarily stunned. Then, a blazing fury ignited within him. 4 black barrels suddenly extended, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the anteater. The intense gunfire echoed relentlessly around them. Yet this ferocious assault inflicted 0 damage on the anteater. The creature's scales offered even more formidable defense than the rhinoceros beetles had. Watching the golden bullets clatter to the ground in a heap, Tian's face darkened as if he'd swallowed a fly. The disadvantage of his small stature was laid bare in this moment. No matter what kind of mutant beast dared to get involved, it would come at him. He'd just driven off the rhinoceros beetle and blown up the thunder horse. Now an anteater had appeared. Not a single one of them treated him like a meal. Seems I underestimated this situation. Weak strength, high rewards, but the risks only grow with it. No one can guarantee a powerful mutant beast won't suddenly appear and tear them to shreds. If even his head gets blown off, Tian figured even a god couldn't save him. With no other choice, he swiftly pulled up the mall page after escaping the anteater's attack range. He purchased all 4 remaining items except the super alloy capture forepaw. Ding, modification complete. Chapter 42, Missile Launch. Tian, Steel Mantis Modified Body Tier 3 Evolution. Bloodline, Super Tier Devourer Annihilation Class. Equipped Weapon, AGM-114 Hellfire Missile. Talents, Basic Strength Aura, Basic Healing Aura. Lifespan, 185 days. Current account balance, 32,000 evolution coins broke as a joke. Strength attribute, 166 points with the boost from the basic strength aura. The widow next door's 10 centimeters thick iron gate won't stop you anymore. Speed attribute, 110 points faster than a dog. Toughness, 147 points with the junior healing aura. Missing limbs won't be a problem for you. Stealth attribute, 10 points if you don't speak, you won't die. Overall combat rating, capable of taking down 10 cockroaches at once. You finally gain some self-defense skills in this terrifying world. The store's review remains as scathing as ever. But the power boost is undeniable. The steel enhancement and toughness attribute make him far more resilient. As for the newly upgraded missile equipment, it caught Tian's attention. The AGM Hellfire is an air-to-ground missile developed by the United States. Its immense power can even pierce through tanks. It contained air explosives and a special hybrid powder that triggered an immediate explosion and fire upon penetrating the target's interior. While it couldn't penetrate the defense of the king beast, it proved highly effective against ordinary mutated beasts. Defenses impervious to missiles, yet ally modifications sold in the mall can breach them? That's a bit absurd. But considering the golden finger was inherently a fantastical element, Tian didn't dwell on it too much. Confirm purchase of 1x AGM Hellfire missile for 1000 evolution coins. Confirm. At 1000 evolution coins per missile, it wasn't a bad deal. Most importantly, this thing comes with an armor-piercing warhead and area damage, making it highly effective against heavily armored or clustered mutated beasts. Once the missile arrived, two compact, sleek launchers suddenly extended from Tian's chest, each carrying a Hellfire missile. Though compact in size, their destructive power remained undiminished. He glanced at the anteater still peering cautiously near the ant nest. The next second, two Hellfire missiles screeched toward them, trailing long, fiery tails. Boom! Boom! Amid deafening explosions, two fiery plumes shot skyward. Ding! Eliminated one mutant anteater. Earned 500 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutant ant queen. Earned 10,000 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutant ant, obtained 100 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutant ant, obtained 100 evolution coins. For notification sounds instantly filled his ears. Tian was slightly taken aback. Is that even possible? Without a doubt, the one offering such a high reward must be the mutant ant that had obtained the Spirit Awakened flower. This unexpected windfall brought him a pleasant surprise. The sudden massive explosion terrified the ant colony lurking within the cavern. One after another, cup-sized mutant ants charged wildly, flames blazing from their bodies, desperately trying to escape their hellish nest. Tian seized the opportunity, spotting several more that had consumed the Spirit Awakened flower. When the significantly larger and more intelligent ants emerged, two more Hellfire missiles were delivered right to their doorstep. After a while, seeing no more mutated ants emerging from the bombed-out nest, he began tallying the spoils of this battle. After deducting the cost of the Hellfire missiles, the net profit from clearing this nest exceeded 20,000 evolution coins. Now I finally understand why so many people love playing mages. This monster farming efficiency is off the charts. It even saves me the trouble of hunting for gasoline. After gathering the remaining dropped enlightenment flowers, Tian couldn't help but give the shop a thumbs up. But with his current strength alone, he was still far from being able to return and take revenge on the nine-headed Serpent King. At the very least, he needed to match its size. Then, with all his evolutionary abilities, even 18 heads wouldn't be enough for the nine-headed Serpent King to withstand his attacks. Mutant ants offer no gains, but surely mutant bees would? Half an hour later, Tian muttered to himself as he stared at a wasp nest roughly 10 meters in diameter. Dealing with lone mutated beasts was simply too time-consuming. After careful consideration, he decided to target mutated beasts with large populations first. Bees, like ants, exhibited a communal lifestyle, making them an excellent choice. These hornets, after mutation, not only grew to the size of fists but also possessed more potent venom. A single sting could kill its victim in an instant with its terrifying venom. Thus, virtually no mutant creature would be foolish enough to provoke them. Otherwise, the nearly 10-meter-long skeleton of a mutated bear beneath the hive served as a stark warning. But in Tian's eyes, these adorable little hornets were nothing but lively, jumping evolution coins. Whoosh, whoosh. Tian aimed at the hive and fired decisively. Fortunately, the mall's modifications worked wonders. Otherwise, the recoil alone would have sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Two missiles pierced precisely into the hive. Due to size constraints, the holes visible from the outside were no larger than 2 fingers. At the heart of the hive, a queen bee as thick as a thigh was feasting on a sumptuous meal. 2 drones on either side tore the flesh into evenly sized chunks and presented them before her. Just as she was about to accept the next piece, she noticed that the piece of meat offered by one drone had fallen away at some point, replaced by a pale silver tree root. The queen glared angrily. Just as she was about to bite the insensitive drone to death for daring to deceive her, suddenly, an unbearable searing heat erupted from the root, which had been utterly still moments before. Boom! The massive hive shattered into pieces midair. Fierce flames spread relentlessly. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant queen wasp. Earned 15,000 evolution coins. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant hornet. Earned 100 evolution coins. While ordinary mutated hornets only yielded 1 evolution coin each, their sheer numbers made up for it. Another 20,000 plus coins in hand. Tian glanced at his account balance, now a solid 81,300 evolution coins. Is this how a cheat code is supposed to work? The money farming speed scares even me. And this was merely the missile modification. Later on, there would be even more powerful laser modifications and other equipment. Just imagine how terrifying that would be. Thinking too far ahead. Better to grab something to eat first. He knew that as he devoured and grew stronger, the rewards from defeating mutated beasts weaker than himself would gradually diminish. But his goal is the king beast. His current frail frame wouldn't stand a chance against it. The fire-roasted hornets carried a natural aroma, and Tian devoured them one by one, each bite crisp and satisfying. By the time he finished eating, the sky had begun to darken. Just as Tian prepared to seek his next prey, a sudden burst of light erupted from a large valley in the distance. Accompanied by a faint rumble, 3 massive missiles over 30 meters long simultaneously rose into the sky. Chapter 43, Shift in the Situation. Breaking news! Sacred trees identical to those in Shenanjia have appeared across Xia Nation. Military sources confirm these trees bear flowers called Spirit Awakeners, capable of unlocking the sentience of mutated beasts. Xia Nation is in grave peril. As countless photos and videos captured by anonymous netizens flooded forums, panic gripped the nation like never before. These newly appeared sacred trees were nowhere near as large as the one in Shenanjia, roughly the size of ordinary saplings. Moreover, the flowers blooming on them were only 1-5 colors. However, their sheer number was overwhelming. The military immediately dispatched troops to pinpoint the locations of these sacred trees. But once the mutated beasts discovered the Spirit Awakened flowers, they charged forward with a frenzied abandon, seemingly oblivious to life or death. They relentlessly assaulted the defenses set up by the troops. The casualties among the Xia Nation's forces were devastating. Realizing their plan to control the mutated beasts without obtaining the Spirit Awakening flowers had failed. The Xia Kingdom's High Command issued the highest emergency order overnight, while initiating partial deployment of ultimate weapons to bombard areas densely populated by divine trees. Civilian populations and military forces scattered across provincial cities were urgently consolidated into centralized locations. Similar scenarios unfolded across nations worldwide. From this moment onward, human civilization faced a challenge of survival or extinction. The 3 missiles Tian witnessed originated from Xia Nation's top-secret missile base, deployed deep within the mountains during peacetime. After all personnel had evacuated, these weapons of mass destruction ignited according to pre-programmed protocols, heading toward their target zones to fulfill their final mission, without internet access or information channels. But this did not prevent Tian from deducing the reason behind the activation of these weapons of mass destruction: the apocalypse. Even after experiencing the global mutation catastrophe following his rebirth, he still believed humanity possessed sufficient capability to gradually quell the tide of mutated beasts. Who could have foreseen that the emergence of the Spirit Awakened tree would utterly shatter humanity's plans for counterattack against the beasts? It had pushed the situation to its worst possible outcome. Everything happens for a reason. The emergence of the mutated beasts and the Spirit Awakening divine tree is far more complex than meets the eye, he mused inwardly. The more he pondered, the more chilling the realization became, as if an unseen hand had been orchestrating everything from the shadows all along. Are the 4 divine beasts and the numerous king beasts truly destined to be the ultimate victors? With this question weighing on his mind, Tian spread his feathered wings and flew along the edge of the mountain range. Lincheng City. Though the military had forced them to abandon the pursuit last time by threatening nuclear strikes, the 9-headed Serpent King had successfully led his horde to seize control of the entire city. Now, the Tiger Commander had been appointed by it to guard Nanyun City, while the Serpent King himself now dwells within Linchuan. The city, once a forest of skyscrapers, has been nearly completely destroyed. Coiled within Linchuan's most renowned lake, the 9-headed Serpent King silently assessed the number of mutated beasts within its domain that had begun to develop sentience. For these intelligent mutated beasts held the key to its own advancement. The 7-colored Spirit Awakened flowers have all been claimed by the 4 divine beasts. For ordinary royal beasts like us to advance further, we must consume vast quantities of blood nourished by lower-grade Spirit Awakened flowers. I would avoid conflict with humans if possible, but the Spirit Awakening divine tree insists on growing near their settlements. Possessing its jade is a crime. Humans, a species doomed by evolution, will inevitably face destruction. In just a few sentences, the 9-headed Serpent King laid bare the fundamental conflict between mutated beasts and humanity. Food is merely one aspect. The true origin of war lies in the craving and pursuit of power. Seize vast territories, then wait for the intelligent beasts under your command to fully assimilate the power of the Spirit Awakened flower before reaping another harvest. This was why so many beast kings would risk everything to wage war against humanity. On the shores of the Great Lake, a mutated macaque that had devoured the 5-colored Spirit Awakened flower suddenly shuddered. For some reason, it suddenly sensed something peculiar in the king's gaze upon it. It was as if he was looking at property belonging solely to himself, yet there was also a hint of fury and craving within that gaze. It habitually scratched at its back. Its mind instantly became a tangled mess. Though its body had grown significantly larger after mutation, bearing the king's weight still seemed unrealistic. Sigh. Back at the zoo, I had to play nice with those humans. Never thought becoming a mutant beast would mean constantly catering to the king's needs. This is too much for me. The monkey strategist shot the 9-headed Serpent King a resentful glance, contemplating whether to find a mutated giant snake below to share the burden. Just then, the 9-headed Serpent King suddenly spoke. Go tally the number of intelligent mutated beasts within the 9-headed alliance and report back to me. Hearing the king's request wasn't to have him cleaned up, the monkey strategist hastily nodded and fled from the lakeside as if escaping. Watching the mutated macaque disappear with surprising agility, the nine-headed serpent king fell deep in thought. Intelligent mutant beasts were so convenient to command. If not for the need to keep strengthening himself, he'd almost feel reluctant to treat these subordinates like perpetual cash cows. After flying for several hours, Tian, after much wandering, found himself back at the outskirts of Nanyun City by a twist of fate. What's this? He stared at a small tree standing before a factory in the distance, radiating a dazzling rainbow of colors. He suddenly froze. Hundreds of mutated beasts stood facing off around the tree. Blooming upon them were none other than spirit awakened flowers. Though all were below the 3-color grade. But by visual estimation, there were at least dozens of them. Calculating at 1,000 evolution coins per single color awakening flower, the tree held tens of thousands of them. Not only did the mutated beast's eyes turn red, but even Tian's eyes burned with desire. Wasn't it said that there was only one spirit awakened divine tree in Shenanjia? What was going on here? As he stood there stunned, the mutated beasts, having held back for far too long, suddenly charged toward the sapling. How dare you! Tian erupted in fury. This was tens of thousands of evolution coins at stake. 2 missile launchers instantly deployed. As for whether firing Hellfire missiles would draw the attention of the nine-headed serpent king before his enhancement, he might have hesitated. But now? If the nine-headed serpent dared to show itself, Tian wouldn't mind letting it taste a few Hellfire missiles. Even if they couldn't kill it, slowing down the nine-headed serpent king's pursuit was well within his capabilities. The Iron Mantis was that confident. Boom! When the 2 Hellfire missiles struck the center of the beast horde, over half of the mutated creatures were instantly blown apart. The primary targets were a massive mutated king cobra and a mutated water buffalo. One was highly venomous, the other possessed overwhelming size and strength. The mutated king cobra, struck precisely by the missile, vaporized instantly without even reacting, while the massive buffalo rolled on the ground, bellowing in agony. A gaping hole bled from its abdomen, with searing flames still burning within. The remaining mutated beasts were utterly stunned. What the hell? We agreed to bring kitchen knives and steel rods and fight with our own skills, but you bastard pulled out an AK rocket launcher and even bragged about how times have changed. Tian showed not a shred of shame, casually firing another missile at the mutated buffalo that hadn't quite finished dying. The remaining mutated beasts scattered in panic at the sight. Chapter 44, right now. Another easy 60,000 in hand. Are evolution coins really this worthless? The question surfaced unbidden in Tian's mind. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. But with the money practically delivered to his doorstep, why not take it? After picking every single enlightenment flower from the tree, Tian began to eat. As the familiar surge of warmth rose within him, his physique began to grow steadily. Until he had devoured every last mutated beast. His form grew to over a meter tall. Transforming into an inconspicuous mature form, Tian spread his wings and soared to an altitude of over 500 meters. After scanning the surrounding area and finding no trace of the nine-headed serpent king, Tian's courage finally grew considerably. As long as no royal beasts were present, he feared nothing within the entire city of Nanyun. Another spirit awakened divine tree? Mid-air. Tian soon spotted another small tree in the distance, shimmering with a rainbow-hued glow. Beside it, a group of mutated beasts were fighting over the spirit awakened flowers. By the time he arrived, the mutated beasts near the sapling had mostly dispersed. Only a few unsuccessful ones lingered nearby, circling the tree and attempting to snap off branches. Eerily, only the blossoms of the entire spirit awakened divine tree could be touched. The rest of the trunk and branches seemed to grow out of thin air, completely intangible. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Guided by the principle of not wasting anything, Tian devoured all the small mutated beasts lingering near the divine tree. He then returned to the high altitudes to resume reconnaissance. After flying for about half an hour, he had already spotted no fewer than 10 small spirit awakenings trees. Along the way, he hunted down a 7-star ladybug that had just swallowed a single-color awakening flower from an awakening tree. Upon detecting his presence, it surprisingly hid in the ruins of a collapsed building in a surprisingly human-like manner. Inside, it relied on its size advantage to dodge relentlessly, forcing Tian to expend considerable effort before finally capturing it. As he tore this exceptionally cunning mutant ladybug limb from limb and tossed the pieces into his mouth as a snack, he knew without thinking what the sudden appearance of so many spirit-awakened flowers meant for humanity. As one of the earliest followers of the nine-headed serpent king, after the previous conquest of Linchuan City, he was assigned to return to Nanyun City for administrative duties. The mission was straightforward: continuously recruit intelligent beasts into the Nine-Infant Alliance. As the leader personally appointed by the king beast, it had been basking in the limelight lately. Not only were its meals and drinks delivered by other intelligent beasts, but it even acquired several female tigers. Many intelligent beasts went out of their way to arrange various entertainment activities for him in hopes of winning the tiger commander's favor. For instance, a mutated female fox, hoping to join a powerful hunting squad for better food supplies. Yesterday she accidentally twisted her ankle and came over in the middle of the night for a massage. The two creatures frolicked until dawn before finally drifting off to sleep. Not long after waking up, the thunderous explosion of a missile jolted him awake. The tiger leader leapt up from the soft mattress on the ground. In his sudden start, he kicked the female fox lying beside him aside. Ow! The female fox, roused by the kick, shot him a resentful look. Holy crap, it couldn't be that mantis. The mere thought of that terrifying mantis that had cleanly severed Wang San's head sent shivers down its spine. But everyone had seen what happened that day. Not only was its body crushed flat, but its head was torn out afterward. How could it possibly survive that? Realizing that giant mantis had already met its end, its tense nerves slowly began to relax. With murderous intent in its stride, it headed toward the exit of the amusement park. Nanyun City's largest amusement park was now its territory. Hidden within the adjacent buildings were numerous intelligent beasts. The tiger commander let out a mighty roar. Dozens of large intelligent beasts immediately rushed to its side. These mutated beasts were personally selected by him, aptly named the Commander's Guard Squad, tasked exclusively with carrying out his various commands. Its ranks included jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, elephants, oxen, and horses every kind imaginable. In a city without a dominant beast, they were undoubtedly a formidable gang of super bullies. The pack of intelligent beasts paraded through the city streets under the tiger leader's command. Nearby mutated beasts spotted them and hurriedly sought cover. A mutated squirrel, unable to find cover in time, could only lie flat on the ground, sticking its butt up high and burying its head beneath its paws. Woof 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 woof, get lost. Don't block Tiger Lord's path. A mutated dog from the pack darted forward, kicking the squirrel into the greenbelt with a snarl. As fellow intelligent mutated beasts, mutual slaughter was strictly forbidden, a rule established by the nine-headed Serpent King. Yet occasional bullying incidents were far from uncommon. After all, they were all a bunch of mutated beasts. Though they possessed human-like intellect, they were far from civilized or virtuous. The tiger commander nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he wanted. As the explosion grew closer, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped its heart. What a pity! Despite Su Tian's all-out assault, many mutated beasts that had devoured the Spirit Awakened flowers still managed to escape. He extended his scythe to collect all the Spirit Awakened flowers that had fallen from the corpses of the beasts killed in the missile barrage. Instantly, over 10,000 evolution coins were added to his account. Watching his store account balance approach 130,000, Su Tian felt somewhat dissatisfied. While there are plenty of these saplings, the flowers they produce are mostly single-color awakening flowers. The returns are still too low. If only there were more high-tier awakening flowers. However, most mutated beasts that consumed high-grade awakening flowers were exceptionally intelligent. They wouldn't willingly expose themselves to danger. Compared to hunting these high-level intelligent beasts, it was far more cost-effective for him to specifically seek out mutated bee nests. With a single missile strike, if luck was on his side, he could even take out several mutated bees that had developed sentience. It was a surefire win-win deal. Just as Su Tian prepared to search for the next Spirit Awakened sapling, a palpable aura of danger suddenly emanated from the distant streets. A large pack of mutant beasts was advancing toward this location, their steps showing no mercy. His gaze fell upon the lead mutated tiger, and suddenly, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, isn't this an old acquaintance? He recalled the last time in the residential area, when that chameleon had alerted this mutated tiger. Without its help, he wouldn't have been able to take down that owl. This creature is under the nine-headed Serpent King's command. Why didn't it accompany the others to Linchuan? The situation had been urgent back then. Coupled with the tension of facing the king beast, Su Tian hadn't paid much attention to the ordinary mutated beasts. The mutated giant ape left the deepest impression mainly because it treated the train like building blocks. So many intelligent beasts, looks like we're in for a windfall today. Just moments ago, he'd been lamenting the poor quality of the flowers on the Spirit Awakened tree, yet now mutant beasts were practically delivering warmth to his doorstep. Su Tian quietly retracted his feathered wings and landed on a nearby utility pole. For these beasts, whose hands were stained with human blood to varying degrees, he wouldn't feel the slightest pity even if he killed them all. A gentle breeze swept by. It swept up fallen leaves from the roadside trees, carrying them toward the front of the beast horde. Now! Chapter 45, Shadow Mantis. As the tiger commander drew nearer to the scene, an uneasy feeling grew within him. Not far away stood a small Spirit Awakening tree, its blossoms all gone. The ground was faintly stained with blood and scattered bones of strange beasts, their surfaces covered in gnaw marks. Judging by the bite marks, these were clearly not the work of ordinary large beasts. Instead, they bore a striking resemblance to those inflicted by mutated insectoid beasts. Damn it, what kind of mutated insect could devour an entire elephant? Staring at the discarded elephant carcass, the tiger commander suddenly bristled. It wasn't impossible, for the mantis slain by the nine-headed serpent king could do just that. Just then, a leaf drifted slowly through the air. An inner warning seemed to frantically urge it to flee. Roar! It roared, turning tail and fleeing under the astonished stares of its subordinates. What the hell is that? A massive mutant crocodile watched as two flaming sticks flew toward it. It instinctively opened its mouth and swallowed one of them whole. An ear-splitting explosion followed. The once intact crocodile instantly exploded like an overinflated balloon. Several nearby intelligent beasts caught in the blast suffered gruesome injuries. Boom! Another Hellfire missile detonated simultaneously. The screams of the mutated beasts filled the air. Trying to escape? Like the owl before it, the tiger commander carried a five-colored awakening flower. There was no way Tian would let this prime target slip away. After firing 4 more missiles toward the location of the beast minions, spreading its wings, it swiftly pursued the tiger commander. He paid no heed to the fireworks and explosions erupting behind him. The tiger commander's heart trembled violently. Holy crap, it must be that damn mantis. It definitely didn't die. Among all the mutant beasts, who had ever seen such a bizarre creature? Its head was severed, yet it still lived. Now it's even sprouted missile launchers, utterly terrifying. Buzz! Hearing the flapping of wings closing in behind him, it slammed on the brakes, spun around, and threw itself face first onto the ground. While frantically bowing its head, it scrawled a few lines with its claws. Big shot, please spare me. I swear I've never eaten a human before. Watching the tiger leader abandon escape and beg for mercy on the ground, Tian felt an odd mix of emotions. He'd never seen such a spineless mutant beast before. Every mutated beast he'd ever killed had been either a tough, unyielding beast or one that wouldn't utter a sound even with its head severed. Compare that to this one. This seemingly mighty mutated tiger was nothing short of a disgrace to the beast world. Submit or die. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Tian's eyes. But he suddenly recalled that this spineless tiger was likely a confidant of the nine-headed serpent king. Moreover, it currently commanded all the intelligent beasts within Nanyun City. If he could make good use of it, it might just bring him a pleasant surprise. Your Majesty, please accept this humble bow from your brother, the tiger. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, the soft-boned tiger promptly bowed its head. Tian shot it a piercing glance. Then he charged toward the still-dazed group of beasts. Several minutes later, except for a few stragglers, every subordinate brought by the soft-boned tiger had been slain by Tian. Total earnings from slaying the beasts, 50,000 evolution coins. Combined with the various spirit awaken flowers dropped by this group, the soft-boned tiger had indirectly contributed another 100,000 evolution coins. Not bad. This is far better than hunting prey myself. This beast truly is my money-making tiger. Tian shot a peculiar glance at the soft-boned tiger, which lay obediently on the ground, not daring to move. Every encounter with it seemed to bring him some measure of good fortune. Admiration aside, he dared not place too much trust in such an unprincipled creature. Once it had no further use, it would be best to dispose of it without hesitation. My account now holds 220,000 evolution coins. Time to trade for something worthwhile. Tian didn't rush to deal with the soft-boned tiger just yet. After summoning the evolution mall, all the available items had refreshed. 1. Stealth plus 50,000 evolution coins. 2. Strength plus 100,500 evolution coins. 3. Speed plus 100,500 evolution coins. 4. Basic speed aura 50,000 evolution coins. 5. Shadow Mantis 150,000 evolution coins. With 60 points in stealth, if I mask my aura, even a king beast might not spot me so easily. He knew he'd soon face the nine-headed serpent king again. He decisively purchased this ultra-powerful attribute, invaluable for both assassination and escape. Strength and speed, of course, were always welcome additions. A speed aura that boosts stats by 10%? Nice. Finally, Tian fixed his gaze on the 5th brand new item. Shadow Mantis, race skill stealth allows you to briefly conceal yourself within any visible shadow, cooldown 30 minutes. Is this a sign of going down the magic modification route? He suddenly froze. He'd assumed he'd be the first mantis to evolve through technology, yet now even fantastical skills like this were appearing. But missing out on such a god-tier skill would haunt him for life. Confirm purchase of Shadow Mantis for 150,000 evolution coins? Confirm. Glancing at the mere 20,000 plus evolution coins left in his account, he couldn't help but sigh at how quickly money vanished. Of course, he had to buy that final speed aura too. As for where to get the rest of the money, Tian turned his gaze to the trembling soft-boned tiger. With his sharp front claws, he carved into the ground, all beasts that have awakened sentience are to assemble at Joeying Mountain immediately. Do not attempt to flee. You know the consequences. He issued a brief warning to the soft-boned tiger. But he absolutely couldn't let the creature slip out of his sight to act alone. Who knew if this guy would run off to complain to the nine-infant serpent king just to save his own skin? The soft-boned tiger nodded repeatedly, fixing Tian with an innocent yet earnest gaze to express its loyalty. Get lost. Tian brandished his scythe, suppressing the urge to slice the creature open as he sent it off to work. Then, transforming into an inconspicuous little mantis, he quietly followed from midair. Personal attribute panel. Tian, Steel Enhanced Body Tier 3 Evolution. Species, Shadow Mantis Species Skill, Stealth allows you to briefly conceal yourself within any visible shadow, cooldown, 30 minutes. Bloodline, Transcendent Devourer Cataclysmic Tier. Equipped weapon, AGM-114 Hellfire Missile. Talents, Basic Strength Aura, Basic Healing Aura. Lifespan, 180 days. Current account balance, 26,500 evolution coins broke. Strength attribute, 276 points with the boost from the Basic Strength Aura, you now feel incredibly strong. Speed attribute, 220 points near supersonic speed. Toughness attribute, 147 points with the Junior Healing Aura, missing limbs no longer troubles you. Stealth attribute, 60 points, you won't die as long as you don't breathe. Overall combat rating, as a formidable member of the Mantis clan, you are now ready to hunt even stronger prey. After 2 rounds of premium upgrades, the store's reputation has significantly improved. Little did he expect that the Shadow Mantis he'd just purchased would be a racial item. Tian hovered motionless mid-air. Its exceptionally high stealth attribute allowed it to pass completely unnoticed by the soft-boned tiger, which was currently racing across the ground while bellowing to summon other intelligent beasts. Only when the soft-boned tiger's figure was about to vanish. His gaze locked onto the shadow of a distant skyscraper as he instantly activated stealth. It was an indescribable sensation. It felt as though the surrounding scene had been torn apart and reassembled. When he came to his senses, he found himself concealed within the building's shadow. Rib bit. A mutated toad lurking in the shadows suddenly felt a heavy blow to its head. Just as it was about to express its confusion and displeasure. The next second, its croak was abruptly silenced. Chapter 46, Ultimate Form. The cartilage tiger leading the way abruptly halted. Did I just hear some dumb frog croaking? After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, it resumed its advance. Along the way, it had certainly considered fleeing. The 9-headed Serpent King's command was to unite all intelligent beasts and ensure their survival at all costs. Yet now this mantis demanded it gather every intelligent beast. Something sinister was surely afoot. If the Serpent King held it accountable afterward, it might not even survive. But the mere thought of Tian's ruthless, almost merciless killing methods instantly extinguished any fleeting desire to flee. Better to live a miserable life than die a noble death. Running is certain death, but staying might just give me a chance. What if it actually kills the king? At least I'd have the merit of being part of the winning side. Keeping my commander position shouldn't be a problem, right? A bold thought surfaced in the spineless coward's mind. This terrifying mantis had already chopped off 3 of the king's heads last time. Now its power seemed even more terrifying than before. Perhaps it could even slay the king beast. With its mind made up, it began cheering even more fervently. Don't mistake its timid demeanor before Tian for weakness. It was, after all, born of a mutated tiger. Its formidable strength allowed it to look down on the vast majority of mutant beasts. With the 9-headed Serpent King's command backing it, ordinary mutated beasts wouldn't dare act out in its presence. Upon hearing the leader's call, numerous intelligent mutant beasts began emerging one after another, following in its wake toward Joeying Mountain. Tian watched from atop a skyscraper as the gathering creatures gradually formed a torrent of beasts, feeling a sense of awe. Who would have thought so many intelligent beasts could emerge? Humans must be in a dire situation now. Even mindless beasts had given the Xia kingdom such a hard time. Now that these creatures possess intelligence, they must be even more formidable opponents. About an hour later, in a valley at the foot of Joeying Mountain, mutated beasts howled incessantly across the hillsides. Judging by their density, there were at least 5,000 of them. This was already a terrifying number. Too bad I don't have a weapon with a wider range of destruction. Otherwise, striking it rich overnight wouldn't be a dream. The sheer number of mutated beasts far exceeded Tian's expectations. But he had no intention of altering his established plan. With the situation urgent, growing stronger as quickly as possible was the priority. If need be, he'd learn from these king beasts seizing territory and recruiting intelligent creatures on a grand scale. Woo woo. A woo. Chirp chirp chirp. With so many mutated beasts gathered, the scene naturally became somewhat uncontrollable. The sheer cacophony of their cries was deafening. Except for a few nearby mutated beasts, no one noticed the tiger commander quietly retreating. Not even his favorite few tigresses were called upon. Exchange for 20 hellfire missiles. Mid-air, a small emerald green mantis slowly claimed the high ground. Because they were intimidated by the soft-boned tiger's might. Virtually all the birds had landed on the ground as well, which saved Tian a lot of trouble. This time, he didn't attack the densest part of the beast horde directly. Instead, after roughly gauging the positions of these intelligent beasts, he decided to leverage the Hellfire's ability to ignite flames. He adopted a strategy of building a wall of fire from the periphery, then systematically eliminating the beasts trapped within the circle. This would maximize casualties among the mutated beasts gathered together. Tian slightly adjusted his direction, and 2 hellfire missiles streaked out, trailing flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As explosions erupted and flames instantly engulfed the area, the beasts in the valley began to stir violently. 20 hellfire missiles were unleashed by Tian in less than 10 seconds. From high above, 20 crimson blossoms of death suddenly bloomed across the verdant earth, leaving no mutated beast within their reach alive. Ding! Killed 1 mutant rooster. Earned 100 evolution coins. Ding! Killed 1 mutant aphid. Earned 20 evolution coins. Ding! Killed 1 mutated North China tiger. Earned 1000 evolution coins. Ding! The kill notifications rang out in rapid succession. Boom! A massive mutated eagle attempted to flee. But moments after taking flight, it was struck by a hellfire missile, turning the surrounding void into a fiery no-go zone spanning dozens of meters. As evolution coins from slaying mutated beasts poured into his account, Tian didn't even blink before purchasing another 50 hellfire missiles. Another series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Surveying the blinding crimson and scattered limbs littering the ground, he hesitated not a moment before unleashing a barrage of firepower. Yet no matter how extreme his assault became, he couldn't eliminate every last mutant beast. A portion of the mutated beasts managed to escape. Whether they fled to safety or ran to alert the 9-headed Serpent King was of no concern to him. If he could defeat them, he fought. If not, even the 9-headed Serpent King couldn't hold him back. Had it not been for the sudden surge of human emotion clouding his mind that day, leaving would have been a simple matter. The explosions and the wails of the mutated beasts echoed on for an unknown duration. The surrounding area was now almost entirely flattened by missiles, dotted with blackened craters. Unquenched flames still seared the air. The scent of charred flesh wafted on the wind for miles. Such a savage and terrifying scene sent chills down the spine of the Tiger Commander, who had long since retreated several kilometers away. His inner dread towards Tian surged even higher. Recovery successful. The 4-colored Spirit Awakened flower is valued at 4,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please verify receipt. After collecting the last Spirit Awakened flower that had fallen to the ground, Tian purchased the basic speed aura and casually glanced at his evolution coin balance. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the true meaning of the saying, murder and arson bring riches, while bridge building and road repairing leave no trace. Crunch crunch. Of course, he wouldn't let these leftover grilled meats go to waste. This was all fuel for his upcoming showdown with the 9-headed Serpent King. After a while, the soft-boned tiger cautiously returned to the valley. Seeing the old haunt now completely unrecognizable, its legs buckled and it nearly collapsed to the ground. This creature wasn't merely bloodthirsty, it was the very embodiment of death incarnate. Every time Tian encountered it, he reaped unexpected rewards. And each time it encountered him, corpses littered the ground around it. Tian naturally noticed the soft-boned tiger's arrival. But he paid it no mind, continuing to devour the meat on the ground. Since the secret of his ability to change form had become common knowledge after the last encounter, he made no effort to conceal himself. As he ate, his form steadily grew larger. The cartilaginous tiger's eyes nearly popped out of its head. The mountainsides were littered with the corpses of mutated beasts, and it took him until noon the next day to devour them all. Boom! A terrifying scythe over 200 meters long slammed into the ground, instantly creating spiderweb-like irregular cracks all around. Tian's form now towered to nearly 300 meters in height. This was the first time he had achieved his ultimate form without relying on a size card. The thought of the size cards left him feeling somewhat frustrated. It seemed that, starting from some unknown point in time, the refresh rate of the size card had suddenly plummeted. Nowadays, they were practically impossible to come by. And whenever they did appear, their prices were absurdly high, like that 5-fold body card from last time, which the shop had priced at 5,000 evolution coins. He suspected it had something to do with his own physique. You can't have your cake and eat it too. In the end, you have to rely on your own strength. Tian shook his head, clearing his mind of the cluttered thoughts. He then turned his gaze toward the soft-boned tiger lying prone beneath a large tree. Go gather all the beasts again. Tell them we're uniting to report to the 9-headed Serpent King. The soft-boned tiger's slender body trembled. Again? Chapter 47, Not Eating People? As the soft-boned tiger departed, Tian merely instructed it on the gathering location for the beasts, choosing not to follow personally. For he knew full well that from the moment it had gathered the other intelligent beasts as he commanded, the 9-headed Serpent King would never let it go. To survive, it had to cling tightly to his leg. Taking advantage of the soft-boned tiger's absence while it summoned the other beasts, Tian reverted to a medium-sized form, intending to find a place to unwind. At his current flight speed, it wouldn't take him long to reach his destination. The surroundings were in utter disarray, but halfway up the mountain, a cave appeared to be a decent option. Tian spread his wings and flew toward it. Clearly visible was a carpet laid out before the cave entrance, its origin unknown. The entrance was adorned with an array of glittering gold and jewels. The familiar taste suddenly made him think of the term nouveau riche. Could this be where that dumb tiger lives? Tian shook his head. Given that tiger's temperament, it might very well be. Entering the cave, the interior proved surprisingly spacious. Traces of excavation and expansion were visible everywhere on the stone walls, likely the work of some burrowing mutant beasts. The central area, composed of several large mattresses, served as a sleeping quarters. Various meats were piled high beside them. Compared to the lower-ranking mutated beasts fighting tooth and nail for food, the leader could rightfully enjoy a life of having meals served to him. Tian glanced around briefly. All he saw were the flesh and blood of ordinary mutated beasts. He detected no human remains among them. This made him believe the soft-boned tiger's earlier words a little more. If it hasn't eaten humans, and considering its decent performance this time, I might spare its life later. With this thought, his earlier resolve to eliminate it completely faded considerably. Just then, his antennae picked up a signal indicating the presence of living creatures. Tian slowly moved in the indicated direction. In the farthest corner of the cave, a large pile of fur-like and cotton-like materials had been piled up, forming a circular nest. As he drew nearer, a faint, childlike cry suddenly reached his ears. Inside the soft, cozy nest lay 3 spotted mutant tiger cubs. Needless to say, these were undoubtedly the offspring of that soft-boned tiger. What Tian hadn't expected was that the creature was so cowardly it couldn't even be bothered to care for its own offspring. They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But these mutated tigers, possessing human-like intellect, seem to have completely transcended that law. Still, before Tian arrived, this creature had been the undisputed ruler of all Nanyun City. He probably had dozens of beasts in his harem. It seemed understandable that he would place little value on familial bonds. The 3 mutated tiger cubs, now sporting fangs, sensed an unwelcome intruder in their den. They all stood up, baring their teeth at Tian and growling low in their throats, as if warning this menacing-looking giant mantis to keep its distance. Tian chuckled. Considering their father was helping him with his work, he had no intention of harming the 3 cubs. But as he turned to leave, he noticed bloodstains staining the pristine nest. At the same time, a severed human infant's palm, torn and mangled, lay discarded in the nest's crevices. Woo-woo! One of the larger mutated cubs, seeing the giant mantis show signs of retreat. Mistaking its hesitation for fear of the 3 cubs, it stepped forward, intending to drive Tian out of the cave. But in the next instant, its body flew through the air, slamming violently into the cave wall. The force was so brutal that even 8 paws couldn't pry it loose. The other 2 mutant tiger cubs, witnessing their elder brother's gruesome state, whimpered and cowered to the side, exposing beneath them the remains of a dismembered human infant. A chill crept through Tian's heart. He tore the nest apart with his twin blades, revealing numerous human skeletal remains scattered within the crevices below. There were over a dozen sets, and judging by the appearance of the bones, they all belonged to young children. Never eaten humans? He recalled the soft-boned tiger's solemn promise before him not long ago. Tian's murderous intent grew ever more intense. He should have seen it coming. In the eyes of these mutated beasts, eating humans was no different from how humans, before the mutation, slaughtered chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep before consuming them. Beasts were beasts. One should never expect them to resonate with human emotions. Gazing at the mutated tiger cub, its mouth still dripping with blood, he let out a cold laugh. The next instant, the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand sliced off the heads of the remaining 2 mutated tiger cubs. You may choose to eat people, but I have my reasons to kill you. Tian shot out of the cave with a whoosh. Before leaving, a hellfire missile streaked into the cave, followed by a deafening explosion. Right and wrong were instantly consumed by the inferno. Meanwhile, fearing Tian might be tailing him, the spineless tiger had no choice but to rally the beasts, cursing under his breath the entire time. Damn it! When I worked for the 9-headed Serpent King, I could at least get a commander position. Now, following this stinking mantis, I've caused such a huge mess for him. Not only did I not get a single piece of meat, but I'm still being called out to do the dirty work. From being the top dog in Nanyun City to becoming a lackey at the mantis's whim. To say it harbored no resentment would be impossible. But the moment it thought of those 2 blood-stained sides of death, it could only obediently follow Tian's orders. Yet after the ambush in Joeying Mountain Gorge, most of the surviving intelligent beasts finally snapped out of their stupor. The entire incident reeked of something deeply unusual. Now, not only was the tiger commander unharmed, but was now rallying the others to report to the 9-infant Serpent King. Only the low-intelligence beasts who had devoured only 1 color and 2 color flowers would believe such nonsense. Yet the sheer numbers of low-tier awakening flowers proved overwhelming. Many dim-witted intelligent beasts, hearing the name of the 9-infant Serpent King, hesitated briefly before emerging from their hiding places. In the blink of an eye, their numbers swelled to nearly 200. Hold on, Tiger Lord, this isn't the road to Linchuan, is it? Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, suddenly, a 2-meter-tall mutant duck that had consumed a 3-color spirit awakening flower leapt before the tiger commander. It scratched out a line of text on the hard cement ground with its beak, expressing its confusion. It had originally accompanied the group to Linchuan but later returned with the soft-bone tiger. Not much time had passed. Wang must still be in Linchuan. Now it claimed to be delivering a message, yet the tiger commander led them into a large gymnasium instead. This clearly seemed highly unusual. Besides, if they truly needed to send a message, why not just dispatch a few mutated birds? Why make such a big fuss? When a mutated duck blocked their path, the other mutated beasts behind them halted as well, growing restless and agitated. Roar! Without a word, Softbone Tiger swung its paw, smashing the creature into pulp. Then, it reared its terrifying frame, swept its gaze across the herd, and strode forward once more. Its overwhelming aura instantly stunned the intelligent beasts. Seeing the mutated duck that had dared to lead the charge now decapitated, the other beasts quickly fell silent and followed. Chapter 48, No Windfall, No Wealth. Truth be told, it wasn't just these intelligent beasts. Even the soft-boned tiger itself felt a tinge of unease. For the gymnasium Tian had chosen was, aside from the entrance they had violently destroyed, was essentially sealed off. Even the roof had been covered with thick reinforced concrete by the previous construction crew. Many mutated birds had no choice but to land and walk on the ground. If a dozen Hellfire missiles were to strike inside, it wouldn't wipe them all out, but it would certainly reduce the mutated beasts to a mere fraction of their numbers. The soft-boned tiger grew increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. But if it turned back now, the other mutated beasts would surely sense something was wrong and follow. If that terrifying mantis found out it was the one who blew the cover, it might just slice it into 17 or 18 pieces. It could only gamble that Tian didn't know it had once eaten humans or worse, used human children to feed its own young. Twice it had deceived this pack of mutated beasts, if not for merit, then at least for effort. If not for its own efforts, how could that mantis have evolved so rapidly? Besides, from its perspective, Tian was just another mutant beast 100 times more vicious than itself. It's only eaten a few humans. That mantis probably ate more than I did. Surely it can't be that bad. Yet the ruthlessness and savagery Tian displayed still sent a slight shiver through it. No, this mantis is far too dangerous. I must find a chance to secretly report to the king. Then I can pin everything on it. The spineless coward who had initially planned to align with Tian, and immediately shifted its stance. Before it could dwell further, a mantis, entirely emerald green and radiating boundless killing intent, appeared before the arena's entrance. Not many, but it's enough. Observing the restless horde of beasts within the vast arena, Tian nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell upon the soft-boned tiger, whose eyes gleamed with servility. What a pity! He had originally planned to use this tiger's status to ambush the nine-headed serpent king. But the severed child's hand and skeletal remains scattered across the den had sealed the fate of this fickle mutant tiger. Hiss! Under Tian's gaze, the soft-boned tiger felt a chill run down its spine. It felt as though a sharp blade had been ruthlessly scraped across its body. It was about to step forward to offer its services, only to see two bizarre protrusions spring from the terrifying mantis's chest. Roar! A powerful aura of danger sent warning bells ringing in its mind. The cartilaginous tiger roared and lunged forward in an instant. Two massive, powerful tiger paws slammed towards Tian. Too late to realize now. Tian's feathered wings fluttered slightly as his form vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. The tiger's paws struck the lingering afterimage he left behind in midair. The next instant, two Hellfire missiles tore through its massive body, exploding with a deafening roar behind it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No explanation needed. Tian unleashed all 50 Hellfire missiles he had purchased in one breath. From the outside, the massive stadium appeared to be slowly collapsing, its ruins illuminated by the flashes of explosions. Holy crap, this place is no longer safe. A mutated fox frantically darted through the labyrinthine sewers, the familiar explosions becoming a nightmare for it. Damn you, beast woman gone tiger. May you rot in hell. In the valley of Jiuying Mountain, a mutated parrot, having lost its father, mother, wife, son, and daughter, cursed furiously as it fled through the air. Nearby, intelligent beasts hiding nearby heard the commotion. One by one, they were scared out of their wits. Without looking back, they fled the city from all directions. Some headed for Linchuan to inform the nine-infant serpent king of soft-boned tiger's betrayal, while others, sensing the city's treacherous ways, planned to retire to the deep, ancient forests. As for the beasts trapped inside the stadium, they were seething with rage, their hearts filled with the desire to tear Softbone's tiger limb from limb. Roars and the death cries of various beasts echoed from the arena, carrying for miles. Tian hovered midair, wings spread, watching coldly. Occasionally, he spotted a lucky beast that had managed to escape and moved in for the kill. Ding! Killed one mutant chick. Earned 10 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutant scorpion, obtained 10 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutated Brazilian turtle. Earned 50 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutated sparrow. Earned 50 evolution coins. Ding! A flicker of disappointment crossed Tian's eyes, though he wasn't entirely surprised. After all, the benefits of the Spirit Awaken flower for mutant beasts were simply too great, so it was basically all about snatching them up. For these minor karamis, only the luckier ones. Most could only obtain 1 or 2 color awakening flowers. The higher grade awakening flowers were mostly controlled by powerful mutated beasts. Tian had slain countless large mutant beasts during the valley battle. The survivors had learned their lesson. They won't even buy soft-boned tigers' bills anymore. By now, they've probably vanished without a trace. If you wanted to hunt them down, you wouldn't even know where to start. Still, every little bit helps. Even the lowest tier single color awakening flowers could fetch 1,000 evolution coins. And with so many intelligent mutant beasts involved, this wasn't just a mosquito's leg, it was closer to a cow's leg. Converting the bounty from over 200 mutated beasts, after deducting the cost of the Hellfire missiles, he stood to gain nearly 200,000. For the former Tian, this was undoubtedly a massive fortune. As the explosions faded away, the thick smoke and raging flames persisted for about 3 hours before finally beginning to subside. Night fell. The stadium was now little more than a ruin. Charred remains of mutated beasts littered the ground everywhere. Amidst the ruins, clusters of Spirit Awakened flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with a rosy light that blanketed the ground, creating a strangely beautiful sight. Nearby, numerous mutated beasts that hadn't yet developed sentience glared hungrily at the Spirit Awakened flowers on the ground. Seeing no valuable mutated beasts around, Tian transformed into his 300-meter form. With a single sweep of his giant scythe, a barrage of mall recycling notifications immediately filled the air. 1.11 million, 1.12 million, 1.13 million. The number of evolution coins in his shop account skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed 1.15 million evolution coins. This was the total sum from previous gains combined with this ambush. It was more than enough to advance to the Super Alloy Mantis stage. Thinking back to how he'd once racked his brains just to scrape together a few tens of thousands of evolution coins, now he could casually accumulate hundreds of thousands or even millions after a single battle. The stark contrast brought by this windfall made Tian suddenly feel a bit lightheaded. No, a mantis can't get carried away. At the very least, I must stay grounded until I'm confident enough to go toe-to-toe with a king beast. Recalling the scene of the 9-headed serpent king leading the beast tied to assault Lin Chuan, Tian's excitement quickly subsided. Most of the intelligent beasts in Nanyun City have been eliminated. It's time to move on. The mall hadn't refreshed yet, but saving up money was definitely the right move. After pondering for a while, Tian suddenly had a flash of insight. The places where Spirit Awakened trees appeared most frequently were human cities. With his ability to alter his size and stealth attributes for cover, infiltrating them would be a breeze. The human bases in Xia Nation not only contained vast quantities of Spirit Awakened flowers but also offered protection from being harvested prematurely by beasts. This was practically a little treasure trove prepared just for him. And it was wide open, completely unguarded. With Lin Chuan lost, they'll surely retreat to the provincial capital, Yunzhou City, the heart of the entire southern province. The number of Spirit Awakenings there must be substantial. 9-headed serpent king, I won't keep you waiting much longer. Tian cast a complex gaze upon the city, now stripped of its former splendor. He vanished into the sky as a jade-green streak of light. Chapter 49, The Vulture Above. Yunzhou City. The final line of defense for Nan Province. As the provincial capital, it vastly surpassed Linchuan in both manpower and military strength. Most crucially, it possessed nuclear weapons that even the mighty Wangshou feared. Though limited in number, they were sufficient to shield Yunzhou from countless calamities during the era of rampant mutant beast uprisings. As the influx of refugees continued to grow, Yunzhou's leadership had no choice but to designate most of the city's buildings as public resettlement zones. The once bustling scenes. Now, it had been replaced by faces that were almost numb and uneasy. No one harbored any hope for the future. Most people were only thinking about how to survive in this era of global upheaval. As for money, it was now less useful than a pair of fists. With firearms freely available to all, even as Yunzhou's government and military strive to maintain order, criminal incidents still erupted frequently. In such a time of crisis, the Xia Kingdom has presented its countermeasure. Radical cures for deep-seated ills, severe penalties to quell chaos. All criminals who violate fundamental principles shall be sentenced to death. Though such high-pressure laws harbored numerous hidden dangers, they did significantly improve public order in Yunzhou. However, with the influx of large numbers of people, food shortages and other issues began to become everyone's greatest concern. Simultaneously, with money losing its function, primitive barter trade began to flourish. Wherever crowds gathered, makeshift marketplaces sprang up. These areas frequently witnessed disputes and brawls. As long as the violence wasn't too severe or no one reported it, the Yunzhou authorities could only turn a blind eye to these incidents. A stall was crowded with ragged refugees. Several men, steel blades strapped to their backs and rifles in hand, bellowed their wares. Come on over. Fresh mutant rat meat caught yesterday, only trading for infection-treating medicine. Mutant boar meat. Our hunting squad worked hard to catch this. No need for details. 5 pounds of meat for 5 pretty girls to be your friends for 2 days. Many stared longingly at the blood-stained chunks of meat on the stalls, their throats involuntarily making swallowing sounds. Among them were former CEOs from peaceful times and so-called successful individuals. In their former lives, seated in comfortable offices, a single word from them would instantly summon servants to arrange banquets of delicacies. But now, the means by which capital once controlled ordinary people had completely lost its power. It didn't matter if you were a billionaire or a trillionaire. In these chaotic times, if you lack the courage to raise a gun against a mutated beast, you'll become a failed beggar on the streets within days. Ironically, it's the ordinary people who once occupied the lowest rung of society's social hierarchy, toiling away at manual labor day in and day out. With a spirit that fears neither blood nor sweat as long as they can scrape by, they now live far more comfortably than the CEOs. Soon, customers began approaching the meat stalls laden with goods to inquire. Meanwhile, girls in their early 20s, confident in their looks, began to quietly shift their positions. Several soldiers tasked with maintaining order stood nearby, watching coldly. Such behavior, which in the past would have meant at least a few years behind bars, seemed to be slowly becoming legalized. There's no way to keep up with it all, so why waste the energy? Yet upon closer inspection, one could still notice their pockets bulging with something unknown. Such incidents were countless. It wasn't just the city that was overcrowded. For miles around the city's outskirts, refugee tents are scattered everywhere. Yet amidst the seemingly chaotic scene, extraordinary sights adorned the landscape. Sparkling with dawnlight, small awakening trees blossomed everywhere across Yunzhou. Special soldiers guarded their perimeters, forbidding anyone to approach. Following the Shenangjia incident, while numerous royal beasts perished, many high-grade spirit awakening flowers remained at the scene. The higher-ups were well aware that these enlightenment flowers held extraordinary significance for mutant beasts, so that area remained heavily guarded to this day. Moreover, nuclear weapons stand at the ready nearby. According to forum reports, nearly dozens of beast waves have launched assaults on Shenangjia. Yet under the overwhelming firepower suppression, the mutated beast hordes were almost always forced to retreat in defeat. However, as spirit-awakened saplings erupt across the globe, the number of mutated beasts gaining sentience and advancing in power will only grow. How long the military can hold out? No one dares to answer that question. At this moment, among the branches of a large tree on the outskirts of Yunzhou City, rested a delicate little mantis, its appearance resembling jade. Its compound eyes scanned the people moving in and out of the tents. Without a doubt, it was Tian, who had flown nearly 700 kilometers from Nanyun City specifically for this purpose. Seeing the pitiful state of these refugees, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and regret. Who could have imagined that the once dominant civilization of Blue Star would fall from grace in less than a month? Even the question of how to survive in the future had become a monumental challenge. But what troubled him most right now was the sheer number of people here. The perimeter was equipped not only with various surveillance cameras and military-grade radar life detectors, but even the drones operated in formations of hundreds, maintaining round-the-clock patrols. Sneaking in as originally planned was extremely difficult. After scouting several shaded spots and finding none suitable, Tian could only hide beneath the leaves, waiting silently for nightfall. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows gradually spread across the land. Tian peered out cautiously, scanning left and right. He then spread his wings and ascended to over 2,000 meters, a height beyond drone detection. Only then did he flap his wings toward the city. But just then, his antennae suddenly sent a warning signal: danger was present. He looked up into the clouds. Not far above him, several small black dots were circling incessantly. Could these be surveillance drones deployed by Yunzhou? Tian cautiously avoided the dark spots. He immediately continued ascending. He roughly estimated his current altitude to be approaching 10,000 meters. Even the vast majority of flying creatures, even after mutation, would struggle to reach this altitude. Therefore, it was highly likely that these were man-made objects. But as he continued climbing higher, when he reached a level roughly even with those dark spots, Tian peered at them with his enhanced, sharpened vision. He was utterly astonished. To his astonishment, what he had assumed to be an artificial object turned out to be 6 creatures nearly 30 meters long. These creatures sported dark brown plumage with white-edged feathers and prominently bare heads, mutated black and white vultures. This was a species of large vulture native to the continent of Nigra. He never imagined they would appear here. The 6 mutant vultures circled slowly in the sky. Their yellow pupils constantly scanned the landscape of Yunzhou below. At such a height, it was unclear whether they could see clearly at all. Regardless, the appearance of these creatures could only portend trouble. After about 10 minutes, the mutant vultures began flying toward the direction where Linchuan was located. Tian hesitated briefly before deciding to follow them discreetly. Chapter 50, Infiltrating Yunzhou. Once the 6 mutated vultures flew out of Yunzhou's alert zone, Tian suddenly accelerated to close in on them. Due to their size, The 6 mutant vultures remained completely unaware of his presence. Only when the last one at the rear of the formation happened to glance back did it discover a small Karami mantis clinging tightly to its rear. It froze in shock, momentarily forgetting even its instinctive wing flapping. Holy, mantises can fly this high? Is that even possible? A flash of blade light and the bird's head, still in a daze, plummeted from 10,000 meters. 1, 2. Until the vulture flying at the very front noticed the air resistance gradually increasing. When it turned to look back, only then did it realize its 5 comrades had vanished without a trace. A giant mantis now stared at it with a smug grin. The terrified mutant vulture tried desperately to fight back. Come down. Tian extended his sickle, hooking it around the mutant vulture's slender neck, then stepped down its body all the way to the ground. A few minutes later, the mutated vulture lay trembling on the ground. Write down why you came to Yunzhou. Otherwise, I'll pluck every feather off your body, hang you up, and roast you alive. Gazing at the blade still stained with blood, the mutated vulture now endowed with sentience was filled with terror. It had no doubt the other party was capable of doing just that. Trembling, the mutant vulture scratched out words on the ground with its wing. We came at the king's command to scout the firepower deployment in Yunzhou. The king? Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Could this be referring to the 9-headed serpent king? The king you speak of is the 9-headed serpent? No, it's the king beast of our vulture clan. But I have seen the 9-headed serpent you mentioned. This time, we plan to join forces with the 9-headed serpent king to attack Yunzhou. Additionally, the king of the giant pythons will also join us. Brother Mantis, why not join us? With the 3 great king beasts attacking together, Yunzhou won't stand a chance. With your strength, you're sure to earn considerable credit. While appearing to extend an invitation, this mutated vulture actually schemed to first persuade Tian to remove the scythe poised at its throat before executing a counterattack. After all, judging by their current sizes, they were fairly evenly matched. Had it not been for the element of surprise, it wouldn't necessarily fear a head-on confrontation. To gain Tian's trust, everything it had just said was the truth. It had even deliberately hinted at the strength of the 3 king beasts, hoping to instill caution in Tian. Little did it know that the 9-headed king snake and it were sworn enemies. Anything else? Tian wrote out each word deliberately. What else is there to say? The mutant vulture stared at him with a puzzled look. The 3 great king beasts. Besieging Yunzhou. Didn't you hear? A surge of anger at being underestimated instantly flared within the mutant vulture, then transformed into a raging inferno. Tian flipped the naked mutant vulture over. He sprinkled salt and cumin grabbed randomly from nearby evenly over it. The aroma instantly wafted far and wide. While eating the grilled meat, Tian pondered how to confront the 3 royal beasts. Helping Yunzhou weather this crisis would be the ideal outcome. But even a single 9-headed serpent king had stretched his resources thin and now 2 more royal beasts had joined the fray. Their purpose was clear, they were undoubtedly after the Spirit Awakened flower. To avert this catastrophe, transcendent evolution was imperative. Several minutes later, Tian tossed aside the leftover bones and rose once more, heading back toward Yunzhou. This time, he dove straight down from the sky, landing on the nearest Spirit Awakened sapling. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm suddenly sounded in the monitoring room of Yunzhou's War Preparedness Center. Several duty officers rushed forward to investigate, fearing an alien creature intrusion. Yet the screen remained blank. Strange, there's nothing there? Notify the drone team to send a few drones over to check. Is that really necessary? These mutated beasts are huge. If one actually broke in, our monitoring systems wouldn't miss it. This is a special situation. Better safe than sorry. Right. After contacting the drone team for reconnaissance and still finding no unusual activity, the group finally relaxed. But not long after, another surveillance feed triggered an alarm. The group exchanged glances, instantly realizing something was definitely wrong. The highest-ranking officer spoke with grave expression. One incident could be an accident, but repeated occurrences means something is definitely wrong. Notify the personnel closest to the previous alarm location to proceed immediately to the scene. Report any findings without delay. After the order was issued, Tian, who was still stealthily approaching a small awakening tree, suddenly noticed the surrounding guards gradually increasing in number. Moreover, nearly 100 drones hovered overhead, maintaining vigilance. It was obvious he had been detected. Gazing at the dozens of awakening flowers blooming on the tree, Tian felt an unbearable itch in his heart. But with such heavy defenses, approaching silently would be no easy feat. Not to mention surveillance devices were deployed around every single awakening tree. The moment he touched a Spirit Awakened flower, soldiers would be alerted. I didn't expect it to be this tricky. The twilight glow shimmering around the awakening sapling rendered the shadow mantis's racial abilities useless. To seize the awakening flower, a direct assault was inevitable. If I forcibly pluck the flower and then use stealth to escape? The thought flashed through Tian's mind but was quickly dismissed. The situation with the 9-headed serpent king remained unknown. given its ability to respawn every half hour after stealth. Recovering all the awakening flowers across Yunzhou would take an unimaginable amount of time. This efficiency was simply too slow. As Su Tian pondered this dilemma, a familiar figure suddenly stepped down from a military vehicle. "Good morning, Colonel." Ren Fei nodded, his expression as cold as ice. The intelligence he had obtained from Su Tian last time had been taken very seriously by the Xia state authorities. He had even been granted special commendations and a promotion. With the fall of Lin Chuan, Ren Zhangyuan had chosen to remain behind with a scorched earth mentality. Such a loyal and heroic figure was naturally elevated as a model for Xia's people in their struggle against the beasts. Ren Zhangyuan's sacrifice paved the way for his son's future. After deliberation, the Xia military decided to promote Ren Fei to the rank of colonel. He was also appointed commander of a defense regiment in Yunzhou, specifically tasked with ensuring the city's security. A colonel in his 20s, such an extraordinary promotion pace would have been astonishing even in the past. After confirming no anomalies were present, Ren Fei gave instructions to the soldiers stationed for surveillance at the location. He then boarded the patrol command vehicle, preparing to head to the combat readiness duty room to report. But the moment he got in, Ren Fei suddenly froze. His expression betrayed shock and utter disbelief. Because in the back seat, a small emerald-green mantis was staring at him with its compound eyes. Its scythe-like appendages were raised in a shushing gesture. "Colonel?" Hearing no response from the back for a while, the soldier driving couldn't help but ask. Ren Fei quickly calmed his nerves, then waved dismissively as if nothing had happened. "It's fine. Head back to my place first. I forgot I needed to pick up some documents." "Yes, sir." Chapter 51, straight to the point. Back at the regiment headquarters. Ren Fei closed the door. He glanced at the mantis perched on the desk, its expression slightly uneasy. That day, he had been knocked unconscious by Ren Zhangyuan, then taken away by his deputy on a helicopter shortly after leaving Linchuan. When he awoke, the nine-headed serpent king was already closing in on the fleeing refugees. Just as he thought he could only watch helplessly as the people of Linchuan met a tragic end under the tide of mutated beasts. That mantis, the very one that had dragged them out of Nanyun City, suddenly reappeared. It bought precious time for the Xia nation to deploy nuclear weapons and drive back the nine-headed serpent king. But his father had been forever laid to rest beneath the ruins. His hatred for the mutated beasts was seared into his soul. Yet facing this mantis now stirred complex emotions within him. He had believed it was utterly destroyed when torn apart by the nine-headed serpent king, yet here it stood before him once more. As for why Ren Fei recognized Su Tian at a glance, the reason was simple. Because this mere 10-centimeter long mantis was Su Tian's one and only distinguishing feature. "Thank you." After hesitating for a long while, he finally managed to utter those two words. His gratitude extended not only to Su Tian for saving his life back then, but also for fighting valiantly for the people of Linchuan. But time was of the essence. Su Tian had no intention of beating around the bush. As for gratitude, that could wait until they figured out how to survive the encirclement of the three great king beasts. With sharp strokes of his blade, he swiftly relayed all the intelligence gathered from the mutated vulture. Studying the text on the table, Ren Fei's expression shifted from astonishment to deep concern. An event of such magnitude was too grave for even him to readily accept Su Tian's account. "I'm sending scouts immediately." Knock knock knock. Su Tian tapped the table to regain Ren Fei's attention, then shook his head slightly as he continued writing. "The Beast King isn't stupid. Sending people now will only alert him." "Then what should we do now?" Ren Fei wasn't a fool. He quickly realized the mantis was right. If the three great beast lords learned their plans had been exposed, they might take the risk of launching an attack prematurely. Though he held the rank of colonel, Yunzhou was now a gathering point for garrisons from major cities. In his current position, he likely lacked the authority to persuade everyone to deploy nuclear weapons. For that was Yunzhou's ultimate line of defense. No one would dare shoulder that responsibility unless absolutely necessary. If Su Tian's intelligence proved accurate, that would be one thing. But if the intelligence was false, Yunzhou launching nuclear weapons first would be tantamount to issuing a direct challenge to all the mutated beasts across southern province. Then it wouldn't just be the nine-headed serpent king, other beast kings might well unite in self-defense. What purpose do you have in telling me all this? Even if Su Tian had genuinely sided with humanity before, matters concerning the lives of over 5 million citizens in Nan province demanded extreme caution. Indeed, a smart man. If Ren Fei had panicked upon hearing the news, Su Tian might have looked down on him a bit. "I can assist you in repelling the three great beasts' assault on Yunzhou, but only if you help me secure every single spirit awakening flower within this city." When dealing with a smart man, there was no need for convoluted schemes, otherwise it might backfire in the end. So Su Tian laid his terms out plainly. "How can I trust you?" The spirit awakened flowers held extraordinary power over mutated beasts. This made him worry whether this mantis, once in possession of the flowers, might pose an even greater threat to humanity. What he hadn't anticipated, however. Su Tian didn't waste breath on long-winded, sentimental pleas. Instead, he pointed toward a large tree hundreds of meters away outside the window. What do you mean? Renfei followed Su Tian's gaze. The next second, Su Tian's figure vanished from the tabletop. When Renfei looked again, by the light of the military camp, a faint green flash flickered beneath the tree. When Su Tian slowly flew back in through the window, Renfei was utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe what he had just witnessed. This ability, akin to teleportation, spoke louder than any explanation. I simply wish to avoid conflict with humans, but that doesn't mean I'll give up on obtaining the Spirit Awakened flower. So I hope you'll think this through carefully. This was no exaggeration. All the great king beasts were using the Spirit Awakened flowers they'd obtained earlier to continuously strengthen and advance. To ensure his own safety, Su Tian had no choice but to continuously upgrade and modify himself through the marketplace, all of which required evolution coins. The hundreds of Spirit Awakening saplings in Yunzhou held the opportunity for him to undergo a complete transformation. Since ancient times, might has always made the argument. If this matter cannot be resolved peacefully, Su Tian wouldn't hesitate to demonstrate his strength when necessary. After all, humans, unlike mutated beasts, do not resort to any means to achieve their goals, nor do they disregard the lives of their own kind. This is the very foundation of humanity's strength, yet it remains an inescapable weakness. After witnessing the Mantis' methods, Renfei suddenly fell into a brief silence. He understood Su Tian had done this deliberately to demonstrate his terrifying capabilities. If this teleportation ability could be used at will, coupled with the terrifying power he had displayed earlier in his battle against the nine-headed Serpent King, even mobilizing every soldier in Yunzhou would be futile unless they were prepared to fight to the death. Seeing Renfei unable to make a decision for a long while, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He spread the feathered wings on his back, preparing to depart. At that very moment, Renfei finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I accept your terms. But how can you guarantee that after obtaining the Spirit Awakened flower, you will truly help Yunzhou overcome this crisis?" Su Tian chuckled. "If I lacked that sincerity, you wouldn't have seen me here tonight." Even if Renfei refused, he still had ways to seize the Spirit Awakened flower. It would just involve a few more complications. By proceeding this way, he had already demonstrated sufficient patience and sincerity. As for the assurance the other party blurted out demanding, it was nothing more than a reason to comfort himself. In this chaotic era, promises were the least valuable and most untrustworthy things. Renfei cast a deep, lingering glance at Su Tian, who remained calm and composed. He didn't know if his choice was right or wrong, but for now, he had no choice but to take the plunge. He was betting that this super mantis, who had once chosen to fight the nine-headed Serpent King to the death to cover the evacuation of Linchuan's citizens, had not deceived him. He then activated the military's internal communication system to begin making arrangements for what lay ahead. Soon, a military vehicle rolled out of the barracks once more, heading toward the nearest awakening sapling. Chapter 52, Cooperation. By order of the Fengyun Military Command, all Spirit Awakened flowers within the city are to be harvested. This is top secret. All communication devices are to be surrendered, and no one is to leave without my permission. Renfei addressed the 5 soldiers guarding the Spirit Awakened flowers with a stern expression. "Yes, Commander." They showed not a hint of doubt toward Renfei's words. "Strange," murmured one soldier. "Haven't the higher-ups always claimed they couldn't harvest these peculiar flowers? How did they suddenly acquire this capability?" One soldier asked in confusion. Everyone knew just how terrifying the mutated beasts became when confronted with the Spirit Awakening flowers. The Xia Kingdom had also considered targeting these peculiar flowers to further uncover the secrets of the mutated beasts. Yet strangely, humans couldn't even touch these peculiar flowers. Merely approaching them triggered an indescribable sense of danger. After sacrificing nearly 100 researchers' lives, the higher-ups finally abandoned the idea, assigning them only to guard the flowers and prevent the beasts from approaching. Another soldier shot him a dismissive glance. "What do you know? Our technology has advanced by leaps and bounds. Those big shots wouldn't be stumped by some measly strange flowers. They've probably already solved this problem. That's why the commander came to handle this mission personally." The rebuked soldier didn't get angry. Instead, he said cheerfully, "That's good news. If we can unlock the secrets of these mutated beasts, maybe we can launch a counterattack soon. My mom called yesterday a county back home got trapped by a beast tide because the evacuation was too slow. They say tens of thousands died. If the army hadn't arrived in time, the whole county might have been wiped out. Yeah, I hope the government finds a solution to these mutated beasts soon. I'd rather work overtime than live like this, constantly worried about a mutated beast jumping out and devouring me." Listening to the soldiers' discussions, Renfei felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow heavier. Is there really a solution? He dared not dwell on the question, afraid that pessimism might betray him. So he shifted his gaze to the awakening sapling before him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A roughly 30-centimeter long drone buzzed like a diligent bee, flitting from one awakening spirit flower to another. Any flower it touched vanished instantly. Considering that Su Tian might arouse suspicion if he picked the flowers in his true form, Renfei had specially disguised him with other materials before leaving. That's a wrap. After collecting all 50+ enlightenment flowers from the entire tree, Su Tian fluttered his wings and landed back on Renfei's hand, maintaining a perfectly still posture. With his disguise in place, he bore a striking resemblance to a dragonfly-style drone. Next one. Renfei gripped the drone and walked toward the vehicle. Commander, take care. Take care, Colonel. He couldn't help but glance back at the soldiers, then his stride grew firmer. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Within a mere hour, Renfei led Su Tian through the streets of Yunzhou City. Open the mall page. 1. Super Alloy Mechanical Enhancement 1 million evolution coins. 2. Super Alloy Feathered Wings 100,000 evolution coins. 3. Super Alloy Capture 4 Paws 500,000 evolution coins. 4. Tungsten Steel Mechanical Enhancement 5 million evolution coins. 5. Advanced Healing Aura 1.5 million evolution coins. This item is a promotional product available for limited time purchase without attribute requirements. This shop refresh utterly stunned Su Tian. It was arguably the most expensive refresh in history. Even the cheapest item, the Super Alloy Feathered Wings, required 100,000 evolution coins. He glanced at his store account balance. Though he hadn't yet swept up every single Spirit Awakened flower in Yunzhou City, his current balance had already reached a staggering 1.51 million evolution coins. Su Tian instinctively clicked to view the advanced healing aura's details. Because whenever he struck it rich, the shop would conveniently refresh with items designed to harvest every last evolution coin from him. The most outrageous instance had even matched the exact digit. Thus, he couldn't help but be cautious. But Su Tian wasn't overly worried, for he'd already made up his mind. I'm committed to the Super Alloy Mechanical upgrade anyway. You won't be able to fleece me that easily. Advanced Healing Aura, based on the effect of the Resilience attribute, healing efficiency increased to 500%. When he saw the detailed description of the Advanced Healing Aura, Su Tian's head nearly exploded from the shock. Such an exaggerated healing effect meant that even if his limbs were severed on the spot, they could regrow in less than a minute or two. Damn, that's tempting. Even though he'd resolved not to be tricked by the mall again this time, the promotional items' effects were simply too tempting to resist. No, Yunzhou is in imminent danger. Only powerful offensive capabilities can deter those three royal beasts. Thinking of the impending siege, Su Tian forced himself to click and select the Super Alloy Mechanical Enhancement. Yet the next second, the mall's notification left him stunned. Ding! Super Alloy Mechanical Enhancement purchase failed. Requirements for this item: Strength 1000, Speed 500, Toughness 500, Stealth 0. Ding! Purchase of Super Alloy Feathered Wings failed. Requirements for this item: Speed 500. Ding! Purchase of Super Alloy Capture Claws failed. Requirements: Strength 1000. Su Tian? His current maximum strength stat was only 276 points. He was light years away from meeting the requirements for the Super Alloy Capture Claws. The shop is practically forcing him to buy that high-level healing aura. What a joke! Ding! All items sold in the store appear randomly. Please do not question the fairness and impartiality of this store. Damn it! If it were truly fair and impartial, how come you managed to clean out every last coin from my pockets last time? Su Tian seethed with indignation, ready to vent his frustration. But remembering how the mall had grown increasingly intelligent since its evolution, he swallowed his words. Confirm purchase of Advanced Healing Aura for 1.5 million evolution coins? Su Tian gritted his teeth and said, confirm. He was certain that if he didn't buy the Advanced Healing Aura, the next wave of items would likely be just as disappointing as this one. Soon, as his evolution coin balance steadily dwindled, a green light descended from the heavens and merged into his body. Every part of his body, from head to toe, radiated a crystalline green glow. When the green light faded, Su Tian immediately felt an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through his body. Had he possessed the enhancement of the Advanced Healing Aura during his battle with the nine-headed Serpent King? The outcome might have been far from certain. Chapter 53, Storm Clouds Gathering. Renfei, seated nearby, failed to notice the change in Su Tian. Having resolved to go all in, he now had no time for further contemplation. All hope now rested on this mantis. By around 9 o'clock the next morning, the man and the mantis finally finished gathering all the Spirit Awakened flowers within Renfei's reach. The quantity obtained amounted to nearly 1/3 of Yunzhou's total supply. The remaining 2/3 had been taken over by other Defense Corps personnel. To avoid arousing suspicion, they had no choice but to reluctantly abandon their pursuit. After deducting the cost of purchasing the Advanced Healing Aura earlier, Su Tian's account now held just over 139,000 evolution coins. Scanning the other high-tier equipment in the mall, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. If only a body-type card, something that could serve as a trump card, were available, he wouldn't be so troubled. Unfortunately, as his strength grew stronger, the refresh rate for body-type cards steadily decreased. Now, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. Having to endure the mall's forced sales tactics only deepened Tian's frustration. Yet no matter how he pondered it, if he wanted to turn the tide, relying solely on a high-level healing aura, Tian had already thought through where he'd be buried. Does Yunzhou have any large meat storage warehouses? Do you need to eat? On the way back to camp from the last Spirit Awakened tree, Tian made his request once more. I need substantial meat to strengthen myself. Otherwise, relying solely on these Spirit Awakened flowers is utterly insufficient to contend with 3 king beasts. Looking at the words written on the wooden board he had specially prepared for this mantis, Rainfei suddenly felt a twinge of uncertainty. How much exactly? The more, the better. Even the Spirit Awakened flower, strictly forbidden to approach, he had taken along with Tian and harvested in one go. A little meat was hardly worth mentioning. Renfei gritted his teeth and agreed, then directed the driver to the largest grain reserve warehouse in all of Yunzhou. Driven by the ever-growing population and the resulting food shortage, Yunzhou City had implemented numerous policies specifically designed to encourage ordinary citizens to hunt mutant beasts. After a period of operation, frozen mutated beast carcasses were now commonplace throughout the warehouse. These were all items designated as emergency wartime supplies, so their management was strictly controlled under normal circumstances. Fortunately, Renfei served as their guide. Upon learning that the Yunzhou military headquarters required a routine inventory check, the warehouse supervisor readily opened the gates. After a cursory glance, Renfei scribbled a few perfunctory notes in his notebook. Then he headed straight for the vehicle and departed. Take care, Colonel Ren. The warehouse manager waved cheerfully behind the departing vehicle. Once the military vehicle was out of sight, the supervisor led his team back inside for a thorough inspection. Only after confirming the food supplies were intact did they close the main gate once more. Gazing at the meat storage facility, nearly the size of 7 or 8 football fields, Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. The number of mutated beasts here is likely to be at least tens of thousands, even by conservative estimates. From the onset of the anomaly to the present day, conflicts between humans and mutated beasts have been occurring non-stop. And that's after accounting for those already eliminated. The crisis was right before his eyes, no question about it. At this moment, he couldn't care less about taste. He instantly transformed his body to around 50 meters in size. He positioned himself level with the warehouse ceiling. Then he began grabbing frozen mutant corpses one by one and stuffing them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Fortunately, Tian's evolved teeth were sharp enough. Though a bit rough on the teeth, it didn't hinder him much. The only downside was the utterly dreadful taste. The meat melted into warm energy within his body as he consumed it. Even in the sub-zero temperatures of the cold storage, he could ignore the frigid environment. While Tian fought fiercely, news suddenly leaked that Renfei had secretly harvested the Spirit Awakened flower in the name of the military department. The reason was that when several researchers attempted to conduct further observations on the awakening spirit flower, they discovered all the blossoms on the tree had vanished without a trace. The soldiers guarding the flowers cited Renfei's earlier explanation as justification. The researchers grew increasingly suspicious. They simply lacked the equipment to harvest the awakening flowers effectively, let alone the fact that Renfei was merely a battalion commander of a defense regiment. If such technology had existed all along, the high-grade Spirit Awakened flowers scattered across Shenangjia wouldn't require heavy military deployment at the risk of radiation exposure. After this anomalous situation was reported up the chain of command, Renfei was immediately escorted by the guard squad to the military headquarters for interrogation. However, no matter how the high-ranking military officials tried to persuade him, he remained completely silent about the whereabouts of the Spirit Awakening flowers. Ultimately, he was stripped of all duties and temporarily detained within the battalion headquarters. Seeing the anger and confusion in the eyes of his former brothers-in-arms, Renfei felt deep sorrow within, yet he remained silent. He knew all too well that if he revealed everything, the higher-ups would inevitably adopt a seeing-is-believing approach and dispatch troops to investigate. Not only would that alert the enemy, but it might even cause Tian's evolution to fail. He had staked everything on this one man. There was no room for error now. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The meat warehouse received orders from above to allocate 50 tons of food to the city center. This was to improve the meals for the refugees. Sigh, who knows when this will ever end, the meat warehouse manager sighed. Recently, with the massive emergence of intelligent beasts, many mutated creatures had become extremely difficult to capture. Moreover, edible food sources were growing increasingly scarce. Many who caught mutated beasts chose to keep them for themselves. The number of people exchanging their catches for medals and honors has also dropped significantly. At this rate, Yunzhou City would soon be struggling to sustain itself, let alone care for so many refugees. But since the higher-ups had issued the order, they had no choice but to obey. When the doors to the meat storage facility swung open, the warehouse manager was utterly dumbfounded. The meat that had once filled nearly several football fields worth of space had vanished without a trace. The only thing visible was a small mantis lying on the ground, gently stroking its round belly with its 4 legs. Holy crap, this is bad. Hearing the manager's panicked shouts, 2 squads of soldiers stationed near the warehouse rushed inside. Tian shuddered. He hadn't expected the gate to open so suddenly. Once he regained his senses, he spread his wings and shot out of the warehouse. Still reeling from the shock of the food vanishing, the administrator couldn't spare a thought for this little mantis. His mind was consumed with how he would explain this to his superiors. First, the spirit awakened flower had been mysteriously plucked by Rin Fei. Now the meat warehouse had been inexplicably robbed. While the former was important, its repercussions paled in comparison to this incident. Even the head of Lianyun province personally visited the scene to investigate. Fully armed squads combed the city streets, and in an instant, a palpable sense of impending storm settled over the area. Chapter 54, The Beast Tide Approaches. Linqing City. Amidst the shattered ruins, 3 towering figures gathered together. The 9-headed serpent king, an old familiar beast, needed no introduction. Beyond him, there was a serpent even more massive than the 9-headed serpent king, its body a deep, glossy black. A giant serpent head towering atop its body. And a mutant vulture king whose wingspan made it appear even larger than the other 2. Vulture king, why haven't your subordinates returned yet? The 9-headed serpent king couldn't help but speak up. Once they reached the level of king beasts, they no longer cared about national borders. When one needed help expanding their territory, this king vulture suddenly appeared. After brief negotiations, the 2 reached an agreement. To ensure they could capture Yunzhou, the last offensive stronghold in the entire southern province, he summoned another serpentine king beast from his own kind. The very same king python coiled like a mountain. By all logic, they should have returned by now. Could something have gone wrong? The vulture king was utterly perplexed. The reason he had sent his kin to gather intelligence was not merely because the vulture clan possessed formidable flight capabilities, capable of soaring effortlessly at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, but also because after mutation, the vulture clan's vision had been enhanced to unprecedented levels. Even from high above, they could clearly discern objects below. To conquer Yunzhou, it was crucial to scout out the deployment of human firepower in advance. For they not only sought to seize Yunzhou city, but also wished to minimize casualties during the operation. After all, these mutated beasts would eventually become the sustenance they relied on for their own advancement. After waiting several more hours without spotting the scout, the 3 king beasts exchanged glances. They knew something had gone terribly wrong. We can't afford to wait any longer. If the humans prepare, we'll be at a greater disadvantage. Let's just do it. The king cobra, clearly the more impulsive of the trio, opening its blood-red maw, it extended a thick, pillar-like forked tongue and declared, I refuse to believe that a mere Yunzhou can withstand the combined might of the 3 great beasts. Even if they resort to nuclear weapons, so what? At worst, it's a trade of wounds for wounds. Since obtaining the 6-colored enlightenment flower last time, its physical form had successfully undergone 1 round of enhancement and advancement. Now, as long as it wasn't caught in the epicenter of a nuclear blast, it could endure radiation and residual blast effects without major issues. The weakest here was the 9-headed serpent king. Its injuries from the last battle in Shenangjia were too severe, and nearly all the power from the Spirit Awakened flower had been used to repair itself. Thus, the enhancement gained from fusing with the Spirit Awakened flower was minimal. This is precisely why the 9-headed serpent king is plotting its next move to exploit the mutant beast tide and deplete humanity's thermal weaponry. Agreed. What do the 3 great beast kings have to defend themselves with? If they don't want to die, they'll have to surrender Yunzhou. The vulture king was inherently brutal. Were it not for the fact that the other was a mutant among the mutant king beasts, it wouldn't have bothered to waste so much time haggling with the 9-headed serpent king. Seeing the other 2 beast kings resolve to take the offensive, the 9-headed serpent king, however reluctant, could not afford to provoke internal strife at this critical moment. He could only curse silently within his heart, 2 fools. Do you truly believe humans are so easy to deal with? Since you seek death, you shall serve as my vanguard, absorbing the firepower for me. Caw caw. The vulture king soared into the sky, its shrill, piercing cry echoing across the entire Linchuan region. Countless intelligent beasts responded to their king's summons, driving other mutated creatures to converge at the front. Leading the charge were burrowing creatures like mutated earthworms and pangolins. Their mission was to launch attacks from beneath the earth against the human army, doing their utmost to disrupt the enemy's formations. The second wave comprised swarms of mutated ants and bee tribes. Ants exploited their numerical superiority to attack Yunzhou from all directions, while the bee tribes were deployed for rapid thrusts to disrupt the military's offensive rhythm. Following behind, the 3 king beasts each chose a direction, leading the remaining mutated beasts in a frontal assault. The strategy wasn't particularly sophisticated, but it was far superior to their previous haphazard rush. With the 3 beasts personally commanding the battlefield, breaching the human defenses should pose little difficulty. The thought of the hundreds of Spirit Awakened flowers within Yunzhou city ignited a fierce fervor within the 3 royal beasts. while the nine-headed Serpent King and others were deploying their forces. Tian was not idle either. The Spirit Awakened flowers he and Renfei had gathered last time amounted to only a third of the total. There was no reason to leave the rest untouched. Learning from casual conversation with several soldiers that Renfei had been imprisoned, he shook his head helplessly. Who'd have thought that kid would stick to his word? He hasn't ratted me out yet. Just as he was pondering how to devise another plan to retrieve the remaining Spirit Awakened flowers from the heavily guarded soldiers, a piercing alarm suddenly blared across the entire sky of Yunzhou. Report! A herd of strange beasts detected in the direction of Linchuan. Current numbers unknown. Approaching Yunzhou at extreme velocity. Initial scans show no signs of a king beast. Beep. This is Sky Unit 2. Additional flying beasts have been detected in the airspace. Beep. Beep. This is Sky 2 reporting. I have been detected by the flying beasts opposite me. They are rapidly closing in on me. Beep. The aerial beast swarm is massive and diverse in species. Request immediate military response. We are about to engage enemy beasts. Out. Amidst the final burst of garbled voices and explosions, the fighter squadron dispatched by Yunzhou to monitor the beast tide suddenly fell silent across all channels. After reviewing all the intelligence reports, the military commander's brow furrowed deeply. He clearly recognized the extraordinary gravity of this crisis. Something is amiss. Preliminary assessments indicate this beast tide is substantial in scale. I fear the shadow of a king beast lurks behind it. To be safe, I recommend immediately activating the nuclear weapons system. Numerous military representatives in the war room nodded in agreement. Since gaining sentience, the mutated beast's behavior had grown increasingly erratic and unpredictable. Nuclear weapons, the only deterrent capable of intimidating the king beast, hung like Damocles' sword over its head, the very foundation of their resolve to defend Yunzhou. With the mutated beast tide advancing fiercely, activating the nuclear weapons as a precaution was not a bad idea. However, the official head of Yunzhou suddenly spoke up. No. Deploying nuclear weapons is a grave matter. I suggest we first clarify the situation. If no king beast appears, our current force configuration is more than sufficient to handle the beast tide. Hearing this, the military commander's expression darkened. Though he currently held the highest command in the military. But deploying nuclear weapons also required his approval. This was a deliberate balancing measure implemented by higher-ups to prevent any one individual from acting unilaterally and causing unnecessary trouble. This was a deliberate balancing measure put in place. Without the consent of Yunzhou's official leadership, he could not directly order the activation of nuclear weapons. Opportunities are fleeting. If a king beast truly orchestrates this from behind the scenes, seizing another chance later won't be so straightforward. The Yunzhou official leader chuckled. I understand the logic perfectly well. Therefore, I request that the military immediately deploy an offensive plan outside the city to intercept the beast tide. Should a true king beast appear, then activating nuclear weapons would still be timely. Outside the city? Are you out of your mind? Hearing the official's words, the military commander nearly exploded on the spot. Had he been holed up in the rear too long, forgetting the true horror of the king beast? Did he think it could be stopped with a few empty words? That's all. We don't understand military operations and shouldn't interfere. The military command should handle this as it sees fit. Additionally, the meat storage facility was originally guarded by your military personnel. The theft investigation remains unresolved. I expect you to expedite the inquiry. Otherwise, even without beast attacks, Yunzhou will descend into chaos. With that final, deeply dissatisfied remark, the official delegation led by the head of Yunzhou rose and departed the command center. The military personnel were left behind, their expressions complex. With the beast tide approaching, having to deal with internal chaos at this moment was absolutely ridiculous. The military commander's face darkened like storm clouds as he refocused his gaze on the virtual sand table before him. Chapter 55, Yunzhou's Internal Strife. The sound of soldiers being mobilized for battle echoed from outside. Renfei, confined within the barracks, could no longer sit still. Sorry, Colonel, you're still under detention and interrogation. You can't leave without higher-up approval. Just as he tried to step out to investigate, two soldiers assigned to guard him blocked his path at the door. Are the mutant beasts attacking the city? Well. Faced with Renfei's inquiry, the guard's face betrayed a look of unease. Before this incident, Renfei had been a hero in the eyes of many soldiers. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, but he had also been promoted to the rank of battalion commander at a young age. Not only had he completed several life-threatening missions, his father, Ren Jiangyuan, served as the highest commander of the garrison forces in Linchang. To cover the evacuation of civilians, he chose to hold his ground against the surging tide of beasts rather than retreat. These were all things that earned them profound admiration. Yet who could have imagined? Yesterday, this heroic regiment commander had secretly appropriated the military headquarters authority, using unknown means to steal 1/3 of Yunzhou's entire supply of spirit awakening flowers. No one knew what purpose these stolen flowers served. Could they pose a threat to humanity? If not for the powerful figures within the military headquarters vouching for him, Renfei wouldn't be able to stay in the barracks peacefully right now. Another soldier beside him hesitated. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Commander, a beast tide is approaching Yunzhou from the direction of Linchuan." At headquarters, the boss was preparing to deploy nuclear weapons, but the Yunzhou authorities stopped him. They said our military must first engage the beasts outside the city to confirm the presence of a king beast before nuclear weapons can be used. But how could those desk-bound officials possibly grasp the true horror of the king beasts? If we wait until we actually spot them, by the time the nukes are deployed, the entire Yunzhou might be buried with them. Please save Yunzhou. This soldier knew full well that if the higher-ups stuck to their plan, the military commander would inevitably choose compromise. Because no one wants to shoulder the responsibility for unauthorized nuclear use. Even though they all knew this wave of mutant beast attacks was filled with eerie omens. Compared to the High Command's complex concerns, their thoughts were simpler and purer. Survival, ensuring the survival of those they cared about, was all these soldiers desired. In his view, Renfei had narrowly escaped death on so many missions, and repeatedly distinguished himself in battle. He must possess methods to counter the mutated beasts. Since the higher-ups harbored conflicting opinions and delayed making a decision, it might be wiser to pin their hopes on this Colonel Ren. Upon hearing this, Renfei's mind was in turmoil. Because Su Tian had hit the nail on the head. This attack by the three great beast kings is far more complex than we imagined. I must leave this place now. 3 sovereign beasts? Hearing this, the 2 soldiers on guard duty were instantly dumbfounded. They had suspected something was amiss. But at most, they'd only suspected that perhaps one sovereign beast was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Yet Renfei had immediately mentioned a 3-headed king beast. Given Yunzhou's current strength, fending off 3 royal beasts was simply too much to ask. The most troubling issue was that the higher-ups were still divided in their opinions regarding how to confront the approaching beast tide. Without deploying nuclear weapons, what could they possibly use to counter the king beasts? Commander Ren, is what you're saying true? A soldier asked, his face twisted with terror. Whether it's true or not, who would believe me now? The situation is urgent, I must leave immediately. Renfei sighed. His only option now was to find that super mantis as quickly as possible. But with 3 king beasts attacking, could they possibly hold them off? But there's no time. Trust me. Renfei looked at the 2 soldiers, their faces etched with hesitation, and spoke with grave determination. Yunzhou is on the brink of disaster. If you have doubts, you can follow me. Should I make any suspicious moves, you have my permission to shoot me at any moment. Perhaps moved by Renfei's sincerity, the 2 soldiers exchanged a glance before silently stepping back from their positions guarding the doorway. After leaving the barracks, Renfei drove straight to the meat storage warehouse. Numerous guards were still searching the area for clues about the missing food. Where did that mantis go? He was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he couldn't help but begin to doubt his decision at the time. Just then, he felt something on his shoulder. A small, emerald-green mantis stared at him with a puzzled expression. A flicker of joy crossed Renfei's eyes as he urgently asked, "Was what you said earlier true? The beast tide is now moving from Linchuan toward Yunzhou. What should we do? So fast?" Su Tian hadn't expected the 9-headed serpent king's response to be so swift. There were still about 3 hours left until the mole's refresh time. Keep gathering the spirit awakened flowers. With his current gear alone, he still wasn't quite ready to go toe-to-toe with the 3-headed king beast. His only option now was to gather evolution coins as quickly as possible and wait for the shop to refresh. This was the only solution he could think of to resolve the crisis in Yunzhou. More spirit awakened flowers? Renfei stared at the characters Su Tian had written on the ground, his expression complex. But he quickly made his decision. Let's go. Because the incident of him using unknown methods to harvest the spirit awakened flower was extremely serious, the military headquarters had not made it public directly. This meant others were still unaware he had been relieved of his duties. If he could exploit this window of opportunity, he could certainly reap another wave of rewards. Sure enough, upon reaching the territory under another defense regiment's jurisdiction, when Renfei presented his credentials, the soldiers guarding the spirit awakened flowers promptly obeyed his orders. With news of the mutant beast tide spreading, internal defenses within Yunzhou had significantly weakened. With Renfei clearing the way, Su Tian began frantically harvesting the second wave of spirit awakening flowers. In just a short while, the balance in the mall account soared again to 650,000 evolution coins. As Renfei drove him toward the final area where the spirit awakened flowers were located, Su Tian finally saw the marketplace items refresh. 1. Laser weapon modification 1 million evolution coins. 2. Longevity plus 1,100,000 evolution coins. 3. Tenfold body size experience card 100,000 evolution coins. 4. Mist mantis 500,000 evolution coins. 5. Strength plus 1,005,000 evolution coins. Laser should be able to pierce the king beast's defenses, but the price is too steep. Tian didn't rush to purchase it, instead turning his attention to the other 4 items. Longevity wasn't a concern, he still had over 6 months left, which was manageable. He could always buy it later whenever the shop refreshed. As for the Tenfold Size Card, this is outrageously expensive. Seeing the price tag on the Tenfold Size Card, Tian's antennae nearly nodded up. He vaguely recalled his time on the island. The Tenfold Size Card had only cost 3,000 evolution coins. Now it had skyrocketed by dozens of times. Mist Mantis, species skill mist transforms a 5,000 meter radius into dense fog, rendering you undetectable and untargetable by enemies for 1 hour. Cooldown, 30 minutes. It has to be said, this is yet another god-tier move. With his current account balance, purchasing the Mist Mantis posed absolutely no financial burden. Confirm spending 5,000 evolution coins to purchase strength plus 1,000? Confirm. The last one was a no-brainer, the cost-effective strength attribute had to be secured first. The remaining evolution coins would be perfect for buying the Tenfold Size Card and the Mist Mantis. Tian suddenly found himself torn. Laser modification goes without saying. It was undoubtedly a top-tier offensive weapon. Combined with his terrifying physique after devouring the entire Yunzhou meat warehouse, taking down those 3 king beasts wasn't impossible. But that was all based on his experience battling the 9-headed serpent king back then. So much time has passed since then. No one could be certain these king beasts hadn't gained even greater power, including whether the other 2 king beasts had hidden trump cards up their sleeves. Failure would bring unimaginable consequences. Opting to purchase the Tenfold Size Card and the Mist Mantis was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Should we play it safe or take the gamble? Chapter 56, Confronting the Mutant Beast Tide. As he wrestled with the decision, Renfei had already driven to the last area within Yunzhou City where spirit-awakened flowers grew in abundance. As he had anticipated, some soldiers had already departed with the main force. Those left behind were mostly inexperienced recruits. Renfei's battalion commander credentials granted him unimpeded access. But just as Tian finished harvesting the blossoms from the first spirit-awakened sapling, a dense, piercing sound suddenly echoed from beyond the city walls. Hundreds of missiles, trailing fiery tails, screeched toward the sky, streaking off into the distance. Renfei's expression darkened. The military headquarters has sent troops out to engage them. The 9-headed Serpent King and the other 2 Great Beast Kings had their own strategies. But the human side wouldn't sit idly by either. Leveraging the advantage of long-range strikes with missiles and various thermal weapons, the military command had tentatively decided to first deplete the fighting strength of the mutant beast horde. Yet no one could have foreseen. This move had long been anticipated by the beasts. Dozens of kilometers away from Yunzhou, mutant vultures flapped their wings, charging at the forefront of the beast tide. Each mutated vulture measured nearly 20 meters in length. They collided head-on with the rapidly approaching missiles. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions echoed across the heavens. Humans, you deserve to die. The Vulture King roared in fury. These fallen mutated vultures were his kin. To say it didn't feel the pain would be a lie. But sacrifices were inevitable in the face of war. The massive, intelligent vulture flock naturally became the optimal beast choice to intercept human missiles. After blocking the human army's first wave of attacks, the beast tide accelerated its advance. The military commander, informed by high-altitude fighter reports that all missiles had been intercepted, wore a grave expression. These mutated beasts are no longer what they once were. They possess intelligence rivaling our own. Notify all departments to prepare for battle. Also inform the leader of Yunzhou, the fate of Yunzhou rests entirely on his decision. The window of opportunity is fleeting. Upon receiving the orders, the officers below began deploying according to the plan. Yet the leader of Yunzhou remained locked in deliberation over the pros and cons of deploying nuclear weapons. After a moment's deliberation, he turned to his assistant and asked, "Has the presence of the king beast been detected?" "Well, the military command hasn't mentioned it." The assistant hesitated, but answered honestly. "MHM." The Yunzhou leader nodded slightly. He himself came from a prominent family in the capital, leveraging his clan's influence to rise steadily through the ranks until he reached the position of Yunzhou's leader. When confronted with any treacherous situation or critical decision, his foremost consideration was always the interests of his family. Deploying nuclear weapons carries too great a cost. Even if it temporarily drives back the royal beasts, it will undoubtedly leave severe repercussions that would hinder my future development. Moreover, enemy intelligence remains incomplete. Inform the military headquarters, I refuse to authorize nuclear deployment. Have them continue monitoring the beast tide situation. Will proceed only upon receiving concrete intelligence. Upon receiving the reply, the military commander erupted in fury. Damn it! Has he gone completely mad? What the hell is he playing at a time like this? The endless tide of beasts spoke for itself. Besides, gathering intelligence was never that simple. He was risking the lives of the entire southern province's forces on the front lines, only to hit a sudden roadblock with the Yunzhou leadership. What the hell are we supposed to do now? The officers below him looked equally grim. During peacetime, the dual military-civilian governance system was implemented precisely to prevent such situations. But with the global outbreak of mutations, to prevent internal chaos, the authority to deploy nuclear weapons was entrusted to both military and civilian authorities. Unexpectedly, this arrangement has now become the greatest constraint on the military's operations against the mutated beasts. Nuclear weapons require fingerprint identification from both commanders to activate. Otherwise, a single individual cannot execute the operation. Order the frontline units to continue reconnaissance. The military commander's face betrayed a look of helplessness before he coldly commanded, "Yes, sir." As the beast tide pressed ever closer, the intensity of the battle grew ever fiercer. According to military deployment plans, frontline units began setting ambushes starting 50 kilometers outside the Yunzhou defense perimeter. Under the formidable suppression of thermal weapons, the beast tide paid the price of hundreds or even thousands of beasts perishing for every inch of ground gained. Facing such terrifying firepower without even glimpsing a human figure, many mutated beasts began exhibiting panic and fleeing behavior. Yet the nine-headed serpent king and others did not intervene, instead welcoming this outcome. For even with the authority of a royal beast, controlling such vast numbers of mutated beasts was no simple task. They only needed to guide the beast's flight toward Yunzhou. As the beast herd fell apart, the defensive pressure on the frontline troops intensified. Soon, the first line of defense collapsed under the onslaught of a massive swarm of mutant bats. The human army began fighting a retreat. They concentrated their forces on the second line of defense. Still no sign of the king beast? The military commander's expression darkened further as he studied the report in his hands. The Yunzhou authorities were adamant that nuclear weapons would not be deployed until the king beast was confirmed. Yet such an eerily fierce beast tide. It was utterly impossible for no king beast to be orchestrating it from behind the scenes. The crux lies in their persistent failure to uncover information about the mastermind king beast. Without that, the Yunzhou authorities won't budge. That was the most troublesome part. Relations between the two sides were already strained due to the warehouse theft incident. If this continues, a major incident is bound to erupt sooner or later. Meanwhile, after collecting the final Spirit Awakened sapling, Tian's account balance finally surpassed 1 million. The mutant beast tide has breached the second defense line, yet the military headquarters still hasn't activated the nuclear weapons. Renfei stared at the message on his communicator, his voice heavy with concern. The three great king beasts are launching a joint assault, yet they still lack the resolve to make the tough decision and deploy nuclear weapons. Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Given the nine-headed serpent king's nature, it must have become extremely cunning after suffering several setbacks. Since it orchestrated this beast tide assault, it was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared on the surface. Yet Yunzhou still hadn't taken this beast tide seriously. They were bound to suffer heavy losses later. After all that deliberation, he had finally selected the items he intended to purchase next. Confirm purchase of Mist Mantis for 500,000 evolution coins? Confirm purchase of 10x body size experience card for 100,000 evolution coins? He didn't opt for the more aggressive laser modification equipment, because Tian himself lacked the mentality of a gambler. If he lost the gamble, the lives of all Yunzhou's citizens would be at stake. The lives of millions hang on a single decision, and you actually think I'm that reckless? He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. With the Mist Mantis's racial talents and the Tenfold Size Card, taking on the three-headed king beast should be no problem. But before that, he could reap another wave of rewards. The surging, dense tide of mutated beasts was nothing but a living, breathing pool of experience points. Chapter 57, the game begins. After retrieving the final awakening flower, 3 pairs of crystalline wings sprang from Tian's back. What do you plan to do? Since agreeing to cooperate with this mantis, Renfei had been bearing an unprecedented weight of pressure. Seeing Tian's actions, he felt an inexplicable tension, fearing that once the mantis achieved its goal, it would abandon Yunzhou. Then not only would his own sacrifices be erased, but those of his father, Renjiang Yuan, would be wiped out as well. Moreover, he would be branded a traitor, doomed to eternal disgrace. Out of the city to fight the enemy. Tian carved the words into the ground with his blade before soaring skyward toward the advancing tide of beasts. The beast tide at the front lines had already collided with the army's second defensive line. Heavy machine guns transformed into meat grinders, their bullet-spun vortexes engulfing the oncoming hordes of beasts. Flesh and limbs littered the ground. But this wave was personally led by the 3 great king beasts. How could it be stopped so easily? Waves of mutated beasts poured in from all directions. The aerial tide of flying beasts, resembling a vast black curtain, successfully breached the human high-altitude defense lines and began coordinating with the ground hordes to assault the human positions. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 30,000 meters, Two terrifying serpent mountains coiled around the king vulture's body. The excessive weight slowed its progress, yet it steadily ascended toward the skies above Yunzhou. The relentless tide of beasts below served as their tactic to draw the attention of human forces. It was unimaginable. When the three great beast kings suddenly appeared within Yunzhou city, what terrifying calamity would unfold? Once Yunzhou falls, the entire southern province will be ours for the taking. When the time is ripe, devouring the flesh infused with the spirit awakened flower might just allow us to break through to the realm of the four divine beasts. The Taipan Snake King hissed coldly, flicking its tongue. I doubt these humans could ever imagine we'd launch our assault from the skies. But by the time they react, it'll be too late. The Vulture King likewise brimmed with excitement and inner resolve. The Beast Kings themselves were walking ultimate weapons, and now they held the initiative. At this stage, the destruction of Yunzhou city was all but certain. But the nine-headed Serpent King remained silent, for an ominous foreboding lingered within its heart. At this range, if Yunzhou dares to deploy nuclear weapons, it would only result in 1,000-fold self-inflicted casualties. Given that, what threat could possibly remain to the king beasts? The nine-headed Serpent King pondered briefly before dismissing it as overthinking. Yunzhou was merely a stumbling block in its expansion outward. Only after clearing this obstacle would it truly embark upon the path of evolution. No! There are too many mutated beasts. We can't hold them off. As the relentless wave of mutant beasts closed in, casualties began mounting among the soldiers holding the second defensive line. Retreat! Cold sweat dripped from the temple of the officer commanding the front lines. Yunzhou city had weathered several beast-tide assaults before, but none had ever been as ferocious as today's onslaught. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of mutated beasts utterly impossible to eliminate. As the human army retreated to the third defensive line, leaving thousands of bodies behind, panic began to spread among the citizens of Yunzhou city. Some ill-intentioned individuals were spreading rumors that Yunzhou was about to fall to the beast tide, attempting to sow chaos. Fortunately, the city's internal defense forces remained stationed. Upon detecting the irregularities, they swiftly moved to apprehend these troublemakers who thrived on chaos. However, with official live broadcasts continuously relaying the latest battle updates from the front lines, news of humanity's disadvantage could not be concealed. As the Yunzhou forces began their retreat, a bright green mantis crept silently toward the edge of the beast tide. Observing the densely packed beasts, Tian couldn't help but swallow hard, not out of fear, but sheer excitement. Let's test the waters with 500 Hellfire missiles. As his marketplace account balance was wiped clean in one go, his Hellfire missile stockpile instantly dropped to 500. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tian aimed first at the swarm of flying beasts in the sky. These flying beasts posed the greatest threat to the army's defenses. The breach of the first two lines of defense was largely thanks to them. As dozens of Hellfire missiles detonated in the sky, several vacuum zones suddenly appeared within the dense swarm of flying beasts. One after another, creatures with wings and bodies engulfed in flames plummeted from the sky. Ding! Eliminated one mutant hornet. Earned 5 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutant hornet. Earned 5 evolution coins. Ding! Killed one mutant moth. Earned 5 evolution coins. The dense, swarming masses of mutated beasts on the ground were naturally unable to escape the missile barrage. Tian streaked through the sky at breakneck speed. Flames erupted continuously from the missile launchers strapped to his chest. Boom! 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 A relentless succession of explosions echoed across the sky. The entire tide of beasts seemed cleaved in two by a fiery sword. Tian's account balance, which had just returned to double digits, began to skyrocket wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had once again surpassed the 1,000,000 evolution coin threshold. Confirm purchase of laser weapon upgrade for 1,000,000 evolution coins? No question about it. Buy. Ding! Laser modification complete. He had originally thought he'd have to rely solely on his tenfold size card to go toe-to-toe with the nine-headed Serpent King and other triple-headed beasts. But he had underestimated the profits these mutated beasts could bring. A single missile barrage alone had replenished his little stash. Damn, while awakening flowers are useful, the core of the evolution market lies in killing for evolution. Recycling awakening flowers just doesn't compare to directly taking on beast swarms for quick cash. As for why he abandoned Hellfire missiles in favor of laser equipment, the reason was simple. Laser weapons not only delivered greater lethality and penetration, but crucially, they didn't require additional evolution coins to purchase energy. As the missile launchers on his chest transformed into two slightly translucent laser conduits, Tian's mind flickered. Zzzzz. 2 emerald beams instantly shot forth. Like 2 razor-sharp blades, they sliced through the mutated rhinoceros, blocking his path, extending backward as far as the eye could see. Hiss. Tian watched the terrifying damage unfold, unable to suppress a gasp. While its area of effect couldn't match a missile, its sheer power and penetration were undeniably formidable. Moreover, it could be unleashed endlessly without consuming evolution coins. In terms of cost-effectiveness and practicality, it blew missile equipment out of the water by a mile. Kill. With his gear upgraded, Tian truly had the word death stamped on his forehead. No king beasts appeared. No matter how powerful the other mutated beasts were, they weren't even worthy of a single blow from him. Wherever the laser struck, nothing could withstand it. Even the advancing tide of mutated beasts began to slow its pace. The military, who had prepared to sacrifice heavy casualties to cover the troop withdrawal, now sensed something was amiss. Not only had the pursuit speed of the beast tide drastically decreased, but continuous, massive explosions suddenly erupted from its central section. The number of flying mutated beasts in the air seemed to be slowly dwindling. Occasionally, laser-like beams could be seen sweeping across the sky. Amidst the confusion, the commander in charge of frontline operations ordered the troops to launch a counterattack, aiming to eliminate as many viable mutated beasts as possible. The three-headed Beast King remained unaware of the setback caused by the sudden emergence of Tian as an unforeseen variable. For at this moment, they had already reached the skies above Yunzhou City. Vaguely visible below, fighter squadrons were continuously rushing toward the front lines to provide support. The game begins. Chapter 58, The Moment of Despair. That's the Mantis that appeared in Linchuan last time. At the same time, everyone in the command center stared at the footage transmitted back by the drones on the screen. Upon spotting Tian suddenly emerging from the rear of the beast horde and slaughtering indiscriminately, someone immediately made the connection to the super mantis that had battled the nine-headed serpent king in Linchuan. Both its appearance and those bizarre heat-based weapons, it really does look like that mantis. But wasn't it destroyed last time? Even its head was torn off. How could it possibly come back to life? The fact it can even modify heat weapons onto its body proves it's no ordinary mutated beast. Resurrection doesn't seem so far-fetched after all. Regardless, this mantis's appearance isn't necessarily bad news for us. A look of relief finally washed over the military commander's face. Though its purpose remained unknown, one thing was certain: this creature seemed to stand with humanity. With this super mantis possessing formidable attack power and seemingly tireless endurance joining the fight, Yunzhou stood a chance of securing ultimate victory against this wave of mutated beasts. Just as everyone was feeling elated, a deafening explosion erupted not far from the command center. The earth shook violently. Countless surrounding buildings collapsed, and screams of agony and desperate cries for help echoed incessantly. A snake! A huge snake! It's the king beast! The king beast has broken through! Run! All humans must die! The king cobra reared its massive head from the rubble, its tail lashing out violently, instantly crushing countless city buildings beneath its weight. Its blood-stained jaws opened wide, swallowing concrete, steel beams, and fleeing crowds whole. Meanwhile, the nine-headed serpent king slithered through the city, relentlessly crashing into every large structure in its path. In mere moments, large groups of humans were either crushed flat by the nine-headed serpent king, forming a trail of blood, or crushed to death or injured by collapsing debris from the destroyed buildings. Nearly tens of thousands perished. The stench of blood permeated the entire city. Before the royal beast, no one could stand. Yunzhou Government Office Building. The Yunzhou leader, who had been seated at his desk awaiting news from the military headquarters, witnessed two colossal beasts descending from the sky and plunging into the city to unleash a slaughter. His eyes widened instantly, his legs trembling slightly. Then, enraged, he shouted, "How did these two king beast-level mutated snakes appear here? What the hell is the military doing? It's bad, sir. The king beasts are in the city. We must evacuate immediately." Several Yunzhou officials in suits rushed in through the door, addressing the leader who was still cursing furiously. His gaze shifted to the Taipan Snake King advancing toward them, and he shuddered in terror. Right, it's the military's fault for poor reconnaissance, not mine. Come on, tell Shaoli to get the helicopter ready immediately. We're leaving Yunzhou, this place is lost. The news of the Yunzhou leader's departure was kept extremely secretive. Even the military headquarters received no notification. The moment the Beast King breached the city walls, the military commander ordered the frontline troops not to retreat, insisting they must halt the beast tide's advance. He understood clearly that the king beast's objective was undoubtedly tied to the spirit awakened flower within the city, so it wouldn't care much about the ordinary people fleeing. The other mutated snakes, however, were all after human flesh. Only by halting the beast tide could they secure a glimmer of hope for millions of citizens. Sure enough, while rampaging through the city's structures, only the brutal King Python deliberately targeted humans. The Vulture King and Nine-Headed Serpent King, now landed on the ground, fixed their gaze upon the small awakening spirit trees shimmering with rosy light. But when they discovered the branches of these trees were bare, every blossom vanished without a trace. Rage and disbelief surged through both of them. They had schemed for so long, aiming to seize all the awakening flowers in Yunzhou to cultivate batches of flesh-eating creatures for devouring and evolution. Yet after finally breaching the defenses and entering the city, they found not a single trace of the enlightenment flowers. Their fury was beyond imagination. No! Impossible! Where are my awakening flowers? The nine-headed serpent king roared, swinging its massive tail to smash a nearby skyscraper into rubble. Without the spirit awakened flowers, this offensive was a complete failure. Its plan to use Yunzhou as a stepping stone for advancement had come to nothing. Its scheme to advance had come to nothing. How could it possibly accept such an outcome? The spirit awakened flower is gone? The Taipan Snake King, who had finally unleashed his inner savagery after a brutal rampage, now approached. Upon hearing the 9 infant Serpent King's words, he charged toward the distant spirit awakening saplings in disbelief. Upon discovering they were indeed bare, it roared in fury, those humans must have stolen them. What do we do now? In the Great Pan Snake King's view, it only needed to exert physical force. It had never been good at thinking things through. Go capture a few survivors and interrogate them. If it really was those humans, we'll find clues. The 9-headed Serpent King's eyes glowed with a sinister light, yet a glimmer of hope still flickered within it. Humans couldn't fuse with the spirit awakened flowers. Even if they somehow stumbled upon a method to harvest the blossoms, they would surely hoard everything for research purposes. This judgment was based on its understanding of humans and was unlikely to be far off. As long as the location of the spirit awakened flower was found, there was still a chance to turn things around. Not long after, the 9-headed Serpent King first learned from an official representative paralyzed with fear and collapsed before a government building that the military was responsible for the spirit awakened flower. It also obtained the precise location of the military headquarters from the same source. As for the man's attempt to trade the intelligence for his life, the 9-headed Serpent King granted his request. But once he had no further use for the man, the Taipan snake followed suit, swiping him into a bloody pulp with a single blow. Traitor! This is the clear act of a traitor. When the military commander learned that the Yunzhou leader had fled by helicopter the moment the royal beast entered the city, he could no longer contain his rage, pounding the table in fury. But it was too late for words now. Without the enemy's fingerprints and iris scans, Yunzhou's nuclear arsenal remained inaccessible. This meant they now possessed no means to counter the king beast. They could only continue to endure passive attacks. The military commander slumped in his chair, his face a mix of resignation and despair. He sneered faintly, Yunzhou is the last line of defense for the entire southern province. Where do you think you can escape to from here? You're just waiting to die. From the joy and excitement when Tian appeared and single-handedly swept away the beast tide, to the heartbreak when the king beast entered the city and the official leaders abandoned the greater good to flee privately, every officer present had endured an emotional roller coaster. After contemplating death, they all fell silent. No one dared hope for a miracle anymore. Chapter 59, The Roadblock Snake. Is this truly the end? After Rin Fei returned to the military camp, he kept monitoring the frontline situation on his phone. As the tide of mutated beasts surged forward, though soldiers had spotted his presence, none dared to confront him. Watching the frontline troops retreat again and again, Rin Fei's sense of defeat was palpable. But with Su Tian's dazzling entrance, as Su Tian unleashed a barrage of missiles to mow down the mutated beasts, creating a colossal sea of fire that claimed countless lives, he was instantly filled with immense excitement. His heart swelled with pride over the decision he had made. But the good times didn't last. 2 earth-shattering explosions reverberated through Yunzhou City. The invasion of the 3 great beast kings he had foretold finally materialized. It felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice-cold water over his head in the dead of winter, sending a bone-chilling cold from his forehead straight to his soles. Adding insult to injury, upon learning that Yunzhou's leadership had retreated without a fight, he abandoned all hope. Yunzhou's doom seemed sealed in that moment. Who could possibly withstand the combined might of 3 royal beasts? Is he capable? Ren Fei couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the horizon beyond the city walls. Awesome! How could one word like awesome possibly capture it? Su Tian relentlessly mowed down the mutated beasts with his laser. The constant stream of income notifications never ceased. Although the massive boost from his laser equipment caused the evolution coin rewards from many mutated beasts to become increasingly meager. But sheer volume easily compensated for this drawback. As Su Tian continued his relentless slaughter, a vast vacuum zone had formed around him. The moment any mutant beast spotted this cursed and terrifying mantis approaching, it would flee in panic. The once imposing horde of mutated beasts was now thrown into utter chaos by Su Tian's single mantis. Even their momentum had become utterly deflated. Many mutated beasts began turning tail and fleeing, seemingly unwilling to face this mantis that resembled the living Yama himself. Just as he was reveling in the slaughter, 2 deafening explosions erupted behind him, their shockwaves reverberating across the ground so violently they could be felt over 10 kilometers away. Su Tian whipped his head around. He soon discovered that 3 king beasts had silently breached the defenses and appeared within Yunzhou City. What's going on? Did they fly over? Su Tian froze in shock. He had planned to block the 3 great beasts outside the city, but never expected them to bypass the defenses entirely and strike at the heart of the city. He cast a reluctant glance at the seemingly endless horde of beasts, despite having slain so many, and sighed softly. He steeled himself and turned to charge toward Yunzhou. If reinforcements arrived too late, those bastards might slaughter everyone. What kind of mess would that be? But before he could reach Yunqing City, A colossal serpentine body blocked his path. Humph. So it's you, you damned mantis, blocking my army's path. Who gave you the guts to oppose a royal beast? A ferocious serpent head, bearing its fangs, glared menacingly at Tian. Earlier, while still in the city, the nine-headed serpent king had noticed the expected beast tide hadn't arrived. Logically, with the three great beast kings already breaching Yunzhou city, they should have disrupted the military's containment plans, and the beast tide should have arrived long ago. Yet after waiting for quite some time, only a few stragglers finally arrived to report. They claimed a mysterious, terrifying mantis had appeared on the road, intercepting the beast army. The nine-headed serpent king instinctively thought of Tian. Just as he prepared to investigate personally, the great climbing serpent king unexpectedly volunteered to go. Recalling the humiliation and sense of danger that Super Mantis had brought upon him that day, the nine-headed serpent king did not insist, deciding to let the Taipan serpent king test the waters first. Having not yet restored his full form, Tian appeared smaller than even a single scale on the Taipan snake king's body. That this tiny Karami mantis had managed to halt the entire army of beasts with bizarre tactics. The Taipan snake king was astonished that their carefully planned siege strategy had been rendered useless. Yet this did not shake its resolve to crush the annoying mantis into mud. Tian hadn't expected it either. He had expected the nine-headed serpent king to confront him, not the seemingly dim-witted Taipan snake king. But this Taipan snake king will serve perfectly as a test subject for the laser weapon's power. Although Tian was confident the million-dollar laser weapon could easily breach a king beast's defenses, he figured why not use this convenient test subject right in front of him? Instead of trembling in fear, the little mantis across from him, but instead turned its compound eyes toward him with a menacing glare, the Taipan snake king's inner rage ignited like a gas canister ready to explode. Never mind that it had become a king beast among mutated beasts. Even before the global mutation, its terrifying venom alone was enough to make countless beasts tremble in fear. No other creature had ever dared to disregard him like this. You have chosen your own death, the Taipan snake king hissed coldly. Then its massive tail swept down. Its speed was so swift that after images blurred in its wake. You dare challenge my speed? Tian's eyes held an utterly peculiar expression. Though these mutant beast kings were indeed formidable, that strength only applied to ordinary mutant beasts. He himself was in a league entirely of his own. Boom! The colossal tail of the Taipan snake king slammed into the ground, leaving a long, concave gash in the earth over 3 meters deep. The sheer terror of its power was evident. Dead already? How boring. Seeing the pitiful little mantis still standing dumbly in place as its tail descended, the Taipan snake king instantly lost interest. It spoke these words. Yet its narrow, black pupils darted around, scanning the surroundings. A mantis capable of halting the beast tide with a single strike couldn't possibly be killed so easily. Its nature was impulsive and brutal, but it wasn't stupid. Of course, it wouldn't fail to consider even this much. Trying to ambush me? Before long, a flash of green light suddenly streaked past its left side. The Taipan snake king whipped its head around, opening its blood-red maw to strike. Instead of securing its prey, a sudden, stinging pain shot through its jaws. 2 faint green lasers shot from afar, piercing straight through the Taipan snake king's jaw and emerging from the scales on its back. Faint scorch marks from the intense heat were visible on the scales. Damn it! The instant the lasers pierced it, the Taipan snake king sensed the threat of death. Is that all? Tian watched the lasers pierce straight through the Taipan king snake's scales and shoot off into the distance, 2 words suddenly popping into his mind. Seeing the mantis charging toward him with fierce momentum, the Taipan snake king felt a sudden chill run through his scales. Without a moment's hesitation, after sweeping up a large patch of sand from the ground with its tail to block Tian's vision, it turned tail and bolted toward Yunzhou city. As arrogant as it had been arriving, it was now just as pathetic fleeing. But compared to its own life, what the hell was pride worth? Big spicy stick, you think you can get away? Tian's wings fluttered rapidly as he shot forward in pursuit. Chapter 60, Double Kill of the King Beast. Help! Someone save me! A mere dozen kilometers. Faced with mortal peril, it summoned every ounce of strength it possessed. At the King Python's speed, returning to Yunzhou would take only 2 or 3 minutes. Yet, fleeing at full speed, it caught sight of Yunzhou city in less than a minute. And there, standing at the city gate, were the 9-headed serpent king and the vulture king. Help me! Upon hearing the cry, the 9-headed serpent king turned its serpentine head to look. This mantis isn't dead yet. Spotting Tian frantically firing shots while chasing after the king cobra, the serpent king was both astonished and enraged. Last time in Linchuan, Tian had severed 3 of its heads. It had taken immense effort to regrow them afterward. Not only had that incident drained all its spirit-awakened flower energy, but it had also made it look utterly foolish in front of its minions. But it never imagined this damned mantis would suddenly appear again. If I'm not mistaken, the delayed beast tide must be connected to this mantis. Enemies meet in unexpected places. Logically, the 9-headed serpent king wouldn't pass up this chance for revenge. But instead of rushing to aid the Taipan snake king, instead, it wore a look of caution. for the scene before them was utterly absurd. A mantis barely over a meter long relentlessly chasing and beating a royal beast, was that even plausible? The Taipan Snake King is my equal in strength, perhaps even stronger. How could he be chased and beaten like this? But soon it noticed the two laser beams continuously firing from Su Tian's chest. Could it be a laser weapon? Last time in Linchuan, the enemy had only used ordinary machine guns. Now they'd upgraded straight from shotguns to lasers. Though the Taipan Snake King possessed formidable defenses, it couldn't withstand laser attacks, especially since they were still ordinary king beasts in their evolutionary stage. The nearby mutant Vulture King, however, proved to be a helpful soul. Seeing the Taipan Snake King taking hits, though it didn't know what was going on with this mantis, it charged forward without hesitation. How laughable, you puny mantis! Daring to challenge a king beast? Today, this king shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Vulture brother, you're a true friend. From this day forward, I, the Taipan, pledge my loyalty to you. The Taipan Snake King, already riddled with hundreds of holes, cried out in emotion at the sight. Noticing the 9-infant Snake King, also of the Serpent clan, still standing motionless, a faint resentment stirred within it. Both were of the Serpent clan, yet this one couldn't even match an outsider beast. What a waste that it had rushed to help the moment it learned the 9-headed serpent was attacking Yunzhou. Damn it! If I survive this, it'll be the first one I kill. But just as its attention wavered, a piercing whistling sound suddenly erupted from behind. Su Tian had deliberately maintained his truest form all along, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the 9-headed Serpent King. Yet the enemy proved cunning beyond measure, showing no regard even for the life of its fellow serpent ally. As the Vulture King closed in, Su Tian decided to eliminate the Taipan first, just to be safe. In the blink of an eye. In less than 0.0001 seconds, Su Tian's form suddenly expanded at an astonishing rate. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Only when he reached nearly 1,000 meters did he halt. This was the result of devouring the entire meat reserve warehouse of Yunzhou City. His size was now nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary 10,000 beasts. The distance that had once separated Su Tian and the giant Python King was now almost negligible in the face of his colossal form. Holy! The Vulture King, who had been planning to rush forward and gang up on this little mantis, widened his eyes in shock. His massive wings flapped frantically backward to halt his momentum, and without a second glance, he turned tail and fled. Brother Taipan, take care of yourself. I suddenly remembered I still need to collect my clothes at home. I'm outta here. Taipan Snake King? You gotta be kidding me. What the hell do you need clothes for, you mutant beast king? It turned to see what was happening, but the next second, a thunderous crash echoed against its forehead. Before it could recover from the daze, a 500-meter-long scythe of death swept in from both sides, clamping down on its neck and pinning it to the ground. Two thick beams of laser light rapidly expanded before its eyes. ZZZZZZ. Ding. Defeated one mutant Taipan Snake King beast. Earned 1 million evolution coins. After the Taipan Snake King was slain, a Spirit Awakened flower, radiating 6 dazzling beams of light, slowly rose from its massive corpse. The 6-colored Spirit Awakened flower that grants mutated beasts the power of speech. Su Tian was overjoyed. At that moment, his excitement surpassed even winning a 5 million yuan lottery jackpot. Ding! Recyclable energy detected in the store. Proceed with recycling? No! Even knowing the 6-colored awakening flower would fetch a hefty sum if recycled, Su Tian forced himself to resist the urge. Ding! Friendly reminder, consuming this awakening flower will prevent you from gaining enhancement advancement energy. Proceed? Confirm. With the evolution mall at his disposal, he wasn't short on energy. He'd just have to work harder to slay more king beasts later. A wave of indescribable warmth flowed down his throat. Su Tian felt an initial tickle in his throat, followed by an instinctive urge to cough lightly. Cough cough. To his astonishment, his mouth, which had been utterly silent until now, suddenly produced sound that reached his ears, located on his abdomen. I can finally speak, damn it. Ha ha ha. Hearing that familiar voice nearly brought tears of emotion to Su Tian's eyes. To celebrate regaining his voice, he decided to slaughter a couple more king beasts for the occasion. His first choice was naturally the closest one, the mutant Vulture King with its flying ability. Since you two are such good buddies, why not stick around? Join your loyal brother down below for a game of dodiju. Su Tian spread his wings and soared into the air, chasing after the Vulture King. The laser on his chest began to rage. The Vulture King, fleeing in panic, wasn't paying attention and took a solid hit to its left wing. In an instant, several massive feathers drifted down from midair. Brother Mantis, we have no grudge between us. The 9-headed Serpent King tricked me into this. If you want revenge, go after him, it's got nothing to do with me. Seeing Su Tian closing in from behind, the Vulture King abandoned even the dignity of a royal beast and begged for mercy outright. Rest assured, it won't get away and neither will you. Earlier, while pursuing the Taipan Snake King, he had witnessed the Vulture King swallow dozens of soldiers who had been herded together in a single gulp. That alone was enough to ignite Su Tian's murderous intent. Not to mention, a single king beast was worth 1,000,000 evolution coins, and that was before factoring in the 6-colored awakening flower on its back. It had only itself to blame for appearing on the battlefield of Yunzhou today. As its wings were struck by laser beams, the Vulture King's speed began to slow. Its wounds multiplied like a snowball gathering momentum. Realizing escape was impossible. Its inner ferocity ignited, and it turned to lunge its talons at Su Tian. It sought a desperate final strike. But before it could close in, a laser blast shattered its skull. Its body lurched sideways before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 61, Slaying the Nine-Headed Serpent King. Ding! Defeated one mutant Vulture King beast. Earned 1,000,000 evolution coins. Another 1,000,000 coins effortlessly secured. Witnessing the deaths of the Taipan Snake King and the Vulture King, the Nine-Headed Serpent King nearly lost its mind in terror. It had been scaling mountains and crossing rivers all along its path. Any thoughts of advancement or competing for supremacy among beasts were now completely forgotten. Had it known this mantis was so formidable, it would have abandoned Linchuan rather than provoke it. On the other side, the beasts scattered like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree. With the 2 great beast kings slain by Su Tian, even the 9-infant Serpent King fled in terror. Without the dominant beasts' imposing presence to suppress them and the control of other intelligent beasts, the tide of mutated beasts that had already surged to the gates of Yunzhou city abruptly dispersed. Many intelligent beasts, sensing the impending defeat at Yunzhou, quietly slipped away from the horde. This was the second time. Whenever they attacked a city and encountered this mantis, nothing good ever came of it. Now, with both king beasts slain and countless mutated beasts falling to Su Tian's missiles and lasers, staying any longer would likely mean being thrown into cold storage to serve as human food. The mutated beast horde scattered wildly, while a few stubborn, unthinking beasts still charged toward Yunzhou city. Brothers, the Super Mantis King is our ally. With both great beast kings slain, the threat is gone. Pick up your weapons and drive these beasts out of Yunzhou. As the city walls crumbled and the beast tide surged in, Ranfei was the first to step forward, using the city's public address system to shout at the top of his lungs. That's right. That Mantis King saved hundreds of thousands of our people in Linchuan last time. With it around, the beasts couldn't run rampant. Grab your guns, let's take them down. With the Mantis King here, we'll be fine. Hearing Ranfei's words, the people finally noticed the 2 royal beast corpses outside the city walls. More and more people regained their courage, actively grabbing their guns and charging toward the city gates, determined to halt the beast tide's advance. Su Tian felt no concern about whether Yunzhou could withstand the beast tide's assault after his departure. Individual humans might be no match for mutated beasts, but when united, they could achieve miracles. If humanity couldn't even overcome this challenge without constant supervision, then sooner or later they would face extinction. What meaning would saving them hold then? Boom! Wherever the laser struck, a low stone hill was instantly obliterated. The 9-headed Serpent King now bore countless wounds. Its body was riddled with bloody holes. It writhed frantically, trying to escape, leaving serpentine trails of blood across the ground. Of its 9 hideous serpent heads, only 2 remained. The others had either been obliterated by the laser's direct impact or severed by Su Tian during its counterattacks. It bore no resemblance to the formidable presence that once held an entire city in its grip. Yet Su Tian's eyes held not a shred of pity. This creature bore a grudge against him, having severed his head, and countless humans had perished at the hands of the 9-headed Serpent King. If you kill others, you must be prepared to be killed one day. As the saying goes, he who walks by the river will eventually get his feet wet. The 9-headed Serpent King was cunning and prone to stirring trouble. Who knew when one of its schemes might pose a threat? Killing it would bring Su Tian far greater peace of mind. We're both mutant beasts. Killing me won't benefit you. Even if you help these humans, they'll never accept you. Why not join forces? Together, we can dominate the entire southern province. Then we can devour those intelligent mutant beasts and keep evolving. It had struggled so hard to evolve from an ordinary snake into a mutant king beast, believing it could finally rewrite its destiny. Who knew it would encounter such a twisted mantis? It refused to die here without a fight. Su Tian paid no heed to the 9-headed Serpent King's words. The more words spoken, the more complications arise, a lesson he'd learned from countless novels. Seeing the detestable mantis remain unmoved, the 9-infant Serpent King was overcome with grief and fury. Don't kill me. If you promise to spare me, I'll swear allegiance to you. Desperate to survive, it even abandoned the dignity befitting a royal beast. But the only response was a barrage of deadly lasers. You! The 9-headed Serpent King finally realized that Su Tian had never intended to spare it. He recalled the moment of his own birth. It had possessed the chance to effortlessly slay this mantis, yet it had failed to seize it, allowing the opportunity to slip quietly from its grasp. Now, it had culminated in this very outcome. Yet no amount of regret could turn back time. After all, who could have foreseen that while everyone was mutating their bodies, a super mantis capable of evolving heat weapons and freely altering its form would suddenly emerge? Boom! As its mind wavered, a laser beam struck its vital spot with brutal precision. The nine-headed serpent king's escape slowed instantly. Tian leapt forward, his terrifying heaven-piercing emerald blade striking down without mercy. I refused to accept this. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Its serpentine body was nearly severed in two, with only a small fragment of flesh and scales clinging together, utterly stripped of any means to flee. The nine-infant serpent king glared at Tian with venomous eyes and cursed, "Mutant beasts and humans are natural enemies. Today, you aid humans in slaughtering your own kind. Have you considered what consequences will unfold if news of Yunzhou reaches the ears of those four lords? Their terror far exceeds your wildest imagination. Release me if you wish to live. I can testify on your behalf." Humph. Realizing the nine-headed serpent king's fate now hung solely on his decision, Tian's nerves finally relaxed. Hearing the other invoke the four divine beasts to threaten him, Tian chuckled. "The terror of those four lords is beyond your wildest imagination. Moreover, I have a past with the White Snake Lord in Shenangjia. If I die, she will never let you off the hook. Has anyone ever told you that when your life is in someone else's hands, you should never try to provoke them?" Watching the nine-headed serpent king attempt a last-ditch struggle, Tian tapped its sole remaining head with his sickle. "The four divine beasts are powerful, but guess what? Can they even find me? Even with the evolution mall's aid, could he truly go toe-to-toe with the four divine beasts? With his current strength capable of single-handedly taking down a king beast and by reverting to an inconspicuous mature form, he could simply burrow into any random spot. No matter how formidable the four divine beasts were, finding him would be no easy feat. If you can't beat M, can't you at least avoid M? A terrifying blade slashed down vertically. Ding! Defeated one mutant nine-headed serpent king beast. Earned 1 million evolution coins. Recycling successful. The six-colored awakening flower, valued at 500,000 evolution coins, has been credited to your account. Please check your balance. Staring at the staggering 7.2 million evolution coins in his account, Tian desperately wanted to look up and ask, "Who else is there?" Chapter 62, The Dust Settles. Once everything had settled. Even with Tian's massive frame, it took over 2 hours to humanely recycle the colossal serpent body of the nine-infant serpent king. After devouring the nine-infant serpent king, his size surged to over 1,200 meters. He now stood nearly equal in size to some of the ordinary mutated beast king's pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, and the like. Yet while size mattered, core strength remained equally indispensable. At the very least, a mutated pig king stood less than a 1% chance against Tian. This confidence stemmed from the evolution mall. Upon returning to Yunzhou City, the scene was littered with countless human and mutated beast corpses, with only sporadic gunfire still echoing. The corpses of the Taipan Snake King and the Vulture King lay untouched where they fell. Even in death, the mutated beast kings radiated a terrifying aura of menace. Many soldiers and survivors of Yunzhou watched from the sidelines with fearful eyes. It was unimaginable what price humanity would have paid to kill these two beasts. Without nuclear weapons available, what immense cost would humanity have paid to slay these two beasts? After Renfei and his men finished clearing the surrounding mutant beasts, they rushed back to Tian immediately. Though he knew this super mantis, capable of slaughtering a king beast with a single backhand strike, was a beneficial mutant beast on humanity's side and that the man and beast had just completed a transaction. But seeing Tian's terrifying physique and those two death sides gleaming with cold light, Renfei appeared somewhat nervous and hesitant. If Tian had revealed his true form earlier, Renfei probably wouldn't have even gotten as far as a transaction. Renfei would likely have been scared out of his wits at first sight. The savage chewing sounds echoed incessantly in his ears. The others around them also gazed at the Mantis King beast with a mix of awe and curiosity. "Is there anything we can do for you?" Watching Tian steadily devour the Taipan Snake King, Renfei swallowed hard and asked in a low voice. Since ancient times, the world has bustled with people driven by profit and gain. Even if the other party had only mentioned needing spirit-awakened flowers and large quantities of meat, with no other demands. But all of that paled in comparison to the safety of millions in Yunzhou. He feared Tian's ambitions extended far beyond these demands, so he steeled himself and voiced his true concerns. Tian, who had been eating, abruptly stopped upon hearing this. He then gave him a thoughtful look. What could he possibly want from humans? If anything, it was undoubtedly the awakening flowers appearing in the city. As for wealth, power, or sensual pleasures, they held no meaning whatsoever for him now. It would be more practical to hunt down more mutant beasts to eat. However, the words spoken by the nine-headed serpent king before its death did serve as a reminder. There existed dangers in this world far greater than ordinary royal beasts, especially given that he had slain all three of the great royal beasts to protect Yunzhou. It was impossible to conceal this forever. Many intelligent mutant beasts had already learned to exploit human networking devices to access information online. As the first city invaded by the combined forces of the three great king beasts, Yunzhou had already drawn immense attention that undoubtedly included mutated beasts infiltrating the crowd. He wondered what actions the so-called four divine beasts would take upon learning that a traitor had infiltrated their ranks. Although Nan-province holds provincial status, its territory is far too small. To continue growing stronger, we must leave this place. If possible, we should also probe the four divine beasts' true capabilities. As he pondered, Su Tian's mind swiftly reached a decision. What did you just say? He paused, then suddenly addressed Rin Fei. Ha? You can talk? I'm not mute. Of course I can speak. Seeing Rin Fei's utterly bewildered expression, Su Tian felt a slight urge to laugh. Before he could slay the king beast and seize the Qilin flower, he naturally couldn't speak. He could only scribble on the ground, barely conveying his thoughts to the other party. But now things were different. After unlocking the ability to speak human language, continuing to write with a scythe would be utterly brainless. Though profoundly shaken, Ren Fei's expression relaxed considerably. From the tone of this terrifying Mantis King's speech, he detected no trace of savagery. If he closed his eyes, he might even mistake it for conversing with another human, a novel experience unlike anything other mutated beasts had offered him. I wanted to ask, why did you choose to help us? Even as he spoke, Ren Fei didn't forget to use respectful terms, a sign of deference toward a superior being. Even though the other was merely a mutated beast, it did not diminish his courtesy in the slightest. No need. Just stay alive. This response genuinely stunned Ren Fei. Were it not for the creature's obvious form, he might have suspected this mantis was actually a human in disguise. A mutated beast, yet it seemed more noble than the vast majority of humans. Willing to put himself in danger to protect them. How many people could truly do that? Alright, let's leave it at that for now. I need to continue eating. Aside from these two beast kings, you may take the other mutated beast corpses as food reserves. Consider it repayment for what I consumed earlier. Having devoured the meat warehouse earlier, the entire Yunzhou region's meat reserves were now nearly depleted. The mountains and valleys now littered with beast corpses far exceeded what he had consumed by dozens, even hundreds of times over. It was certainly more than enough to settle the debt. Mutant beast flesh not only tasted far more delicious but was also rich in nutrients essential for humans, making it an invaluable resource. However, due to the presence of this super mantis king, the soldiers and civilians of Yunzhou dared not act rashly, fearing they might provoke Su Tian's wrath. Now that they had his consent, Ren Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much. Seeing Su Tian's displeasure at being disturbed, Ren Fei excused himself and departed first, then organized his men to begin transporting the mutant beast's carcass. After spending half a day completely consuming the giant python king and the vulture king, Su Tian surveyed the scene, watching the people scurrying back and forth across the battlefield like ants, carrying the remains of the beasts. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. His emotions ran deep not only from the exhilaration of helping Yunzhou weather this catastrophe, but also from deep-seated anxiety about humanity's future. In this terrifying era of global mutation, could human civilization truly endure and thrive? It was a question of overwhelming weight. After pausing briefly, he spread his enormous feathered wings and slowly rose into the air. Su Tian's sudden movement quickly drew everyone's attention. They all paused their actions, their gazes fixed upon the colossal figure in the sky. Under the gaze of hundreds across Yunzhou, Su Tian flapped his wings, hovering briefly in midair before charging resolutely toward the azure clouds. He was leaving Yunzhou for broader horizons. To break free from the shackles of evolution and become an immortal legend of the mutation era. Chapter 63, The Vermilion Bird Appears. Guangxing City, Dong Province. As one of the strongest economic hubs in all of Xian Nation. Not only was its military might formidable, but its vast population made it the most advanced hub of modern development. Precisely because of this, when the global mutation outbreak occurred, the number of mutated beasts here was significantly lower compared to other cities. However, the ones that did appear were exceptionally powerful. As many as 5 king monsters emerged. Thanks to the large military presence stationed in the Guangzhou-Shenzhen area, coupled with the abundance of advanced military equipment. This allowed the 5 king beasts to be driven out of human-occupied areas. Shilian Town, situated in the outskirts of Guangxing City, was also a key military defense zone. Today, heavy rain fell continuously. Yet it couldn't wash away the gloom weighing on the townspeople's hearts. Li San was a native of Guangxing. Before the anomaly, he made a comfortable living renting out his family's apartment to migrant workers. But in this hellish world, forget about renting if it weren't for the military garrison here. It would have descended into utter chaos long ago. Not being robbed would be considered fortunate. But every environment demands its own way of survival. Li San had always had a peculiar habit, whether from reading too many post-apocalyptic novels or some other reason, of hoarding long-lasting food supplies whenever he could. Because of this quirk, he was often mocked by neighbors who called him a survivalist. But Li San couldn't be bothered with the gossip, sticking to his ways regardless. Until the global catastrophe struck. While everyone else lived in constant fear, desperately searching for food, someone remembered Li San's earlier behavior. From being ridiculed and mocked, to becoming the most sought-after grain hoarder in everyone's eyes. The transformation had come far too quickly. But Li San didn't let it go to his head. He would occasionally distribute some food to those around him. If you truly believed he was a kind-hearted man, you couldn't be more wrong. For late at night, when all was quiet, one or two ragged young women or young wives would sneak into the Li household. Then the next day, when these girls and women came by, the generous Li San would hand them a pitifully small portion of food. He gained pleasure and reputation, truly killing two birds with one stone. By afternoon, as the downpour gradually subsided, Li San, as usual, moved a rattan chair to the front of his house, crossed his legs, and leisurely watched the girls passing by. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At the town entrance, a woman dressed in a fiery red gown stood by the roadside, her exquisite features radiating an inexplicable air of nobility as. Her features were exquisite, and she carried an inexplicable air of nobility. She stood by the roadside, her eyes taking in the town's surroundings. The rain had left her dress damp. It clung tightly to her voluptuous figure. Wow, wow, wow. That figure, that face, absolutely stunning. Li San grew increasingly intrigued the longer he watched. He turned back into the house, retrieved a chocolate bar. He strode confidently toward the woman. Hey, beautiful. What are you doing out here alone? It's raining. Why don't you come over to my place and wait it out? Li San flashed what he considered a refined smile. Then, as if by accident, he revealed the chocolate bar he was holding. Sure enough. A spark lit up in the woman's eyes when she saw the chocolate. Hungry? Here, try this. I've got more back at my place. Come over later and help yourself to as much as you want. Li San chuckled inwardly at the sight. These days, gold and jewels were worthless. A single chocolate bar could make a woman willingly spend the night with you. In some even harsher places, a single steamed bun could make her kneel down and lick your toes. This was no exaggeration. As the mutations persisted longer, human productivity began to decline. Especially after the mutated beasts gained sentience. They actually knew to attack food storage sites across regions, dealing a heavy blow from the very start. This is precisely why the current situation has arisen. Currently, the upper echelons of Xia Nation are organizing research and development on compressed energy food, but progress has been slow. It is foreseeable that before long, widespread famine will become yet another colossal crisis humanity must confront. All right then. The woman smiled shyly, then reached out with her delicate, pale hand to pick up the chocolate bar. After unwrapping it, she brought it to her lips. A pink, moist little tongue slid out, swirling around the thick, dark chocolate bar. The utterly seductive charm sent a shiver through Li San's body. He nearly couldn't resist the urge to pounce on her right then and there. Come on, let me show you around my room. He grabbed her cold little hand and hurried back. Many passing men watched with envy and jealousy in their eyes. But the thought of offending Li San, risking losing even a place to borrow grain in the future, made them silently avert their gazes. Damn it! If the military weren't cracking down so hard on public order, I'd chop him to pieces. Someone muttered resentfully. These were extraordinary times, and all illegal activities were met with severe punishment. At first, many in the town tried to take advantage of the chaos. But after the military executed dozens with lightning speed, those restless souls finally settled down. Li San had just led his men inside. He immediately locked the door from the inside and drew the curtains. Then he stripped off his shirt, ready to embrace the woman and get straight to the point. He. But the next second, he froze completely. Two crimson beams of light suddenly filled the room. What? Didn't you want to sleep with me? Come on then. No. Help. Help me. Boom. The next instant, the entire house was lifted off its foundations. Its wingspan alone stretched across the sky, enveloping the entire town beneath its crimson form. You lowly ants dare scheme against this divine lord? You don't know when to quit. The vermilion bird snorted coldly, then spat forth a ball of blazing flame. It landed squarely on Li San's forehead, instantly reducing him to ashes. Fierce flames roared to life. The entire town erupted in screams and cries. Vermilion bird. It's the vermilion bird from the Temple of Heaven in the capital. Someone recognized the identity of the crimson giant bird and shouted in terror. Run! Run now! Soon, the military stationed in Qilian town mobilized. Simultaneously, piercing sirens blared throughout the entire city of Guangxing as hundreds of fighter jets scrambled into the sky. Advanced high-tech weaponry began to activate. Countless eyes turned toward the small town. No one knew why Zhu Ke had suddenly departed the Temple of Heaven, traversing thousands of kilometers to arrive here. Yet the words that had come from her mouth made it abundantly clear that the enemy had come with nothing but ill intent. Humans, prepare to face the wrath of the returning sovereign. Chapter 64, The Lizard King. Not long after, news of Suzaku transforming into human form and launching a surprise attack on Guangxing City spread like wildfire across the entire Origin Forum. At this very moment, after nearly a day and night of flight, Tian finally departed Nan Province and arrived at the border of Dong Province. Upon noticing increasingly frequent signs of human civilization, he reverted to his inconspicuous mature form. He silently pondered where his first stop should be. I recall reading on a forum about a lizard king lurking within a mountain range near Guangxing City in East Province. Perhaps I should investigate that first. It was said that when that lizard king was first born, it was the first king beast to attack Guangxing City. It was ultimately crippled by hundreds of missiles fired by the city's garrison forces. Had it not fled swiftly, it likely would have perished on the spot. Later, during the Shenangjia incident, this lizard king somehow survived. It retreated back into the mountains near Guangxing City. It didn't cause much trouble in its daily life, but this creature was no good. Rumor has it that it gathered countless venomous creatures under its command, frequently stirring up small-scale conflicts in the surrounding areas, causing immense suffering for the local populace. The military had launched several campaigns to eliminate this lizard king. Yet the mountains stretched endlessly, dense with lush forests. Moreover, numerous large rivers provided ample hiding places. Taking it down was no simple task. Tian slowly made his way along the general coordinates provided on the forum. Along the route, he could still see numerous mutated beasts roaming the abandoned human towns. After an unknown period of time, as traces of human architecture grew increasingly sparse, he found himself deep within a mountain range. Goo goo goo. Woo woo woo. All he could hear were the strange cries of various mutated beasts. We should be close now. Tian surveyed the surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to the photos posted on the forum, and began scrutinizing his surroundings with his compound eyes. So many snakes? With his enhanced compound eyes, not a single movement of the mutated beasts in the forest escaped his notice. Among the lush branches and leaves below, thick mutated snakes coiled themselves around the trees. But that wasn't all. Closer to the tree trunks, countless chameleons clung to the bark. Some were enormous, their bodies stretching well beyond the girth of a tree trunk that would take 3 people to encircle. If an ordinary person had stumbled in by mistake, they might have been swallowed whole in mere moments, leaving not a trace behind. What was eerie was that these two completely different types of mutated beasts could coexist peacefully in the same place. This coexistence likely hinged on the lizard king's behind-the-scenes manipulation. Logically, such a massive king beast should be conspicuous. Why haven't we spotted it? Tian climbed to over 500 meters altitude, scanning the mountain forest below. But he still couldn't spot the lizard king. That was because he didn't know. Being so close to Guangxing City, the frequently hunted lizard king had long since learned to be cautious. Whether day or night, the lizard king rarely revealed its presence. It either lay low in the great river or hid deep within valleys or massive natural caves. From there, it remotely commanded its mutated beast horde through its intelligent beast subordinates. In this regard, its intelligence was no less than that of ordinary humans, causing the Guangxing City garrison constant frustration. After circling the sky several times without spotting the lizard king, his thoughts shifted as he landed in the nearby jungle. He transformed his body to over 100 meters in size, raised his twin death sides, and launched an assault on the mutated snakes and lizards entrenched in the area. Originally, he had hoped to find the enemy upon arrival. Since the lizard king was hiding and refusing to show itself, he decided to become the bait himself and lure the enemy out. A 100-meter frame wasn't exaggerated, but it was formidable. Combined with the enhancement of his powerful attributes, dealing with these ordinary mutated snakes and lizards was as easy as slicing through butter. The mutated beasts, who had been leisurely enjoying their peaceful time in the trees, suddenly found themselves in trouble. Blades flashed. Wherever Tian went, unfortunate snakes or lizards were instantly sliced in half. The scent of blood drew all the other mutated beasts in the vicinity. A mutated giant lizard, nearly as large as Tian himself, charged forward on 4 thick legs, its jaws snapping viciously at him. It knocked down countless trees along the way, its advance terrifying to behold. Seeing its appearance, Tian was instantly reminded of the scene on the island where he had fled for his life from that lizard. But he was no longer the same man he had been back then. Facing this terrifying mutant giant lizard capable of easily demolishing a parking lot, he severed the head of the mutant snake before him with a single stroke. His figure flickered. The next second, he appeared directly in front of the mutated giant lizard. Perfect timing. Tian smiled faintly as the scythe in his hand, already hungry for blood, swung down with full force. After all, though this giant lizard was still far from reaching the level of a king beast, its defenses had become quite formidable after mutation. Moreover, as these mutated beasts progressed further infusing with the Spirit Awakened flower, the power they gained grew ever stronger. Tian's current steel-reinforced mechanical enhancements alone wouldn't be enough to break through its defenses. This explained why, during his battle against the 3 great king beasts in Yunzhou, he had chosen to use laser beams to carve wounds first. Thud! A dull thud echoed as a sharp blade pierced flesh. The mutated giant lizard was sliced from head to belly by the death scythe, its organs spilling out along with gushing blood onto the ground. The mutated giant lizard opened its mouth in agony, as if trying to scream, but another scythe swiftly followed. With tremendous force, it was cleaved clean in two. The other mutated beasts, who had been preparing to charge and surround Tian, watched in terror. But this was far from over. As the mutated giant lizard fell, Tian immediately turned his attention to the other mutated beasts. Kill. Since you won't show yourself, I'll slaughter all your minions first. What followed was a one-sided, frenzied slaughter. Many mutated snakes and lizards fled in panic, only to be swiftly caught and pinned to the ground by Tian. The stench of blood grew thicker and thicker. It drifted with the mountain breeze in all directions. At some unknown moment, several distant brown mountains suddenly trembled slightly. An enormous lizard head pressed against the setting sun, unleashing a sudden surge of frenzied and terrifying energy. Mutant beasts that had crept closer hoping for a small advantage fled in terror. The most wretchedly hunted snakes and lizards, upon finally seeing the Lizard King emerge, couldn't help but gaze at him with eyes filled with hope. Hiss. A mutated giant snake that had already fled far away suddenly whipped its tongue and turned back, seemingly convinced that this mantis would surely flee upon seeing the Lizard King. It intended to charge forward and block Tian, hoping to make a strong impression before the Lizard King. But unexpectedly, the emerald green mantis showed no sign of fear whatsoever. Instead, it raised its 80-meter-long scythe toward the serpent. Everyone's already gone. Why are you turning back? Are you crazy? Tian muttered under his breath, casually collecting the evolution currency offered on a silver platter before spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. A laser emitter sprang from his chest. Now that the real deal had arrived, there was no need to hide any longer. Chapter 65, Have you laughed enough? The Lizard King was equally furious. If it were a human army invading, that would be one thing. But what kind of creature was this tiny mantis, daring to run rampant on his territory? The moment the mantis spotted him, not only did it not flee, but it flew straight toward him. The first thought in the Lizard King's mind was escape. But it froze in shock. Damn it! I really have been scared out of my wits by those humans. I'm the king beast, for crying out loud. The Lizard King snapped out of his daze, first feeling a surge of shame and anger, then directing all his fury at this damn mantis. Looks like I've been suppressed too harshly by humans lately, letting you lowly dogs and cats dare to bully me right here. You're asking for death. Looking for death? Not necessarily. Tian replied casually, but unexpectedly, the Lizard King, who had been so cocky moments ago, shuddered. Then, with a swift stride of its long legs, it bolted toward a nearby river. Damn it, you're a freaking king beast. Tian froze for a moment before suddenly realizing his habitual curse had been heard by the Lizard King. Almost forgot I can speak now. The Lizard King was a cowardly creature to begin with. Upon discovering his opponent was also a king beast, it didn't even consider its size advantage and took off running. Tian had never seen a royal beast so cowardly and afraid of death before. Tian had never encountered a royal beast so cowardly and afraid of death before. Even the nine-headed Serpent King had dared to exchange a few defiant words with him back then. But this Lizard King? The moment things looked bad, he was off like a shot. Why not try resisting? What if I can't beat you? Tian called after the fleeing Lizard King as he gave chase. To his surprise, the Lizard King didn't even glance back, bellowing, "Damn it, do you really think I'm stupid? If you couldn't beat me, would you come provoking me? Big bro, please stop chasing me, okay? I'll even give you this crappy place." No way. You're too smart, it makes me feel insecure, Tian chuckled. Surprisingly, this Lizard King was sharp enough to grasp the logic behind it. Any ordinary villain would have charged in screaming for blood by now. Under normal circumstances, Tian might have spared it, considering the Lizard King's unexpected sense of propriety. But alas, back in Yunzhou, he'd already realized that humans and mutated beasts were destined to be irreconcilable. And as time wore on, mutant beasts that consumed the spirit-awakened flower grew ever more powerful. A mutated king beast like the Lizard King, not only intelligent but also terrifyingly cunning, would undoubtedly become a grave threat to humanity as it matured. Still running. As he approached the base of a towering mountain range, a vast river hundreds of meters wide stretched out before him. Tian hesitated no longer. His form instantly transformed into its complete state. A colossal form over 1,500 meters long materialized in the sky. Just then, the Lizard King turned his head to glance back. The sight nearly made his soul fly out of his body. Though it was a king beast, its species differed from others, so even after its system mutated, it had never broken the 1,000-meter barrier. Seeing such a colossal mantis suddenly appear behind it, its entire body went limp. Stumbling backward, it flew hundreds of meters away, flattening countless trees in its wake. "Old turtle, stop hiding. Get out here and save me." Seeing Tian closing in, the mutant Lizard King, with no time to spare, shouted toward the great river not far away. "Damn it, I refuse to believe two king beasts can't take you down." Splash, splash, splash. The moment the Lizard King finished speaking, a massive wave suddenly surged up from the riverbed not far away, followed by a giant old turtle lifting its head from the river bottom. "Are those humans back again? Why didn't you just hide in the river? What's with yelling at me? Holy!" The old Turtle King had just surfaced and hadn't yet grasped the situation. Upon seeing the enormous mantis chasing after the Lizard King, It let out a startled cry and plunged back into the water. You damn lizard. I never did anything to you, old Wang. You're ing screwing me over. Damn it, why are you running? Can't the two of us top beasts handle it? Seeing Old Turtle King about to flee, the Lizard King panicked. If Old Turtle King actually got away, it would surely meet its end today. Come back. I promise if we take down this mantis, not only do you get the Spirit Awakened flower inside it, but I'll personally deliver 1,000 more intelligent beasts that have devoured Spirit Awakened flowers. In his desperation, the Lizard King threw caution to the wind and blurted out his offer. Is that true? Hearing this, the Old Turtle King stopped running. He poked his head out of the river again. Truth be told, that mantis might look intimidating, but they were all kings among beasts. In a 2-against-1 situation, who fears whom? Wait, I'm coming up now. Buy one, get one free? Tian, who had been primed to unleash his laser, suddenly hit the brakes. If he knocked the Lizard King down, it might scare off that old turtle. Though he wasn't afraid to battle the Old Turtle King in the water. But if he could save himself the trouble, that wouldn't be so bad. What? 2 royal beasts. Tian, who had been speeding through the air, saw the Old Turtle King climbing out of the river. He abruptly halted his feathered wings. As if suddenly startled. The mutant Lizard King roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Chase him. Let him chase me again, damn it. Old Wang, hurry up. Let's take him down together. As he spoke, he hadn't considered that Tian was currently soaring through the air. Even if it leaped, it might not be able to reach him. But Tian felt he understood lizard psychology quite well, so he deliberately feigned fright and plummeted from the sky. Perfect opportunity. The Lizard King chuckled evilly as he spun around and lunged backward. You, don't come any closer. Tian suddenly recalled an old joke from 18 years ago. The Old Turtle King, just crawling out of the river, grew anxious upon seeing the all-bark and no-bite mantis knocked down by the Lizard King. If he didn't contribute something now, he'd be too embarrassed to ask for his reward later. Heh, so it was just a flashy show after all. You scared the hell out of me. After tackling Tian to the ground, the Lizard King grinned wildly, his mouth dripping with blood. Damn it! If I'd known you were nothing but a big bluff, I wouldn't have owed that old turtle a favor. I won't rest until I devour every last bit of you. This humiliation won't sit well with me. Recalling his earlier humiliating retreat, the Lizard King seethed with rage. Finished laughing? Tian stared at the ferocious Lizard King, who had actually blocked the laser gun barrel with his chest. He couldn't help but admire the creature's courage. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The Lizard King stared at Tian, who remained utterly unfazed. A sudden, ominous foreboding gripped his heart. Chapter 66, Bloodline Enhancement. Old Wang. The Lizard King, who had just suppressed his opponent, suddenly called out to himself. Old Turtle King assumed it was because it felt compelled to agree to his terms and didn't want to exert itself further. Coming. He responded, then abruptly accelerated his pace. Little did he know that the Lizard King's body was now trembling slightly. For 2 massive tubes had abruptly protruded from the mantis's chest, brewing an indescribably terrifying force within. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Green light swirled around the laser barrels of Tian's gun. The moment the Lizard King made a move, its head would be obliterated by the laser in the next instant. Big brother, don't kill me. I was just joking with you earlier. Heh, a joke? What if you'd eaten that old turtle? Not only is it delicious, but it's filling too. Look at me, skinny as a rail. My favorite food is flies and mosquitoes, which taste awful. Eating the turtle would have been way more nourishing. Selling out his buddy this fast? Tian chuckled inwardly. This Lizard King's fear of death had reached an extreme level. Not only did it betray its comrade at the slightest provocation, but it even went out of its way to highlight the other's virtues, as if desperate for the enemy to notice. If that old Turtle King had overheard their conversation, who knows what he'd be thinking? Big lizard, at least you still have some animal instinct left. Remember to bring me more of these good deals in the future. Just then, the Old Turtle King finally emerged from the river, arriving late. Seeing his good buddy pinning the mantis down without rushing to devour it, instead waiting for him to arrive. Even with the cunning heart of a beast who had achieved kingship, he felt a slight stir of emotion. Bro, no need for formalities. Here, this mantis is all yours. Seeing Tian's unrelenting sneer, the Lizard King stammered. After stammering out those words, it prepared to crawl up. The next instant, a sizzling sound filled the air. I told you not to move, but you wouldn't listen. Well, if that's the case, I'll grant your wish. 2 blinding green beams shot from behind the Lizard King's forehead, piercing the sky. The Old Turtle King watched in utter bewilderment. What the hell was that thing just now? But his good buddy's head was about to split open. How could he answer that question? Boom! Tian casually pushed the Lizard King aside, then smoothed out his slightly disheveled antennae. He shot a half-smiling, half-mocking glance at the Old Turtle King, who was now completely dumbfounded. By now, even the dumbest among them had snapped out of it. Damn it, this wasn't the Lizard King suppressing his opponent, it was pure coercion, paralyzing him with fear. Brother, let's talk this out. Big brother, no. What was there to talk about now? 2 laser beams shot out, instantly striking the old Turtle King's legs. 2 gaping, bloody holes gaped horrifyingly wide. Ah! The old Turtle King let out a pitiful, spineless scream. His 2 remaining intact legs still frantically paddled forward, desperate to escape back into the great river. But how could Tian possibly give it that chance? Since you've come, you're not leaving. A turtle that hangs with the Lizard King can't be any good. Ding! Defeated 1 mutant Turtle King, obtained 1 million evolution coins. Combined with the previous Lizard King and 2 6-colored awakening flowers, Tian's accumulated wealth had now reached 10 million. After the 2 king beasts fell, the surrounding mutated hordes began fleeing in panic. Fortunately, Tian was immersed in savoring his feast, so he couldn't be bothered to chase after these lowly minions. Open the shop page. 1. Strength plus 2000 10,000 evolution coins. 2. Super Alloy Clone Mantis 5 million evolution coins. 3. Super Alloy Capture 4 Legs 500,000 evolution coins. 4. Speed plus 525,000 evolution coins. 5. Bloodline Devouring Enhancement 5 million evolution coins. Super Alloy Mantis Clone, upon use, grants a Super Alloy Mantis body. If the host dies, their soul can be transferred into this clone, functioning as a substitute life-saving scarecrow. Reading the item description for the Super Alloy Mantis clone, Tian felt his heart stir. Same old routine, buy all the attribute items first. He no longer cared about them all constantly scheming to empty his wallet. After all, as long as the benefits landed in his own pocket, it was fine. As for evolution coins, they were meant to be spent. How else could their value be realized? The bloodline devouring technique is destined to be my trump card when I challenge the 4 divine beasts in the future. Opportunities to strengthen my bloodline are rare and precious, this one I absolutely must buy. In the blink of an eye, Tian had made his decision. Ding! Confirm using 5 million evolution coins to purchase devouring bloodline enhancement? Confirm. The shop didn't specify the enhancement tier, so this was likely his only chance to elevate his bloodline. Under no circumstances could he miss this. Watching his account balance plummet dramatically. Even knowing it was for his own enhancement, Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Ding! Bloodline enhancement in progress. I hope the results won't disappoint me. With the bloodline enhancement settled, the next consideration was whether to purchase the Super Alloy Mantis clone. To begin with, advancing to the Super Alloy Mantis itself required specific attribute prerequisites. Tian's previous attempt to buy some Super Alloy Mantis mechanical parts had failed because his attributes didn't meet the requirements. But this time, the Super Alloy clone appearing in the shop had no requirements whatsoever, which felt slightly unreasonable. If that's the case, buying the clone just to deliberately sacrifice myself would be like exploiting a loophole for nothing, right? Ding, friendly reminder, if you transfer into the Super Alloy Mantis clone after death, all your current modified weapons will be erased and your body shape will revert to its original state. Tian was prepared for the body type not being retained. After all, this wasn't his first time dealing with such mechanics. But having his modified gear recycled? That was unexpected. Of course the shop wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole open. But man, this is a bit harsh, bro. Nowhere felt safe. If he encountered something like a Super King Beast, what would he use to fight it head-on? Unless he could push every physical attribute to its absolute limit, a mere 10-centimeter mantis. Going toe-to-toe with a king beast that's thousands or tens of thousands of meters tall? Give me a break. Forget it. As long as I play it safe and develop cautiously, I shouldn't be in mortal danger. Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, ultimately unable to bring himself to spend 5 million evolution coins on a clone. After devouring the Lizard King and the old Turtle King, Tian's body surged again, reaching 1,800 meters in length. At this size, he was already among the elite of medium-sized king beasts. But before his excitement could fully subside, a fiery silhouette streaked across the distant sky, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Chapter 67, The Fall of Guangxing City. Breaking news, breaking news. The vermilion bird of the imperial altar in the capital has appeared, joining forces with 9 great bird-type royal beasts to launch a surprise attack on Guangxing City. According to the latest reports, Guangxing City has now fallen. The vermilion bird, one of the 4 divine beasts, launched a surprise attack, destroying Guangxing City, a key nuclear weapons stronghold in East Province. Where does humanity go from here? Just as Tian was deep in the mountains beating up the little lizard and the little turtle, a shocking piece of news suddenly erupted on the Origin forum. It captured the attention of countless Xia citizens. When footage captured by a drone flying over Guangxing City was broadcast, it caused an enormous sensation. Once a thriving metropolis, one of Xia Nation's most developed cities that could hold its own on the international stage. Now, it had been reduced to a city of ruins. The footage also showed numerous humans fleeing from mutated beasts. But with the 9 great beasts, including the vermilion bird, constantly circling the skies, any large group of humans attempting to flee would immediately face targeted attacks from the mutated beasts. Rivers of blood and corpses stretching for miles could scarcely describe the current horror in Guangxing City. Everywhere, rampaging beasts roamed, snatching humans to devour as prey. Retreat! Retreat! Spread out and flee! Soldiers covering the civilians' retreat shouted hoarsely, their rifles firing relentlessly to hold back the charging beasts. But soon, the sound of gunfire drew even more mutated beasts. Ultimately, the entire squad of dozens was wiped out. Scenes like this were countless. Some elderly residents, reluctant to abandon their homes, stood before their doorsteps clutching firewood knives. With tear-filled eyes, they staggered, gazing at the surrounding ruins. Their hearts were filled with indescribable rage and sorrow. Families torn apart, homes destroyed from the moment disaster struck. Everything else seemed to vanish like smoke and clouds, leaving only the 3 words "stay alive" as the true essence of life. Guangxing City is gone. 5 hours later. As the last skyscraper standing in Guangxing City collapsed with a thunderous crash. This once thriving metropolis was declared extinct. But soon, people discovered a live stream with a unique perspective on the forums. A mutated monkey, barely over 3 meters tall, aimed the camera at itself. After confirming the stream was working, it swiveled the lens. The live stream soon revealed Guangxing City amidst the ruins. And it was mere steps away from the 10 colossal beasts that had destroyed the city. Netizens quickly discovered this stream initiated by the mutant beast and began rallying their friends. The viewer count skyrocketed from single digits. Within mere minutes, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in. "Lord, it's almost ready." A voice with an odd tone echoed through the livestream. Turn the camera this way." The voice was crisp and melodious, tinged with a hint of allure. That single voice alone sparked endless speculation among the viewers. Holy crap, this must be some hot married woman. Guangxing City is so dangerous right now, sis. Are you crazy? Quick, tell us your location, I'll ride my 125 cubic centimeters bike to pick you up. Seriously, you guys are all thinking with your lower halves. Didn't you see it was a mutated monkey on the livestream just now? A mutant beast livestream? That's even more thrilling. Hell, this is my first time seeing a mutant beast livestream. For this alone, I, Tian, want to publicly thank the people of Guangxing City for their tremendous contribution to our live streaming industry. A user named My Heart is Pure suddenly chimed in with a smirk. Damn it, and were you the only one left on your family's household registration? How can you even say something like that? You bastard, show us your location if you've got the guts. Witnessing the destruction of Guangxing City and the helpless deaths of their fellow citizens, countless netizens erupted in furious condemnation. But My Heart is Clear merely chuckled, I'll say whatever the hell I want. If you've got the guts, come through the internet cable and beat me up. Before the words had even faded, an anonymous netizen posted a set of personal information. It contained every detail about this I have nothing to hide guy, including his exact current location. Holy, that address is right near us. I have nothing to hide, huh? You just wait. Holy, I know this guy. He was my elementary school classmate. Back then, he used to sneak into the girls' bathroom all the time. A year ago, he went to jail for robbery. As all of my clear conscience information was exposed, he suddenly panicked. He'd only intended to vent his frustrations with life through some online trash talk, but now he'd stirred up a hornet's nest. As for what happened next, I heard that a van pulled up to the place where this guy grew up. A van pulled up, and 7 or 8 burly men dragged him out of the room. No one knows where they took him, he was never seen again. In this chaotic era, a death or two was hardly noteworthy, and what this guy said was utterly insane. Even the officers at his precinct only gave it a cursory look before dropping the matter. But this was merely a minor interlude. For now, the true protagonist of the livestream had finally emerged. None other than Zhuke, the being who had appeared in Xilian town as a human, swiftly annihilated the nuclear forces stationed there, then led the 9 great beasts on a rampage that obliterated the entire city of Guangxing. His colossal form, amplified by the spirit awakened flower. Like a hellfire burning across the land, it spread sin across the mortal realm. Even though the mutated monkey handling the livestream was positioned at a considerable distance, the camera still couldn't capture the full visage of this terrifying divine beast. That's the vermilion bird. The live stream viewers erupted in chaos. Where the hell did those idiots who just called her a young woman go? Come out here. Someone shouted angrily. Damn mutant beast. It slaughtered my people and ravaged our Xia nation's land, yet it dares show itself before us. Where are the higher-ups? Mobilize nuclear weapons to wipe it out. While some raged, others saw the situation clearly. Don't be foolish. Back in Shenangjia, even when injured, these mutant king beasts knew to hide and lick their wounds. So much time has passed, haven't you noticed how much larger it's become? That means it no longer fears our nuclear weapons. At the very least, it possesses the ability to escape a nuclear strike. Otherwise, how do you think it dared to launch a surprise attack on Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Hard as it is to admit, this vermilion bird seems genuinely stronger. Military missiles used to inflict damage, but now they don't seem to penetrate its defenses at all. Maybe even nuclear weapons are useless against it. As viewers in the livestream chat buzzed with speculation, the vermilion bird's voice rang out once more. Why bother with today if you knew this would happen? Back in Shenangjia, you humans slaughtered countless of our fellow mutated beasts with nuclear weapons. Now is the time for us to exact our revenge. However, as fellow intelligent beings on Blue Star, this divine lord does not wish to exterminate you completely. If your human leaders agree to cede all of southern lands as our habitat, I can guarantee here and now that this war will end. Otherwise, when our entire mutant beast army emerges, I trust you can imagine the consequences. The choice now rests in your hands. Within 3 days, I expect a satisfactory response. Chapter 68, Vermilion Bird Pursuit. The vermilion bird proclaimed himself a divine lord. The matter of issuing a surrender ultimatum to humanity. This has plunged the entire Xia kingdom into an unprecedented predicament. On one hand, some expressed veiled support. Since the full-scale conflict with the mutated serpents began, humanity had suffered more defeats than victories. Especially after the emergence of the Spirit Awakened flower. The situation had dramatically reversed, leading most to believe that continuing the fight against the mutated beasts was undoubtedly a dead end. Amidst these internal currents of unrest, Zhuge suddenly spread its wings and soared toward another direction of Guangxing City. Traitor! Unforgivable! Hearing the furious shouts echoing from the horizon, Su Tian instinctively sensed something was terribly wrong. Vermilion bird? Thanks to the videos and images leaked on the forum back then, he instantly recognized this creature, one of the 4 divine beasts, renowned alongside the white tiger and others. Could it be here for me? Damn it! Regardless, Su Tian knew he couldn't afford to provoke an entity of this caliber right now. Without a second thought, he flew toward the great river where Old Turtle King was hiding. Seeing Su Tian's actions, the vermilion bird raged furiously from afar. Ever since the 4 divine beasts were gravely wounded by human nuclear weapons last time, they had been plotting revenge while healing their wounds. The numerous mutated king beasts undoubtedly served as crucial allies in this endeavor. Yet not long ago, the 9-headed serpent king of Lincheng initiated the war first. They too watched from the shadows, intending to gauge the human camp's response. Who could have imagined that, at the very moment when the lives of hundreds of thousands in Lincheng hung in the balance, a traitor would emerge from among the mutant beasts? Not only did it clash fiercely with the 9-headed serpent king, but it also risked its life to shield the human retreat. This act naturally enraged the super beasts like the vermilion bird and the white tiger. Upon witnessing the mantis's demise, they believed the matter would end there. Yet in the battle at Yunzhou, that damned mantis not only returned from the dead but emerged even more powerful. Su Tian's effortless slaughter of the 3 great beast kings quickly drew their attention. The vermilion bird, having fully recovered from its injuries and enhanced its power, she immediately prepared to head to the southern province to eliminate this inherently rebellious mantis, lest it interfere with the future plans for the mutant beasts. Destroying the nuclear weapons base in Guangxing City was merely a side effect of her actions. After fully integrating the Spirit Awakened flower, nuclear weapons would forever cease to be a lethal threat to them. Only mutated beasts like Su Tian, powerful yet harboring rebellious hearts, remained the greatest hidden bombs. For no one could predict when he might suddenly turn traitor, transforming into a righteous avenger to stab the mutant beasts in the back. As for why Zhuge arrived so swiftly, naturally, it was because the Lizard King's subordinates, after escaping, immediately sought out the vermilion bird who was currently attacking Guangzhou and Shenzhen to report the incident. Upon hearing that the damned mantis was causing trouble again, Zhuge flew into a rage. After hastily leaving a warning for the humans, he rushed here without delay. From afar, he spotted a small mantis over a kilometer in size crouched before the Lizard King, feasting heartily. Damn it! The terrifying bulk of the vermilion bird caused the sunlight that had been bathing Su Tian to fade away. Let's talk this out. Talk my ass. Traitor, this divine lord will tear you limb from limb today. Out of nowhere, 2 more royal beasts had been slaughtered. Though the current visible number of royal beasts seemed substantial compared to the vast population of mutated beasts as a whole, each one was a precious strategic resource. Yet 5 had already fallen to Su Tian's hands recently. Back in the day, 5 royal beasts could sway the fate of an entire major province in the Xia kingdom. To lose them so needlessly, no wonder the vermilion bird was furious. In the frantic scramble to escape, Su Tian suddenly felt a warning sign rise within him. He instinctively forced his body to halt, resisting the urge to plunge into the river mere inches away. The next second, a searing ball of flame slammed into the ground where he had been running. The terrifying heat seared a vast cloud of white mist. Su Tian sucked in a sharp breath. Had that attack struck him, even a body of steel would have melted instantly. He never imagined the vermilion bird, fused with the 7-colored Spirit Awakened flower, could unleash such a fantastical attack akin to a dragon's breath. Damn it, is this a sign I'm heading into a fantasy world? Already at a disadvantage in size and strength, let alone now that the vermilion bird possessed such terrifying abilities. No chance of winning. Time to make a run for it. His racial skill, Misty Veil, could shroud an area within a 5,000-meter radius in fog, rendering him undetectable and untargetable by enemies. Without hesitation, Tian activated the mist mantis's skill and shrank his form. A thick, gray mist instantly engulfed the surroundings, perfectly concealing his form. The vermilion bird opened its beak and spat out another ball of crimson flame. Unfortunately for it, Tian had already used the cover of the fog to accelerate and teleport into the river. Damn it! Don't you dare run! Suzaku roared in fury, yet no matter how fiercely she flapped her massive wings, the fog before her eyes remained thick and unyielding. Half an hour later, when the fog finally lifted, all that remained was a scene of utter devastation, reduced to ashes by the fiery inferno. There was no trace of the mantis left. Juke cursed in impotent rage, then, refusing to give up, spewed several more bursts of fiery breath around her. Only when she realized her mission had utterly failed did she reluctantly flap her wings and depart. Not far from where Juke had raged, a tiny mantis hung upside down from a low-hanging branch over the river. Its compound eyes shifted slightly, observing Juke's every move. TSK. That's no sacred beast, Suzaku, more like a full-blown tigress. What a lack of civic-mindedness, setting fires recklessly. In peacetime, someone like you would probably get locked up for 10 or 8 years. Watching the surrounding mountains and forests gradually engulfed by the raging flames, Tian couldn't help but mutter a complaint. That was easier said than done. But jumping out to put out the fire while risking being hunted down by the vermilion bird? That was impossible. Anyway, with global beasts running rampant and human technology and industry nearly completely paralyzed, the massive man-made pollution sources had vanished. Blue Star's ecological environment could only improve from here. Burn away, Tian muttered. At least the ashes can be used as fertilizer. The trees that grow next year will be even more vigorous. With that, he quietly slipped away. Reciprocity is a basic courtesy. Since the 4 divine beasts regarded him as a traitor and hunted him down, Tian wasn't one to take blows without striking back. Fine then. I'll kill until it hurts you. This time, it wasn't just for himself. He also sought to restore some advantage for humanity at the very least, to stand on equal footing with the mutated beasts during negotiations. Otherwise, given the current situation, if the 4 divine beasts launched an all-out attack on humanity, it would undoubtedly spell utter catastrophe. Chapter 69, Keep the benefits within the family. The day after Guangxing City was destroyed by the vermilion bird, the White Tiger Divine Lord suddenly appeared in Shenanjia. He demanded that all Xia Nation troops stationed in the area withdraw within 3 days. Failure to comply would be at their own peril. Simultaneously, incidents of mutated beasts attacking human bases began occurring with increasing frequency across Xia Nation. Had the Xia Kingdom's high command not swiftly adopted a strategy to consolidate civilians and military forces into unified defensive bases, the mutated beasts would have inflicted massive casualties this time. However, the human side was not faring well either. The mass concentration of people brought with it a host of problems, the most urgent being food. Under the constant threat of mutant beasts, normal agricultural production had become impossible. And as the people's quality of life steadily declined, internal opposition to continuing the fight against the mutated beasts grew increasingly fierce, fueled by certain individuals. I agree to withdraw our forces from Shenanjia and negotiate with them. These are extraordinary times, even the people are barely surviving. Why worry about the future now? At the highest leadership meeting of the Xia Kingdom, for the first time, a major figure voiced support for negotiating with the mutated beasts. Impossible. But the moment the words left his mouth, another voice immediately countered. The 4 divine beasts, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and the others obtained their current power undoubtedly linked to the spirit awakening flowers appearing in Shenanjia. If we compromise now and hand over all the high-grade spirit awakening flowers there, won't we be nurturing a threat that will eventually harm us? Then what do you suggest we do? If we don't compromise now, our people will have no way to survive. This is difficult. If the mutant beasts refuse to compromise and threaten to annihilate the entire Xia Kingdom, they would undoubtedly fight back without hesitation. But that's precisely the problem. The 4 divine beasts weren't fools. The so-called nuclear weapons posed no fatal threat to them. That was only true if they could be deployed in limited numbers. If Xia were truly cornered, what if humanity decides to throw caution to the wind and gamble everything by deploying all existing nuclear arsenals? Even creatures as powerful as they would be doomed. After a heated debate, no perfect solution could be reached. Retreating would be like raising a tiger only to have it turn on its master, inevitably leading to a backlash against humanity itself. To fight them, however, proved futile. Beyond nuclear weapons, their other advanced technological arms posed no threat to these divine beasts. Just then, a leader suddenly recalled intelligence previously sent from Yunzhou. Before the 3 great beast kings, led by the 9-headed serpent king, launched their assault on Yunzhou, Yunzhou had experienced a mass disappearance of spirit awakened flowers. The individual involved in this matter was named Rin Fei, the son of Ring Jianyuan, the former supreme commander of Lin Chuan. It was said that when the super mantis appeared and resolved the beast siege crisis, Rin Fei had come into close contact with it. To claim there was no connection whatsoever would be hard to believe. Exactly. As a mutated beast itself, that super mantis must have been interested in the spirit awakening flowers too. If we must compromise now, why not proactively choose a mutated king beast that stands with humanity? The moment these words were spoken, the minds of the gathered leaders began to stir. The super mantis' repeated acts of saving the people of southern province from peril were undeniable. If we must relinquish all the high-grade spirit awakening flowers in Shenanjia, why not entrust them to this super mantis? This would not only thwart the four divine beasts' coercive tactics but also divert blame eastward, shifting all responsibility for the matter onto the super mantis. It was a blatant, open scheme. The crucial question is whether the super mantis possesses the capability and courage to accept this unexpected gift. Let's give it a try. There's no harm in it. Yeah, I'm in. I agree too. Alright, contact Rin Fei and Yunzhou immediately. Moreover, the Yunzhou leader's cowardly retreat without a fight has caused extremely detrimental repercussions for our entire Xia nation. Word is he's currently in Tanmen City, Dong Province. Inform Tanmen to apprehend that man and handle him according to wartime regulations. Then appoint Rin Fei as the temporary acting leader of Yunzhou. Have him find a way to contact that super mantis and relay our decision. Yes, sir. Upon receiving orders from the capital. Upon learning he was to be promoted to the position of Yunzhou leader, Rin Fei was utterly stunned. His decision to aid Su Tian had been an impulsive act driven by the desire to save all of Yunzhou. He never imagined it would bring such immense rewards today. To attain the position of a provincial governor before the age of 30 was absolutely unprecedented. Congratulations, Rin Fei. I hope we can work together wholeheartedly to protect the people of Yunzhou. After conveying the higher-ups' announcement, the Yunzhou military commander felt a surge of emotion. No one could have predicted that at this critical juncture, it would be this young man who pulled Yunzhou back from the brink of ruin. Afterward, he vaguely sensed that the disappearance of the spirit awakened flower must have been connected to that mantis. But without Rin Fei, Yunzhou would likely have become a lost cause. Even if every chilling flower in the city remained intact, it would have been of no use. Here is another confidential document specifically designated for you by the capital. Review it, and should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. After announcing Rin Fei's appointment as Yunzhou's leader, the military commander handed him another unopened document. Alright, thank you. Once everyone had left, Rin Fei opened the classified document in his hand. As he finished reading its contents, his expression suddenly turned peculiar. The higher-ups actually named me specifically to seek out that super mantis to handle the high-grade awakening flowers in Shenanjia. Doesn't that mean the bigwigs already had a pretty good idea about the deal I struck with that mantis back then? He let out a faint, bitter laugh. But it was only to be expected. If the bigwigs of Xia Nation couldn't see through something like this, they'd be wasting their seats. But the task of tracking down that super mantis now was genuinely daunting. Su Tian had left Yunzhou days ago, and no one knew where he was now. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that earlier, when they had been traveling together in the car, Su Tian had asked to borrow his laptop. Perhaps there might be some clues on it. With that thought, Rin Fei quickly opened the laptop and began meticulously scanning the browsing history and usage traces. Wait, got it. On the Origin forum login page, he spotted an unfamiliar account name. This computer was exclusively used for his work and certainly hadn't been handled by anyone else. If that was the case, then the account left behind must belong to that super mantis. He logged into his own account on a whim and selected the option to add the other user as a friend. To his surprise, a few minutes later, a notification popped up confirming the friend request had been accepted. Chapter 70, How Dare You Be So Reckless? At that moment, Su Tian had already transformed his body to about 1 meter in height. After clearing all the mutated beasts surrounding an abandoned villa, he slipped into the villa and found a computer still connected to the internet. These mutated beasts are useless at everything except they won't actively destroy anything related to electricity. He murmured softly as the startup screen appeared. This seems like a promising discovery. I wonder if the higher-ups in Xia Nation have noticed this. If the power of electricity could instill fear in the mutated beasts, it might indirectly enhance human defensive capabilities. While other mutated beasts schemed relentlessly to eliminate humans, Su Tian stood alone as the exception. He was determined to help humanity exterminate the mutated beasts instead. If Shuke found out, it would surely trigger another fit of impotent rage. Let's check if any major national events have occurred recently. He tapped lightly on the keyboard and logged into his Origin account. Su Tian quickly spotted several major news alerts pinned at the top. The Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 divine beasts, launched a surprise attack on the nuclear weapons base in Guangxing City and issued a surrender ultimatum to Xia Nation. Seems like something's up. He hadn't expected Suzaku to pull such a move. This was pushing humanity to the brink. The White Tiger of Shenanjia has reappeared, demanding Xia Nation's garrison withdraw within 3 days. Nationwide waves of mutated beasts are repeatedly harassing human bases. What is their intent? Each piece of news was more explosive than the last. Beyond that, the most entertaining part was undoubtedly the netizens' hilarious comments. Just as Tian was engrossed in reading them, a friend request notification suddenly popped up. Moon over the willow tips, who could this be? After his rebirth, he hadn't contacted anyone from his past life. Why was someone suddenly adding him as a friend? Feeling puzzled, Tian accepted the request. Moon over willow tips, Mantis King, hello. I'm Renfei. You should remember me, right? One thought, god or demon, what's up? Seeing Tian's reply, Renfei was instantly thrilled. He'd only intended to give it a shot, yet he'd actually managed to reach the other person. But picturing a mantis perched before a computer, tapping away at the keyboard, struck him as oddly bizarre. But compared to the matter at hand, these were mere trifles. Moon above willow tips, boss, do you still need any spirit awakened flowers? One thought, divine demon, you have some? Moon over willow tips, yes. One thought, one demon, my brother, tell me more. Moon over willow tips, boss, here's the situation. After hearing what Renfei said, Tian nearly jumped out of his skin. One thought, one demon, are you kidding me? Intercepting the cargo in Shenanjia and taking on the 4 divine beasts? How many lives does someone need to be that reckless? A shadow of gloom flashed across Renfei's face. The higher-ups had only said to try their best. If Tian truly refused, there was nothing more to be done. After all, anyone else would likely lack the courage to undertake such a mission. Just as he was about to give up, the other party sent another message. Divine demon, can I come over now? Renfei? Moon above willow tips, boss, didn't you say? One thought, one demon, cut the crap. Just say yes or no. I'm in a hurry. Moon over willow tips, fine. I'll contact the higher-ups for you right now. Tian chuckled. Even without this incident, the 4 divine beasts wouldn't abandon their intent to eliminate him. Since that's the case, why not take advantage of this gift delivered right to his doorstep? After all, when you've got too many fleas, you don't feel the itch. The Spirit Awaken tree first appeared in Shenanjia, attracting only mutated beasts of king beast rank or higher to vie for it. Thus, after the nuclear decontamination, the fallen Spirit Awaken flowers were mostly 6-colored or higher. Tian didn't hold much hope for the 7-colored awakening flowers, which defied the laws of nature, as those were mostly claimed by the 4 divine beasts. But even with enough 6-colored ones, he could make a fortune. Unfortunately, after the global awakening sapling incident, the original Spirit Awakening mother tree that first appeared in Shenanjia vanished without a trace. It seemed as though it had scattered itself into countless seeds, causing Spirit Awakening saplings to sprout everywhere across the world. Regardless, as long as I can get my hands on that batch of enlightenment flowers from Shenanjia, who cares about the 4 divine beasts? Thinking of the many high-grade awakening flowers left behind in Shenanjia, Tian gritted his teeth and opened the marketplace page. Confirm purchase of Super Alloy Mantis clone for 5 million evolution coins? Confirm. With such staggering wealth within reach, he was willing to risk snatching it from the jaws of death. Mutant beasts keep growing stronger. I can't afford to lag behind. If this works out, I'll be able to walk tall anywhere from now on. Given the perilous nature of this mission, he paused to consider his options before deciding to secure his own survival first. It was pricey, but with the Super Alloy Mantis clone, he could cast all worries aside. A moment passed. When Renfei confirmed everything was ready, Tian, already bursting with impatience, immediately set off for Shenanjia. Although Shenanjia was located in Behu province, over 5,000 kilometers away from here. For Tian, who had already broken the sound barrier, it would only take 2 or 3 hours to arrive. As Tian streaked toward Behu province, trailing a sonic boom cloud high above the earth, by whose patience was gradually wearing thin. At that moment, he transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and leather shoes. Ahead of the Xia Nation's army, which lay several miles away. Behind him stretched an endless horde of mutated beasts. Among them were over 30 king beasts. Many were familiar to those who had followed the Origin Forum, but several new faces appeared. The most eye-catching of all was undoubtedly the pure golden cub standing beside the white tiger divine lord. Though called small, its size depended on comparison. By normal standards, this juvenile golden tiger cub still measured nearly 50 meters in length. Compared to the golden cub, the young of ordinary mutated tigers paled in comparison. Even some fully grown mutant giant tigers failed to reach this level of size. Amidst the solemn silence of the gathered beasts, it turned its head and peered around without a care, right under the white tiger's watchful eye. All signs pointed to an extraordinary bond between this golden cub and the white tiger. Dad, when the hell are these damn humans going to leave? Why don't we just charge in and kill them? Back then, Uncle Wolf and the others caught many strong humans just to amuse me. They were like the weakest insects, I could crush them with the slightest effort. Hearing the golden cub's words, before the white tiger could respond, The Wolf King beneath him quickly interjected with a smile, "Young master, you may not realize it, but though these humans are physically frail, they shouldn't be entirely underestimated. At the very least, their weapons are highly advanced. If we push them too far, they might choose to go down fighting with us. That would be a loss for all." Seeing his father silent, the golden cub nodded in feigned understanding. Deep down, however, it still held utter contempt for these feeble two-legged creatures. "This world belongs to us. Once I fully integrate the 7-colored awakening flower father gave me, I will exterminate every last one of these humans." Heh, young master has ambition. This old servant will follow your lead to the death and slaughter them all. The white tiger stared at the 5 nuclear weapons standing tall amidst the distant mountain range. It murmured, "The final day has come. I hope you'll know better than to resist." Chapter 71, Are you brave enough? Are they here yet? Li Long paced restlessly inside the makeshift command tent. Not only was the white tiger, known as the king of beasts, lurking just over 10 kilometers away, glaring at them menacingly. Even the mere sight of over 30 royal beasts within the endless tide of beasts was enough to send shivers down one's spine. They should be here soon. The higher-ups just relayed orders to stay put and wait. Another commander beside him spoke up. "Sai, we can't hold this line anyway. Better to let that super mantis take the spirit awakened flower than let it fall into the hands of these mutated beasts." Li Long nodded slightly. True. If not for it, Southern Province would have been wiped out long ago. Just as the two were sharing their thoughts, a vivid green figure suddenly flew into the tent from outside. "Are you talking about me?" "Who? Who's talking?" The unexpected voice startled both men. Li Yin nervously drew his pistol, scanning the room frantically. Finally, he spotted a small mantis that had appeared on the desk at some point. Were you speaking?" he cautiously inquired. Li Long had long known from official documents that Su Tian possessed the ability to freely alter his form, but witnessing it firsthand still left him profoundly stunned. In an era where even ants could grow to the size of basketballs, Su Tian's retro mantis form was an exceptionally rare sight. Had Su Tian not spoken just now, he might have thought he'd slipped back into the past. Seeing the two of them acting so surprised, Su Tian couldn't help but interject, "Enough small talk. You both know why I'm here. By whose army of mutated beasts is watching from the distance? There's no time to waste, let's get moving. Alright, follow me." Li Long knew this wasn't the time for idle chatter. Su Tian flew onto his shoulder. The two hurried toward the military-controlled area within Shenangjia. Upon seeing that Li Long himself had arrived, the officer in charge of the post immediately jogged over and saluted them. "It's fine. Continue your patrol." "Yes, sir." After the patrol officer departed, Li Long murmured, "Since it hasn't been long since the nuclear explosion, the radiation levels inside are still extremely high. We can only escort you this far." Su Tian didn't hesitate. Spreading his wings, he transformed into a green streak of light and flew deeper into the area. The ground was scorched black by artillery fire. Numerous colossal beasts lay motionless, their bodies frozen in the final moments before death. Exposed to sun and wind, their skeletal forms gradually emerged. As for maggots or the like, none existed. Even if they had existed, radiation would have long since killed them off, making this place a natural preservation chamber for corpses. With Su Tian's current strength, entering this place only caused a slight sensation of heat, but it remained within tolerable limits. These beasts were all dominant rulers before the birth of the spirit-awakened mother tree. But if blame is to be placed, it lies solely with your poor timing in awakening. Had this been over a century ago, before humanity possessed nuclear weapons, these mutated beasts would have had no difficulty dominating the world. Soon, beside a mutated boar king over 800 meters long, Su Tian discovered a spirit-awakened flower rippling with 6-colored light. Recovery successful. This 6-colored spirit awakening flower is valued at 500,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please verify receipt. His shop account, which had dwindled to 150,000 after purchasing the Super Alloy Mantis clone, surged instantly. Picking up money feels great. Su Tian chuckled. In the face of such immense wealth, the 4 divine beasts were completely forgotten. He flew deeper into the area. The remains of king beasts littered the landscape, while vibrantly glowing enlightenment flowers dotted the ground everywhere. Even the lowest grade ones were at least 4-colored. Recycling successful. This 5-color spirit awakened flower is valued at 10,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please verify receipt. Recycling successful. This 6-color spirit awakening flower is worth 500,000 evolution coins. Funds have been credited to your account. Please check your balance. In less than a few breaths, Su Tian's mall account balance effortlessly surpassed 1 million. This feeling is absolutely mind-blowing. He suppressed his excitement and proceeded to recycle every single awakening flower scattered on the ground. If it weren't for that white tiger pulling that coup d'etat stunt, who knows if such a massive windfall would have ever come my way. Heh, what a great tiger indeed. I have no way to repay you, but when the time comes, I'll send you a couple extra laser beams as a token of my gratitude. Su Tian understood the principle of not forgetting those who dug the well from which he drank. The number of Ling awakened flowers left in Shenanjia was neither too many nor too few. After wandering around for nearly 2 or 3 hours, ensuring none were left behind, Su Tian finally returned to the entrance, thoroughly satisfied. Li Long had been waiting the entire time, fearing any unexpected complications. The moment Su Tian landed back on his shoulder, Li Long calmly got into the car and drove away. Back at the operations room, Li Long's eyes lit up with anticipation as he looked at Su Tian. It's all taken care of. Have your people start preparing for withdrawal? White Tiger's patience was wearing thin. Now that all the Qiling flowers in Shenanjia had been recovered, there was no point in lingering here any longer. Aren't you leaving? If I leave now, who will distract the White Tiger and the mutated army's wrath for you? Su Tian chuckled. Now that the goods were secured, he had to wrap things up neatly. Otherwise, leaving the mess for Li Long and the others to clean up. If Xia Nation incurred the wrath of the 4 divine beasts, that would be a real mess. That very night, the White Tiger received a report from the intelligent beasts below. Your Divine Majesty, the White Tiger, our scouts on the front lines report that the human army has begun showing signs of retreat. The White Tiger showed no particular reaction upon hearing this. For as long as the Xia Kingdom's leadership wasn't utterly foolish, they would never leave their troops behind to suffer needless casualties. Their withdrawal was entirely predictable to him. Then the time has come for us to reap the fruits of victory. Recalling the high-grade spirit-awakened flowers left behind in Shenanjia, the White Tiger couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. With these spirit-awakened flowers, he could forge a new generation of king beasts. As their power grew ever stronger, his dream of becoming a dominant ruler conquering the world would no longer be beyond reach. Ambition was something that naturally evolved once sentience was born. Are kings, lords, generals, and ministers born with a special lineage? Why should mutated beasts be any different? Transmit my command, all mutant beasts advance immediately. This is the starting point for our conquest of the entire world. Chapter 72, Crisis. As the horde of mutant beasts relentlessly advanced, the Xia Nation's garrison forces began an orderly retreat. The rear convoy, bearing 10 massive nuclear launch vehicles, struck deep fear into the distant ranks of mutated beasts. They could only watch helplessly as the human forces withdrew from Shenanjia. Bai Hu paid no heed to these developments, instead rushing straight to the location of the spirit-awakened mother tree. Giant skeletons of mutated king beasts came into view, yet he remained utterly unmoved. For this was the cruelest truth of nature. Even among these fallen kings, many had once been his loyal followers. Yet the moment they lost their usefulness, everything had ended. As he walked on, the White Tiger, who had been somewhat agitated moments ago, gradually grew grim. The scene he had imagined, a landscape blanketed with high-grade spirit-awakened flowers, had failed to materialize. Instead, a profound stillness reigned. The Wolf King, who had been walking beside the White Tiger, clearly sensed his leader's unease. The words of congratulations that had been on the tip of his tongue were immediately swallowed back. Just then, a figure seemed to flash in the distance. The White Tiger roared furiously and gave chase. The earth-shaking tiger's roar reverberated across the land. The horde of mutated beasts trailing behind, unaware of the situation, trembled in terror. Damn it, stop! Stop! Su Tian scooped up 2 6-colored awakening flowers from the ground, the ones he had deliberately left behind. He shot a disdainful glance at the White Tiger before turning and soaring into the sky. Roar! Watching the awakening flowers he'd coveted so deeply snatched away right before his eyes by that damn Mantis, the White Tiger nearly spat blood in rage. Since ascending to the position of chief beast, this was the first time a mutant beast had dared to act so brazenly in his presence. And if he wasn't mistaken, this glowing green Mantis was none other than the one that had slipped away from Vermilion Bird just days ago. A traitor to the entire mutant beast race. He never imagined that after escaping, it would have the audacity to sneak into Shenanjia so brazenly to steal the remaining spirit-awakened flowers. Or perhaps this was all part of a human conspiracy. As Su Tian soared higher and higher, the White Tiger on the ground watched coldly. Just as Su Tian began his vertical ascent, the sky suddenly darkened. Poof! I knew the affairs of Shenanjia were vital to humanity. You traitor wouldn't miss this chance. Now let's see where you run. A woman's voice echoed from within the clouds. The next instant, a searing inferno descended from the heavens, its heat rippling through the air. Su Tian nearly froze in shock. Was that really the case? Could it be that she wasn't here because she coveted the Qiling flower of Shenanjia? One could only say that Zhu Kei had truly stepped into the stratosphere this time. Even such bizarre reasoning had been caught by her. The Vermilion Bird descended at breakneck speed, appearing above Su Tian's head in the blink of an eye. A pair of massive, razor-sharp claws suddenly snapped toward him. Su Tian decisively activated his laser attack. Yet the laser, which had been unstoppable since its activation, proved utterly ineffective against the Vermilion Bird's terrifying defenses. It couldn't even pierce the feathers. Instead, the beams were deflected, sending several unfortunate mutant beasts to meet their end. Even nuclear weapons cannot harm this divine lord. How much less your paltry laser weapon? I'll see what you can do this time. A smug gleam flashed in Suzako's eyes. She was already scheming how she would thoroughly torture this cunning mantis once she captured Tian. Only by tearing it limb from limb could she truly satisfy her burning hatred. If you want to kill me, go ahead and try. Though he didn't want to clash head-on with the vermilion bird. But now, the white tiger lurked menacingly below. In terms of flight speed, he was no match for this vermilion bird. And with no escape in sight, Tian revealed his true form. A giant mantis over 1,000 meters long, he wasn't without a fighting chance. Oomph, is that all you've got? Seeing Tian, who was smaller than even one of its wings, the vermilion bird sneered coldly. A mere insect shaking a tree, utterly deluded. Shut your beak, you stupid bird. If you've got the guts, fight me. Tian wasn't about to indulge her, firing back with a retort. You're asking for death. Seeing this damn mantis not only refuse to stand still and wait for death but dare to deliberately provoke her, Jukei's rage flared instantly. Tian drew his twin blades. He swung at Jukei's thick neck. But given the enormous size difference, his twin blades proved utterly inadequate. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. No penetration? Tian nearly cracked open. This blade should pierce through ordinary steel, let alone alloy, leaving a hole. Who would have thought it couldn't even breach the Suzaku's feathered defense? Game over. Thank goodness I had the foresight to buy the mantis substitute before coming here. Otherwise, I'd have really fallen into a pit this time. No way out, no escape perfectly described his predicament. Steel mechanical modifications are still too weak. Tian realized after a moment's thought that his greatest weakness lay in the level of enhancement his body had undergone. It was nowhere near comparable to that of a king beast like the vermilion bird, which had fused with the 7-colored enlightenment flower. While his golden finger offered broader evolutionary potential, his current accumulation was still too meager. These royal beasts were uniquely favored by fate, spared the need to grow from the weakest stages like he had to endure. Given more time, slaughtering the vermilion bird would be a breeze. Retreat! Even with his stand as a safety net, Tian refused to concede defeat until the very last moment. But the vermilion bird wasn't foolish either. While pursuing Tian, she relentlessly exploited her size advantage to press down on him. The space and altitude Tian could maneuver in grew ever smaller. Roar! When Tian descended below a few thousand meters, fully entering the white tiger's attack range, the two super king beasts struck simultaneously, determined to finish him off cleanly. Damn it, if I can't escape, I'll take someone down with me. While dodging the vermilion bird's claws and flames at breakneck speed, Tian's compound eyes scanned the ground relentlessly. Soon, he spotted a golden cub hiding behind a mutated wolf king. As for why he spotted it instantly? Mainly because the little thing's color was simply too vivid. Surrounded by a pack of mottled black and white mutated beasts, it alone shone golden. How could he miss it? You're mine. Since the white tiger and vermilion bird had colluded to set him up, killing a golden cub would serve as a fitting repayment. No loss there. Whoosh! The white tiger flapped its massive paw, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that slammed straight into Tian's face. But this time, he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he curled his body, adjusting his posture to align with the direction of the tiger's paw strike. Boom! The collision of the colossal bodies produced a deafening roar that echoed through the air. The force contained within that single blow was terrifying beyond measure. Even Tian felt momentarily dazed by the impact, searing pain radiating throughout his body. His lower abdomen was reduced to a pulpy mess. This was only possible because his body had undergone steel reinforcement. Had he been a mere flesh and blood form, he would likely have been reduced to a mist of blood. Tian, severely wounded by the single blow, plummeted like a falling meteor. He slammed violently toward the location of the golden cub. The white tiger's eyes lit up with joy at first, but when he saw the green light glowing on Tian's chest, a sense of impending doom instantly rose within him. Chapter 73, The Little Golden Tiger. The mutated wolf king guarding the little golden tiger's side narrowed his eyes. An instinctive sense of danger made every hair on its body stand on end. Deep within, it sensed the threat of death. The little golden tiger, who moments ago had been gloating over its father cornering this traitorous mantis. After locking eyes with Tian mid-air, the little golden tiger, who had always relied on being the offspring of a divine beast, revered by all creatures. The little golden tiger, who had always been fearless and boasted about exterminating all humans, now seemed as if his soul had been ripped from his body. His body grew ice cold, his inner courage completely transformed into sheer terror of death. Uncle Wolf, save me! Without a moment's hesitation, it knew Tian's target was undoubtedly itself. The little golden tiger instinctively turned to the wolf king beside him for help. The mutated wolf king's body tensed. If Tian were at full strength, it knew it wouldn't dare step forward. After all, compared to loyalty, it valued its own life more. Under the combined assault of vermilion bird and white tiger, the opponent couldn't even withstand a single strike. But this did not mean the super mantis was weak. Rather, the two divine beasts were simply too powerful, reaching a level capable of crushing ordinary mutated king beasts. You've been severely wounded by the divine lord, yet you still dare to scheme against the young master? Utterly foolish. The white tiger and vermilion bird were already rushing toward this location. It only needed to delay Tian for a moment. Facing Tian, who was left with only half his body intact, the mutant wolf king was confident he wasn't so weak he couldn't withstand even a single strike. Dare to harm a single hair on my son's head, and I'll make you wish you were dead. The white tiger roared furiously as it pursued Tian. Tian, however, wore an expression of delight. He had only intended to drag along one king beast, but unexpectedly, he had gained an unexpected bonus. The more powerful the mutant beast, the more severely its reproductive capacity declined. If he could take this little golden tiger with him before leaving, it might just ensure the white tiger's line died out. Why do you keep spouting such idiotic threats? You've already crippled half my body, what do you think you're threatening me with? You dare! Just watch me do it, damn it. A mere cub of a wolf king? How could it possibly stop me? Seeing the mutant wolf king block the path before the little golden tiger, Tian instantly bared a mouthful of sharp, saw-like teeth. Killing two birds with one stone isn't bad either. Two laser beams shot from his chest. Their speed was so swift that the mutant wolf king and the little golden tiger below couldn't react in time. Sizzle, sizzle. The laser struck the mutant wolf king's head, blasting a gaping hole over a meter wide. The beam continued its relentless path, piercing the abdomen of the golden cub hiding behind it. Woo-hoo! The little golden tiger let out a pained cry from its throat. It spun around and fled toward the pack of mutated beasts behind it. How is this possible? The mutated wolf king, its head blown apart by the laser, did not die immediately. Yet it had suffered a devastating blow, collapsing to the ground and twitching uncontrollably. Even a mighty beast king couldn't withstand a single strike from this mantis? Unbeknownst to them, as the fallen mutant wolf king foamed at the mouth and convulsed, one eye narrowed slightly. Upon sensing Tian's gaze fixed upon it, the eye swiftly closed again. Old fox. The mutated wolf king's subtle maneuver didn't escape Tian's notice. But seeing how cooperative the wolf was being, he simply leapt over the dead beast and launched two more strikes at the fleeing little golden tiger. Useless. Absolutely useless. Seeing his subordinate mutant king beast fail even to slightly hinder Tian, leaving his beloved son in grave danger, the white tiger was furious enough to burst a lung. Hearing the curses echoing from afar, the mutant wolf king's body couldn't help but tremble. This time, the punishment was even harsher. Stop it. Realizing the mutant wolf king was useless, white tiger immediately bellowed at the other king beasts within the mutant beast horde. Block that damn mantis and save young master golden tiger. A mutant crow king screeched at the top of its lungs. But its folded wings refused to open. Hey! That mantis better not harm the golden tiger, young master. Brothers, charge together. You're the one yelling the loudest, why don't you go first? As two thick beams of laser, carrying boundless killing intent, shot toward them in an instant, shattering the little golden tiger's skull. The scene suddenly fell deathly silent. Driven by inertia, the little golden tiger maintained its fleeing posture even in death. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it slammed into a small hillock. Dust and smoke billowed instantly. No! The white tiger's eyes bulged in fury. Though this golden cub was not his only offspring, he had pinned his greatest hopes upon it, even bestowing upon it the seven-colored spirit awakened flower he had seized long ago. Now, in full view of everyone, this damned mantis had blown its skull apart. Beyond the rage boiling within him, such blatant provocation was an utter disgrace. After the little golden tiger lay sprawled on the ground, its skull shattered by laser fire. Tian, fearing it might not be dead enough, he fired laser after laser into the corpse. Only when the little golden tiger was reduced to charred, crumbled chunks of grilled meat did he stop. A seven-colored awakening flower, radiating a rosy glow, slowly emerged from the little golden tiger's body. The moment the seven-colored awakening flower appeared, the mutated king beast, which had been standing hesitantly nearby moments before, began to breathe heavily. The seven-colored awakening flower was a divine treasure capable of elevating an ordinary king beast to new heights. Even with the white tiger and vermilion bird nearby, the mutated royal beast still felt a surge of restlessness. As for the death of the little golden tiger, they had all long since cast it from their minds. Tian clearly saw through these mutated beast king's treacherous thoughts and cowardly actions. Killing the son of that foolish tiger might push him over the edge. Better to add a little spice to the mix. Though he coveted that seven-colored awakening flower. But compared to the safety of the human side, the seven-colored spirit awakened flower wasn't worth the risk. After all, even if he got it, he couldn't use it to strengthen himself. Better to save it for the white tiger's annoyance. At this thought, he chuckled darkly. He shouted at the mutated beast horde, the four divine beasts are merely mutated beasts with a bit more luck than you. Are you content to let them walk all over you forever? Now that the seven-colored awakening flower has appeared, opportunity lies before you. Let's see if you have the guts. With that, Tian swiftly activated the mist mantis's racial talent. A gray mist spread over a 5-kilometer radius, concealing him and most of the mutant king beasts within its shroud. This mist will last half an hour undispellable, impenetrable. Let's see if you're any good now. Ha 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 ha. As Tian's voice echoed through the fog. Whether it was the mutated wolf king lying on the ground or the other king beasts, instantly stirred into motion, openly snatching what remained of the white tiger's son right before its eyes. Such madness was something even the king beasts wouldn't dare attempt lightly. But now, with Tian's fog blocking their view, any sensible beast would first suppress the enhancement of the 7-colored awakening flower after obtaining it, then find a place to hide and quietly reap the rewards. Vermilion bird. Watching Tian and the numerous royal beasts vanish into the mist, the white tiger's expression darkened to a deep shadow. Vermilion bird's gaze sharpened. She drew a deep breath, summoning a howling gale that swept through the air. When she exhaled again, it transformed into a terrifying fiery tornado. Whoosh! The fiery tornado, reaching skyward, twisted and plunged into the mist. Instantly, wails of agony echoed from within. Chapter 74, Self-Destruction. The Xia Nation's forces had already retreated to the North Lake Province base. Through the footage transmitted back by the drone, witnessing the super mantis crushed by the white tiger's single blow, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Who could have imagined that in humanity's darkest hour, a mutated beast would step forward, sacrificing its own life to buy them precious time? At the cost of its own life. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "This mantis truly is a national beast warrior." When the mist finally cleared, Bai Hu stared at the fallen mutated king beasts, his expression dark enough to rain. Juchua's searing flame had accidentally slain 2 mutated royal beasts. Yet it failed to curb the beast's craving for the 7-colored awakening flower. In the frenzied scramble, some unscrupulous beast had devoured half of the little golden tiger's corpse. Dozens of beasts now stood united, forming an implicit standoff against the 2 great divine beasts. They knew full well that their attempt to seize the 7-colored awakening flower and create another divine beast had crossed the white tiger and vermilion bird's red line. To avoid retribution, regardless of who emerged victorious, they must unite as one front to withstand the wrath of the divine beasts. As the mist dispersed, a subtle green light suddenly shot out at high speed, attempting to break free from the encirclement. But the vermilion bird, watching intently from above, struck first. Its massive claws slammed down, pinning Tian, who had intended to flee, firmly in place. The next instant, Tian's shrunken form began to restore itself. Trying to get away, the vermilion bird's gaze was icy cold. Under the immense force, the earth beneath Tian's body began to collapse layer by layer. Whoosh! A torrent of searing flames erupted from the vermilion bird's maw, reducing Tian's body from the head down into molten iron. The strange transformation not charred to cinders but instead flowing as molten iron caught it off guard. But there was no denying it. This troublesome mantis was finally about to meet its end at its own hands. Ha! You actually have the nerve to laugh at the brink of death? I must say, I admire your courage. Zhu Ke snorted coldly at Tian, who suddenly burst into laughter from his mouth. I'm laughing at how ridiculous you look, a tiny head on a huge body. You're nothing but a scruffy bird, yet you have the nerve to call yourself the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird is one of the 4 divine beasts of the Xia kingdom. Do you even deserve that title? You might not even be a proper bird, just some mutant chicken. Ha! Your face looks grim. Could it be I hit the nail on the head? Hearing this, every feather on Suzaka's body suddenly stood on end. That's right, because she wasn't a bird at all. Her true form was that of an old hen, transformed into a vermilion bird-like creature by a twist of fate. The vermilion bird harbored deep-seated taboos about her origins. And as her power grew stronger, who would dare utter such suicidal words in her presence? Ah! I'll kill you! Unlike her usual deliberately aloof, sophisticated voice, the vermilion bird's angry curse was not only sharp and coarse but also carried a distinct hint of rustic, earthy tone. Tian showed no fear whatsoever. He burst into laughter instead. Ha, your guard's down, huh? You won't admit you're an old hen? Why not just stop speaking human language altogether and replace it with cluck cluck cluck? It'd sound way more pleasant to the ear. Ah! Zhu Ke could no longer contain the rage boiling within her. Fiery flames danced unpredictably within her mouth. But the next second, the flames vanished from her mouth entirely. She spoke with a sneer. You think you can trick me into killing you? Oof. Do you really think this divine lord is a fool? Even if you wish to die, you must reveal the secret of where the spirit awakened flower was taken before you do. The white tiger, who had stood by coldly observing the entire time, finally spoke up. Tell us where the spirit awakened flower is, and I can grant you a quick death. After all, her son was already gone. Therefore, the high-grade spirit awakened flowers left behind in Shenanjia must not be lost. Obtaining these high-grade flowers to forge a more powerful, loyal tribe of royal beasts devoted to the 4 divine beasts, that was the true goal of the white tiger and the vermilion bird. Those not of our kind harbor different hearts. This saying held true for the mutated beasts as well. Didn't you see how, when Tian was fighting with his back against the wall, trying to drag a scapegoat into the fray? Those royal beasts, prioritizing their own survival, all chose to avoid Tian's sharp edge. Want the spirit awakened flower? Tian chuckled darkly. He knew these two divine beasts had rushed straight to Shenanjia after emerging from seclusion. Their attempt to force the Xia military to yield through sheer power wasn't for simple reasons. Sure enough, they were after the spirit awakened flower. Forget it. I'm done playing with you lot. Wonder if it hurts when you self-detonate, Tian muttered to himself. What did he mean? The vermilion bird froze. Then it saw sparks suddenly shoot from Tian's mouth. No! Stop it! Bai Hu roared in fury. But Tian, acting with premeditation against their unpreparedness, wouldn't give them a chance to intervene. Back when he arrived at Shenanjia, he had the military prepare nearly 100 kilograms of high explosives for him, which he concealed in his mouth all for this very moment. As a massive mushroom cloud rose from Shenanjia, two furious roars echoed throughout the entire ancestral land of 10,000 spirits. As the flames and thick smoke gradually dispersed, the white tiger and vermilion bird appeared before them, battered but unharmed. Damn it! The white tiger stared at the mantis's shell, now nearly blown to smithereens, a volcano of rage within him threatening to incinerate everything around him. Sensing the white tiger's gaze turn toward them, all the mutated royal beasts immediately assumed a defensive stance. Perhaps considering that breaking ties with the royal beasts now wasn't a wise move. In the end, the white tiger could only snort coldly. Suppressing the urge to unleash a bloodbath, he turned and walked away slowly. The mutated royal beasts exchanged glances, but none possessed the courage to completely sever ties with the white tiger just yet. They could only take a few steps forward and follow. Zhu Kei held little interest in building a faction. She had no desire to rule the world, and all the flying beasts and strange creatures already revered her as their sovereign. Rather than squander time on such matters, she preferred to wander freely, occasionally slaughtering humans and ravaging their cities to satisfy her latent urge for destruction. Thus, unlike the white tiger, she saw no need to expend effort cultivating factions or the like. Her sole purpose in coming here was to kill Tian. Now that her goal was achieved, she couldn't be bothered with the white tiger's affairs with these mutated king beasts. With a cold sneer, she unleashed a whirlwind and soared into the heavens. Poof! To think that obtaining the 7-colored spirit awakened flower would put you on equal footing with us? Utterly foolish. I only hope you won't regret it when the time comes. The vermilion bird's parting words sent a chill through the hearts of the mutant king beasts. Especially the mutant wolf king, whose skull had been shattered by Tian from the very start. His eyes darted about restlessly, lost in some unknown train of thought. Chapter 75, Rebirth. Dead? Ren Fei stared at the video feed from the North Lake province base. The first thought that flashed through his mind was disbelief. Having crossed paths with Tian several times, he knew full well that while the man's heart leaned toward humanity, but he was certainly not noble enough to sacrifice himself. There was likely some secret they didn't know about. Never mind. As long as it ends well, we'll just owe him another favor. Ren Fei didn't dwell on it further. Instead, he threw himself into handling the affairs of Yunzhou. Becoming a competent provincial leader was no easy feat. Along the way, setbacks were inevitable. Guangxing City, Xilian Town. Ever since the last attack by the vermilion bird, the entire city's outskirts lay in utter ruin. As the initial epicenter of the outbreak, the damage was too horrific to behold. Beyond the ubiquitous ruins of collapsed buildings, countless human skeletons and corpses littered the landscape. In a sealed underground chamber, a translucent insect cocoon, emitting a faint golden glow, sat at its center. Through the thin shell of the cocoon, a small golden mantis could be seen curled up inside. Indeed, this was the backup plan Tian had left behind. A super-alloy mechanically modified mantis clone purchased from the marketplace for 5 million credits. His soul was steadily merging into this new vessel. The entire process had been ongoing for nearly 10 days. After an unknown period of time, Tian, who had been in a state of chaos, began to slowly regain control of his body. The moment he opened his eyes, all he saw was a dazzling golden expanse. Whoa! What's going on? Seeing his entire body suddenly shimmering with a metallic sheen, he immediately summoned his personal attribute panel to check. Tian, Super Alloy Enhanced Body 5th Stage Evolution. Bloodline, Ultimate Devourer Complete Form. Lifespan, 164 days. Current account balance, 35 million evolution coins billionaire. Strength attribute, 10,000 points you have begun to grasp true power. Speed attribute, 10,000 points you have become light. Resilience attribute, 10,000 points you are now one step away from rebirth through blood sacrifice. Stealth attribute, 1,000 points you are now synonymous with darkness. Overall combat rating, transcending the limits of a king beast. Though physically disadvantaged, you now roam this new world with complete freedom. The attribute panel before him was nothing short of extravagant. Only after shedding all the flashy modification devices did Tian finally achieve true simplicity. The terrifying attributes of the superalloy mantis utterly crush his previous 3 incarnations. Though my stats have received an epic level boost, my weakness remains glaringly obvious. My form has been reverted to its original state. What a pity. Had I achieved the superalloy mantis mechanical enhancement before heading to Shenangjia, I might have been able to spar with the 4 divine beasts. Tian shook his head. But glancing at the over 30 million evolution coins in his shop account as some representing tycoon-level wealth, he couldn't help but grin. The Shenangjia expedition is risky, but the rewards far outweigh the dangers. With money earned, spending naturally followed. The mole was already sharpening its blades. 1. Void Mantis 10 million evolution coins, species skill Void Shuttle, a terrifying entity capable of surviving in the Void realm. Skill cooldown, 30 seconds. The description of the first item seemed straightforward, yet anything labeled terrifying by the mall was definitely no ordinary junk. Void Mantis, 10 million credits? The mall's really milking us dry here, Tian chuckled bitterly. It was undoubtedly a top-tier item, but he couldn't shake the feeling he was being milked dry. Every time he managed to save up a little, the shop would immediately release another exorbitantly priced item, as if determined to prevent him from saving a single penny. In a daze, he found himself thinking back to his past life. This was the classic capitalist playbook for milking the masses, touting women's empowerment while devaluing men, then exploiting every random holiday to rake in profits. When the economy tanked and men's incomes dropped, they'd shift tactics, urging men to spend on themselves. The barrage of marketing schemes was relentless and impossible to guard against. Thankfully, in my past life I was just a workhorse, no house, no car, no savings. As long as I fed myself, the whole family was fine. That's how I avoided being fleeced. As for those ATMs living in dire straits, most only wake up after being discarded like trash. Bye. That said. But the Void Mantis was genuinely powerful. At least with its racial abilities, Tian could traverse any corner of the world. Should he encounter another ambush by the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, he could simply activate the Void Shuttle skill to escape unscathed. And with a mere 30-second cooldown, it was incomparable to the Shadow Mantis he'd obtained earlier. Confirm purchase of Void Mantis for 10 million evolution coins? Confirm. A golden light descended into Tian's feathered wings. A strange, indescribable power surged through his body. Checking his attribute panel, he found a new entry for the Void Mantis's species information. Sigh, spending money is easy, earning it is hard. This isn't just a stream, it's a flood. Tian sighed in reflection. However, with the Void Race skill, his combat power had skyrocketed to a whole new level. Money well spent. Next. 2. Black Hole Equipment Modification 10 million evolution coins, installs a black hole generator, allowing you to create temporary devouring black holes anywhere within sight to obliterate enemies. Whoa! Black holes, in simple terms, their destructive power surpasses that of conventional nuclear weapons. Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had long pondered the origins of the evolution mall. Everything ultimately boils down to science. He had previously thought the evolution mall might be something akin to a futuristic smart chip, but the emergence of the black hole planted deep doubt in his mind. Because black holes, as far as current human technology is concerned, even with centuries of further development, humanity could never master them. The very formation of a black hole was a cosmic phenomenon. It can devour any matter. How could it possibly be easily harnessed by human technology? Could the mall truly be some kind of divine creation? Doubts aside. But for such an ultimate trump card, no matter the cost, he would grit his teeth and buy it. With the black hole weapon device, even the mightiest divine beasts become lambs led to slaughter. Another 10 million evolution coins deducted. But this time, Tian felt no pang of regret, for he sensed his own terrifying strength. Chapter 76, Coastal Anomalies. When the third item appeared, Tian sucked in a sharp breath. 100 million? Are you kidding me? But upon reading the item description, that 100 million didn't seem so unreasonable after all. 3. Diamond Mantis Mechanical Enhancement 100 million evolution coins. As nature's hardest substance, diamond's power speaks for itself. Previously, capitalists had run wild with marketing campaigns, using the slogan "One diamond lasts forever, love endures forever" to fleece countless unsuspecting victims. Though the price is inflated. But in terms of its inherent properties, diamond's hardness is absolutely unquestionable. It surpasses Tian's current superalloy by several times over. Given my size, a diamond mantis this large would easily fetch 100 million. Can't afford it. Next. Tian shifted his gaze to the fourth and fifth items. The fourth item was relatively standard speed plus 10,000, which translated to a price of 50,000 evolution coins. He never turned down attribute boosts. He didn't know what lay beyond light speed, but faster was always better. After purchasing the speed attribute, Tian's figure shifted. A streak of light sliced through the void, instantly appearing mid-air over 10 kilometers away. The lingering afterimage at his original spot took several seconds to slowly dissipate. Holy crap, that was insane. It's like the body flies while the soul chases after. Feeling the terrifying acceleration akin to teleportation, the two antennae on Tian's head still twitched from the thrill. Theoretically, his current speed had surpassed twice the speed of light, though the legendary bizarre dimensional crossing phenomenon hadn't materialized. But in terms of sheer speed alone, the four divine beasts could only trail behind him in the dust. The final item was quite intriguing. Advanced power, speed, and resilience triple combo bundle, priced at 10 million evolution coins. Tian sighed softly. They say the one who truly understands a man is another man. And the one who truly understood his psyche? Undoubtedly, the shop itself. This super-powered bundle was practically unbeatable. Not buying it would make him cry himself to sleep. But before that, a question lingered in his mind. Shopping mall, am I now the strongest mantis on Blue Star? Ding! Among the mantis species on Blue Star, you are undeniably the strongest. Awesome! Hearing the mall's response, Tian instantly felt much more at ease. What about other species besides mantises? Ding! Compared to the top 100 strongest creatures on Blue Star, you're a complete pushover. The mall replied with utmost seriousness. Tian froze on the spot. What did that mean? Wait, aren't the four divine beasts the strongest creatures on Blue Star? I could take them head-on without flinching. How could I not even rank in the top 100? Ding! The four divine beasts you speak of aren't even worthy of polishing the shoes of those strongest creatures. Explain yourself. Tian refused to believe it. If there truly existed mutated beasts more terrifying than the four divine beasts, they would have been exposed long ago. This meant the mall was probably just trying to scare him. But upon reflection, the mall had no reason to do so. That meant the statement was true. The fact that creatures more terrifying than the four divine beasts lurked on Blue Star was utterly horrifying. Ding! Given that you have exhausted your daily quota of questions for spending 30 million credits, the mall declines to answer this query. Farewell. Damn it! The overly realistic mall dealt Tian another devastating blow. I thought this rebirth had finally pushed me to Blue Star's combat ceiling, but turns out I'm just a complete noob? Is there any justice in this world? Tears welled up as he stared speechlessly at the heavens. But the problem was, if the mall's claims were true, then there existed mutated beasts even more terrifying than the four divine beasts. Where could these creatures powerful enough to crush him possibly be? Could it be? Tian's mind raced and an answer seemed to form within him. The ocean. Lincheng City, South Sea Province. This was also the first city Tian had landed in when he first returned to human society from the island. Since the global catastrophe erupted, the entire city of Linchuan has now become a complete human no-go zone. Even without the presence of the nine-headed serpent king, Renfei and his group, who had already established a defensive base in Yunzhou, would not risk dispatching troops to purge the mutated beasts here. Under the current circumstances, merely holding their ground is already challenging enough. Redirecting significant military resources to reclaim cities overrun by mutant beasts would be a poor trade-off. Even if they managed to reclaim the land, long-term garrisoning and the massive manpower and resources required for reconstruction would pose significant challenges. Rather than that, it would be more reasonable to utilize the areas surrounding Yunzhou. However, while there were no plans to retake the fallen cities, essential defensive measures remained indispensable. After Renfei assumed command of Yunzhou's affairs, he consulted with military commanders to deploy patrol squads at strategic points throughout Nanhai province. These teams were tasked with installing a series of surveillance devices and facilities. These were intended to guard against any potential threats within Nanhai province that could endanger Yunzhou. Particularly noteworthy was the ocean, which had shown no signs of disturbance from the outset. The absence of anomalies was the most significant anomaly of all. Prior to this, numerous coastal residents had witnessed enormous mutated sea beasts appearing on the ocean surface. Strangely, unlike their land-dwelling counterparts, these marine mutated beasts did not attack humans. They did not charge at humans upon sight. Instead, they began consciously swimming toward the deep sea regions. Yunzhou had dispatched fighter jets to conduct reconnaissance over the ocean. However, after losing several valuable aircraft without retrieving any meaningful clues, given that these marine mutants have not exhibited any threatening behavior toward humans, human surveillance of the oceans began to diminish accordingly. On this day, the sky was clear and blue. As usual, the coastline near Linchuan City remained exceptionally tranquil, with numerous land-dwelling mutated beasts even strolling along the shore. They savored this long-awaited tranquility. Since the departure of the nine-headed serpent king, whose presence once instilled fear, and that mantis that killed beasts without batting an eye, Lincheng City gradually returned to its former peace. The remaining mutated beasts lived in utter comfort, but not long after. Suddenly, wave after wave surged up from the sea. Gazing into the distance, one could vaguely discern dark shapes emerging from the sea, swimming steadily toward the shore. At the same time, the patrol squad responsible for monitoring the coastal areas of Linchuan City sat idly in their specially designated duty room, shooting the breeze. Suddenly, One man leaped up from his stool. Holy crap! Look at that thing! Is it an octopus? What's going on? The others rushed over. They crowded around the monitoring console, staring at the footage fed back by the coastal surveillance equipment. Their mouths dropped open in disbelief. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Quick! Quick! Notify the combat readiness duty room immediately, marine mutated beasts have come ashore." Chapter 77, Deep into the Ocean. Is that a mutated octopus? Staring at the photograph of the mutated octopus on the desk, which resembled a mountain, even Rin Fei, who had long witnessed the terrifying might of the king beasts, felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't fear of this particular octopus. Rather, his mind involuntarily drifted to the trillions of other mutated beasts lurking in the ocean. If even an ordinary octopus could rival the size of a land-based mutated king beast, what would happen if all the mutated beasts from the ocean invaded? Forget humanity. Even the so-called four divine beasts would likely become nothing more than their prey. Fortunately, according to the intelligence relayed from the monitoring room, this octopus had drifted ashore in an unconscious state. It vanished from the shoreline shortly after regaining consciousness. Yet this incident sounded an alarm for everyone. We're not just facing land-based mutant beasts simultaneously. Even more terrifying and powerful oceanic monsters are lurking, waiting to pounce. Sigh. After reporting this incident, even Rin Fei couldn't help but sigh at the sheer despair of it all. If we could uncover the cause of these biological mutations and stop them at the source, might we salvage the current situation? But what on earth is going on? Everything happens for a reason. Just as biological mutations never occur without reason, they must be influenced by something. Yet their research into the mutated beasts had made no progress whatsoever. If this continued, humanity would inevitably face extinction. It's been nearly half a month since that Mantis King went offline. Could it really be dead? At first, Ren Fei couldn't believe Su Tian would be taken down so easily. But now, more than half a month had passed without a trace of the super mantis, making him wonder if Su Tian had truly perished in Shenangjia. Meanwhile, after emerging from the basement, Su Tian rushed straight back to Linchuan from Guangxing City. He was eager to uncover the secrets of the mall's unfinished business, if it was truly as the mall claimed, and the ocean concealed even more terrifying mutated beasts. Then he'd have to consider laying low and developing his strength first, at least until he obtained power capable of suppressing everything. He couldn't risk drawing the attention of other mutated beasts. Throughout history, countless reincarnated and transmigrated individuals had survived by lurking in the shadows and developing stealthily. Since his own rebirth, he had already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Su Tian knew full well he didn't possess the invincible destiny of a dragon-defying protagonist. If he couldn't learn to be as self-aware as those cautious types, he'd be courting death. Nanhai province wasn't far from Guangzhou and Shenzhen. At Su Tian's current speed, surpassing the speed of light, circling the entire blue star would take less than a second. However, his power had surged too rapidly, leaving him utterly unable to precisely control his landing point. 3 pairs of golden wings fluttered slightly. The next second, when he came to a halt, he found himself surrounded by a frozen, snow-covered landscape. Thick ice sheets held a flock of giant mutant penguins wandering near the sea surface. Many penguins, still unaccustomed to their massive bodies spanning dozens of meters, occasionally broke through the ice and plunged into the sea. However, the penguins that fell into the sea did not resurface as Su Tian had imagined. The instant they hit the water's surface, tens of thousands of mutant sardines as thick as thighs swarmed upward. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface was stained a vivid crimson. The fallen penguin was completely torn apart. This horrifying spectacle sent the other mutant penguins scattering in panic toward the thick icebergs nearby. In the crush, many clumsier penguins inevitably tumbled into the sea. Their fate was predictable. They were all devoured by the swarm of mutated sardines. The extreme contrast between being ocean predators and becoming prey made Su Tian frown slightly, though his brow was smooth. This is weird. While the mutated beasts on land also underwent mutations, they still followed the basic rules of the food chain. But in the ocean, it's exactly the opposite. Doesn't this mean disaster is inevitable sooner or later? Since penguins couldn't hunt in the sea, they would inevitably shift their targets to land. In this era where every beast was a monster, when one couldn't reach the level of a king beast, the strength of a species was almost entirely tied to its numbers. Take 1,000,000 ants, for instance. In the past, it would have been utterly impossible for them to easily kill an elephant, but now it has become a probable outcome. Should so many sharp-toothed penguins redirect their hunting efforts, it would undoubtedly unleash immense disruption upon the surrounding ecosystem. A single hair pull sets the whole body in motion, much like the butterfly effect. What troubled Su Tian even more were the mutated beasts lurking in the ocean. No one knows what transformations these monsters lurking in the deep sea have undergone. Perhaps with time, under the dominion of the oceanic wisdom beasts, they might soon shift their focus to the shore. What exactly is the source of this mutation? The exact same question that had crossed Rinfei's mind now filled Su Tian's thoughts. But for now, the priority was to conduct an initial reconnaissance of the oceanic beasts. Flying directly into the sea could prove troublesome if something goes wrong. Perhaps I could try using Void Shuttle instead. He took a deep breath, his abdomen slightly swelling and contracting. Then, his gaze fixed straight into the depths of the ocean. The next second, he vanished. When Su Tian reappeared, his compound eyes took in nothing but deep blue. What struck him most profoundly was undoubtedly the swarm of mutated sardines that had gathered upon sensing the scent of blood. They resembled an endless deep-sea vortex. It covered dozens of square miles of ocean. Had he not been deep beneath the sea, he would never have witnessed such a spectacular sight. Su Tian's reappearance coincidentally placed him at the very edge of this deadly vortex. But perhaps due to their mechanical modifications, only a handful of curious fish nibbled at him as they swam past. After breaking a few teeth, the passing sardines simply ignored this gleaming golden hunk of metal. Su Tian deployed 3 pairs of feathered wings. Like a human using their hands to paddle, he advanced toward the deeper depths of the ocean floor. Water resistance was immense, yet his current speed attribute of 20,000 sustained him, as if a rocket launcher had been strapped to his back, propelling his body forward at breakneck speed. Countless bewildered sardines were crushed along the way. Because he was underwater, the antennae on his head were completely useless. His only means of gathering information were his 2 compound eyes. After the powerful modifications from the mall, even in the vast ocean, Su Tian's vision remained exceptionally sharp. The swirling wake left by his rapid movement through the water, combined with his flashy gold armor, quickly drew a dozen mutated dolphins over 100 meters long chasing after him. Su Tian hadn't realized his speed had become so extraordinary, yet the mutated dolphins behind him still managed to keep pace, their swimming speed eerily swift. Dolphins, once hailed as humanity's best friends, probably devour people without batting an eye now. But these weren't the answers he sought in his heart. It wasn't until he passed through a bottomless ocean trench that Su Tian suddenly made a new discovery. Chapter 78, Divine Artifact. Near this gloomy ocean trench, a corpse resembling a human form, glowing with a faint blue light, caught Su Tian's attention. As he swam closer to inspect it, the corpse bore a striking resemblance to the alien beings that had been the subject of much online speculation. The blue-glowing being's skin appeared slightly translucent. Veins were visible beneath the surface, and though it possessed 2 legs, they were flattened. Thin skin connected the spaces between its fingers, as if evolved for swift swimming. Its head resembled a large light bulb, bulging prominently at the top and tapering sharply toward the neck. Its height was approximately 3 meters. They are significantly taller than average humans, resembling individuals with gigantism. The blue-light creature lay motionless atop a slightly flat coral reef on the seabed. A diamond-shaped indentation marred his forehead, as if something had been forcibly gouged out, ultimately causing his death. Interestingly, despite the readily available food source, the mutated fish passing by the seabed showed no interest in feeding on the deceased sea creature. Instead, they seemed to avoid him at all costs. They would turn away the moment they detected his presence from a distance, as if afraid to approach. So there really are sea people. In my previous life, many scientists had speculated that another form of intelligent life might be hidden in the depths of the ocean. However, limited by the advancement of science, humanity had never been able to lift the veil of the mysterious deep sea. But the sea creature Su Tian encountered today truly broadened his horizons. He gently prodded his opponent with the scythe. The skin proved remarkably elastic. When the sharp superalloy blade applied slight pressure, the result differed entirely from Su Tian's expectation of piercing through flesh. The tip merely indented the skin slightly, failing to even pierce the epidermis. Such defense proved more terrifying than that of ordinary royal beasts. Could the terrifying sea creatures mentioned by the mall refer to these sea people? Su Tian immediately recalled the answer the mall had previously provided. Surveying the dimly lit sea around him, after a moment's thought, he decided it was best to leave for now. Bringing them back for Xia Kingdom scientists to study might yield clues related to the mutated beasts. The sea beasts showed no immediate signs of invading the shore, and uncovering the ocean's secrets wasn't urgent. Su Tian used his 2 captured tentacles to firmly grasp the sea people, who were several times his size, and began swimming upward. Shortly after he departed, a blue light suddenly flickered into existence at the spot where the sea creature's corpse had lain. Immediately afterward, a sea creature bearing strange black markings materialized at the spot. Judging by its appearance and physique, this was likely a male sea creature. The newly arrived sea creature scanned the surroundings with its eyes. Upon failing to find what it sought, his expression instantly twisted with fury. The surrounding waves surged violently in response to the sea creature's emotional turmoil. Towering waves dozens of meters high surged across the sea surface, crashing against the drifting ice along the shore and shattering it into fragments. The swirling schools of mutated sardines, as if sensing some dreadful threat, instantly began fleeing the area in a frenzied stampede. After letting out a silent roar, extended his right hand and lightly tapped the water. Immediately, the sea before him began to twist and warp. Finally, it solidified into a sturdy, ice-like mirror. Through the mirror, a scene from just moments ago was revealed. The lifeless body of another sea dweller lay still upon the coral reef. After a moment, a golden mantis rushed toward the scene at incredible speed, abruptly halting upon spotting the sea dweller's corpse. Behind it, Tian extended his capture appendage to touch the corpse. After a moment of contemplation, he carried the body away from this place. A discarded remnant of the land? The undersea creature suddenly spoke in human language. He turned his head slightly toward the direction Tian had departed. As a blue light flared, his form vanished from the spot. Having emerged from the depths and returned to the sky, Tian shook off the oppressive feeling that had weighed on his heart. He fluttered his wings, adjusted his course slightly, and shot away like a streak of light. After crashing through several mountains, after accidentally trespassing into the territories of 8 foreign realms, Tian finally returned to the familiar waters of South Sea Province. This time, he dared not continue flying at full speed. Instead, he slowed his pace and headed toward Yunzhou City, 100 li away. Seconds later, a blue light suddenly flashed where Tian had been standing. It was the sea creature from earlier. Pursuing him, holding down Newton's coffin lid, they defied the laws of physics entirely, hovering in midair without any support whatsoever. After carefully sensing the information left behind in the surroundings, Hack's face first showed astonishment, but it quickly gave way to ecstatic delight. This seems to be the aura of a divine artifact. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought the divine artifact the entire aquatic race has been desperately seeking would appear on land? If I can obtain this divine artifact, I'll gain the power to shatter this prison and return to the embrace of chaos. Then the entire aquatic race will look to me, Hack, as their leader. Hack burst into excited laughter. The aquatic race had slumbered on Blue Star for nearly 1,000,000 years, all to accumulate strength and await the emergence of the divine artifact of creation. 1,000,000 years passed. The total population of all lifeforms on Blue Star finally reached its peak, laying the foundation for the aquatic race's plan to seize the divine artifact of creation. For the divine artifact of creation only manifests when life on Blue Star reaches a certain threshold. It is the embodiment of the Great Way and the very soul of Blue Star. Without specific events occurring, the divine artifact of creation remained in a state of ethereal existence, its whereabouts impossible to discern. Only when Blue Star's creatures faced a catastrophic extinction crisis would the divine artifact manifest. It then attaches itself to a specific Blue Star lifeform, granting them immense power to quell the planet's catastrophe. This chosen being is known as the Chosen One. The global mutation was precisely the aquatic race's masterpiece to draw forth the Chosen One. As early as the onset of the anomaly, the aquatic race had already dispatched agents worldwide to search for the Chosen One. However, at that time, Tian had just set sail from the island. The principle of blind spots led the aquatic race to overlook the cargo ships sailing across the ocean. Having never encountered a true Chosen One before, they naively assumed the catastrophe hadn't reached sufficient scale. This oversight allowed Tian to develop to his current state. Fortunately, our water clan possesses an innate affinity for divine artifacts. Otherwise, who could have imagined that the so-called Chosen One would be a lowly mantis? But regardless, now that I've found you, you won't escape my grasp. Hack chuckled darkly, continuing his pursuit in the direction Tian had departed. Chapter 79, The Undersea People. After initially adapting to his body's various attributes, Tian had largely mastered his speed. Thus, he avoided the blunder of instantly blasting off into a frozen wasteland. Even though Tian deliberately slowed his flight speed, his absurdly high-speed attribute meant he covered hundreds of kilometers in just over 10 seconds. Following the recent beast tide's devastation, with the threat of the king beast gone, the people of Yunzhou were once again filled with hope for the future. Whether it was the factories and production bases emerging in the cities or the vast swaths of newly cultivated fields surrounding Yunzhou, everything radiated a vibrant energy of flourishing development. Beep beep beep. Warning, unidentified flying object detected over Yunzhou. Having learned from the previous airborne assault by the mutant Vulture King, accompanied by the 9-headed Serpent King and the giant Python, Yunzhou now maintained 24-hour high-altitude radar surveillance. The moment an unidentified object was detected at high altitude, 5 fighter jets on constant standby immediately took off according to protocol. However, upon reaching the alerted airspace, they found nothing. By then, Tian had already arrived at the Yunzhou Municipal Government Building. Meanwhile, Run Fei had just finished processing a document and was preparing to take a well-deserved break. Since assuming the position of Yunzhou's leader, he had been swamped with official duties, his spirits noticeably flagging. Sigh. If I'd known being an official would be this exhausting, I might as well have stayed in the military. Although his days in the military had been monotonous and repetitive, they suited him perfectly. The path of politics, however, felt more like a form of torment to him. Yet, recalling the scene of his father's final moments, he would silently grit his teeth and endure it all for the sake of giving the people of Yunzhou a better life. At the very least, to help them scrape by in this chaotic era. But the moment he closed his eyes, a warning sign surged from the depths of his heart. This was an instinct honed through years in the military and countless life-or-death missions. Who's there? Given the volatile times, Renfei, who never left home without his gun, swiftly rolled off the chair, drew the pistol from his waistband, and flicked the safety off in one fluid motion. From sensing danger to drawing his weapon and aiming at the uninvited guest in the room took less than 2 seconds. This demonstrated Renfei's exceptional military training. Unfortunately, in this terrifying world, even the strongest individual combat skills were no match for a single mutant beast. Not bad. Pretty alert. With a flick of Su Tian's right foot, Renfei's pistol was sliced clean in half. Clang! The metallic clatter of the weapon hitting the ground rang out clearly. Far from panicking, Renfei, now disarmed, wore an expression of delight. It's you? He knew Su Tian wouldn't fall so easily in the joint ambush by the white tiger and vermilion bird. Though the mantis before him had purchased the golden legendary skin, the voice and tone instantly revealed his identity. Enough with the small talk. I found this thing deep in the ocean. Send someone to study it and see if they can uncover any clues related to the anomalies. What is this? Only then did Renfei notice the enormous corpse that had appeared at Su Tian's feet. Even more bizarre was the corpse's pale blue hue. An ocean dweller? His eyes widened as he couldn't help but confirm the sight. Su Tian nodded slightly. I found it down in Antarctica. After it died, it was abandoned on a coral reef. Even the mutated beasts in the ocean wouldn't dare approach it. I suspect it might hold secrets related to the global mutation, so I brought it back. This is a major discovery. Upon hearing that this deep-sea man's corpse might be connected to the source of the mutations, Renfei was utterly stunned. His mood then became incredibly excited. Are you sure about this? Hard to say, but it's likely connected. Su Tian shook his head, unable to confirm, as this was merely his conjecture. No time to waste, then. I should. Before he could finish, suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted outside the building. Boom! Immediately followed by a sensation of the earth shaking violently. The room's glass shattered with a series of cracks, scattering across the floor. Office desks, chairs, and other furnishings crashed down with a clatter, leaving the space in utter disarray. Shrieks and cries of pain echoed through the building. Renfei clung desperately to the desk to steady himself. Once the shaking finally subsided, he rushed to the window to look outside. At the entrance to Yunzhou City, a massive crater had opened up, plunging dozens of meters into the earth. Every building and life within the crater had vanished. It looked as if an invisible fist had violently punched through the earth. Renfei's eyes burned red. That was the camp where over 100,000 refugees had taken shelter. He never imagined it could be reduced to this in mere seconds. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Renfei roared in fury. Something's wrong. Su Tian's heart sank abruptly. With his keen eyesight, he could faintly make out a pale blue hue on the distant horizon. Could it be related to the corpse I brought back from the ocean floor? The thought struck him. An indescribable rage surged within him. If that were truly the case, then the deaths of those tens of thousands of refugees in Yunzhou would be directly connected to him. Wait here. I'll go take a look. With those words left behind, Su Tian transformed into a golden streak of light and shot toward the distance. Watching the humans beneath his feet wailing incessantly, a cruel smile flickered across Hack's lips. Ha! The humans of Blue Star are so fragile they're not even worth a bug's life. With just a single punch, he had claimed the lives of over 100,000 humans. Even in this age of advanced technology, his very existence remained as unattainable to these wretched creatures as a god in the heavens. The intoxicating thrill of controlling the fate of millions with a mere flick of his wrist left him utterly captivated. Humph! Finding that little Mantis is the priority, crushing these annoying little insects was merely a passing whim. After all, once he obtained the divine creation artifact, the moment he broke free from the cage, the entire Blue Star civilization would shatter along with it. Just as he prepared to continue tracking Su Tian's departure trail, Hack's eyes suddenly flickered, as if he'd spotted something intriguing. Looks like someone can't wait to die. The very mantis he sought to capture was now charging toward his position at breakneck speed. Su Tian's killing intent was utterly unmasked. Hack sneered coldly. Ha, you've grown rather quickly. That speed must surpass the speed of light by now. It might work against those beasts, but you think you're worthy enough to fight me? He flicked his palm out. In an instant, everything around them seemed frozen in time. A pale blue aura enveloped the void, halting even Su Tian's momentum. It was as if everything had slowed to a crawl. Ant! Hack snorted coldly. The aura of death instantly enveloped Su Tian. Chapter 80, The Power of the Black Hole Weapon. Back when the mall had declared him a complete pushover compared to Blue Star's strongest creatures, Su Tian had secretly doubted it. After all, in his understanding, the mightiest monsters were those conjured by human sci-fi cinema, examples like Godzilla or the creatures from Anaconda. However, after the global mutation outbreak, the emergence of mutant king beasts and the 4 divine beasts made everyone realize that creatures like King Kong seemed like mere children in comparison to these mutated monsters. Yet this enigmatic sea dweller before him shattered Su Tian's worldview once more. To actually influence reality, what kind of mysterious power is this? Hack sneered coldly. Little one, obtaining the divine artifact proves your luck is decent, but your good fortune ends here. Divine artifact? Before Su Tian could decipher the meaning behind those words, Hack's massive hand shot out toward Su Tian's head, its palm swirling with blue light. The terrifying force rippled through the surrounding space itself. Facing imminent danger, Su Tian activated his black hole weapon without hesitation. Unlike previous launches where the device had sprung from his chest, the black hole weapon activated with a mere thought. A speck the size of a grain of rice suddenly appeared on Hack's chest. Is this the black hole weapon? Staring at the tiny black hole, barely thicker than a single strand of his own hair, Su Tian nearly burst out laughing. So tiny even if it possessed lethal power, what harm could it possibly inflict on an opponent? Just as despair washed over him, Hack, who had been grinning menacingly moments before, suddenly looked terrified. The area where the black hole particles had formed suddenly generated an unstoppable, powerful suction force. The part of Hack's chest closest to it instantly caved in, then vanished into nothingness. Ah! Impossible! How could a chaos energy entity appear on this exiled planet? Hack's initial smugness and composure vanished completely. He roared in terror. His expression was etched with utter disbelief. Most terrifyingly, the black hole particles grew larger as they devoured their surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from the size of a grain of rice to that of a basketball, frantically tearing away at the substance on Hack's body. The terrifying energy made even Su Tian, standing mere inches away, feel the fear of facing death head-on. Yet what astonished him even more, after devouring Hack's flesh and blood, the black hole actually channeled energy back into him. Originally standing just over a meter tall, Su Tian began visibly swelling as he absorbed the energy fed back by the black hole's consumption. Within mere breaths, he reached over 30 meters in size. This growth rate far surpassed what he could achieve by consuming the flesh and blood of mutant beasts alone. 50 meters, 100 meters. Seeing himself nearly pressed against the black hole, he frantically flapped his feathered wings to flee the area. No! The divine creation artifact is right before my eyes, how could I die now? Hack's pale blue eyes widened in terror. His energy surged to full power, showing faint signs of breaking free from the black hole's pull. Strike while the iron is hot. Su Tian wasn't foolish enough to stand by and watch his enemy escape. With a flicker of intent, after a brief delay, another black hole particle materialized above Hack's head. This time, his head was swallowed whole by the black hole, his body slumping downward. Finally, he was completely swallowed and merged by the two black holes. Just as Su Tian feared he might be pulled into the black hole too, the two black holes that had devoured Hack vanished without a trace, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. After absorbing all the energy feedback from the black holes, Su Tian's body suddenly swelled to over 3,000 meters in size. This was due to the sheer terror of the energy within Hack. Had he not lost most of it during conversion, he might have grown several times larger. Huff, huff, Su Tian gasped, his mind still reeling from the brush with death. At that moment, several fighter jets from the Yunzhou military also roared in, their faces drained of color when they spotted the colossal golden mantis blocking out the sky. Just as the pilots hesitated over whether to pull the trigger, Ren Fei, who had been closely monitoring the situation from the Yunzhou office building, also noticed Su Tian's sudden expansion. Once the communication lines were restored, he immediately grabbed the communicator in his hand and contacted the fighter jets, ordering them not to fire. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, Su Tian slowly flew back outside the Yunzhou office building. Having lost his ability to shift forms after rebirth, he could only cautiously search for a landing spot. Though his movements were light, his massive frame still caused several meters of pavement to collapse beneath his 4 feet upon landing. Just now, Ren Fei had already ascended to the rooftop, for Su Tian's form was simply too immense. Even with his head bowed, he towered over the office building by 100 meters. It's the sea people, Su Tian murmured, though his voice was barely audible. Nearly everyone inside the office building heard it. Su Tian had no intention of concealing the existence of the sea people. Otherwise, he could have simply taken Ren Fei away first. After this incident, he sensed he was beginning to grasp something. The sea people and humans, no, even all the mutated beasts on land would inevitably meet. And it wouldn't be long. Sure enough, upon learning that the recent incident was connected to the sea people Tian had brought back, Renfei's face instantly drained of color. When he first learned that the existence of the sea people might be connected to the cause of the mutations, he had been filled with excitement and anticipation. But after witnessing the true terror of these sea dwellers firsthand, Renfei couldn't fathom how humanity could possibly withstand such strange and terrifying creatures. No matter how powerful the mutated beasts were, they still fell within the realm of comprehension. But when that sea creature appeared, through the remotely transmitted surveillance footage, he saw nothing more than the creature swinging a fist downward through the void. It instantly claimed the lives of over 100,000 citizens in Yunzhou City. Such an eerie method was almost on par with the mystical cultivators described in novels. Faced with such a terrifying creature, what could humanity possibly use to fight the sea dweller? Though he understood the sea creature was most likely targeting Tian, he felt no inclination to blame him, not merely because he dared not provoke such a power, but more crucially, had Tian not been present this time, Yunzhou City would likely have been utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye. For humanity to end the current global mutation crisis, uncovering the truth behind these events was imperative. If the sea people were orchestrating everything behind the scenes, they would inevitably face confrontation with the enemy. Without the aid of this super mantis, who had repeatedly turned the tide, humanity would have no chance of victory whatsoever. Are the sea people really that powerful? He hesitated for a long time before finally forcing out the words. His unspoken hope was to find some reassurance from Tian. Unfortunately, Tian replied without hesitation, killing him earlier was pure luck. In a direct confrontation, I'm no match for him. As if afraid Renfei didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, he added, it's not just me. To them, even the so-called four divine beasts might be only slightly stronger than ordinary cats and dogs. With those words spoken, everyone's hearts instantly sank to the bottom. The mutant beast crisis hadn't even been resolved. Yet now a mysterious undersea race emerged, a threat 10,000 times more terrifying. This felt like a deliberate push to drive all of Blue Star's humanity to the brink of extinction. Chapter 81, The Origin of the Aquatic Race. Ding! Defeated one aquatic being. Earned 5 million evolution coins. After confirming no more sea creatures were pursuing them, Tian finally had time to check the notification that popped up from the shop during the battle. So they're called the Aquatic Tribe. But why are there so few of them? The shop rewarded evolution coins for slaying any creature. Hark! From earlier, was no exception. 5 million coins seemed substantial, but it all depended on what you compared it to. For someone with the power to utterly crush the four divine beasts like that opponent had done, it was hard to justify such a meager reward. Still, he wasn't foolish enough to demand an explanation from the mall. Even if he did, it probably wouldn't accomplish much. Tian was well aware of his status as a mere employee. The emergence of the aquatic race signifies that Blue Star is no longer safe. Even if I can now take on the four divine beasts alone without defeat, I'm still just a weakling in front of these aquatic beings. I still need to rely on the mall to accelerate my evolution. Only then will I have some means of self-defense when the aquatic race invades the land in force. Tian summoned the mall interface. After defeating Hack, his account balance of evolution coins had once again surpassed 10 million. Yet as time relentlessly marched on, the power of the entities he encountered grew ever stronger. Yet this astronomical balance offered Tian no sense of security whatsoever. It's finally reached the point where $100 is worth 10. Back on the island or when he first returned to Xia Nation, such a fortune would have made him grin from ear to ear. But now, it just didn't feel like enough. Most of the newly refreshed items were fairly standard. Out of 5 items, 4 were attribute-boosting goods, each offering modest enhancements, the highest being a mere 1,000 points to strength. Not bad. Slow and steady wins the race. Tian didn't complain and bought all 4 attribute items. But since this was the mall, it was undoubtedly here to empty his pockets. Tian noticed that ever since he gained the ability to hunt powerful targets, the mall's intent to squeeze him dry had become increasingly blatant. Essentially, the prices of these items were dynamically adjusted based on his account balance, and he couldn't refuse. Mantis camouflage technique, upon activation, grants 100% mimicry of any target you've hunted, granting access to all their memories. Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Under normal circumstances, Tian would have dismissed this outright. After all, spending 10 million on something that didn't boost combat power sounded downright extravagant. Yet it was precisely this seemingly purely supportive skill that could help him safely navigate this crisis. If I mimic an aquatic being and access that guy's memories, could I uncover secrets about the global anomaly while evading danger? The thought stirred something within Tian. The main issue was that his massive, over 3,000 meter tall form, coupled with his gaudy gold armor, made him far too conspicuous. Even with a staggering 1,000 points of stealth attribute boosting him, any mutated beast with eyes could spot him, let alone aquatic creatures whose power far surpassed the 4 divine beasts. For Tian, whose sole focus was to lie low and quietly develop his strength, maintaining a low profile at all times was the ultimate strategy for hunting prey. Sold. Money comes and goes. It's just 10 million. Once I'm stronger and can drag those 4 divine beasts out for a beating, I should be able to recoup it. Confirm purchase of Mantis camouflage technique for 10,000,000 evolution coins? Confirm. Soon, as the account balance hit 0, Tian acquired the stealth technique, a skill that could be called the ultimate in underhanded tactics. Target for disguise, aquatic race. The moment the skill was acquired, he focused his mind. His massive original form instantly transformed into a 3-meter-tall aquatic being, its entire body radiating a faint blue glow. Its appearance was identical to Hack, whom he had previously swallowed with his black hole weapon, though his body felt slightly unaccustomed to the change. The flood of information surging into his mind quickly captured Tian's attention. As he sifted through the memories that had once belonged to Hack, a storm of emotions surged within Tian's heart. Just as he had suspected, the aquatic race was the instigator behind the global upheaval, and all of this was orchestrated to lure out the so-called Blue Star Soul, the divine artifact of creation Hack had spoken of. The aquatic race did not originally belong to Blue Star. Instead, they were conquered by a higher-level civilization that plundered their resources. Finally, the surviving aquatic beings were banished to a planet at the edge of the cosmos, the very Blue Star where Tian and his companions now resided. To ensure these vanquished beings could never escape Blue Star, they deliberately left a contingency on Blue Star. This measure stripped the aquatic people of their cosmic adaptability. Should they dare leave this world to return to the stars, they would instantly perish from the intense radiation permeating the cosmos. The only way to escape Blue Star was to find the legendary divine creation artifact, tear apart Blue Star's soul. The aquatic people would then consume it. This would restore their stolen cosmic adaptability, a testament left by the aquatic ancestors. To locate the Blue Star's soul, the aquatic people endured nearly millions of years of relentless effort. After exhausting countless methods, they finally reached a conclusion. Only when true sentient beings are born on Blue Star itself, only when these beings safely proliferate to a certain scale, possessing a vast racial foundation, only then could the soul of Blue Star be nurtured. Finally, by creating mutations to slaughter these intelligent beings en masse, they could trigger the Blue Star's soul's instinct to protect them. This would manifest the soul as a divine artifact, attaching itself to a single intelligent being. In this way, they could capture this fortunate chosen one to obtain the soul of Blue Star, gaining the opportunity to return to the stars. So you're saying the Blue Star's soul is the divine creation artifact, and this so-called divine creation artifact is the evolution mall possessing me? Tian froze for a moment. But the problem was, according to the aquatic race's understanding, divine artifacts possessed extraordinary powers. After possessing a chosen one, it should grant the target mystical powers akin to those found in fantasy tales. Yet everything he'd obtained from the evolution mall was fundamentally tied to technology. This description differed greatly from the divine artifacts in Hack's memories. Did I get it wrong? Or does this guy have no clue what a divine creation artifact even is? Besides that, Tian suddenly considered another possibility, that the evolution mall on his person wasn't a divine creation artifact at all, but rather a product of a higher-level civilization that had conquered the aquatic race. This conjecture wasn't entirely baseless. The aquatic race would never forget the hatred born from their annihilation. Once they had the chance to escape Blue Star, once they rebuild their strength, they would surely seek revenge. From his memories, Tian knew the advanced civilization that conquered the aquatic race was no pushover. They wouldn't be foolish enough to let the aquatic race multiply and thrive on Blue Star without ensuring their complete eradication. It's highly likely that the evolution mall was a mechanism they left behind to restrain the aquatic race. Otherwise, the constant appearance of various high-tech products in the mall, even black hole weapons, would be impossible to explain. The more Tian thought about it, the more he felt events were slowly deviating from his predictions. But if he wasn't the chosen one, then where exactly is the fortunate one favored by the soul of Blue Star? Chapter 82, The End. Tian left the aquatic creature's corpse behind. Shortly after leaving Yunzhou to avoid repeating the previous tragedy, Ren Fei, who was inspecting the aquatic corpse with his subordinates in the laboratory, suddenly felt darkness overtake his vision and nearly collapsed. Fortunately, several Yunzhou officials nearby acted swiftly and caught him. Chief Ren, are you all right? Facing the concerned gazes of those around him, Ren Fei waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, probably just exhausted lately. Continue without me. Then let me escort you back to rest first. Ever since Ren Fei took charge of Yunzhou's affairs, he had been diligent and conscientious. Working late into the night had become routine, often sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day. Day and night, he pushed himself relentlessly. Even an iron constitution couldn't withstand it. Compounded by today's tragedy where over 100,000 Yunzhou citizens were slaughtered by hack. They instinctively assumed Renfei couldn't bear such a thing, which was why he nearly fainted. Feeling his body gradually weaken, Renfei didn't force himself to stay upright. After all, his subordinates would report any research progress to him later. Supported by a Yunzhou official, he returned to his office residence and lay down. All right, you may go now. Report any developments to me promptly. Yes, sir. After his subordinate left, Renfei lay there for a moment before darkness suddenly engulfed his vision once more. Before he could call out for help, he slipped into unconsciousness. Even more bizarrely, not long after Renfei lost consciousness, his body began to emit waves of white light. His entire being appeared utterly sacred. Fortunately, it was still broad daylight. Otherwise, come nightfall, those outside would have noticed something amiss immediately. During his unconscious state, the skies above Yunzhou City had been clear and cloudless. But soon, thick, heavy clouds swarmed in. A torrential downpour poured from the center of the sky. Thick, red lightning bolts as thick as water barrels leapt across the sky. The thunder rumbled and roared, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. The instant he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, thousands of bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, splitting the mutated beasts of all sizes lingering near Yunzhou clean through. Ha 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 ha, divine retribution. This is divine retribution. Such an eerie and terrifying occurrence. The monitoring control room, responsible for ensuring Yunzhou's safety through various surveillance devices, was the first to detect it. As they gathered anxiously around the surveillance screens, furrowing their brows as they pondered whether this sudden downpour might impact Yunzhou. In the instant the thunderbolt struck, they became the first witnesses to this divine punishment. In that instant, regardless of whether they were atheists or not, they were all stunned by this unexpected event. Soon, news of the heavens striking down the mutated beast spread like wildfire throughout Yunzhou City. Many even knelt in fervent prayer, beseeching divine protection and hoping for an end to this dreadful calamity. Expel the outsiders, quell the mutated calamity. Meanwhile, Renfei, having regained consciousness from his stupor, sat up in bed. His face was etched with shock. Just moments ago, while unconscious, he had heard a call from the depths of his soul. The entity claimed to be the soul of Blue Star. It then declared it would bestow upon him extraordinary powers to expel all the alien invaders ravaging Blue Star and suppress the mutation cataclysm. The whole thing sounded like a fairy tale. Renfei shook his head with a bitter smile. It's been over a decade since I last read fantasy novels. How come I'm still suffering from the aftereffects now? If Blue Star truly possessed a spirit, why hadn't it intervened the moment the mutant beast tide erupted? Just then, a knock sounded at his door. Chief Ren, are you asleep? The duty room has received critical intelligence. Could something else have gone wrong? Shaking off the absurd thought, Renfei sprang to his feet. He stood up, ready to walk over and open the door. But just as his gaze fell on the doorknob and he thought to open it, the door handle, which had been locked, suddenly retracted on its own. Then, eerily, the door slowly swung open by itself. Standing outside was his assistant, holding a paper document in his hand. Chief Ren, seeing Renfei's ghost-stricken expression, the assistant outside the door assumed it was due to lack of rest. After all, he knew about how Renfei had nearly fainted in the lab earlier. Having such a capable leader in Yunzhou is a blessing for all its citizens. With this thought in mind, the assistant's gaze toward Renfei grew even more admiring, compounded by the utterly unbelievable report coming in from the duty room. He hadn't even noticed the door opening on its own. The assistant handed over the documents and said, "Sir, take a look. This was just transmitted from the duty room. A moment ago, countless bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, striking down all the mutant beasts near Yunzhou." By this point, the assistant's voice had grown excited. After all, since the anomaly began, nearly everyone had been consumed by fear of the mutated beasts day and night. Now, this unexpected turn of events had occurred. For them, it wasn't merely the joy of danger being eliminated. It also meant Yunzhou had gained divine protection, offering them a sense of spiritual solace and comfort. The savagery and bloodlust of these mutated beasts had finally become too much for heaven itself to bear. Did this not prove that the way of heaven was alive and well, protecting the flickering flame of human civilization? All right, I understand. Seeing no trace of surprise on Renfei's face, the assistant, though inwardly puzzled, obediently set down the documents and departed. At that moment, it seemed he had finally grasped the truth. The thunderous destruction of the mutated beasts seemed orchestrated by that so-called Blue Star soul. Perhaps it could even be called proof given to him. For now, Renfei finally believed he was the legendary chosen one. Just as Renfei was preparing to devise plans for the revival of human civilization, Su Tian encountered a colossal problem. After his disguise skill failed, a dozen or so aquatic creatures suddenly appeared around him. "You killed my kindred. You insect. You're courting death," the leader of the aquatic tribe coldly declared. Su Tian's heart sank. He knew these sea dwellers must have some way to track their kin, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. He had struggled to handle a single hack alone, now he faced more than 10 times that number. "You forced the entire blue star, into this corner. Since that's the case, none of you shall live," Su Tian roared in fury. Then, the black hole weapon activated at full power. The terrifying force pulled all the aquatic creatures surrounding Su Tian inward. Simultaneously, surrounding matter was sucked in as well. Realizing Blue Star had reached its final hour, Su Tian held nothing back. Even if it meant his own death, he would drag the masterminds behind this down with him. From a cosmic perspective, a tiny black speck suddenly appeared on the surface of this beautiful planet, steadily expanding over time. Trillions of beings on Blue Star looked up toward the sky, for in that moment, they seemed to sense something. As time steadily passed, the entire blue planet was gradually engulfed by the dark spot, until it vanished into the starry sea. The end.